Chapter 0, Prologue. The fierce winds howled, and the torrential rain fell like a deluge, engulfing the world in an abyssal darkness reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, illuminating the landscape in a blinding white flash. The distant thunder rolled like the war drums of a divine warrior, sounding a call to arms. Amidst the pitch-black mountains and ancient dense forests, in the puddles and mud, Luo Fan and Yi Siqin raced relentlessly through the shroud of darkness. Their internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving them unable to sustain their protective defenses. Their clothing soaked through from the rain, countless wounds across their bodies had turned pale and bled dry, a testament to their prolonged running and fighting, with pain having dulled into a state of numbness. Though both were among the few elite warriors on this planet, having reached the pinnacle of strength, they had yet to attain the legendary status of the divine. With numerous formidable foes in pursuit, their continuous flight had worn them to the brink of their limits. Despite their high-speed escape, Luo Fan's spiritual senses remained attuned, allowing him to faintly perceive that the encircling enemies were closing in. A foreboding feeling settled in his heart. He feared he had fallen into a situation from which there would be no escape. As he caught a glimpse of the graceful figure beside him, a bitter smile crossed Luo Fan's face. Little did he expect that the one destined to accompany him to the underworld was none other than the sworn enemy he had long believed would share no common ground with him. Yet, the very pursuers intent on his demise were once his friends. And a beloved. What could have led to this? What hidden truth had I stumbled upon to invite such calamity? A fleeting sense of anomaly brushed against his heart, an instinct honed through countless brushes with death far beyond mere sight and sound. Suddenly, in the midst of his sprint, Luo Fan came to a halt, and at the same moment, Yi Siqin's steps fell silent as well. Though they had exchanged no words, an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. With a shared glance, they turned their eyes toward the dark depths of the forest ahead. After a moment of silence, a beautiful woman with a strikingly sharp appearance emerged to meet their gaze. Despite the pouring rain, a seemingly invisible barrier enveloped her, preventing the relentless downpour from dampening her clothes. Yet, whether it was due to the chill of the rainy night or some other reason, her complexion appeared pallid. She remained silent, facing Luo Fan's scrutiny. Shenming. Why? Luo Fan finally broke the tense silence, his voice measured yet distinct amidst the thunder's roar, laden with palpable bitterness. Is there any need for explanations at this juncture? The woman, Shenming, replied. Although she sought to maintain composure, the tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil and conflict. Is that so? Luo Fan responded incredulously. Do you not recall what day it is today? Shenming said nothing, her silence persisting. Luo Fan scoffed derisively. Today is the day we promised to wed. By dawn, you were to become my bride. Haha's laughter echoed, a bitter undercurrent woven through every note. Sobering quickly, he fixed a look on Shenming and spoke slowly yet resolutely. Perhaps, for this matter, explanations are indeed extraneous, for nothing could undo what has transpired. However, I find it imperative for myself. I long to know, was our marriage vow merely a fraud from the very beginning? Shenming's body trembled slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Yet, upon glancing at Yi Siqin beside Luo Fan, her composure returned in an instant. Taking a deep breath, her expression turned icy. Hand over the Yuan Pearl, and I will allow you both to leave. Leave? Not a chance. A frigid voice interjected from above. Under heaven, they are the enemies. Where could they possibly escape? Furthermore, how could we let them go when our intent is to eliminate them? Shenming, you are too feeble. The Yuan Pearl must be seized, and the lives of these two must be extinguished. Accompanying this declaration, 3 dazzling golden lights appeared abruptly in the air, overwhelming waves of undeniable pressure crashing down upon them. Faced with this imposing force, Luo Fan and Yi Siqin's already exhausted bodies felt like withered leaves in a storm or fragile boats in tumultuous waves, on the brink of annihilation. Gritting his teeth, Luo Fan summoned his last reserves of energy in futile resistance inwardly. He chuckled, grimly divine, level warriors. And 3 at once, no less. It was known that only 6 such divine warriors existed in the world today, and to have summoned 3 to contend with him was indeed a remarkable feat. Although both he and Yi Siqin ranked among the world's elite, many others were equally formidable, while the divine warriors remained an almost mythical breed, with rigorous training necessary to reach such heights. Each divine warrior possessed immense strength, and against even one of them, Luo Fan and Yi Siqin stood little chance of survival. What then? Faced with 3 divine warriors, Luo Fan glanced at Yi Siqin, who returned his gaze. Though her expression remained placid, the resoluteness in her eyes did not escape him. Despite their turbulent history, in this moment, he felt a profound connection to her. Yes, a connection of understanding. Luo Fan firmly believed he understood the meaning in Yi Siqin's eyes, and he was confident that she could sense his comprehension. This was a rapport forged only between those who share life and death, and in this moment, they existed as one in that bond. Do you desire the Yuan Pearl? Luo Fan scoffed, then come and take it. With resolve ignited, he launched himself into the sky for their final stand. Without a need for further words, Yi Siqin soared after him, mirroring his ascent. As they ascended, Shen Meng hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose not to pursue them. Siqin, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Luo Fan inquired suddenly during their flight. Caught off guard by his question, Yi Siqin paused briefly before responding earnestly, to die alongside you. Her expression remained calm, but her tone held an unwavering determination. Luo Fan showed no surprise at her response. He continued calmly, actually, I have one more wish yet to fulfill. Yi Siqin raised an eyebrow. What is it? A smile crested Luo Fan's lips as he said, to see you smile. I have never witnessed your joy, and I yearn to behold your smile. Yi Siqin felt a flicker of irritation at his teasing even in this dire moment, poised to scold him. Yet, when she turned to look at Luo Fan, she found his expression serious, the earnestness in his eyes unmistakable. A connection of understanding. In that moment, Yi Siqin grasped the essence of his gaze. If there were another life, he wished to see her smile every day. If there were another life. With a quiet sigh in her heart, Yi Siqin met Luo Fan's deep, affectionate gaze and slowly allowed a radiant smile to blossom across her face. Your smile is truly beautiful, Luo Fan marveled, even as a blazing light suddenly erupted around him, tearing through the darkness and illuminating the stormy night sky. The earlier cold voice resounded again, this time laced with panic. No, he intends to unleash the power of the Yuan Pearl. To self-destruct we must flee. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, 3 golden figures had already darted in different directions. Their reactions were swift, their speed far beyond what an ordinary person could perceive. Sadly, they were already too late. In an instant, the entire sky was engulfed by the frenzied energy released by the explosion. The rain effortlessly dispersed, and the dark clouds were shredded to pieces, transforming the night into a blinding white. As the energy dissipated and the brilliance faded, darkness once again engulfed the sky, leaving only the remnants of what had been the lives that once existed above had crumbled into dust, vanishing without a trace. Below, the forest that once stood proudly had vanished entirely. The cracked ground bore witness to spine-chilling fissures sprawling into the distance. Shen Meng's protective barrier shattered completely, leaving her with disheveled hair and blood at the corner of her mouth, evidently wounded. Yet, she was oblivious to her plight and merely gazed forlornly at the silent night sky, her countenance heavy with unfathomable sorrow. Why? Why had it come to this? Why, even in death, was there a refusal to yield? Do you not understand all that I have done for you? Do you know the toll I have paid to preserve your life? Do you know the true feelings I have buried within? Why did you leave me like this? Why did you not grant me even a chance for explanation? What could be the reason? Shen Meng stood in silence, allowing the rain to pelt her body and face, her tears mingling with the relentless downpour. Time stretched thin, and after her tears had run dry, the sadness on Shen Meng's face slowly gave way to a mask of chilling calm. Casting one last glance at the obsidian sky, she lowered her head, addressing the communicator on her wrist with a voice cold enough to pierce steel. Yingsha reports, mission failed. Item not recovered. Target confirmed deceased time of death. November 30th, 2119. What Xin Meng did not anticipate was that Luo Fan's consciousness had not simply dissipated into the wind. At this very moment, his awareness lingered within an endless void of darkness, the excruciating agony of his fractured essence inundating him, rendering every moment a torment. Just as he believed he would be eternally trapped in this abyss until his spirit faded into oblivion, a brilliant light enveloped his consciousness, relieving him of pain, accompanied by a deep, ancient voice that echoed in his ears. By the power of the Yuan, I shall aid you in reconstructing your reincarnation. When your memories awaken, it shall signify the turning of your fate. As the final note faded, Luo Fan felt a radiant light encompassing him suddenly grow searingly intense, followed by a thunderous voice that resonated like a celestial explosion in his ears. In an instant, he felt a hum within him, and then consciousness slipped away into darkness.
Chapter 1. Extraterrestrial Pets on December 11, 2116, at the 52nd High School in Xi'an City. The academic performance of the 52nd High School can barely be considered average within Xi'an City, however. In the hearts of its students, it stands as the finest institution. This is due to its unwavering commitment to a human-centered educational philosophy, which avoids placing undue pressure on students in pursuit of grades. The school steadfastly adheres to an educational framework that prioritizes individual development and moral integrity, even lacking any standardized requirements for uniforms. The foremost expectation here is that students must never abandon their compassion. On the exterior walls of the teaching building, there are several rows of prominent characters, deliberately inscribed in both the most popular Chinese and English languages of the last century, reflecting the school motto, which is a famous quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. At this moment, in a spacious and well-lit classroom of the 52nd High School, teacher Su Jinghua is leading the students of Class 6 in their review of modern Earth history. Over a century ago, due to humanity's relentless advancement in industrial technology and the continuous plundering of natural resources, the Earth became unrecognizable. The azure sky, radiant sunlight, crystalline waters, and verdant grasslands, all these beautiful elements gradually faded away, leaving behind only murky air, a depleted ozone layer, polluted seas, melting polar ice caps due to the greenhouse effect, and an ever-rising sea level that relentlessly erodes the land. The excessive deforestation has led to land desertification, and cities are now filled with heaps of waste. The space in which humanity can survive is shrinking, and the living environment is becoming increasingly dire. Despite significant advancements in technology, humanity is powerless to conjure land out of thin air or provide a clean and tidy space conducive to a comfortable life for all. In order to address the increasingly severe survival issues, the deeply divided governments on Earth eventually merged into a unique governing body, the Earth United Capital. The distinctions between nations ceased to exist, which may perhaps be the only benefit bestowed upon humanity by the deteriorating environment. However, the unified government was unable to resolve humanity's survival problems immediately. The situation continued to worsen until the arrival of the Day of Destiny. In 2076, a mysterious spacecraft fell from outer space to Earth, marking the commencement of humanity's unprecedented chapter. Upon acquiring the wreckage of the spacecraft, the Earth United Capital immediately classified all related information as top secret. Thus, we remain unaware of the specific details. However, a year later, the United Capital suddenly announced that they had successfully manufactured the first spacecraft capable of interstellar travel and began assembling an interstellar expeditionary force, heralding humanity's formal entry into the interstellar era. 2 years after the Day of Destiny, the first interstellar expeditionary force returned, bringing back a plethora of extraterrestrial animals, plants, and precious minerals. 5 years later, as the capabilities for interstellar travel continued to improve, the quantity of extraterrestrial beings and resources brought back to Earth surged, with some of these materials beginning to enter commercial circulation. By the 10th year following the Day of Destiny, the Earth United Capital announced to the global populace that, in addition to extraterrestrial plants and minerals, extraterrestrial beings, including certain intelligent life forms, would also be permitted for commercial circulation. From that day forth, the law would allow Earthlings to keep extraterrestrial pets, albeit under strict supervision from the Earth United Capital. Within 3 weeks of this explosive announcement, A series of laws and regulations, including the Interstellar Commodity Temporary Management Act, extraterrestrial pet keeping guidelines, and guidelines for commercial activities involving extraterrestrial beings, were successively enacted. Thus began a fervent trend of raising extraterrestrial life on Earth. When extraterrestrial beings first entered the lives of Earthlings, their scarcity rendered these wondrous pets the most sought-after commodities, driving their prices to astronomical heights and resulting in a prolonged state of supply outstripping demand. Eventually, with an increasing number of extraterrestrial life forms being transported to Earth via interstellar flights, this phenomenon gradually improved, and many Earthlings acquired their long-desired extraterrestrial pets. According to incomplete statistics from the media, as of now, there are approximately over 50 million extraterrestrial beings being kept as pets by humanity. Truly a case of the swallows of the old aristocracy flying into the homes of ordinary folks. Extraterrestrial beings with diverse abilities have gradually integrated into the lives of Earthlings through various avenues. Extraterrestrial chefs, housekeepers, athletes, teachers, and even police officers. These extraterrestrial life forms have influenced every aspect of human life. Of course, all this remains within controllable bounds, for legally, extraterrestrial beings do not possess the same rights as Earthlings. Ultimately, they are merely pets raised by humanity. At this juncture, Teacher Sue closed the textbook in his hands, glanced at the eager expressions of his students seated before him, and silently sighed, "Still too expensive." Although Earth boasts over 50 million extraterrestrial pets, this number is still less than 1% of the vast population, and this is merely an average figure. In reality, members of affluent families might each possess an extraterrestrial pet, while impoverished households cannot afford even a single one. Thus, this tens of millions figure is almost entirely distributed among a few million wealthy families. Even as a distinguished lecturer, belonging to the higher income echelon of society, he remains unable to afford the exorbitant cost of acquiring an extraterrestrial pet, let alone the children he teaches. The 52nd High School is not an institution for the elite. Most of the students here come from working-class families. When children from affluent backgrounds proudly showcase their extraterrestrial pets on the streets, his students can only stand at a distance, casting glances filled with envy and jealousy. Shinming, after a brief moment of contemplation, Su Zhenghua called out the name of a female student. "Could you please demonstrate the basic control of an extraterrestrial pet for your classmates?" "Certainly, Teacher Sue." With a respectful reply, a girl with short hair, exuding both beauty and a touch of spiritedness, stood up from her seat. This girl named Shen Ming is the only student in Class 6 who possesses an extraterrestrial pet and hails from a family affiliated with one of the 4 major conglomerates under the United Capital. Yet she studies in a public school. Many find it peculiar that she attends school here, speculating about the reasons behind it, but Shen Ming remains unfazed, never offering any explanation. Occasionally, when someone inquires directly, she simply smiles and replies, "I like it here." Despite her prestigious background, Shen Ming displays no trace of arrogance. Her beauty and forthright personality endear her to both teachers and classmates. Upon hearing the teacher's request, she promptly stood up. Gently rolling up her left sleeve, Shen Ming revealed her wrist, as fair as a lotus root, adorned with a silver alloy bracelet. This is a high-tech device used to store extraterrestrial pets, the subspace bracelet. In contemporary Earth, communication devices akin to those cell phones from a century ago have become relics. The most ubiquitous communication tool now is a metallic ring worn on the wrist, a personal information terminal that every citizen can obtain for free. Naturally, various higher-end alternatives are available on the market, but they require additional payment. Among these, the most advanced product is the subspace bracelet. This bracelet not only facilitates communication, timekeeping, and positioning, but also possesses 2 remarkably powerful special functions. One of these is the ability to connect to an independently established subspace, where the owner can store various items, including extraterrestrial pets. Of course, access to this subspace is limited to extraterrestrial beings. Humans cannot survive within, as the subspace is in a vacuum state. Most known extraterrestrial life forms on Earth, with certain exceptional cases, are primarily silicon-based, requiring no oxygen and thriving in the vacuum of space, exhibiting far greater adaptability to cosmic environments than terrestrial life forms. In contrast, life forms on Earth, including humans, are carbon-based and highly dependent on oxygen. Thus, entering the subspace would result in suffocation and death. The second crucial function of the subspace bracelet is that the owner can control the brain activity of their pet by integrating their brainwaves with the signals emitted by the bracelet, ensuring these extraterrestrial beings follow their commands completely. To put it plainly, the subspace bracelet acts as a portable brainwave control device specifically designed for extraterrestrial beings. Naturally, such a powerful product comes at a high price, and the students are acutely aware that if it were not for their fortunate proximity to Shen Ming, they might never have the opportunity to observe a subspace bracelet up close in their lifetime. Even those who frequent the stores selling subspace bracelets would not be able to enter freely. At this moment, Shen Ming gently flicked her wrist, and a magnificent avian creature, with a wingspan of approximately 1 meter and a body resembling translucent crystal, materialized before the onlookers. Despite many classmates having witnessed Shen Ming summon her pet before, they were all irresistibly captivated by the stunning beauty of the crystalline creature. The crystal eagle beast, a splendid being from the sea polar star, bore a resemblance to the eagles of Earth. Yet its form was entirely composed of a unique crystalline substance. Its exquisite physique had the power to mesmerize every human who laid eyes upon it, especially its enchanting eyes, akin to amethyst, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance that ensnared the beholder's heart. Shen Ming allowed the crystal eagle beast to soar gracefully around the classroom for nearly 5 minutes, until Su Zhenghua subtly nodded at her, prompting her to retract her pet into the spatial bracelet, after which she returned to her seat amidst the reluctant gazes of her classmates. Throughout the entire display, she did not showcase any particular controlling techniques. Fully aware that the teacher's intention lay elsewhere, as for the envious looks from her peers, Shen Ming had long since grown accustomed to them. In truth, the crystal eagle beast was merely a 3-star creature, and in her mind, it did not possess the rarity typically associated with extraterrestrial beings. Given her family's resources, she could easily care for a 5-star alien pet, yet she chose not to. The reason? Shen Ming instinctively glanced towards the back row, where a plainly dressed boy was slumped over his desk, sound asleep. Throughout her performance, he had not once lifted his gaze. His name was Luo Fan, an unremarkable boy in the class. Oftentimes, teachers and classmates would inadvertently overlook his presence, as he rarely made an impact in the classroom. After casting a glance at Luo Fan, Shen Ming said nothing, but a subtle smile graced her lips. Others might perceive Luo Fan's demeanor as an affectation of aloofness, pretending to be uninterested in the crystal eagle beast. Shen Ming, however, knew better. Luo Fan genuinely did not wish to watch, for it was he who had sold her the creature. Yet, that rascal certainly played the part of a model student at school. Shen Ming mused inwardly. Chapter 2. Blue Dream. As the final bell rang, signaling the end of the last class, the students erupted like a swarm of locusts, eager to escape the confines of the school. Luo Fan stretched languidly before slowly packing his bag. Once his belongings were stowed away, he lingered at his desk for a moment, waiting for the crowd outside to thin, before finally making his way out. To his surprise, just as he exited the building, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Luo Fan. Luo Fan. Turning around, he was met with Shen Ming's beautiful visage. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Ah, if it isn't Miss Shen. What may I assist you with? What is with your attitude?" Shen Ming pouted, clearly displeased. "I must warn you, I have yet to let go of the incident from 2 years ago, where you duped me. You best not provoke my ire." Luo Fan's expression faltered, inwardly lamenting. Why does she hold such a grudge? That incident occurred over 2 years ago, yet she still clings to it. The matter Shen Ming referred to transpired during the summer following Luo Fan's middle school graduation. That time, he was working at a second-hand shop, owned by a shrewd businessman who stocked an array of common goods, including a consigned extraterrestrial pet, the very crystal eagle beast. Shen Ming, seeking a gift for a friend's birthday, ventured out in search of the perfect present. However, being a wealthy heiress, her standards were exceedingly high, and after much deliberation, she found herself aimlessly wandering the commercial district until she unwittingly entered the shop where Luo Fan worked. This marked the beginning of their encounter. In dire need of funds for his high school tuition, Luo Fan, upon noticing Shen Ming's affluent appearance, immediately recognized her as a prime target. Without a hint of compassion, he launched into a persuasive sales pitch, enthusiastically promoting the crystal eagle beast, fervently asserting that no gift could better symbolize the noble and pure friendship between her and her friend than this lavish creature. though the true motivation was the high commission on extraterrestrial pets. Poor Shin-Ming, fresh out of middle school and accustomed to being pampered, was unprepared for such tactics and succumbed to his salesmanship, parting with her money to acquire the crystal eagle beast. It wasn't until she returned home, her mind still reeling from Luo Fan's barrage of persuasive words, that she realized she had made a grave mistake. How could she present a second-hand gift to her friend? However, the thought of returning it felt too humiliating for someone of her stature, leaving her no choice but to keep the crystal eagle beast for the time being. A few days later, on the first day of high school, Shen-Ming was taken aback to discover that the insufferable boy who had tricked her into purchasing the second-hand crystal eagle beast was in the same class as her. To make matters worse, he appeared completely indifferent upon seeing her, clearly having forgotten their previous encounter. This was intolerable. If her uncle could endure it, she certainly would not. Shen-Ming promptly leveraged her family's influence to investigate Luo Fan's background, devising a plan for revenge to reclaim her dignity. However, upon uncovering the truth that Luo Fan was an orphan who had lived alone for years, relying solely on his part-time jobs to fund his education and living expenses, her resentment dissipated. She realized he had his own struggles. The impending start of high school must have made him anxious to earn enough for tuition. With this newfound understanding, her feelings of animosity towards him evaporated, replaced by empathy and curiosity. Shen-Ming, who had always been surrounded by luxury, found it hard to imagine how a minor could survive on their own. From that day forward, she began to unconsciously pay attention to Luo Fan. Seeing the pained expression on Luo Fan's face, Shen-Ming's mood brightened, and any lingering displeasure vanished. She retrieved a beautifully wrapped gift box from her backpack and presented it to Luo Fan. "A gift for you." Luo Fan scratched his head. Hesitant to accept and puzzled, he inquired, "What is this about? It's not a holiday. Why are you giving me a gift? Why are you being so difficult? Just take it." Shen-Ming shot him a look of exasperation before insisting, "Open it and put it on." "What is it?" "I've never seen someone so assertive when giving gifts," Luo Fan grumbled, but he didn't resist and began to unwrap the package. Upon opening the box, he was astonished to find a delicately crafted light blue metallic bracelet. "A spatial bracelet?" he exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. This gift was extraordinarily valuable. A spatial bracelet typically cost millions, and even though Shen-Ming came from wealth, such a lavish gift was reserved for only the closest of relationships. The Blue Dream series, the latest limited edition released by the official brand. Utilizing cutting-edge bone conduction technology, its sound waves and signals are transmitted directly through the body to the eardrum and brain, ensuring maximum privacy and security in communication. Moreover, its internal storage space is the largest and most stable available among comparable products, Shen-Ming explained, causing Luo Fan to realize that the bracelet's value likely far exceeded that of common items on the market. "Shen-Ming, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this," Luo Fan said, returning the box with a rare seriousness. "This gift is far too extravagant. Accepting it would leave me uneasy." Observing Luo Fan's earnest demeanor, Shen-Ming's eyes narrowed into a sliver of mirth. This fellow was indeed a study in contrasts. While he typically appeared unremarkable and penny-pinching, this serious and earnest Luo Fan seemed to reveal his true self. During the initial weeks of their first year in high school, Shen-Ming continued her discreet investigation into Luo Fan, and the more she learned, the more astonished she became. Luo Fan maintained a low profile at school, appearing lazy and taciturn, an inconspicuous figure on the fringes of social life. However, under her watchful eye, Shen-Ming was taken aback to discover that Luo Fan's daily existence was a whirlwind of activity. By day, he attended classes, and after school, he worked tirelessly to earn money, leading a life filled with relentless busyness. Remarkably, despite his packed schedule, his academic performance remained consistently average. Furthermore, on weekends, he attended a survival skills training course, which covered a wide array of topics: shooting, combat, driving, wilderness survival, and even maintenance and repair of various devices. According to Shen-Ming's understanding, the vast majority of students participating in this training program harbor two primary aspirations: to join the Interstellar Brigade and engage in interstellar exploration, or to become a federal Saint police officer, tasked specifically with handling various special incidents involving extraterrestrial life. Given that the demand for personnel in the federal Saint police is less than that of the Interstellar Brigade, and considering the complexities they will face, the entry requirements are significantly more stringent. Consequently, most candidates who pass the evaluations ultimately find themselves as members of the Interstellar Brigade. The thought of Luo Fan undertaking such a perilous occupation fills Shen Ming with a profound sorrow. She cannot quite articulate the reason for her distress, yet it lingers nonetheless. However, she is acutely aware that for an orphan, becoming a member of the Interstellar Brigade is a remarkably desirable outcome. This is due in no small part to Luo Fan's relentless efforts. Had it been another student, Shen Ming might have silently mocked their overestimation of their own capabilities. Due to her family circumstances, she possesses a far deeper understanding of military affairs than her peers. She recognizes the formidable challenges posed by the personnel screening tests of the Interstellar Brigade, where, in previous years, those who succeeded were predominantly seasoned veterans with several years of service in conventional military forces. Each an elite in their original units, it is nearly impossible for an 18-year-old, with no formal military training, to pass such assessments. Yet inexplicably, Shen Ming harbors unwavering confidence in Luo Fan. While she worries about the potential dangers he may encounter in the military, she has no doubts about his ability to succeed in the evaluations. When did this blind trust begin to take root? Shen Ming cannot pinpoint the moment. Nevertheless, as her acquaintance with Luo Fan deepens over time, her understanding of him grows and her trust in him solidifies, prompting her to desire to be closer to him and learn more about his life. Regrettably, such aspirations have become unattainable. A shadow passed over Shen Ming's gaze as her spirits suddenly waned. Everything must come to an end. The conditions agreed upon with her family have reached their conclusion, necessitating her departure. Luo Fan, please accept this. You know this amount of money means little to me. I am about to leave here, and this is my parting gift to you. What? You are leaving? Where to? Luo Fan inquired, his expression one of surprise. Tianluo Star. It is where my family's enterprises are located. My family has arranged for me to go there for training. As the eldest daughter, I have no authority to refuse. Shen Ming's family is affiliated with the largest conglomerate on contemporary Earth, the Tianxiang Group, whose enterprises span various planets, wielding influence second only to the Earth United Capital. Within such a privileged environment, the offspring of the family can undoubtedly access vast resources, and the family spares no effort in nurturing the next generation. However, with privileges come corresponding obligations. When the family requires the service of its descendants, no one can decline. Tianluo Star, Luo Fan instinctively echoed Shen Ming's words, his heart awash with a tumult of complex emotions. Indeed. Tianluo Star, a planet approximately 750 light-years from Earth, situated in a realm so distant that communication waves cannot reach it. Shen Ming's tone was laden with melancholy, tinged with a hint of reluctance. So please accept it. The hyperspace wristband not only serves to carry and collect pets, but also utilizes its spatial technology as a remote communication device. The military now employs this technology for their communications. Although I am about to leave, I hope you will not forget me as a classmate. When you have the time, please keep in touch. Upon uttering these words, a blush involuntarily crept across Shen Ming's cheeks. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Luo Fan, awaiting his response. Luo Fan yearned to tease Shen Ming as he usually did, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to smile. After a brief silence, he picked up the Blue Dream wristband and gently adorned his wrist with it. Let us stay in touch. Luo Fan offered a bright, genuine smile. The wristband on his wrist emitted a gentle, pure blue glow, reminiscent of the brilliant starlight emanating from distant galaxies. Chapter 3. Farewell. In the bustling commercial district of Xi'an City, on Galaxy Avenue, towering skyscrapers stand in close proximity, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary prosperity. Yet among the myriad high-rise buildings, only 3 structures truly command attention for their majestic grandeur: the Hailong Building, the Dihuang Mall, and the Shanwang Plaza. These 3 magnificent edifices are strategically arranged in a triangular formation, symbolizing a formidable tripartite alliance. Enormous screens mounted on the facades of the buildings continuously display various commercial advertisements, capturing the attention of passers-by. What is the greatest pain in the world? Surely, it is the agony of longing. With the advent of the interstellar travel era, an increasing number of lovers are forcibly separated, often by distances exceeding thousands of light-years. The outdated interstellar communication technology can no longer satisfy the ever-growing demand. So, how can we alleviate the heartache of lovers stranded on distant planets? In the spirit of benefiting our fellow Earthlings, The Hailong Group proudly presents the latest innovation in extraterrestrial communication, the intercom chicken, a miraculous creature hailing from the wondrous Chi Chao star. This extraordinary being, capable of twin births, can communicate with its counterpart even across 1,000,000 light-years, thanks to its innate powerful telepathy. With these creatures by your side, you will bid farewell to the pain of longing, regardless of whether you are separated from friends or loved ones on different planets. Food is the essence of life. Even in this new interstellar age, culinary delights remain humanity's most fundamental and vital need. Without exception, Shanwang Company has enlisted the expertise of the renowned interstellar culinary expert, Gourmet Lady from Baixiang Star, as a special consultant to guide us in offering an exquisite array of tantalizing interstellar delicacies, making it the premier choice for gatherings with friends and entertaining guests. What are you waiting for? Come and savor the flavors. In the interstellar age, what is of utmost importance? Talent. What type of talent is the most sought after? Naturally, it is the versatile communicative talent proficient in multiple planetary languages. As the saying goes, we cannot let our children suffer hardships, nor can we let them lack in education. To ensure that your child does not fall behind at the starting line. The Dihuang Group has introduced the latest, most powerful and versatile extraterrestrial language education creature, the Sylvestre Donkey. The Sylvestre Donkey, a marvelous being capable of translating thousands of planetary languages, is undoubtedly the master of interstellar languages. With its assistance, your child is bound to become the most sought-after versatile talent of future Earth. In today's Earth, the most lucrative industry is that which involves extraterrestrial beings. Besides the United Capital and the Tianxiang Group, which operates across the vast expanses of space, the three most formidable and competitively advantageous conglomerates on Earth are Hailong, Dihuang, and Shanwang. They have invested considerable effort in designing and launching a diverse array of products related to extraterrestrial beings, covering nearly every aspect of daily life. Of course, all of this comes at a hefty price. Each extraterrestrial pet, regardless of size, appearance, or abilities, commands an exorbitant cost. What? You say you have no money? I beg your pardon. My good fellow, what business do you have here if you're short on cash? What? You inquire whether there are any more affordable options. Unfortunately, there are none. Do you have any idea how many billionaires currently inhabit Earth? Let me tell you, there are over 20,000 individuals with fortunes exceeding 1 billion, and the number of those with fortunes in the tens of millions exceeds several 100,000. This figure only accounts for the billionaires themselves. But consider this. Such an upscale product as an extraterrestrial pet cannot possibly be of interest solely to the billionaires themselves, right? Their spouses will undoubtedly desire to possess one as well. And what about the spouses of billionaires who remarry after divorce? What of their mistresses? What about the billionaires' secretaries and personal assistants? Additionally, let's not forget their fathers, mothers, in-laws, sons, daughters, sons-in-law, daughters-in-law, nephews, nieces, uncles, aunts, and so on. Just look at the sheer number of people. Such a vast market. The offerings from these conglomerates are simply in short supply. How many are eagerly awaiting their chance? How could they possibly lower their prices? Thus, if you can't afford it, I suggest you go home and watch some soap operas instead. That would be a much more economical pastime. Luo Fan regarded the almost surreal opulence of the street with indifference. He neither possessed the means to pursue the trivialities that wealthy individuals chase to assert their so-called value, nor did he share the perspective of those who, lacking funds, gazed longingly at goods far beyond their financial reach with self-pity. His time was far too precious to squander on such frivolities. Silently crossing the street, Luo Fan hastened towards the shop where he worked. Earning money, honing his skills, and striving to pass the military assessments, that was his singular focus. Unbeknownst to him, hidden behind a cloud in the sky was a small airship, within which Shan Ming monitored his movements through a surveillance screen. A white-haired elder stood silently behind her, also observing Luo Fan's figure on the display. As Luo Fan stepped through the threshold of the shop where he worked, he noticed Shan Ming still staring blankly at the screen. After a moment's hesitation, the elder finally spoke softly. "Miss, it is getting late. We should be on our way." Shan Ming gasped softly, as if awakening from a dream, and turned to face the elder. Her eyes still clouded with confusion. Gazing at the elderly man, she gradually regained her focus. "Grandfather Mu, is my free life truly coming to an end? Will I never again have the opportunity to see the person I wish to meet?" The elderly man let out a soft sigh. "My dear young lady, Do not hold it against your father. He acted out of necessity, for the burden you bear is indeed monumental. I understand, and I shall not shy away from my responsibilities, Shunming replied with a nod. Grandfather Mu, you have always been kind to me, I implore you. Promise me you won't inform my father and the others about Luofan, will you? The old man hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to speak. At last, he sighed and said, Young lady, although your father is beset with countless duties, you are nevertheless his daughter, and no matter how busy he may be, he cannot overlook his concern for you. Can you truly believe that he is unaware of such a significant matter as your affection for a boy in the same class for over 2 years? Shinming gasped. My father already knows? The tremor in her voice was unmistakable. The white-haired elder sighed heavily. From the moment you began your discreet investigation into Luofan 2 years ago, your father has been aware. The reason this young man still breathes is twofold. First, there exists an agreement between your father and yourself, allowing you to experience the life of an ordinary student until you reach the age of 18. Secondly, his presence has yet to cloud your judgment. Should your father perceive that his existence might sway your choices, he would undoubtedly eliminate this threat without hesitation. You must understand, dear lady, that you carry the weight of your family's destiny upon your shoulders. The life or death of an orphan pales in comparison to the fate of the clan. No, do not harm him. Shinming pleaded anxiously. I will dutifully fulfill my mission, and I would never disregard the fate of my family. Please, do not bring him any harm. Rest assured, young lady, as long as you serve the family, no one shall lay a hand on him. In fact, due to his past friendship with you, he may even receive some assistance from the family when seeking employment in the future, which would be advantageous for him. Moreover, the elder continued, though it may seem coincidental, he has indeed aided you in acquiring an extraordinary star beast, and the family shall repay him for this contribution in due course. The crystal hawk beast? Shinming exclaimed in surprise. What makes it so special? I was completely unaware. The truth is, you have yet to awaken your bloodline powers, which is why this matter has not been disclosed to you until now. The family's interests always take precedence. Had it not been for the discovery of the crystal hawk beast's unusual qualities, your father would never have allowed you to keep it simply for the sake of nostalgia. Grandfather Mu, what exactly is so special about this crystal hawk beast? Do not fret, dear lady. Once you activate the family bloodline on Tianluo Star, the answer will reveal itself. For now, we must hasten our journey, as time is of the essence for the family. I understand. Shenming nodded firmly, the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipating. Casting one last glance at the empty screen of the monitor, she spoke in a gentle yet resolute tone. Grandfather Mu, let us set forth. Chapter 4. The Secret of Luofan. When Luofan returned home after work, it was already deep into the night. But he felt no urgency, for there was no one awaiting him. An orphan since childhood, he had never known his parents or relatives. It was his adoptive father who had raised him single-handedly. Indeed, it was a single hand. His adoptive father was disabled, possessing only a left arm, and it was with that remaining arm that he had rescued Luofan from a heap of refuse. Luofan harbored no resentment towards the parents who abandoned him. He believed they must have had compelling reasons for their actions, yet he had no desire to seek them out or engage in the so-called quest for roots. In his heart, he felt that from the moment his biological parents had cast him aside, their ties had been irrevocably severed. Luofan, his adoptive father, was his sole family in this world. After his father's passing, he turned down the offer of a welfare agency to adopt him and chose to live alone. Though life was a struggle, it was also fulfilling. At the very least, he felt content that in the small abode where he had lived with his father for over a decade, he could always sleep warmly and soundly. His adoptive father was the first to teach him the meaning of warmth. Shinming was the second. That night, the establishment where Luofan worked had enjoyed a prosperous evening, and his commissions were plentiful. Ordinarily, this would have been a cause for celebration, yet he found no joy in it today. The words of the girl he had long kept at arm's length, even consciously avoiding, weighed heavily on his heart. He was not naive. In fact, he was far more mature than his peers. Shinming's vague feelings were likely uncertain even to her, but Luofan saw clearly. However, he was equally aware of his own circumstances, which compelled him to maintain a necessary distance from her. Yet when Shanming unexpectedly announced her intention to leave today, he felt a distinct tremor within himself. seemed his cultivation was still lacking. With a self-deprecating smile, he retrieved his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. Luo Fan's home was a modest dwelling at the edge of the city, small in size but sufficient for his solitary existence. Having lived with his adoptive father from a young age, he had been deeply influenced by him. Although still young, his lifestyle was remarkably simple and unadorned, with temptations that would easily ensnare others of his age holding little allure for him. A roof above and a bed below, shielding him from the elements, was all he required. Moreover, this place still contained remnants of his father's legacy. Lost in thought, Luo Fan pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes narrowing as his demeanor shifted dramatically. At that moment, he resembled a predator poised to strike, exuding an aura of danger. He sensed a threat. There was an unfamiliar presence in his room. Someone had been here. His gaze swept rapidly across the room. Everything appeared as it should, save for a single note that lay upon the table. The intruder was skilled. Luo Fan's powers of observation were exceptionally keen. Had there been any alteration in the room since his departure, he would have detected it immediately, yet he found no discrepancies. Everything remained unchanged. This suggested that the intruder's prowess far surpassed his own. A wave of trepidation washed over Luo Fan. Had the intruder wished to ambush him? He would likely be lying lifeless on the floor by now. Setting aside the content of the note for the moment, Luo Fan meticulously inspected the entire room, confirming the absence of any further anomalies before finally picking up the note to read, "Kid, do you want to know why your father was killed? Meet me tomorrow night at midnight." Below these words was an address. The text was printed, and the paper was the most common white printer paper available on the market. There were no leads to pursue. The secret behind his father's murder? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Luo Fan's eyes. He approached the bed, pressed down firmly on a certain spot at the headboard, and activated a hidden mechanism. A few tiles in the corner of the room silently slid away, revealing a staircase leading underground. Descending the passage, he entered a spacious, well-equipped underground training facility, complete with a gym, shooting range, and martial arts arena. The walls housed an array of weaponry, from swords and knives to various firearms, rivaling even a military armory. This was the inheritance his adoptive father had left him. Standing in the vast emptiness of the training ground, Luo Fan held the note in his hand. Lost in contemplation, Luo Fan harbored a colossal secret. To be precise, it was a secret shared between him and his adoptive father. On the surface, his adoptive father was merely a scrap collector. Honest and unassuming, well-liked by the neighbors. Few knew that this seemingly simple disabled man had once been one of the world's top assassins, codenamed the One-Armed Guest. Even in the dark underbelly of society, very few were aware of his existence. Contact with him could only be made through a convoluted method he personally designated, and all clients were required to maintain strict confidentiality regarding any information related to him. Naturally, not everyone could keep their mouths shut, but those who couldn't were swiftly dealt with by his adoptive father. Thus, until his death, only a handful knew the true identity of the One-Armed Guest. Luo Fan was in 5th grade when his father passed away. He vividly remembered that winter night when heavy snow fell, and his father, who had not returned home for several days, appeared before him with a gruesome wound. After hastily imparting some final instructions, his father left this world without revealing who had taken his life. In Luo Fan's memory, that winter was especially frigid. The image of pure white snow mixed with crimson blood resembled a painting by an impressionist master, marked by stark contrasts and brutal colors, forever etched in Luo Fan's mind. Following his father's death, Luo Fan began a solitary existence at the tender age of 12. His adoptive father had imparted all his skills to him. So despite his youth, Luo Fan lacked nothing in terms of the ability to survive independently. Though he understood that his adoptive father had walked in the shadows, his hands stained with blood, he still felt a profound gratitude toward him. Luo Fan considered himself fortunate. Despite being abandoned by his biological parents, he had managed to survive. Not every abandoned child was so lucky. He believed his survival was a divine blessing. As long as one lived, there remained the possibility to alter their fate through their own efforts. Only by living can one have the opportunity to create miracles. While his adoptive father was still alive, Luo Fan indicated his desire to inherit his father's profession and pursue a career as an assassin, but was met with unwavering disapproval. His adoptive father told Luo Fan that the path of an assassin was a one-way street. Once one fell into this dark world, the chance to embrace the light would be forever lost. He did not wish for Luofan to follow in his footsteps. Instead, he urged Luofan to diligently hone his skills, with aspirations of joining the Interstellar Task Force or the Federal Holy Police in the future. The vast and resplendent galaxy was where Luofan truly belonged. Soaring through the skies, he took his adoptive father's words to heart, practicing tirelessly every day. His father had imparted many skills to him, and Luofan dedicated himself to mastering each one, not for the sake of glory, but simply to avoid disappointing his adoptive father, who now resided in heaven. Diligence always yields rich rewards, and Luofan's abilities steadily improved. To conceal his secret, he enrolled in a survival skills training course, not necessarily to gain much from the basic training, but rather to provide a plausible explanation for his combat techniques. Shunming secretly investigated his affairs, but Luofan was already aware, intentionally remaining composed. He was confident that Shunming would not uncover his secret, for he had mastered his adoptive father's exceptional skills in disguise. Once he joined the military, he would have a fresh start, and all secrets would dissipate with the passage of time. However, the death of his adoptive father lingered as an inescapable shadow in his heart. His father had been one of the few masters in the world who could have killed him. Although Luofan understood that the profession of an assassin was fraught with peril, he still yearned to know the answer. At this moment, an opportunity unexpectedly presented itself before him. Could it be a trap? Chapter 5. The Assassin Shinya. In the deep of night, Xiang City lay shrouded in a heavy darkness, with people blissfully unaware as they slumbered. The entire city was engulfed in a silence akin to death. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing alarm shattered the stillness of the night, piercing the air. Amidst the continuous blaring, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from a corner of Xiang City, followed by gunfire and cries that rose and fell, culminating in a tremendous explosion that caused the ground nearby to tremble slightly. Then, silence enveloped everything once more. In a filthy and narrow alley, a middle-aged man moved swiftly through the darkness. Clad in clean, neat casual attire and wearing rimless glasses perched on his nose, his refined demeanor stood in stark contrast to the surrounding squalor. He carried a black briefcase made of alloy material, the contents within unknown. Despite his rapid pace, the middle-aged man's expression remained relaxed, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll, unfazed by the cold night breeze or the distant echoes of alarms. After traversing several streets, the man's steps quietly halted before a dilapidated inn. After a careful survey of his surroundings, he pushed open the worn door and entered. A musty, moldy scent assaulted his senses, prompting him to wrinkle his nose. Glancing around, he noticed there was no one at the front desk to greet him. Showing no signs of surprise, he carried the briefcase and made his way towards the staircase. Ascending the creaking wooden steps to the second floor, he effortlessly located the designated room number. Before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing a beautiful and familiar face. Jingyi, the middle-aged man greeted softly, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. You succeeded. The young woman, referred to as Jingyi, said nothing but stepped aside to allow him entry, closing the door behind him. The inn room was small and empty, and upon seeing its desolation, the man's expression dimmed. Is it just you? What about them? They're all dead, sacrificed so that I could come here alive to see you, Jingyi replied, her voice trembling. They were all my good brothers. I will not let their sacrifices be in vain. The man furrowed his brow slightly, though his expression soon regained its composure. Did you bring the items? Yes. Jingyi nodded, moving to the corner of the room to retrieve a delicately crafted miniature safe, inputting a code on the panel. As the safe opened with a soft click, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across the man's face. Jingyi reached into the safe and produced an object, cradling it in her palm and extending it towards him. He lowered his gaze to examine it. A storage chip the size of a fingernail. With his keen eye, he immediately recognized that the material of this chip was exceptional. Its density suggested that it could withstand any external force without sustaining damage. In his extensive experience, he had never encountered anything like it on Earth. Carefully accepting the chip, relief washed over the man's features. With these two items, our plan is halfway complete. The rest is up to me. You must leave at once. Once everything is settled, I will come to find you. The last words came out gently, clearly indicating that Jingyi held significant importance in his heart. They had previously devised a detailed plan, so Jingyi said little more. merely gazing reluctantly at the middle-aged man for a moment before silently turning towards the door. Just as her fingers brushed the doorknob, the man's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Be careful," as he sprang forward. Alas, he was a moment too late. Jingyi's body crumpled as if all vitality had been drained, collapsing into his arms, her pale face and lifeless eyes staring blankly at him, devoid of any color. Without needing to inspect closely, the man understood in that instant. Her life had completely vanished. An overwhelming surge of pain and anger assaulted his mind. Yet he fiercely suppressed his emotions, acutely aware that chaos would only lead to his own demise. His eyes remained fixed on the door, while he carefully concealed the briefcase behind him. His instincts told him that danger lurked just outside. The door creaked open, revealing the figure of Jingyi's killer. It was a tall girl clad in black, her stunning features capable of captivating all. Yet her expression was as cold as the eternal ice of the far north, instilling fear in anyone who dared to gaze upon her. More unnerving was the fact that, despite standing in the light, she exuded an eerie silence, devoid of any semblance of life. She appeared as dark and enigmatic as the dense night outside. Upon seeing the girl in black, the man's pupils constricted, and he whispered, "Shinya." The girl regarded him indifferently, her beautiful voice devoid of emotion. "Teacher, it has been a long time." This refined man held a distinguished identity. He was one of the 4 top assassins in the dark world. His true name was unknown, but due to his propensity to mentor promising young individuals in addition to his murderous endeavors, people referred to him as the Gardener. Throughout his life, he had cultivated countless elite assassins. In the assassin realm, his influence was unparalleled, and this girl in black was his most prized disciple, codenamed Shinya. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his demeanor returning to calm, betraying no hint of turmoil within. "Shinya, we were once teacher and student. If you wish to kill me, I harbor no ill will, but why must you take Jingyi's life?" "Because it not only removes one of your allies, but also causes you to lose your composure," Shinya replied coldly, her tone unwavering. "These are lessons you taught me. I hope you do not resent me." As she spoke, her delicate hand moved slightly, and a black wristband emitted a cloud of gray mist. The mist expanded at a visible speed, and the temperature in the room plummeted to frigid levels. "Snow Mist Soul," the gardener's pupils contracted. "You actually found such a fearsome star pet. No wonder you could kill Jingyi instantly." Shinya offered no reply, merely raising her hand as the shimmering, icy mist surged towards the gardener's face. He snorted coldly, cradling Jingyi's lifeless body in his left arm, swiftly retreating while raising his right hand. Without any visible force or light, the icy mist was halted by an unseen power, writhing and rolling in the air but unable to advance an inch. Pressing against the wall, the gardener coldly observed his disciple. "Shinya, you cannot be so naive as to think that such petty tricks can defeat your teacher. Can you?" Before his words fell silent, a sudden sound pierced the room, and a spray of blood mist erupted. The gardener let out a furious roar as the wall behind him exploded from an unseen force, sending countless fragments of stone and brick cascading onto the street below. Before the damaged wall, the gardener wore an expression of disbelief as he lowered his gaze to his chest. Despite possessing a body that would remain unscathed even when struck directly by a laser gun, a small wound now appeared, blood gushing forth. He looked up in astonishment at his opponent, yet was unable to discern any flicker of emotion on their face. However, he did catch a glimpse of a strange shadow that swiftly vanished into Xinye's wristband. In that moment, he no longer required an explanation. He had already deduced the answer. Though he could not see it, the gardener understood that his adversary had employed a treacherous method of assassination. Xinye possessed another special star pet. This star pet was not only formidable in combat, but also possessed unique stealth abilities, making it ideally suited for an assassin. Otherwise, with the gardener's heightened senses, he could detect any living being concealed nearby. Even if they held their breath completely, he would still be able to hear the heartbeat and the flow of blood. It was evident that the pet had already utilized its special abilities to hide within this room, striking a lethal blow from behind while he had momentarily lost his composure due to Jingyi's death and the distraction caused by the snow mist. Everything indicated that Xinye had come prepared, having set a trap, waiting for him to walk into it. The recent battle had likely damaged the wiring within the wall, causing the lights in the room to flicker incessantly, leaving the gardener feeling dizzy. He knew his time was running short. A combat-type star pet, and a dual star pet at that. So you have awakened. The gardener's anger dissipated, replaced by a bitter smile. I never imagined your talent could be so astonishing. Yet you remain humble, fully prepared and decisive in action. Truly, you are the genius assassin who once killed the one-armed guest. Among the 4 great assassins of the Dark World, one-armed guest, Gardener, Xinyi, and the Riddler, 2 have now fallen. If you eliminate the Riddler, you will become the king of assassins on Earth. Xinyi gently shook her head. You understand me. Those empty titles hold no significance for me. Indeed, I comprehend. Your desire to kill me is not born from your own volition, but merely a task you have accepted. The gardener's eyes filled with resignation. I also recognize that as a professional assassin, you cannot divulge the identity of your employer. What I fail to grasp is why. Having resolved to kill me, you deliberately deviated from the vital points and did not seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. You must know that although you are now an awakened one, you will not have a second chance to harm me. If I am to leave with these 2 items, you will not be able to stop me. The young woman replied coldly, killing you is merely to fulfill my task. Temporarily sparing you is a token of gratitude towards my mentor. The task I accepted is solely to take your life. Everything else is of no concern to me. I am aware that you can take these items away and entrust them to someone you trust. And I also know that you will not see the dawn of tomorrow's sun, and that is enough. Xinye's gaze swept over the suitcase in the gardener's hands. Only I can aid in healing your wound. In truth, if you were willing to surrender these 2 items to the organization, I could assist you in healing and have the organization intervene in this matter. The gardener shook his head. You know I cannot. I understand. Xie nodded gently, pausing for a moment before asking, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The gardener sighed softly. Child, since you have already awakened, after you complete this task, regardless of the outcome, find a way to leave the organization and cease your activities. The young woman coldly shook her head. You know I cannot. The 2 fell silent once more. Ultimately, it was the gardener who broke the silence first. Time is short. I must take my leave. Sachin, take care of yourself. After uttering these words, the gardener stepped back, cradling Jing Yi's lifeless body, and suddenly began to dissolve as if melting away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sachin, how long had it been since someone addressed her by that name? Xinyi felt a warmth in her gaze, her cold voice resonating in the empty room. Teacher? Safe travels. Chapter 6. The Gift of the Deceased at Midnight, before an abandoned factory. Cautiously pushing open the heavy door before him, Luo Fan did not rush inside. After confirming that no one was nearby, he took out a pair of infrared night vision goggles from the Lan Ming wristband and donned them, carefully observing the surroundings from the doorway. This factory appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust covering the ground. Among the dust, a winding trail of footprints faintly led deeper into the factory, seemingly left by the person he was to meet today. Judging by the signs, it appeared that only the other party was present, but Luo Fan would not take what he saw at face value. He was aware that the world was fraught with traps and snares. To escape unscathed each time required not only a measure of luck but, more importantly, exceptional calmness and caution. He never believed blindly, nor did he make hasty judgments. He trusted only in objective observation and analysis. At that moment, Luo Fan's greatest confusion lay in how this person, capable of infiltrating his home to deliver a note without leaving a trace, could leave such distinct marks in the dust. Luo Fan immediately maximized his hearing and intuition. The night was still dark, and the factory was shrouded in gloom. Relying solely on vision, even with his trained eyesight complemented by the night vision goggles, it was difficult to discern every shadowy corner. At that moment, the only trustworthy senses were his acute hearing and the extraordinary intuition he had honed over the years. After standing quietly for a moment, Luo Fan suddenly furrowed his brow, as if sensing something. This time, he hesitated no longer and swiftly stepped inside. Navigating through the pitch-black factory, Luo Fan paused in an empty corner. Come out. You should no longer have time for games of hide and seek. Removing the night vision goggles and placing them into his subspace wristband, Luo Fan spoke coldly. Kid, you truly are something. No wonder you are the son of the one-armed guest. You managed to see through my disguise. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the previously empty corner before Luo Fan. As the words were spoken, the air before him shimmered, as if a translucent curtain had been drawn aside, and soon, he beheld a middle-aged man wearing rimless glasses, with a nearly transparent, peculiar creature curled beside him. Seemingly a type of living being, behind him lay the still form of a female corpse. The middle-aged man's expression was calm, a faint smile gracing his features, exuding an air of composure, though his face bore no trace of color, rendering him somewhat wan. Luo Fan realized this was due to the wounds on the man's body. A small injury was visible on the middle-aged man's chest, although it had been crudely treated. Blood continued to seep out. With just one glance, Luo Fan deduced that the middle-aged man could hold on for no more than half an hour. The invisibility jellyfish of the Chaya star? My old partner, possessing unique spatial concealment skills. The middle-aged man gently stroked the peculiar creature, tucking it into his subspace wristband. Thanks to it, I can live to see you. Having witnessed your abilities, I know you have the qualifications to take care of it. Henceforth, I will entrust it to you. After saying this, he smiled, not allowing Luo Fan a chance to respond before continuing. But you are indeed quite cautious. You lingered at the door for so long. Luo Fan remained silent. Knowing the man's words bore no malice, he was certain that the middle-aged man was a true master, yet he was evidently not cautious enough. Perhaps this experience would render him more vigilant, though that later could only wait for a distant afterlife. Indeed, the middle-aged man's expression dimmed as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "A bit more caution might have allowed me to live a little longer. I understand this principle. Yet I clearly have not executed it well enough. My greatest weakness is my inability to completely sever emotional ties. Now, I wish to change, but there is no opportunity left." Luo Fan remained silent. He understood that the other party had risked his life to meet him, surely for more than just idle conversation. As expected, the middle-aged man sighed, picking up a metal box that had been placed beside him and setting it before Luo Fan. He slowly opened the lid, carefully presenting the contents to Luo Fan. "This is for you." Luo Fan was momentarily taken aback, not responding immediately. Though merely 18 years of age, and strictly speaking still just a child, he occasionally indulges in small schemes for personal gain. Yet, at his core, he is a person of remarkable principles, never coveting that which does not belong to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Fan calmly stated, "Although this is our first encounter, I am familiar with you. I have seen your photograph among the documents my father left behind. You are the gardener, a close friend of my father's. However, I do not recognize this egg, nor do I understand its value. Yet, your willingness to sacrifice your life for it indicates its immense significance to you. When you pass, I shall inter this egg alongside you. Rest assured, I have thoroughly absorbed the teachings imparted by my father, and no one will discover your final resting place. You may sleep peacefully with this egg in your possession. To give it to me would be a waste. To me, it is merely an object that appears unappetizing." The gardener was momentarily taken aback, then released a bitter laugh. "You, young man, though the son of a renowned assassin in the shadowy world, have experienced too little to comprehend the true worth of this egg. When you come to understand its value, you will realize that what I offer you is an exceedingly precious gift. It is far too valuable to be buried with me in eternal slumber. Neither I nor your father could ever find peace in that. Take it with you, let it fulfill its rightful purpose, and allow it the opportunity to shine with its own resplendent light." Luo Fan silently gazed into the gardener's eyes, perceiving a plea and hope within them. Finally, he nodded slowly, reaching out to accept the black egg, placing it once more into the small box and carefully setting it at his feet. Observing Luo Fan's actions, the middle-aged man smiled with relief, then laboriously retrieved a storage chip the size of a fingernail from a hidden pocket of his clothing, solemnly presenting it to Luo Fan. "Take this as well. It will prove beneficial to you." This time, Luo Fan hesitated no longer, accepting the chip and securing it with equal care. The gardener finally exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing. Turning, he lay beside the lifeless female form, gazing at the now expressionless face. Tranquility enveloping him. "Jing-yi, I shall soon join you. Although we could not complete this task, this young man should be able to fulfill our wish. The air of that one-armed old man is indeed intriguing." As he murmured, a smile of contentment graced his lips, and his eyes gradually lost their luster, eventually closing softly. Luo Fan sighed heavily. Having traversed the realms of life and death, he understood that the gardener had permanently succumbed to slumber. The gardener, a legendary figure in the world of assassins, had now passed away silently in an unknown dark corner, with only this nameless youth accompanying him in his final moments. Yet, perhaps dying alongside his beloved brought him a semblance of happiness. Standing in quiet contemplation for a moment, Luo Fan gently caressed the blue dream bracelet upon his wrist, a soft azure light cascading down, enveloping the two corpses and the metallic box into subspace. Although carbon-based life on Earth could not survive in subspace, it mattered little to the gardener and his companion now. With everything secured, Luo Fan silently turned to depart. Soon, his somewhat solitary figure vanished into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Not long after Luo Fan's departure, a dozen shadows stealthily entered the factory. Each of these individuals donned tactical helmets and wore black bulletproof vests made from specialized fiber materials, wielding laser rifles. Clearly, these individuals were well trained. Without the need for words or gestures, they instinctively occupied different positions, simultaneously activating the tactical lights on their helmets, illuminating the dark factory as brightly as day. After a cautious search, confirming the target had vacated, the group reconvened. Under the respectful gaze of the others, a haughty young woman clad in red entered. The armed black-clad individuals immediately saluted her, their demeanor exhibiting utmost reverence. Indicating her exceptional status, if Luo Fan were to witness her visage at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this young woman in red bore an uncanny resemblance to Shun Ming, who had already embarked towards Tianluo's star. After silently receiving a brief report from her subordinates, the young woman's gaze swept over the disheveled factory, swiftly settling on the spot where the gardener had lingered. Approaching and kneeling down, she observed the footprints and the blood left behind by the gardener. Dipping her fingers into the blood, she rubbed it between her fingers before bringing it to her nose. Finally, she spoke, "They just left. Contact headquarters immediately, deploy additional personnel, and expand the search area." Her subordinates obeyed and dispersed, leaving the young woman alone. Standing upright, she did not rush to depart. Instead, she stood still, quietly closing her eyes while slowly raising her left arm, where a vividly red subspace bracelet adorned her wrist. With a slight tremor of her wrist, a dazzling red silhouette silently emerged from the subspace bracelet, seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment upon touching the ground. Moments later, the young woman's expression shifted, her eyes slowly opening. With a cold smirk, she turned her palm, and the red silhouette rose from the ground, swiftly converging towards her arm before diving back into the bracelet. Then, without uttering a word, the young woman turned and departed, casting no further glance back at the dilapidated factory. The sound of her solitary footsteps gradually faded, leaving the empty factory in silence once more. The winter sun finally struggled to reveal half of its visage, and this dark corner at last welcomed a hint of light. Yet, the dawn in Xi'ang City remained uncertain in its arrival. Chapter 7. Hatching. Who would have thought this to be an egg of an extraterrestrial being? Luo Fan exhaled softly, finally diverting his gaze from the display screen of his smart computer to the small box resting on the table. The lid was now open, and the black egg lay quietly within, its shell emanating a mysterious sheen. Luo Fan had just examined the storage chip left behind by the deceased gardener and discovered it contained a wealth of information. Though he had not yet read it all, even a cursory glance left him astounded, for the data on the chip bore no relation to the existing technologies of Earth. Where on earth did the gardener procure this chip? However, uncovering the truth was not the immediate priority. Rather, the egg of the beachy creature was the pressing matter Luo Fan needed to address. Indeed, as stated on the chip, this egg originated from a distant planet known as Beachy Star. Luo Fan had previously familiarized himself with various knowledge pertaining to extraterrestrial beings, yet he could not recall ever having heard of this name. It seemed to be a world yet untouched by humanity. According to the records, life on Beachy Star was entirely oviparous, but the survival rate post-hatching was exceedingly low, resulting in a sparse population that was rarely encountered in the cosmos. This scarcity had led to limited understanding of beachy life forms on other planets, with many being entirely unaware of the existence of Beachy Star and its inhabitants. In a bid to prevent their civilization from facing extinction due to low reproduction rates, the beachy beings underwent eons of evolution. ultimately achieving a monumental transformation that granted them the potential to become a formidable race in the universe. Yet, just as these beachy beings were poised to make their mark upon the cosmos, a catastrophic disaster struck, rendering them virtually extinct, a cruel twist of fate, indeed. Though this twist of fate befell extraterrestrials, it prompted a moment of reflection for Luofan as he pondered the implications. As for the capabilities of the beachy creatures and any potential taboos regarding their domestication, the chip provided no elucidation. However, it was clear that since the gardener had risked his life to obtain it, this egg could not possibly be a mere trinket. Regrettably, the information was rather vague, and obtaining precise answers could only be achieved through direct experience. It seems I have no choice but to give it a try, Luofan mused with a sigh. Despite lingering questions, he found himself lacking in options. The gardener had sustained fatal injuries before their meeting, and he had not disclosed the identity of his assailant. Moreover, there had been no opportunity to inquire about the death of his adoptive father. Luofan surmised that the gardener likely perished due to this egg and the chip, and from the gardener's words, it appeared that his adoptive father's demise was also tied to this egg. Now, with both the beachy egg and the chip in his possession, he felt compelled to unravel this mystery. Otherwise, he risked being eliminated without understanding the reasons behind it, an outcome he wished to avoid. I must first hatch this egg, Luofan resolved. His gaze fixated on the beachy egg before him, it seemed to glow even more brightly, as if sensing his determination. Could it truly be that this egg could perceive my thoughts? Luofan pondered incredulously. Although he found it hard to believe, he could not suppress a growing sense of anticipation for what might soon emerge. On the 188th floor of the Tianxiang building, the pinnacle of the edifice and the office of the Tianxiang Group's president, Shi Qianjun, stood out at this moment. His subordinate, Meng Qingyun, stood apprehensively before the seemingly unremarkable office door, his heart racing as he knocked. "Come in," came the voice of a young man from within. Pushing open the door to the office, Meng Qingyun entered with a stiff gait. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows stood a refined young man, quietly gazing down upon the city beneath him. His demeanor calm and detached, he was Shi Qianjun, the president of Tianxiang Group. "Have you found it?" Without turning around, Shi Qianjun's voice remained composed. Yet Meng Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as though he were facing not a man of his own height, but a towering, majestic mountain. Perspiration beaded on Meng Qingyun's forehead. "I apologize. I have been unable to uncover any leads." He bowed his head and replied softly, his heart racing with anxiety about the repercussions of this failure. Contrary to Meng Qingyun's expectations, Shi Qianjun did not erupt in anger. Instead, he turned to face his subordinate, lost in thought. Meng Qingyun dared not lift his gaze or shift his stance, remaining motionless. Minutes passed, and just as Meng Qingyun's legs began to tremble from nervousness, Shi Qianjun finally spoke, his tone still flat, as if nothing had transpired. "You may leave. The investigation into this matter ends here. From this moment on, focus entirely on the second phase of the plan, ensuring that this setback does not impede our overall execution." Meng Qingyun raised his head and hesitantly inquired, "But what if over there discovers that this item has fallen into someone else's hands?" Shi Qianjun's expression darkened. "That is not your concern. I will handle over there. Your sole responsibility is to carry out your duties, however." He shifted his tone, a hint of menace creeping into his voice. "Should there be another lapse? You are well aware of the consequences."
Yes.
Meng Qingyun shuddered, quickly responding with a tremulous voice. "I understand. I will do my utmost to fulfill the task and will not disappoint you again." "Very well. You may go." Shi Qianjun nodded and gestured for Meng Qingyun to leave. As the office door closed once more, Shi Qianjun's expression darkened entirely. After a brief pause, he activated the communicator on his wrist, which emitted a low, raspy voice. "President Shi, what brings you to contact me today? It seems there is business to discuss." "Indeed, there is a matter at hand, and it is quite significant." At first glance, Shi Qianjun's tone remained nonchalant, but a discerning ear would detect a subtle edge of menace within his voice. "Oh? If President Shi deems it a major undertaking, it must be quite extraordinary. I'm intrigued." The other party's tone conveyed a hint of curiosity. Shi Qianjun offered a slight smile. "Shall we meet at our usual location?" "Certainly. When is President Shi available?" "I am free at this very moment." The other party chuckled softly. "So eager. It seems this business is indeed substantial. How does half an hour sound? Agreed. I shall see you in 30 minutes. With the call severed, the hint of a smile faded from Shi Qianjuan's face. After a moment's reflection, he dialed another number. Addressing the communicator, he stated succinctly, informing Sha to prepare. Work will commence soon. Standing by the table, Luo Fan sliced his right index finger, allowing a few droplets of blood to emerge. Without pause, he grasped a pitch egg with his left hand, while swiftly drawing intricate, bizarre patterns on the eggshell with his blood-stained fingertip. Upon completing the final stroke, Luo Fan gently placed the egg back on the table and crossed his arms. Waiting in silence, peculiar phenomena unfolded before Luo Fan's eyes. The mysterious patterns drawn in blood began to visibly seep into the eggshell, vanishing entirely in short order. Luo Fan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and his gaze upon the pitch egg grew increasingly serious. Minutes turned into 10, then 20, 30, an hour, and finally 3 hours. Ultimately, Luo Fan decided to retire for the night, thinking perhaps it was a failure after all. How foolish it was to expend so much effort over an inedible egg. This thought lingered in his mind as he drifted into slumber. President Shi, let us skip the pleasantries. We are familiar enough to cut right to the chase. The voluminous black cloak concealed the speaker's physique. Yet the low, raspy voice unmistakably belonged to the individual who had previously conversed with Shi Qianjun. Shi Qianjun narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the figure before him, curiosity piqued regarding the true identity hidden beneath the mask. He had previously dispatched subordinates to investigate, yet even with the formidable resources of Tianxiang Group, their efforts had been in vain. Logically, collaborating with an unknown entity posed significant risks, laden with uncertainties, however. This individual was different. While the true identity of the cloaked figure remained a mystery, their reputation held considerable weight in the global underworld. Since their inception, no task had proven insurmountable for the enigmatic figure known as the puzzle solver. In the dark realm, they were revered as one of the 4 great assassins, alongside the likes of the one-armed guest. Regardless of how intricate the circumstances or how perplexing the queries, entrusting them to the puzzle solver guaranteed resolution. Thus, despite the exorbitant fees charged by the puzzle solver, clients continued to flock to them. After all, wealthy individuals abound, yet those capable of resolving issues are truly scarce. The fee for this commission is 100 million. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Qianjun spoke slowly. Behind the mask, a discordant laugh erupted from the raspy voice. Such a substantial sum. It seems President Shi is facing considerable trouble. Pray tell, what is the nature of this commission? I need you to locate an item. What item? An egg? Though it may have already been hatched. An egg? The other's voice rose slightly in surprise. What kind of egg is worth 100 million? This must be something quite extraordinary, far beyond mere sustenance. This egg originates from Pitch Star. Shi Qianjun stated simply, refraining from further elaboration. An ordinary earthling would surely be baffled by his words, yet he had faith that the other party would grasp their significance. An egg from Pitch Star? Could it be that one? As anticipated, a tremor crept into the other's voice. Being the so-called puzzle solver, their knowledge far exceeded that of most, and thus they understood the implications at hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, the puzzle solver recognized the magnitude of risk entailed in this commission. The egg from Pitch Star would undoubtedly capture the unwavering attention of any major force, and with Tianxiang Group's formidable capabilities, there was no chance of carelessness leading to the disclosure of such crucial information. The mere fact that this egg had gone missing, with no leads to its whereabouts, compelled Shi Qianjun to take the drastic step of engaging an outsider like himself, signifying the involvement of other powerful entities. Shi Qianjun was treading carefully, forced into this precarious situation. Casually glancing at the closed door, the puzzle solver could sense the palpable aura of menace emanating from beyond. Although maintaining an impassive expression, the puzzle solver understood that Shi Qianjun was intentionally signaling that accepting this commission was their only option. Whether Tianxiang Group would later eliminate him to silence him was a concern for another day. As the sole assassin among the 4 who did not rely on brute force, confronting Shi Qianjun directly was not a prudent course of action. Despite possessing various means of self-preservation, the puzzle solver was not inclined to engage in a mutually destructive scenario unless absolutely necessary. From the outset of their career, the puzzle solver had grasped a fundamental truth. Survival was paramount for any future prospects. I accept this commission. Please send all relevant information to my inbox, the puzzle solver stated calmly. Understood, Shi Qianjun replied with a faint smile. Unperturbed by the response, I shall await your good news. Chapter 8. The blood oath. Luo Fan dreamt in his dream. He transformed into a towering giant, akin to those on Earth, standing amidst the vast expanse of space. Before him loomed a creature of unimaginable size, a behemoth far greater than himself, which devoured a star larger and more radiant than the sun in a single gulp. Subsequently, the creature descended before Luo Fan, submissively lowering its colossal head as if acknowledging his supremacy. Yet, Luo Fan could not complete this dream. He was startled awake by strange sounds emanating from his room. The training he had undergone proved invaluable at this moment. With fluid movements, Luo Fan rolled out of bed, the laser pistol concealed beneath his pillow now firmly in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the kitchen doorway, the source of the noise. There, he beheld a mountain of empty bowls and food wrappers. His sharp gaze quickly identified the culprit. A small boy who appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. However, it was immediately evident to anyone with eyes that this child's origins were anything but ordinary. His fiery red hair blazed like a flame, and his deep blue eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos, while his youthful face, though still innocent, hinted at an underlying intensity, especially the vertical scar on the other party's brow, which faintly exhibited a hue of crimson, added an alluringly sinister quality to him. Although this bloodstain was quite subtle, so faint that it might easily be overlooked, Luo Fan detected an unmistakable aura of extreme danger emanating from it. This child was extraordinary. Coupling this with the pile of still glimmering, dark eggshell fragments at the boy's feet, the other party's identity became all too apparent. A little boy had hatched from the egg. Luo Fan was at a loss for words. Upon noticing Luo Fan's presence, the little boy cast a fleeting glance in his direction before lowering his head once more, resolutely continuing his battle amidst the food Luo Fan had stored. Seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation, indeed, his mouth was so stuffed that speaking was likely out of the question. Despite his small mouth being crammed full, his fair little hands incessantly grabbed various morsels, as if leaving even the slightest gap in his mouth would be a tremendous loss. What a shocking sight! Luo Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting the unfortunate fate of that handsome little face. However, in the blink of an eye, Luo Fan's attention was yanked back to the harsh reality. Thief! Robber! Luo Fan could not restrain his outrage, his hand trembling slightly around the gun. That was food he had painstakingly gathered for the next half-month. And this unknown little rascal had devoured more than half of it in an instant. Hadn't he worked tirelessly every day, earning money with great difficulty, though his adoptive father was an assassin? After his death, all that remained was a pile of weapons and documents, leaving him with not a single cent. Those relics, while valuable, were utterly unsellable, rendering him genuinely destitute. This little rascal was so malicious, exacerbating his already precarious existence. If you dare to eat more, I will fight you. Thief! Robber! Cease at once. Yes, stop, and leave us some food. Even the son of an assassin needs to eat. Who is the thief? To Luo Fan's surprise, the little fellow actually paused his eating for the first time. He lifted his head to gaze at Luo Fan, his little face flushed with indignation, and from his stuffed mouth, he managed to utter an infuriated retort. I am not a thief. I am a great Beachy boy, the future ruler of Beachy Star. With a youthful voice, he vigorously defended himself. Oh, I didn't realize you were an alien. Your Earth language is quite fluent. It seems you possess some talent. However, Luo Fan chuckled coldly, since you are not a thief, then please settle your meal's payment first. The little one's expression instantly froze. Yet, mere moments later, his countenance morphed into a deeper fury. He swallowed hard the food in his mouth and, pointing his chubby little finger at Luo Fan, spat out vehemently. You despicable and shameless earthling, how dare you demand payment from me? You have coerced this ambitious Beachy boy into becoming your pet? And now you have the audacity to haggle over such a trivial morsel? The son of a killer stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by the insults from this childish alien. What on earth does that even mean? When have I ever coerced you? We have only just met. Pa! still trying to wriggle out of it. You are the most despicable creature in my recollection. The little one scoffed disdainfully. You inscribed a blood oath upon my eggshell. That is the most unbreakable pact known in the universe. How infuriating that I was forced into servitude before I was even born, without any means of resistance, you vile scoundrel. As he spoke, the little one resumed shoving a packet of cookies into his mouth. Chewing with fervor, the sound of crunching echoing in the air. Judging by the fierce expression on the little one's face, Luo Fan surmised that he was envisioning the cookies as him. However, the concept of the blood oath was somewhat unexpected to Luo Fan. This hatching method is something I learned from the data. It is my first time employing it. Who knew it was so formidable? Formidable? It is malignant. The little boy retorted bitterly. The way you humans control your pets is simply through biological signals emitted by subspace wristbands, which interfere with the pet's brainwaves to command their actions. This method has glaring drawbacks. Firstly, the pet's power level cannot exceed that of the master by too much. Otherwise, it risks losing control due to insufficient suppression. Secondly, the pet's will to resist cannot be too strong. If the pet's resistance is too fierce, even to the point of refusing to yield, control will fail. Thus, you Earthlings have yet to master control over sentient beings, only able to command lowly creatures with simple consciousness. The most severe issue is the quantity. Controlling a pet via subspace wristbands burdens the master's brainwaves. A normal human can only control one pet, and should the number increase, the neural pathways will collapse under the strain. Only a select few exceptional individuals, after becoming awakened, might control two pets simultaneously. Yet even that is the limit. The number does not increase with power. However, the blood oath is different. This method implants a mark deep within the biological consciousness, creating an innate loyalty. This loyalty becomes the essence of the being. No matter how unwilling the pet's thoughts may be, it cannot defy the inherent compulsion that stems from its core, destined to serve its sole master for life. Due to the terrifying nature of this method, it has been eradicated by all intelligent life in the universe for millennia. After all, no one wishes to be threatened by such an evil technique one day. Through countless efforts, it was believed this method had long been extinct in the universe. Who would have thought this lowly earthling still possesses such technology and has heartlessly applied it to this young boy? The boy's words filled Luo Fan with profound shame, causing him to wonder if he truly was an embodiment of evil. Well, I truly had no idea this method was so horrifying. You see, I don't even know who you are or where you come from. So I have no reason to exert such effort to make you my pet. You have seen, I am merely a poor wretch, struggling to sustain myself, and with your monstrous appetite, my very livelihood is at stake. Therefore, if you wish to regain your freedom, please tell me how. I will certainly assist you in breaking this blood oath and set you free. This little fellow, after all, was not a naive child from Earth. And he could discern the sincerity in Luo Fan's words. He sighed, "It is futile. The blood oath cannot be undone, and it possesses another formidable trait. If the pet dies, the master is hardly affected. But if the master dies, the pet, regardless of the distance, will perish simultaneously. Thus, from the moment you inscribed the oath upon my shell, my fate became irrevocably intertwined with yours. Moreover," a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes, "even if you set me free, I have nowhere to go. The universe is vast. Why do you claim to have nowhere to go?" Luo Fan inquired, puzzled. "Because I bear an important secret, and many covet this secret of mine. The universe may be vast, yet there is no refuge for me." Luo Fan lapsed into silence, refraining from probing further into the boy's secret, and the little one offered no further elaboration. Seeing Luo Fan's silence, he resumed his eating. The quiet room filled only with the sound of crunching as he chewed. Taking stock of the complex situation before him, Luo Fan tentatively spoke. "So, you are a beachy being, correct?"
Yes.
The little one nodded, chewing with fervor as Luo Fan's eyes twitched once more. The laser pistol had long been stowed away by Luo Fan. This little creature seemed to pose no significant threat, and he could clearly sense the emotions within the boy's heart, which must be what the boy referred to as a mental connection. Through this connection, Luo Fan felt the sadness and helplessness the little one harbored, along with a strong sense of dependence on him. It appeared that aside from his unappealing mouth and the considerable damage he inflicted upon food, he posed no danger in other respects. Observing the little one, who was happily devouring a packet of instant noodles. Luo Fan felt a wave of deep sympathy wash over him. This poor child, despite his boastful words, seemed as if he had never even tasted instant noodles, indicating that life had not been easy for him. Reflecting on his own circumstances, that sympathy transformed into a shared plight. Both were struggling in harsh conditions, with the greatest desire being simply to fill their bellies. As fellow impoverished souls, why should they remain strangers? Given that you have your own hardships, I shall reluctantly offer you shelter. So, do you have a name? Now that he had made up his mind, Luo Fan felt it necessary to gather some preliminary understanding. No? Upon seeing the little one shake his head, Luo Fan pondered, first, I must give you a name. It will be more convenient for us to address you. What shall we call you? Brother, I am an unmarried youth. I truly have no experience in naming. Never mind, it seems rather taxing on the brain. Let's just choose something simple and catchy. Since you hail from Beachy Star, let's call you Chichi. The Beachy boy shrugged. Fine, it doesn't matter what I am called. It's just a code name. So agreeable. Actually, I was merely saying that. Shall we discuss it further? Changing the name is quite troublesome. Let's just call it Chichi. The little creature made the decision on its own. All right, as you say. After all, it's just a code name. It wouldn't matter if it were called one or two, so I'll call it Chi-Chi. Ahem. Who came up with this name? How unimaginative. It's rather lazy, isn't it? Well, Chi-Chi, can you answer a few questions for me? The self-proclaimed embodiment of evil. Rofan felt somewhat guilty when facing the little Chi-Chi. Just speak your mind, Chi-Chi replied with its cheeks stuffed full of food, mumbling indistinctly. This is the first time I've heard of your kind, the Qixing. I know nothing about you. What abilities do you possess? Though Rofan's inquiry seemed casual, he was calculating thoroughly in his mind. This little creature's voracious appetite indicated that it would be a challenging one to nurture. If it lacked any unique and formidable abilities, it would undoubtedly be a complete financial liability. At that point, Rofan would have to reconsider subsequent matters. Abilities? I possess a plethora of talents that a sheltered earthling like you could hardly comprehend, Chi-Chi replied, its expression one of arrogance after just swallowing its food. Rofan felt a surge of irritation, and the guilt that had been weighing on him dissipated somewhat, prompting him to retort, if it's about boasting. You truly are the most formidable alien I've ever encountered. Me boast? Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you question me? Ignorant earthling, allow me to enlighten you, and open your eyes. As Chi-Chi spoke, a flash appeared at the vertical mark on its forehead, and a jet of black light shot swiftly towards Rofan. Before Rofan could react, the black light penetrated his forehead. In an instant, Rofan felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery transformed completely. Chapter 9. Cultivation. Rofan found himself standing in an expansive void, surrounded by resplendent star rivers, with countless brilliant stars scattered around, dazzling with a dreamlike brilliance. Where is this place? Rofan inquired, surveying his surroundings. This is the Xinglua space. A dedicated cultivation space I have possessed since birth, Chi-Chi replied, its tone filled with pride. But why am I in your space? At that moment, Rofan had completely forgotten about their earlier dispute, his mind consumed by curiosity. Because you are now my master. This space is connected to your spiritual realm. Chi-Chi's voice carried a heavy undertone of resentment. Sensing something amiss, Rofan quickly changed the subject. So, I should be able to leave, right? Of course. If you couldn't come and go freely, what kind of ability would that be? Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment before adding, I suggest you cultivate here in the future. It's not only safer than the outside world, but also significantly more effective. Is that true? Rofan's eyes lit up. Absolutely. I am the great Qixing youth. Though my current level is not high, I possess precious inherited memories, and helping you, a mere level 8 novice, enhance your strength is but a matter of moments. Rofan internally scoffed, thinking, this creature has quite the audacity. To refer to a level 8 as a novice. Even skilled guardians and caretakers only reach level 10. As if reading his thoughts, Chi-Chi looked at him with disdain and said, do you think level enhancers are something to boast about? Even a level 10 enhancer can only lift a car at most. Their body can barely withstand conventional firearms, and their speed hovers around twice the speed of sound. Let me tell you. There are many more formidable experts out there that you cannot even fathom. Do not become complacent. You must diligently cultivate. After all, my fate is now intertwined with yours. If you were to perish due to your weakness, I'd be left to meet my end in vain. Rofan waved his hand dismissively. No need for your admonitions. I myself have been lamenting my slow cultivation speed. If your space genuinely enhances the speed of cultivation, I will not squander it. Rofan had been secretly practicing an unnamed technique left to him by his adoptive father before his passing. Prior to that, Rofan had only trained in basic shooting, combat, and survival skills under his father's guidance. It was only after the death of his father that he began to cultivate this internal technique, which seemed to have never been practiced by his father himself. From a young age, Rofan had sensed that his father was in search of something. His father, a top-tier assassin, had earned substantial wealth, yet aside from a portion spent on weapons and equipment and regular anonymous donations to an orphanage, much of the money's purpose remained unclear, which resulted in both father and son often lacking funds. His father never explained what he did with the money, and Rofan did not inquire, but through observation, he felt his father was on a quest for something. Half a month before the incident, his father mysteriously vanished, and all attempts to contact him failed, until that fateful night when his father, gravely injured, appeared and entrusted Rofan with a booklet containing the internal technique. After urging Rofan to master the techniques within, his father passed away. Rofan dared not neglect his father's last wish, diligently practicing every day in hopes of mastering the technique soon. However, progress proved elusive. According to the teachings of the technique, Rofan's aptitude was not particularly poor. He could even be considered above average, yet his progress remained agonizingly slow. The technique was divided into 3 levels, and after 6 years of practice, he had only just reached the pinnacle of the first level, unable to break through to the second. Nevertheless, even at the pinnacle of the first level, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, greatly enhancing his overall fitness. Yet this was not the main point. The most crucial aspect was that he had now become a level enhancer. With the Earth entering the interstellar age, many things had undergone tremendous changes, including humanity itself. Through the study of extraterrestrial life, human understanding of genetics had advanced by leaps and bounds, resulting in the development of various devices and drugs capable of enhancing human capabilities, giving rise to countless new humans who surpassed the inherent limits of the human body. These individuals, endowed with the legendary powers of superheroes, were referred to as level enhancers, becoming beings that ordinary people looked up to. However, due to individual differences and variations in the quantity or quality of the drugs used, the levels attained by different individuals post-enhancement varied greatly. To facilitate differentiation, people categorized level enhancers into 10 levels, with the lowest being level 1 and the highest being level 10. Naturally, high-end beings such as level 9 and 10 enhancers were quite rare, and almost every one of these experts had been recruited by the Earth United Capital or major corporations to serve them, leaving ordinary citizens with little chance of encountering them. Through the practice of his father's technique, Rofan had already become a level 8 enhancer, placing him among the ranks of experts in today's Earth. Unfortunately, Rofan had chosen to keep his abilities a secret, never mentioning his cultivation practices. Had anyone discovered that he had never used any genetic drugs or auxiliary devices, and had solely become a level enhancer through self-cultivation, continuously improving his level, it would undoubtedly have caused an uproar, as it fundamentally challenged the existing understanding of Earth's technology. It must be noted that contemporary Earth's technology is a new advancement born from the fusion of extraterrestrial technology, yet it still lacks a comprehensive methodology to gradually enhance the physical capabilities of level enhancers. They rely solely on drug stimulation to forcibly elevate their strength, which leads to severe side effects. Genetic drugs disrupt the original DNA sequence, forcing genetic recombination, thereby consuming vast amounts of energy from the body's cells. Countless experiments have demonstrated that a person can only use genetic drugs a maximum of 3 times in their lifetime. Exceeding this limit will lead to complete bodily collapse. Although employing high-energy particle enhancement chambers and similar technological devices can significantly increase success rates and minimize harm to the body, it still cannot surpass the 3-time limit. Furthermore, between 2 uses of genetic drugs, substantial quantities of precious restorative substances must be consumed to fundamentally repair the body's cells, compensating for the enormous energy loss caused by the forced enhancement of genetic levels. Should one attempt to use genetic drugs again for enhancement without complete recovery, It would result in immediate death. Yet Rofan had elevated himself to level 8 without ever using any drugs, all thanks to the mysterious technique his father had brought home before his demise. Through the practice of this technique, not only had Rofan's abilities continuously strengthened, but he also discovered that his senses were becoming increasingly acute, with the world around him appearing exceptionally clear in his mind, allowing him to notice many details he had previously overlooked. It was precisely because of this heightened sensitivity that he had been able to detect the presence of the caretaker in the pitch-black factory. Despite the astonishing effects of this technique, Rofan could not feel joy, for according to his current progress, he had no idea how long it would take to fulfill his father's last wish. The booklet indicated that the cultivation of the technique would become increasingly difficult as one advanced. He spent 6 years without being able to break through to the second level. What would happen next? At this pace, it was possible that he might never cultivate to the third level in his lifetime. However, today, a few words from a little creature from Baishixing reignited the hope within the almost hopeless Luo Fan. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Fan simply sat cross-legged and began to cultivate on the spot. He gently closed his eyes, and the vital energy within him began to circulate slowly through his meridians. Guided by his thoughts, 1 minute, 2 minutes, soon, 10 minutes had passed. Everything remained as usual, no different from his normal practice. However, at this moment, Luo Fan's spirit was entirely immersed in his cultivation, and he felt no impatience, merely guiding the operation of his vital energy slowly. Just as Luo Fan's vital energy completed a full cycle, an unexpected change occurred. A tremendous energy, unlike anything he had ever felt before, surged from the surrounding galaxies. Before Luo Fan could react, his entire body trembled violently as this immense energy rushed into his body through his acupuncture points. The intensity of this energy left Luo Fan utterly astounded. This was the essence of heaven and earth's vital energy, and it was extraordinarily pure. Chapter 10. Awakening at the moment the energy surged around him, Luo Fan's heart leaped with joy. With years of cultivation experience, he understood all too well that this energy was the so-called heaven and earth vital energy described in his techniques, and it was the purest form of it. During the previous 6 years, every time he attempted to absorb heaven and earth's vital energy through his techniques, he found it exceedingly arduous. No matter how hard he worked, the results were always minimal. This was not due to any flaw in his cultivation method or the techniques themselves, but rather because the current environment of Earth was entirely different from that of ancient times. In ancient times, the heaven and earth vital energy was abundant, making cultivation a relatively simple task. However, the present Earth is deficient in this vital energy, resulting in a countless increase in the difficulty of cultivation. Yet today, that arduous and sluggish feeling vanished, and the surrounding heaven and earth vital energy was overwhelmingly abundant. The sensation of ease made Luo Fan want to moan aloud. His meridians were swiftly filled with this vast and pure energy, and the barriers that had thwarted his breakthrough for years shattered under the impact of this surging force. The second level, the technique that had eluded him for so long, finally advanced. Moments later, Luo Fan opened his eyes, his face brimming with delight. At this moment, he felt that his physical strength had increased several-fold, as if his stamina were boundless. This was enhancement level 9? No, it was level 10. As the saying goes, great accumulation leads to sudden release. His long stagnant technique had not only broken through to the second level but had also elevated his physical enhancement level from 8 directly to 10. He was now a level 10 enhancer. Luo Fan was overjoyed. It is worth noting that both his adoptive father and the gardener were merely level 10 enhancers, yet they were among the top experts on Earth. Although level 10 enhancers were not entirely immune to existing weapons, the threat posed by conventional weaponry had significantly diminished. At this moment, Luo Fan's strength could already rival those top experts around his adoptive father. After the initial excitement, Luo Fan regained his composure. He rose to his feet and began to practice his punches. From the moment he learned to walk, his adoptive father had started teaching him various forms of martial arts. Whether ancient boxing techniques, modern combat skills, or even street fighting methods, anything his adoptive father knew was imparted to him without reservation. Thus, although his internal cultivation progressed slowly, in terms of technique and moves, Luo Fan had already reached an advanced level. At this moment, he showcased some of the most fundamental techniques: straight punches, hooks, uppercuts, side kicks, roundhouse kicks, sweeps, advancing steps, retreating steps, side steps. All these basic movements were executed by him one after another. Although they were merely the most elementary and simple techniques, devoid of any boxing routines, these seemingly unrelated actions emanated a sense of coordinated grace in Luo Fan's hands. His punches and kicks flowed light and continuous, akin to a river flowing effortlessly, filling the space with the fierce sound of his strikes. Soon, Luo Fan sensed a difference from before. There was a heightened speed, a stronger sense of coordination, and most importantly, a fullness of power coursing through his body. As an enhancer, each level gained results in at least a doubling of strength. Transitioning from level 8 to 10, Luo Fan's strength had increased to more than 4 times what it had been. He ceased his movements and gazed towards the distant, dazzling stars, a look of anticipation crossing his face. What if he continued to cultivate his internal power? Meanwhile, in a remote corner of a cemetery in Xi'ang City, the night had fallen, devoid of moonlight, and the starlight was dim. The cemetery, thick with trees, rustled in the night wind, enhancing the already desolate atmosphere with an eerie chill. A girl dressed in black, strikingly beautiful, quietly appeared, wandering through the graveyard until she finally stopped in front of a gravestone. It was an unmarked gravestone, with only a carving of a leaf swaying in the wind etched into its surface. The girl before the gravestone was none other than the assassin Xianyi, who had recently killed the gardener. Xianyi slowly knelt down, gently placing a bouquet of fresh flowers at the base of the gravestone. She then half-squatted, silently bringing her palms together, as if in quiet prayer. The evening breeze stirred her dark hair, dancing around her thoughts in the night. After an indeterminate amount of time, a tall figure emerged from the darkness, silently approaching her from behind. Despite the intruder making no sound, Xianyi sensed the presence of another. However, she did not turn around, merely nodding slightly, as if to acknowledge the other. After a moment of silence, the visitor broke the stillness. "Si Qin, you finally chose to return?" The voice was that of a man, deep and tinged with profound sorrow. Xianyi bowed once more to the gravestone, then slowly rose to face the newcomer. Meeting a pair of gentle eyes, her gaze darkened, yet her voice remained cold and devoid of warmth. "Yi Si Qin has long since perished. Now only Xianyi, the assassin Xianyi, remains." The man fell silent, quietly observing the girl before him. After a long pause, he sighed softly, his tone filled with tenderness. "No matter what name you bear, you are still you, the one she has always cared for, even until death. It has been so long, and you finally returned to see her. She would surely be very happy." Xianyi's delicate frame trembled slightly, yet a hint of mockery graced her lips. "I have heard that after death, one can see everything from their life. If that is true, she may not wish to see me. Moreover, I do not even know what to say to her. She would surely hate me." The man shook his head vigorously. "It has been 10 years. How old were you then? Why can't you let go after such a long time? You are no longer a child. You should learn to face reality." "What do you mean?" Xianyi's gaze turned sharp, a murderous intent flickering in her eyes. "What do you mean by accepting reality? To forget everything like you? To pretend nothing ever happened?" Her voice was not loud, yet it was laden with deep-seated hatred. The man offered a bitter smile. "I know you have always harbored hatred towards me, which is why I came to see you today. I bring you news that I believe you will want to know." Xianyi paused, a hint of hesitation in her voice. "What do you mean?" "Someone has already discovered the whereabouts of that object." "Where?" Xianyi's voice grew anxious. "The specific coordinates are unavailable. They have concealed themselves well. However, if you participate in this year's Sacred Police Assessment, you will have a chance to find it." "The Sacred Police Assessment? Indeed, it is a rare opportunity. This is truly good news." The man smiled back, choosing not to elaborate further. Lost in their thoughts, neither of them noticed a shadow flit among the swaying trees on the other side of the graveyard, before silently vanishing into the darkness. The 3-tiered technique recorded in the booklet had long been memorized by Luo Fan. At this moment, he carefully recalled the second-level technique several times, confirming there were no oversights. Before sitting cross-legged again, the excitement from breaking through to level 10 had settled, and his heart was now completely calmed. In this state of both body and mind fully relaxed, Luo Fan began to operate according to the second-level heart method. Guided by the technique, countless pure energies once again gathered from the starry sea towards him, slowly entering his body, continuously altering his cells. The tissues of his body were being reinforced, and even his genetic structure was gradually improving. Compared to using genetic drugs and high-energy particle enhancement chambers, this method of enhancing the human body through internal cultivation was evidently less efficient, yet its advantages were remarkably prominent. The process of transformation was gentler, more comprehensive and thorough, something those external methods could not compare to. An hour, 2 hours. Time flowed slowly as Luo Fan's internal energy continued to accumulate, gradually reaching a bottleneck. Suddenly, as if the darkness had been dispelled and dawn had broken on the horizon, Luo Fan felt a barrier within him shatter. He seemed to hear a tremendous roar resonating through the heavens and the earth, and his body jolted violently at the same time. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing anything he had previously experienced, erupted from him. Luo Fan opened his eyes, and his gaze sparkled with brilliance. A completely unfamiliar yet powerful force coursed through his being. He had awakened. Luo Fan had finally transcended the realm of enhancers and had become an awakened one. The term awakening signifies the awakening of the formidable potential that lay dormant within one's body. Awakened ones are an exceedingly rare group that emerged on Earth a mere decade ago, representing the strongest known entities on the planet. They are seldom seen in public, and the vast majority of the populace remains oblivious to their existence. Even with the clandestine channels for information left behind by his adoptive father, Luo Fan's understanding of the current state of awakened ones remains limited. Each awakened one is regarded as a precious resource. Regardless of which faction they align with, they are treated with utmost reverence and care. Even the leaders of the Earth United Capital extend them special courtesies, striving to win their favor. However, the few awakened ones that currently exist on Earth have all achieved their status through the stimulation of genetic enhancements. No one has managed to attain such power solely through the cultivation of inner strength. This implies that their potential for further growth will be significantly constrained, and even a fortunate success would demand an immense consumption of rare resources. It is said that in ancient times, many humans could unlock their potential through cultivation, gaining various extraordinary abilities. Yet, as the essence of the world has become increasingly scarce, there have been no reports of anyone achieving such superhuman feats through cultivation in recent centuries. Luo Fan had dedicated 6 long years to his training, aspiring to become an awakened one. Despite the myriad challenges, he never chose to abandon his goal simply because the world deemed it impossible. Nor did he resort to devices or genetic drugs for assistance. This was all due to the little booklet his adoptive father left him at the end of his life. This booklet not only detailed cultivation techniques, but also contained many invaluable insights, with one point being repeatedly emphasized. In the initial stages of cultivation, it is best to avoid any external aids and rely entirely on the essence of the heavens and earth to refine oneself. For early-stage cultivators, lacking sufficient protection from the natural energies, forcibly using external objects to enhance their strength can inflict subtle harm on the body. This damage may be difficult to detect at first, yet it poses significant risks for future cultivation, severely limiting one's potential for advancement. It is for this reason that, despite the excruciatingly slow progress, Luo Fan had steadfastly persevered without ever resorting to auxiliary means. Just when he feared he might never succeed, today, the emergence of a miraculous BG egg changed everything. Though these changes seemed somewhat bewildering and many aspects remain unclear, one thing was certain. Chi-Chi bore no ill intentions towards him. It was evident that this mysterious little creature possessed a remarkable identity, and keeping it close would undoubtedly invite trouble. Nevertheless, Luo Fan had resolved to retain it, as its extraordinary ability to generate dense essence from the heavens and earth was nothing short of miraculous. Especially since it pertained to the secrets of his adoptive father. To unravel those secrets in the future, he must keep Chi-Chi by his side. Luo Fan suddenly smiled. It seems my breakthrough was greatly aided by this unexpected little creature. At that moment, he noticed Chi-Chi, who had been watching from a distance, sporting a peculiar expression, seemingly eager to speak. Having just achieved his breakthrough, Luo Fan was in high spirits and immediately adopted a commanding demeanor. Gesturing toward Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, feel free to share whatever is on your mind." The little creature, clutching its stomach, unexpectedly revealed a bashful expression. I'm hungry again." Luo Fan was rendered speechless. Chapter 11. Energy concentrating metal. Luo Fan sat quietly at the table, where various components lay before him. Gun barrels, sights, triggers, grips, these were parts of a handgun, but not just any ordinary firearm. Each component was crafted from energy-concentrating metal. This metal is a novel alloy that emerged after Earth entered the interstellar era, representing the pinnacle of weapon manufacturing materials on the planet. During its synthesis, this metal can absorb external energy, integrating it into its structure and significantly enhancing the performance of the resulting products. Weapons made from this metal excel in hardness, toughness, durability, and adaptability to various environments. Guns constructed from it boast numerous advantages: high firing rates, exceptional accuracy, ultra-low malfunction rates, and unparalleled destructive power. The damage inflicted by projectiles made from energy-concentrating metal can reach dozens of times that of laser weapons, making it a mythical presence in the realm of weapon manufacturing. However, nothing is perfect in this world. Alongside its many benefits, energy-concentrating metal also exhibits three evident drawbacks. The first is weight. The weapon made from energy-concentrating metal, even if it were just a simple dagger, could weigh up to 200 kilograms. This weight poses a considerable challenge for an ordinary person, making it difficult to wield, let alone carry. Firearms crafted from this metal, once loaded with ammunition, can exceed 500 kilograms. Larger weapons may even weigh several thousand kilograms. Such weight is beyond the capability of even enhancers to manage. Even a level 10 enhancer can only lift tons of weight. And using a weapon should be effortless, not merely a struggle to hoist. Due to this glaring limitation, the applicability of energy-concentrating metal is severely restricted. However, as the saying goes, every advantage has its counterpart. A small number of individuals are particularly enamored with energy-concentrating metal, the awakened ones. Unlike enhancers, who enhance their overall physical attributes, awakened ones begin to exhibit distinct capabilities, diverging into entirely different developmental paths based on their innate talents. Yet, one aspect remains consistent. The physical prowess of awakened ones far exceeds that of enhancers. Even the most rudimentary awakened one possesses physical attributes several times greater than a level 10 enhancer. The performance of conventional technological weapons becomes increasingly inadequate to meet the needs of awakened ones. This disparity will only become more pronounced as awakened ones continue to grow in strength. Conversely, weapons made from energy-concentrating metal, which are virtually unusable by ordinary people, perfectly align with the requirements of awakened ones. Unfortunately, neither the Earth United Capital nor the financially robust four major corporations can equip their awakened ones with complete sets of energy-concentrating metal weaponry. At most, they can only prepare one or two pieces. This is due to the alloy's second drawback: extreme rarity. Synthesizing energy-concentrating metal requires dozens of rare materials, most of which are unavailable on Earth and can only be mined from extraterrestrial sources. Some particularly unique materials are exceedingly scarce even on planets accessible to humanity. Consequently, despite the remarkable performance of energy-concentrating metal weapons, they lack widespread availability. Not to mention mass production, even incorporating a small amount of energy-concentrating metal into ordinary weaponry is a highly extravagant endeavor. Before Luofan lay a hand cannon crafted from pure energy-concentrating metal, a treasure virtually impossible to procure on Earth. Moreover, this was not just a mere fraction. There were numerous other energy-concentrating metal weapons stored in that underground chamber. These were among the legacies left to Luofan by his enigmatic adoptive father. One could only wonder what incredible methods the one-armed man employed to acquire such an abundance of energy-concentrating metal. Just contemplating it made Luofan dizzy. If he were to assess the fixed assets, his wealth could rival that of Shi Qianjun, the president of the Tianxiang Group. Alas, these treasures must remain hidden in the shadows, forever out of sight. Thus, on the surface, Luofan continued to appear as a destitute wretch, struggling even to afford a meal. Regrettably, despite possessing energy-concentrating metal weaponry, he could not wield it with ease due to its third drawback: extreme energy consumption. As the name suggests, energy-concentrating metal requires accumulated energy to activate its capabilities. For energy-concentrating metal weapons to unleash their true potential, the user must inject their own energy into the weapon, enabling the terrifying destructive power contained within the metal to be activated. While these weapons possess immense power, the energy required to operate them is equally substantial. If a battle cannot be concluded swiftly, and the user exhausts their energy, the situation can become perilously precarious. Particularly with thermal weapons constructed from energy-concentrating metal, The limiting factor for the user is no longer ammunition, but rather their own energy reserves. It is entirely possible to have ample ammunition yet find oneself unable to fire due to insufficient energy. Given these three notable drawbacks, while energy-concentrating metal weapons are indeed precious, they hold little practical value in the hands of ordinary individuals, serving merely as expensive trinkets in preparation for the upcoming sacred police assessment. Having a reliable weapon is undoubtedly essential. Originally, Luo Fan intended to bring the weapon left by his adoptive father to the competition. With his newfound strength as an awakened one, he could now partially harness its power. Even though the issue of consuming physical energy remains unresolved for the time being, the formidable and cutting-edge capabilities of the energy-concentrating metallic weapon make it a rather impressive trump card to employ in critical moments. Possessing such a hidden advantage, while it cannot be confidently stated that it grants an overwhelming superiority over other competitors, it certainly minimizes the number of threats posed by those who could challenge Luo Fan. However, Luo Fan has now altered his course of action, as the chip data left by the gardener has presented him with a superior alternative. Luo Fan intends to follow the plan outlined in the data and attempt to upgrade this energy-concentrating pistol. The earlier experience of incubating Chi-Chi brought Luo Fan immense surprise, instilling him with considerable confidence in the contents of the chip. He stands on the brink of implementing another mysterious and unknown scheme. A sense of anticipation stirs within him. Taking a deep breath to restore his mind to a state of calmness, he focuses intently on the components before him. Newly awakened, he is uncertain whether he possesses the ability to meet the requirements specified in the data. Although he has mentally simulated the process countless times, this marks his first practical attempt. It is worth noting that he has expended all his savings for this endeavor. Should it fail, he would find himself in a state of utter despair. To avoid rendering his hard-earned savings a futile sacrifice, Luo Fan maintains a tranquil demeanor, his expression remarkably focused. He first picks up a test tube containing a sky-blue liquid. A potion primarily composed of blue stargrass, meticulously blended with dozens of chemically diverse substances. This potion is the most crucial element in the modification scheme provided in the data to avoid drawing the attention of any prying eyes. Luo Fan discreetly visited several pharmacies and supply stores, acquiring these materials in batches. Of course, this was merely a precaution. It is unlikely that others could guess his intentions. Apart from the enigmatic data, Luo Fan had never heard of the remarkable properties of the seemingly inconsequential blue star grass. Whether or not he will succeed remains uncertain, but driven by trust in his father and the gardener, he is willing to wholeheartedly attempt this endeavor. After mentally reviewing the entire plan once more and confirming there are no doubts, Luo Fan begins to proceed with utmost caution. His task involves inscribing various patterns with the blue star grass potion onto the components of the firearm. Each pattern is meticulously documented in the data. Although the meanings of these designs remain unclear, one can infer their extraordinary significance from the intricate and profound lines. This is his first practical experience. Luo Fan's technique is somewhat clumsy, and his pace is excruciatingly slow. Nevertheless, due to thorough preparation, he manages to avoid any mistakes. This is largely attributed to the exceedingly keen perception of the awakened. From afternoon until dusk, Luo Fan labors for over 6 hours to complete the task. Even with his current physical prowess as an awakened being, he is now drenched in sweat and utterly drained of energy. Yet, his spirit is invigorated. He knows he is approaching the most critical juncture. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, he begins to assemble the various components. He has practiced disassembling and reassembling firearms countless times, and he encounters no obstacles whatsoever in the blink of an eye. A fully assembled pistol stands before him. Just as he secures the final component and places the gun on the table, a transformation occurs. The patterns inscribed with the blue star grass potion suddenly emit a dazzling blue light. Amidst the radiance, the originally distinct patterns gradually fade, and moments later, all traces of the lines vanish entirely. Subsequently, the glow dissipates, and everything reverts to its original state. At this moment, the pistol appears unchanged, showing no signs of modification. Has he succeeded or failed? As this is his first attempt, Luo Fan is filled with uncertainty. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, he reaches for the pistol. The instant he grasps the weapon, his eyes widen in astonishment. In the graveyard, Shinya stands silently before a tombstone when a chilling voice suddenly pierces the thick darkness of the night. You should not be here. It disturbs her rest. But you never leave this graveyard. Where else can I find you? A hoarse voice emerges from the shadows opposite Shinya. As a figure cloaked in a black robe slowly materializes, it is the Riddler, and their conversation suggests a level of familiarity. Shinya refrains from responding, tacitly acknowledging the Riddler's statement. The Riddler steps forward, coming to stand before Shinya, and with a slight movement of his voluminous black sleeves, he tosses a small shadowy object into Shinya's hands. She raises her hand to catch the item that resembles a small device. Akin to a wristwatch, its purpose unknown. Relevant information has been sent to your inbox. Review it when you have the time, the Riddler states. Shinya nods in acknowledgement, remaining silent, clearly accustomed to her reticence. The Riddler continues, I fear that neither the one-armed man nor the gardener could have anticipated that you and I would join forces. The precise intelligence I've gathered, coupled with your inscrutable assassination abilities, will make it almost impossible for them to escape unscathed. However, you are indeed formidable. You were able to eliminate the one-armed man 6 years ago. While I played a role in that, your assassination techniques are undeniably extraordinary. Among the 4 great assassins, the one-armed man is the most cunning. The gardener possesses unparalleled strength. I hold the most extensive information, and you, without a doubt, possess the most potent assassination prowess. The title of the foremost assassin rightfully belongs to you. Shinya listens quietly to the night wind, showing no intent to interject, as only the Riddler's voice resonates within the graveyard. However, with the commotion you've caused this time, the organization will no longer remain oblivious. I cannot assist you. Exercise caution. Do not assume that becoming an awakened being grants you immunity. We have served the organization for many years, yet we have yet to see the face of the boss. What does that signify? The depths of this matter are likely far beyond our imagination. Thank you, Shinya finally speaks, but only 2 words escape her lips. Her tone is cold as ever. The Riddler chuckles lightly, turning to depart, his final words lingering in the night. No need to thank me. I merely wish for you to avoid an untimely demise. What I desire still relies on you. The voice fades with his retreating silhouette in the stillness of the graveyard. Only Shinya's solitary figure remains. In the underground training facility, Luofan stares in astonishment at the upgraded, energy-concentrating metallic pistol in his hands. Overwhelmed by the shock of its performance, he has just completed testing the weapon, and the results leave him astounded. The weight of the gun has decreased by a staggering 30%. The immense recoil, once a formidable challenge, has now diminished by 50%. Simultaneously, its lethality has doubled. A series of alarming statistics leave Luofan, well-versed in firearms, utterly amazed. Most significantly, using this pistol no longer requires him to inject his own energy. It can directly unleash its maximum destructive capability. Holding the weapon, Luofan's acute perception allows him to sense that the pistol is absorbing energy from the surrounding air. Although this process is gradual, it is sustainable, by harnessing energy from the atmosphere. It alleviates the burden of energy consumption on the wielder. The modification method outlined in the data is astonishingly effective. This is merely the initial version. Now that he has just awakened, his capabilities remain limited. As he grows stronger, he can explore more advanced methodologies. Just how terrifying will weapons modified using higher-level schemes become? Luofan feels a surge of excitement. Under normal circumstances, once an individual becomes an enhancer, the threat posed by firearms diminishes progressively, inversely correlated with the enhancement of physical abilities. Given that the firing speed and lethality of firearms remain relatively constant, and their shooting mechanics are straightforward, they cannot execute sophisticated tactics, significantly undermining their practical value. High-level enhancers possess strength, speed, and reflexes that far surpass those of ordinary individuals, allowing them to evade or counterattack before their adversaries even pull the trigger. Consequently, firearms become trivial in the face of such enhanced beings. Akin to mere toys in the hands of children. As a result, many high-level enhancers seek powerful star pets to aid in combat while also honing their skills with melee weapons, as cold weapons better leverage their advantages in strength and speed, enabling them to employ a wider range of tactical maneuvers on the battlefield. However, Luofan need not worry about the efficacy of his weapon. He can continue to employ this upgraded firearm in combat, as it undoubtedly poses a significant threat to enhancers. Even awakened beings would hesitate to face the brunt of energy-concentrating weaponry directly. The notion that cold weapons surpass firearms stems solely from disparities in weapon caliber. At equal levels, firearms possess superior lethality. Moreover, the chip data outlines numerous techniques for utilizing this upgraded firearm. Should he master these techniques, Luofan believes he can sweep aside all challengers. One can't help but wonder where the gardener procured this mysterious chip. Luofan's gaze drifts to the weapon rack not far away. It seems that this assessment may indeed bring a great deal of surprise to others. Chapter 12. The Holy Police Assessment the next day. At the registration desk for the Holy Police Assessment, Yin sits at her seat, bored and yawning. The task of receiving individuals for the registration and assessment process may indeed be tranquil. Yet it is imbued with an overwhelming sense of monotony. The sacred police examination occurs annually, with open registration available at any time throughout the year, imposing virtually no restrictions on applicants, as long as one possesses the confidence to secure a commendable ranking in the competition. Even individuals with disabilities are permitted to participate. However, in reality, the formidable difficulty of the assessment dissuades those lacking sufficient capability from entering, as they risk being soundly defeated. Consequently, the number of brave souls willing to register is exceedingly scarce. After a year of calculations, Yin noted that the registration desk averaged no more than 1 or 2 visitors per day, with some stretches of several days passing without a single applicant. Yet, due to its representation of the image of the United Earth capital, strict adherence to employee discipline is paramount. Surveillance cameras are strategically placed on the surrounding walls to monitor the area in real time. Employees are strictly forbidden from engaging in gaming or online chatting during work hours, and unauthorized absence from one's post is considered a severe violation of conduct. For the sake of her generous salary, Yin dared not contravene these rules, resigning herself to sit day after day, lamenting the passage of youth. Today, as was customary, Yin stared blankly at the entrance, hoping for even a couple of registrants to alleviate her tedium. Suddenly, as if her silent prayers had been answered, the doors swung open, and a young man with a neat, short haircut and plainly dressed stepped inside. Yin's heart brightened. Finally, someone had arrived. Wow, how beautiful! Upon entering the registration area, Chi, who was encased within the spatial ring, exclaimed exuberantly, "Humph, I didn't expect you, an extraterrestrial little brat, to be so infatuated. Just seeing a pretty girl has made you lose your wits." Luofan scoffed disdainfully. Their conversation transpired entirely within Luofan's mind, unheard by others. The bond established between the master and his star pet allowed for communication without the need for spoken words, provided they were within a reasonable distance to facilitate direct mental exchange. What is a beauty? Can it be eaten? I mean that, following the little creature's mental cue, Luofan spotted what he referred to, an automatic vending machine against the wall, designed primarily for the employees of the United Capital. This vending machine offered a high-end selection, filled with an array of delectable snacks and beverages. For Chi, an extraterrestrial glutton unaccustomed to such luxuries, it was undeniably a fatal temptation. Luofan coldly dismissed the notion with the thought, no money. He then completely ignored the frozen little foodie in the spatial realm and strode over to Yin's desk. In response to her almost expectant gaze, Luofan calmly declared, "Beautiful sister, I wish to register for the sacred police examination." As Earth transitioned into the interstellar age, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings arrived, fundamentally disrupting traditional human life and giving rise to numerous unprecedented conflicts and dilemmas. The existing Earth police force, both in terms of quantity and quality, was no longer capable of meeting the demands of this new era. Thus, the new profession of sacred police was born. Directly overseen by the United Earth Capital, the sacred police consists solely of elite members selected through a rigorous process, tasked with managing the various complex incidents involving extraterrestrial beings across the globe. The selection criteria for these positions are exceedingly stringent due to the frequent exposure to perilous situations, resulting in a notably small number of sacred police members. As the population of extraterrestrial beings continues to rise annually, the existing force is increasingly inadequate. Consequently, the United Earth Capital organizes a selection competition each winter to identify a new cadre of true elites to bolster the ranks of the sacred police. Given the high-risk nature of the tasks, the incentives offered to attract talent are nothing short of astonishing. The salary for a sacred police officer in a single month equates to the yearly income of an average individual. This figure merely scratches the surface, as a plethora of additional benefits exists, the most enticing of which are the rare resources available that can be utilized to enhance one's abilities. It is essential to recognize that ordinary individuals do not possess the means to elevate their capabilities as Luofan does through cultivation. They must rely on gene-based pharmaceuticals or specialized equipment to achieve improvement. However, such resources are exceedingly rare and primarily controlled by the United Capital and large corporations. For ordinary individuals to access these resources, their only avenue is collaboration with the United Capital or a major conglomerate. Trading their contributions for the necessary assets, to enjoy the generous benefits, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. If one is an overly self-assured enhancer, believing themselves to be elite and entitled to reap rewards without effort, the harsh reality will ultimately unveil the truth. Regardless of whether one is an enhancer or something else, if they cannot generate value, they amount to nothing. Luofan is acutely aware that, despite the seemingly glamorous reputation of those enhancers, they are, at their core, mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Particularly for junior enhancers working within interstellar teams, they are the most expendable of the expendables, as the risks associated with exploring unknown planets are entirely unpredictable. One might land on a gentle, harmless world, or one fraught with peril. In comparison, the Sacred Police offer a significantly safer alternative, accompanied by better benefits, albeit with higher entry requirements. To become a member of the Sacred Police, mere rank is insufficient. One must also demonstrate adequate capability, proving they are not merely a dullard consumed by solitary training. An 8th-level cultivation fanatic may not exhibit as much value on the battlefield as a seasoned 5th-level veteran, for they lack the requisite practical experience to adeptly handle unexpected situations. Only those who survive the battlefield earn the right to be deemed true elites. If one cannot apply their learned skills in practical scenarios, their efforts are rendered meaningless. Originally, Luofan intended to wait until after graduating high school to register for the Interstellar Team's assessment. Confident that his status as an 8th-level enhancer would guarantee success, he planned to gain experience within the Interstellar Team for a few years, subsequently registering for the Sacred Police examination once his abilities had matured. However, the emergence of Chi transformed him into an awakened one, dramatically enhancing his strength, and the incident involving the gardener instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. He was compelled to expedite his plans. Before his adoptive father passed, he entrusted Luofan with a critical task to fulfill when the opportunity arose. However, to accomplish this, he must first become a member of the Sacred Police. Achieving his breakthrough to become an awakened one just a week before the examination could be seen as a twist of fate. Realizing this, Luofan no longer hesitated and promptly set off for the registration desk that morning. Although he was unaware of the specific requirements for this year's assessment based on previous experiences, he judged that with his current strength, he could at least secure a position among the top 10 competitors. As for passing the Sacred Police examination, that was a foregone conclusion. The possibility of failure? Statistically speaking, it certainly exists, albeit with an infinitesimal likelihood. What a jest. Presently, even the number of 10th-level enhancers on Earth is scant, let alone the even rarer awakened ones. With such strength, individuals with any semblance of background would not even need to sit for the examination, as they would have likely been recruited directly. Even for orphans like Luofan, devoid of connections, as long as he showcased his abilities during the competition, acceptance was virtually assured. Complete these forms, and you will be all set. Thank you for your cooperation, Yin smiled as she collected the stack of forms Luofan had just filled out and handed him a sheet dense with printed text. This outlines the basic rules and precautions for the Sacred Police examination. You may take it home and review it thoroughly. Accepting the information sheet, Luofan scanned it carefully, confirming its contents matched his prior understanding. In truth, he had already conducted extensive research on the various aspects of the examination, and he was well versed in nearly every clause. The so-called rules are quite straightforward. Heavy weaponry is prohibited, and intentional lethal force against opponents is forbidden. Other than that, there are virtually no restrictions. Injuries or accidental deaths are not within the purview of consideration. The role of a Sacred Police officer inherently involves confronting the specter of death. Should one dare to register, they must possess sufficient mental preparation. If you have no further questions, you may take your leave, Yin remarked with a smile. The examination will take place next Sunday. Details regarding the gathering time and location will be sent to you shortly via the contact information provided on your forms. For now, you may return home and await further communication. Luofan expressed his gratitude to Yin and turned to depart. Shi Yin gazed after him, her thoughts a complex tapestry. Having held her current position for 3 years, she had assisted thousands of participants, yet this was the first time she encountered someone as young as Luo Fan. While she could not ascertain his precise level, the fact that he had the confidence to register for the sacred police examination at merely 18 indicated he was likely at least a mid-level enhancer. Such promising youth undoubtedly had a bright future ahead. Even if he were to fail the assessment, living a stable life should not pose a challenge. Shi Yin herself had once attempted to utilize gene-enhancing serums, yet yielded no results, failing to achieve even the status of a novice enhancer, ultimately leading her to abandon the pursuit. The 10 levels of enhancers are divided into 4 categories. Levels 1 to 3 are classified as novice enhancers. Levels 4 to 6 as advanced enhancers, levels 7 to 9 as top-tier enhancers, and level 10 represents the pinnacle of enhancement. Novice enhancers possess limited capabilities and are generally ill-suited for military service. They are often employed by smaller factions or martial arts schools, enabling them to lead stable lives. Only those who have attained advanced enhancement may enlist in the military, becoming members of the Interstellar Battalion to explore the vast cosmos brimming with enigmas. Should one find the military's freedom insufficient, they may also align themselves with various factions or conglomerates. Provided their temperament does not stray into the realm of the intolerably deviant, they are typically granted opportunities for promotion, ascending to mid-level positions and subsequently indulging in a life of luxury and abundance. In contrast, top-tier enhancers are still relatively scarce. Such individuals, regardless of the faction they join, will swiftly ascend to high-ranking roles. Enjoying absolute favor. Achieving the pinnacle of enhancement is exceedingly rare. When a faction witnesses an individual reach this echelon, as long as their innate abilities are not egregiously lacking, they are treated like treasures, lavished with abundant resources daily, all in hopes of unlocking the possibility of awakening. Absent substantial financial backing and resources, the prospect of breaking through this barrier may remain a lifelong aspiration. Figures such as the one-armed man and the gardener, despite their prowess and intellect, found themselves stagnating at the threshold of awakening for many years, ultimately being surpassed by rising talents, some even losing their lives in the process. Thus, the opportunity to utilize gene serums 3 times represents a pivotal moment for one's destiny, determining whether their future will be mundane or extraordinary. While it is said that one may use gene serums thrice in a lifetime, the first application is paramount, as it fundamentally dictates the heights one may achieve. Only those who attain advanced enhancement upon their initial use of the serum possess the hope of transcending to top-tier enhancement, or even the pinnacle through subsequent applications. Should the first serum yield only a basic enhancement, it signifies a low foundation, limiting the effectiveness of future applications. Only a fortunate few may ever hope to reach a higher tier. As for the top tier and the pinnacle, I'm afraid it's time to awaken from that dream. For individuals like Shi Yin, who exhibit no response post-serum application, it would be wise to forego the latter 2 attempts. Not only would they yield no effect, but they may also pose a life-threatening risk. In reality, such cases are prevalent among the general populace. The arduous journey to cross this threshold highlights the true value of enhancers. Just as Shi Yin was lost in contemplation, the doors suddenly swung open. A girl clad in black, seemingly younger than Luo Fan and possessing a beauty that rendered even Shi Yin, a recognized beauty, somewhat envious, stepped inside. Chapter 13. The mantis catches the cicada once again facing the puzzler. Shi Qianjun did not conceal his admiration, as the other party informed him of having uncovered some clues. Such efficiency compelled Shi Qianjun to regard him with newfound respect. Shunming is the eldest daughter of Shan Zhongyang, the vice president of Tianxiang. Before being recalled, she was studying at the 52nd High School in Xi'an City. These are the images left behind by the surveillance devices that covertly protected her. The puzzler extended a gloved hand from beneath his black robe, gesturing towards the images displayed on the screen before them. Shi Qianjun listened in silence, making no comment. He was already aware of the matters discussed and understood the agreement between Shan Zhongyang and his daughter. He recognized that the puzzler had summoned him for more than merely reiterating what he already knew. I have reviewed all relevant documents concerning key figures of Tianxiang, and I found that everyone, including yourself, has been behaving normally, with no significant suspicions. Ultimately, I discovered an intriguing individual in Xian Ming's surveillance footage. Oh, what makes him intriguing? Shi Qianjun raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Tio be deemed interesting by the puzzler. This individual must possess some remarkable traits. Under the puzzler's direction, the image shifted to reveal Luo Fan. This young man is Shen Ming's classmate, named Luo Fan. He exhibits no particularly outstanding performance at school, appearing to be an inconsequential presence. However, I suspect that this Luo Fan has been deliberately concealing his capabilities. Noticing Shi Qianjuan's silent attentiveness, the puzzler continued, "Let us discuss his school performance. During exams, he always appears relaxed and composed. Regardless of the difficulty of the questions, maintaining a nearly constant speed in solving problems. This indicates that no matter how challenging the question, he does not require more time than he would for a simple one. Furthermore, his accuracy remains consistently at an average level. I compiled data from all his assessments over the past 2 years of high school, and Luo Fan consistently scores slightly above average. The distribution of his incorrect answers is also quite even, typically 1 or 2 major questions, and 3 to 5 minor ones, appearing sporadically throughout the exam. He never answers everything correctly, nor does he make consecutive errors, including on particularly challenging questions. Thus, I suspect he is not lacking the ability to achieve higher scores or even first place. He merely seems to have reasons for wishing to remain unremarkable and avoid drawing attention. But is there truly a need for a student to exercise such restraint? If he is indeed deliberately keeping a low profile, what could his motives possibly be? Indeed, it appears somewhat peculiar, Shi Qianjun nodded. However, the grounds for suspicion are insufficient. Are there any additional anomalies? Certainly, there is more. The puzzler's voice continued from beneath the black robe. Luo Fan also participated in a survival skills training program, the kind commonly found in the marketplace. These programs, more often than not, are merely FA-aids, providing little more than a compilation of readily available online materials to students, seldom imparting anything of genuine value. However, observe the following footage. Just as the puzzler was about to switch the display, Shi Qianjun gestured to stop him. "No need to show me, I trust your observational skills and judgment. Merely inform me of your conclusions." "Very well," the puzzler conceded, proceeding with his deductions. The training program that Luo Fan attended is equipped with surveillance cameras. Upon reviewing the footage, I found that he consistently held back during various tests, never showcasing his true abilities. Moreover, his skill in concealing his strength is quite remarkable. Even ordinary experts would likely find it difficult to detect any anomalies. Unfortunately for him, I happen to know an acquaintance who specializes in such matters. He goes by the name One-Armed Man. Through him, I acquired some understanding of these techniques, which only piqued my curiosity regarding this young man named Luo Fan. Consequently, I uncovered a minor issue within his records. At this juncture, the puzzler paused theatrically, relishing the suspense he was building. When Shi Qianjuan's inquisitive gaze beckoned him to continue, he elaborated, "Luo Fan is an orphan who has lived independently since the age of 12. Prior to that, he was raised by an adoptive father who scavenged for a living. Unfortunately, I could not uncover any valuable information regarding this adoptive father, save for one detail." Having said this, the puzzler fell silent once more. Shi Qianjun, now intrigued, could not help but smile wryly at the puzzler's penchant for theatrics. "What detail did you uncover?" The puzzler's voice resumed, tinged with a sense of triumph, though it was unclear whether this was due to his investigative findings or the satisfaction of teasing the president of Tianxiang. Despite the absence of such details in the official records, I managed to confirm through discreet inquiries with nearby neighbors and welfare agency staff that Luo Fan's adoptive father was a disabled man with only one functioning arm. Moreover, Luo Fan's father passed away during Luo Fan's 12th year, which was 6 years ago. Shi Qianjun's previously placid expression finally shifted. In today's world, the chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished has widened significantly. The lives of those at the social bottom are easily forgotten, and a scavenger's death 6 years prior would hardly attract any attention. Yet, coincidentally, 6 years ago, an important figure mysteriously vanished, with numerous indicators suggesting that this individual, also a disabled person, was likely no longer among the living. Is he the son of the one-armed man? The puzzler nodded slightly. Theoretically, that possibility is indeed high. Shi Qianjun inhaled deeply. Regaining his composure, he blinked and smiled. It seems that little Ming has made an intriguing acquaintance. Shall I probe him further? Not for now. Shi Qianjun gently waved his hand. Your records indicate he is registered for this year's Holy Police assessments. Regardless of the secrets he harbors, We shall wait until he returns alive to discuss them. The puzzler hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. It appears that this assessment will be quite challenging. Humph, Shi Qianjun scoffed lightly. The Sea Dragon, Earth Emperor, and Mountain King factions have resorted to underhanded tactics in their bid to compete with me. They presume I am too preoccupied to notice their schemes. They truly underestimate me. The Enigma Solver instantly comprehended the situation. In the past, Tianxiang Group stood on equal footing with 3 other formidable entities. However, as interstellar business expanded, the strength of Tianxiang grew increasingly robust. Now, it has subtly positioned itself to rival the joint capital, leaving the other 3 conglomerates far behind, harboring feelings of resentment. Though they dared not confront Tianxiang directly due to various concerns, it was inevitable that they would engage in covert machinations. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of the Enigma Solver's mouth hidden behind the mask. It seemed that this year's Sacred Police Assessment held a certain allure. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Hailong Group, the second largest conglomerate on Earth, its president, Dong Hailong, reclined in a grand chair, attentively listening to a report from his subordinates. With each word relayed, Dong Hailong's expression darkened progressively. Once the report concluded, he fell into deep contemplation. What is the reliability of this information? After a long pause, Dong Hailong finally spoke. Over 95%. That is indeed quite credible. I never expected Tianxiang Group could obtain something as formidable as the BGEGG.IT. Appears I have underestimated Shi Qianjun. However, to steal something from Tianxiang, it is certain that they are not acting alone. There must be support lurking in the shadows. Casting a cold glance at the subordinate standing respectfully by, Dong Hailong stated, "The people of Tianxiang will not give up easily. Keep a close watch on them. Once you discover the whereabouts of that item, report to me immediately." "Understood," the subordinate replied with a bow. The future belongs to the strong and the star pets. Everyone understands this principle. Hence the urgency is palpable. There are deep waters in this matter. Do not act rashly, for now, merely maintain vigilance. The most pressing task at hand is to arrange matters concerning planet XH12. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good, you may leave. After the subordinate bowed and departed, Dong Hailong squinted, watching the retreating figure, his gaze flickering with thoughts unknown. At the same time, in the grandest hotel of Xi'an City, Heavenly Hotel, inside an opulent private room. To our collaboration. Cheers. Wang Chongshan, chairman of Shanshan Company, smiled at his counterpart, raising his glass. "It is an honor to collaborate with you, Uncle Wang," replied the young woman seated opposite him, raising her glass in return. Their glasses clinked in the air, producing a crisp sound, and they both downed their drinks in unison, exchanging smiles. Seizing the opportunity to pour more wine, Wang Chongshan discreetly observed the woman across from him. Who would have thought that this beautiful and innocent-looking young girl, appearing akin to a Navi student, was unexpectedly Huang Ying, the executive director of Dihuang Group. Although she seldom made public appearances in the business world, her reputation was certainly on par with figures like Shi Qianjun and Dong Hailong. Huang Ying excelled in competitive tactics with a keen mind, having established a vast empire for Dihuang Group. Renowned for orchestrating chaos to have her competitors eliminate each other, she earned the moniker Huang Ke, signifying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind. Despite her seemingly demure demeanor and pure smile, one could only speculate the grand design she harbored within. Wang Chongshan reminded himself to tread carefully, ensuring he did not become an unwitting pawn in this woman's schemes. "Miss Huang," after a moment of internal deliberation, Wang Chongshan retracted his smile and cautiously inquired, "Now that we have confirmed our partnership, may I ask how confident you are in this plan?" Huang Ying smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by his question. After taking a delicate sip of her exquisite wine, she replied with a smile, "Uncle Wang, rest assured. Unless Shi Qianjun willingly relinquishes that item and abandons his long-cherished plans, he will inevitably fall into the trap we have meticulously laid for him. Do you believe he would be willing to give it up?" Huang Ying gazed intently at Wang Chongshan, smiling as she responded, "As long as there is suitable bait, there is no fish that will not bite." "Then, what sort of bait have you prepared?" Wang Chongshan asked, intrigued. Huang Ying offered a mysterious smile. "Planet XH12. Planet XH12? Wang Chongshan was momentarily taken aback. But after a brief moment of contemplation, He quickly grasped her meaning and burst into hearty laughter, downing his drink in one go. Just then, Huang Ying's communication wristband lit up with an incoming message. After checking the information, Huang Ying turned to Wang Chongshan with a radiant smile, softly declaring, "The fish has taken the bait." Chapter 14. The Boss Lady. Hello, this is Chun Xing. I apologize for not being able to take your call at the moment. If it's urgent, please leave a message. Oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder, please keep your message concise, as call charges can be quite steep. Listening to the irritating voice on the other end of the communicator, Xiang Yusin felt a vain pulse on her forehead. She took a deep breath, calming herself. Her father had always advised her to remain composed in challenging situations. After a moment, she gently spoke into the communicator. "My dear little Xingxing, you have 10 seconds to answer the call, or else." She refrained from completing the sentence, leaving it open-ended, a technique known in literature as ellipsis. It seemed her linguistic artistry was not too shabby, she thought proudly. Meanwhile, Chun Xing, nestled comfortably in his bed, was abruptly awakened by a wave of intense killing intent. Years of rigorous training manifested perfectly at this moment. He instantly opened his eyes and grabbed the communicator by the bedside without a second thought. Indeed, it was a call request from the boss lady. Ignoring the cold sweat beating on his forehead, Chun Xing swiftly answered the call. "Hello, is this the boss lady?" he greeted, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. "Little Xingxing. Oh, look at you, already daring to stand me up," Xiang Yusin's gentle voice cooed in his ear, sending chills down his spine. "Boss lady, this is standing you up. I never agreed to. How about you take one of the girls from our household to accompany you instead?" "One of our girls? Inzi? Or perhaps Longmarin? Who do you think would accompany me for fun?" "But," Chan Xing hesitated, seeking a reason to deflect but was ruthlessly interrupted. "Little Xingxing, I sense you have quite the opinion of me, repeatedly refusing to go out with this beautiful lady." "Opinion? Not at all. How could I harbor any dissent towards our beloved boss lady? It's just that today is a rare day off, and I wanted to sleep in a bit longer." "Oh, so you've become lazy. That's not a good sign. I can't just sit idly by and watch a promising young man like you squander your potential. How about this? Starting tomorrow, I'll enrich your training regimen a little bit." "Ah? No, there's no need for you to trouble yourself on my behalf. Laziness is indeed our greatest adversary. Your words have enlightened me profoundly. I shall set off immediately, determined to follow you closely." "Good. I knew you would be the most obedient little Xingxing. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you." The sound of Xiang Yusin's playful laughter echoed through the communicator, resonating in Chan Xing's ears like a siren's song. After ending the call, he hurriedly dressed and bolted out the door, scarcely remembering to wash his face or brush his teeth. "You truly have a way to make money without exposing my secret?" Ro Fan mused to himself as he walked down the street. "Dare you question the omniscient BG boy?" A haughty child's voice responded in his mind. "As long as I am here, it is guaranteed to be foolproof. Why do I feel this is rather dubious? You, a freshly hatched alien, can understand Earth better than I, a native. Humph, that's because you're too dim-witted. Ever heard of the interstellar internet? You're nestled within the hyperspace wristband, and you can access the interstellar internet?" Ro Fan was genuinely astonished. "Of course. This wristband inherently has networking capabilities, and my consciousness is linked with yours. If you can surf the web through it, so can I. Furthermore, I can directly project my consciousness into the network, far surpassing your browsing speed and control." Although separated by the wristband, Ro Fan could still clearly see the smug expression on the little guy's face. As he pondered how to retort, he suddenly heard Chi-Chi announce, "We arrived." Ro Fan halted, looking up to see the grand entrance emblazoned with the words "Virtual Combat Arena." "Boss lady, is it truly necessary to wager such a large sum?" In a private room within the virtual combat arena, Chun Xing wore a pained expression as he urged Xiang Yusin, who was seated on the sofa, preparing to don a virtual helmet. Others wait for others to place their bets, yet here you are, placing a bet with your own money. And why the sudden increase from 50,000 to 100,000? That's a hefty sum. How much fine delicacies could that buy? We're just out to enjoy our holiday. There's no need for such a grand gamble. What if you lose? What did you just say? Xiang Yusin narrowed her eyes, and Chun Xing immediately realized he had misspoken. "No, I'm not hoping for you to lose. I meant what if... Enough. Don't say another word. Xiang Yusin interrupted brusquely with a wave of her hand, cutting off Chen Xing's subsequent comments. Little Xingxing, I invited you here to assist me with tasks, not to dampen my spirits. Moreover, a prize of 100,000 yuan is hardly substantial, without offering some enticing benefits. How can I attract skilled opponents to challenge me? Once she finished speaking, she offered Chen Xing no further opportunity to respond and directly donned her virtual helmet. Chen Xing sighed, reluctantly swallowing his words. This leader, with so many admirable qualities, was simply too competitive and headstrong, her temperament even more masculine than that of many men. Among their circle, they often joked that the leader must be a descendant of the ancient hero Xiangyu. As she possessed a heart as formidable as his deity was puzzling that such a beautiful girl could have such a fierce disposition, and with such formidable strength, one wondered how she might ever find a partner in the future. As he gazed at her now tranquil and composed face, transformed by her entry into the virtual combat network, a flicker of previously buried tenderness appeared in Chen Xing's eyes. What was happening to him? Chen Xing shook his head with a bitter smile, put on another virtual helmet, switched to spectator mode, and cast one last gentle glance at Xiang Yusin before pressing the start button. A wager? Luo Fan inquired. Reclining on the sofa in the booth, perplexed as he held the virtual helmet, he was certainly familiar with virtual combat, having played it at the martial arts school during lessons, though he had never found it particularly engaging. After all, having undergone training as a professional assassin since childhood, he found little interest in such trivial pursuits, and thus had limited knowledge about them. Yes, it's a form of gambling where bets are placed on the outcomes of virtual battles, Chi-Chi explained patiently, as it pertained to their future sustenance. However, such activities are typically absent from legitimate venues. Only underground illegal organizations operate such events, and this is one of them. Luo Fan nodded. Sounds somewhat reliable. Fine, I'll trust you this once. If I starve to death because of a lack of funds, you won't escape responsibility. These underground gambling matches are particularly sensitive to breaches of client confidentiality, so rest assured your identity should remain undisclosed. However, to be on the safe side, I recommend you only engage in one match. Seek out the opponent with the highest stakes, aim to conclude it swiftly, and then make your exit before anyone starts taking notice of you. Understood. At this point, Luo Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the boastful youth. No, the clever boy. Really? Displaying such high intelligence just 2 days after his birth was nothing short of extraordinary. Still, the opponent with the highest stakes is sure to be quite formidable. Do you have confidence in your ability to win? Who are you talking to? I am the son of a renowned assassin. A mere battle game is a piece of cake for me. Luo Fan cracked his knuckles, donning the helmet and preparing for an intense showdown. Chapter 15. Dizzying Vegetables. Haha. You actually chose such a ridiculous name. In the subspace wristband, Chi-Chi laughed so hard he nearly fell over, tears welling in his eyes. Since he was connected to Luo Fan's consciousness, he could see everything Luo Fan saw unless he intentionally blocked it. Even now, as Luo Fan entered the virtual combat network, Chi-Chi was privy to it all at that moment, witnessing Luo Fan's choice of the name Dizzying Vegetables, a name so dismal it was laughable. Chi-Chi couldn't help but burst into laughter. You re such a nag. It's just a disposable account. Why bother putting thought into a name? Luo Fan pouted in dissatisfaction, his gaze fixed on the list of competitors before him, resembling a famished beast on the hunt for prey. Finally, his eyes landed on a name. The leader, 99 wins, 0 losses, with a wager of 100,000. Luo Fan disregarded her impressive record, his focus locked onto the prize amount. This was the opponent with the highest stakes he could find. It had to be her. Xiang Yusin was idly awaiting challengers, regular at this underground virtual combat arena. She relished the exhilarating thrill of dominating lesser players during her holiday visits. However, since her record reached 50 wins and 0 losses, the number of opponents willing to battle her had dwindled significantly. Even when she extended battle invitations, they were often declined. While many were enticed by the prospect of substantial rewards, they were also acutely aware of their own capabilities. And few were willing to offer themselves up for a beating when the odds were so clearly stacked against them. In a bid to attract challengers, Xiang Yusin even went so far as to increase her own betting amount, from an initial 5,000 to 10,000, then to 20,000, and finally to 50,000. Yet, once her record reached a staggering 99 consecutive victories, no one dared to face her. She understood that her days in this virtual combat game were numbered. Nonetheless, before that day arrived, she yearned for one last victory to elevate her record to an illustrious 100 wins, thus providing a fitting conclusion to her gaming experience. So, this time, she arrived early, waiting patiently for a challenger, and even doubled her betting amount to 100,000. Just one more opponent. That was all she hoped for. She silently prayed. Suddenly, a window popped up before her. Xiang Yusin's eyes lit up. Someone had applied to battle her. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted, fearing that any delay might cause the challenger to reconsider. The scene before her shifted, transporting her to the combat arena. Upon seeing her opponent, Xiang Yusin was taken aback. A newcomer, an absolute novice. This virtual combat system had meticulously ensured fairness, enforcing uniform basic attributes across all participants, maintaining them at the level of a level 5 enhancer. This meant that regardless of one's actual prowess in the real world, be it an ordinary person or an awakened individual, in this arena, one's strength, speed, reflexes, and so forth were all standardized to that of a level 5 enhancer. Therefore, battles here were a test of one's practical skills, combat experience, and overall tactical acumen. Thus, in terms of physical capabilities, there was no distinction between newcomers and seasoned players. However, to sustain the interest of veteran players, it was necessary to grant them certain advantages, namely, equipment. Players who engaged in prolonged bouts and emerged victorious could accumulate virtual points, which could then be exchanged for various weapons and gear. Given her undefeated record, Xiang Yusin naturally possessed ample virtual points. Although she consciously refrained from redeeming overly intimidating equipment, such as energy rifles or laser weapons, for fear of scaring off opponents, she still donned a full set of class A bulletproof attire and wielded a Desert Eagle, famously known as the king of handguns from the gunpowder era. In stark contrast, her opponent was clad in a simple, well-fitted tracksuit, sporting a single dagger at his waist. And that was all. Was this fellow logging into the combat network for the very first time? Xiang Yusin, well-versed in the workings of this arena, knew that even the most inept players could gradually improve their gear through the encouragement points gifted by the system, at the very least acquiring a small-caliber handgun. If one was skilled in using melee weapons, they would have upgraded to a sharper blade. The dagger her opponent carried was the default equipment provided upon first login, possessing minimal lethality. Even if Xiang Yusin stood still, he would be incapable of piercing her class A bulletproof attire. Thus, the only vulnerable spots left for him to target were her exposed head and hands. However, given his stance replete with openings, it was evident he was a complete amateur. How could he possibly land a hit on Xiang Yusin, the invincible general? Her pride as a strong contender made her wish for a more challenging opponent. There were certainly more enjoyable ways to dominate the weak, but the question remained. Where could she find such an opponent? Contemplating her goal of 100 consecutive victories, Xiang Yusin gritted her teeth. Forget it, she would make do. She had resolved to conclude this match in the shortest time possible, achieve her winning streak, and then hand over that 100,000 yuan as compensation, or perhaps as a gesture of gratitude for assisting her in reaching her goal. With that thought in mind, Xiang Yusin focused her determination. Standing firm, her gaze fixed ahead, she entered combat mode. A fleeting glance at her opponent's name caused her to feel dizzy once more. His name was actually Dizzying Vegetables. At that moment, Luo Fan was also scrutinizing the woman across from him. In this virtual realm, their forms were mere illusions, including their appearances, all designed to protect client anonymity. Although their appearances were fabricated, their gazes and expressions remained genuine. Luo Fan could clearly discern the disdain in her eyes. Evidently, she regarded him as an easy target to vanquish. Her choice of weapon spoke volumes. The woman wielding a Desert Eagle likely possessed a personality as fierce as that of any man. Coupled with her impressive record of 99 consecutive victories, she undoubtedly brimmed with self-assurance. Thus, no matter how much she instructed herself to remain calm and objective in the face of every adversary, that underlying pride would inevitably influence her demeanor. Perhaps during battles with others, this influence may seem negligible, yet when faced with the profound teachings of the one-armed master, Luo Fan, even the slightest hint of pride can prove fatal. As the alert sounded, the system indicated the commencement of the duel. Xiang Yusin drew her weapon, raised her hand and fired. The entire process took less than half a second, swift as lightning, with 2 consecutive shots. There was no need for deliberate aiming. One bullet accurately targeted Luo Fan's forehead, while the other aimed directly at his heart. She intended to achieve a swift resolution, however, at the very moment Xiang Yusin raised her hand to shoot. Luo Fan also sprang into action. The man who had appeared full of flaws just moments ago, seemingly an easy target, suddenly crouched low, drew a dagger from his waist, and propelled himself forward with the agility of a cheetah. A chilling aura of lethal intent erupted from him, one that was so intense it momentarily stilled Xiang Yusin's breath. In the blink of an eye, the seasoned Xiang Yusin realized she had been deceived. This fellow was feigning weakness to lure her in. The fact that he could disguise himself so effectively was a testament to his formidable prowess. Cold sweat trickled down Xiang Yusin's back. With no time to ponder, she swiftly redirected her gun to track Luo Fan's elusive form. Yet, she soon discovered her inability to lock onto her target. Chen Xing, who had been observing the match, now gaped in astonishment, his eyes nearly popping out. The leader had fired 6 shots in succession, yet failed to hit her mark. This was Xiang Yusin, the sharpshooter Xiang Yusin. In this arena, she had never encountered an opponent that required her to fire more than 3 shots. But today, everything had been upended. The individual known as Yunkai moved with a ghostly grace, tracing bizarre arcs and changing direction at the most improbable moments, causing each of the leader's shots to miss. Although Chen Xing was gentle in demeanor, he possessed keen insight and considerable skill. He quickly discerned that the opponent was employing not merely modern combat techniques, but rather a style reminiscent of ancient martial arts. Yet he could not fathom how such an anomaly could exist in the present day, dedicating time to practice such seemingly ineffective tactics. Modern warfare theory posits that human physical strength is inherently limited, no matter how much one trains. It cannot directly contend with modern weaponry, especially with the newly acquired technologies from alien civilizations. Consequently, ancient martial arts, which emphasize skill and personal cultivation, had long been relegated to the annals of history. The modern physical training system aims to enhance human potential, allowing individuals to wield contemporary weaponry with greater efficacy. And no matter how strong one may be, can they confront an armored vehicle unarmed? Can they shield themselves from laser weaponry? Can they tear through combat armor with their bare hands? Therefore, the true path in modern warfare lies in the perfect amalgamation of robust physical prowess and advanced technology. Yet at this moment, the individual known as Yunkai completely challenged Chen Xing's understanding. Through his actions, he demonstrated that any skill, when honed to a profound level, holds intrinsic value. Watching Xiang Yusin, who was still desperately seeking an opportunity to strike, Chen Xing felt a chill in his heart. He was acutely aware that the .50 caliber Desert Eagle in her grasp contained only 7 rounds, and now, only 1 bullet remained. It was likely that the leader would face defeat. Luo Fan's heart was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. His world was serene, and at this moment, his sole focus was the target before him, while continuously evading the gunfire. He also closed the distance, now within 5 meters of his mark. Enough. Before the final bullet could be fired, he swung his right hand, and the dagger in his grip became a streak of white light, aimed directly at his opponent's throat. Observing his adversary sidestep the dagger with a deft maneuver while raising her gun to aim at his now unarmed self, a smile crept into Luo Fan's eyes. As expected, Xiang Yusin was seething with fury. Whether in the virtual arena or in reality, she had never been cornered so helplessly. Her streak of 99 consecutive victories had ingrained in her subconscious the belief that she was the sovereign of this digital battleground. No one could defeat her, especially not a novice wielding merely a beginner's dagger. Witnessing her opponent use the dagger as a projectile only fueled her rage to its zenith. This was an utter contempt for her prowess. Did he truly believe he could vanquish her with such a baseless tactic? Distance aside, even at 5 meters, let alone 2, such a linear assault would never breach her defenses. As she dodged the attack, she unhesitatingly aimed her gun at him. She intended to use her last remaining bullet to fell him and reclaim her honor. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head, an icy sensation rapidly spreading, the weapon's redirection. Had he mastered ancient martial arts? The last vestiges of consciousness flickered in Xiang Yusin's mind before the scene faded into darkness. Subsequently, the system's prompt echoed, Yunkai wins. Chapter 16. Contestants, what does it mean to be grand and lofty? It is to joyfully board a colossal spacecraft. Well, Luo Fan's explanation may not be entirely accurate, but it certainly reflects his current sentiment to some extent. Though the son of an assassin, he seldom had the opportunity to embark on a spaceship, especially one that stretched over 10 kilometers, resembling a mobile city. The Earth United Capital has always placed great importance on the St. Police assessment, offering participants exceptional treatment, yet never before had it been so extravagant. On the day of the St. Police assessment, the United Capital dispatched numerous small, automated airships to collect each contestant from their doorsteps. Such lavish treatment was unprecedented in the history of the assessments. Having received prior notice, Luo Fan was fully prepared when the airship arrived at his doorstep, promptly boarding it without hesitation. The automated airship departed Earth, transporting Luo Fan to the interstellar cruiser awaiting in Earth's outer space orbit. This enormous vessel, measuring a staggering 10 kilometers in length, would be responsible for transporting the participants to the location of this year's assessment. Although no specific details had been disclosed yet, it was clear to everyone aboard that this assessment would differ from all previous ones. This time, the competition was set in outer space. All contestants were accommodated in a chamber spacious enough to house a hotel, and they were instructed to refrain from noise, fighting, or leaving the premises, with the large doors on either side of the chamber securely closed, each guarded by a fully armed contingent of soldiers. The ample space allowed participants, aside from those who were already acquainted, to scatter about and find their own places to rest. Luo Fan surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress his admiration for the sheer power of technology, which was undeniably beyond the reach of ordinary human capability. Even though he had become an awakened and ranked among the elite in terms of personal combat strength among Earthlings, what if his opponent was a squad of soldiers equipped with a full array of high-tech weaponry? If a squad seemed insufficient, what about a battalion? And what if they were armed with energy-based weapons as well? The combination of advanced technology and sheer numbers could pose a significant threat to an awakened, potentially leading to their demise. One must never grow complacent, Luo Fan silently reminded himself, quickly regaining his composure. He sought out an unoccupied corner to sit and discreetly observe the competitors participating in this assessment. Although the specifics of the evaluation had yet to be revealed, it was evident that, being an elimination format, competition would be inevitable. This meant that all the participants present were Luo Fan's adversaries, making it essential to observe and assess their capabilities. Most contestants shared a similar mindset. After all, those bold enough to enroll in this assessment were undoubtedly confident in their own skills. Such formidable individuals were seasoned warriors, and aside from a few exceptional talents, they understood the principle of knowing oneself and one's opponent to emerge victorious in battle. Following his training in an unnamed technique, Luo Fan's senses had sharpened significantly, and now, as an awakened, they surpassed his previous capabilities. Although the chamber was extravagantly large and the participants widely dispersed, through the enhanced vision afforded by his awakening, everything around him was rendered crystal clear. Additionally, due to the mysterious nature of his training, Luo Fan's sensory perception was double that of an ordinary awakened. Every detail in his surroundings was vividly apparent to him. However, his use of mental energy remained suboptimal. An awakened's mental energy could be briefly projected beyond their body, allowing them to grasp the situation within 100 meters instantaneously. Yet, this ability was more suited for close combat. In the face of ranged attacks that could cover kilometers, the effectiveness of mental energy fell short of that of his senses and instincts. Even though Luo Fan's range of mental energy exceeded that of ordinary awakened, with an external projection surpassing 200 meters on the battlefield, it could only serve as a supplementary tool. It was evident that to fully harness the capabilities of an awakened, one must possess weaponry suited to oneself. Luo Fan was not in a hurry. After all, he had only just made his breakthrough. The rapidity of his advancement had left him slightly unprepared, but once this assessment concluded, he would gradually resolve the issue of weaponry. Should he secure an outstanding position in this assessment, the rewards alone would elevate his strength to new heights. Having surveyed the area, Luo Fan had discreetly counted and confirmed that, excluding the soldiers maintaining order, there were a total of 512 participants in this assessment. Of course, this number only accounted for the Eastern District. The Western District remained unassessed. In order to facilitate management, the Earth United Capital is divided into two major regions, East and West, which handle their affairs independently. It is only during significant issues that involve broader implications that both sides convene to negotiate through meetings and votes. Regarding the assessment of the Holy Guards, Both regions manage it separately. The Eastern region conducts its evaluations, and those who pass work in the East, while those who succeed in the West are assigned to the West, with no overlap between the two. Consequently, among the competitors present here, there are no individuals from the Western Hemisphere. As for who will participate from the West, and what assessment methods will be employed, Luo Fan shows no interest. As they do not pose any competition to him, his focus lies solely on the rivals before him, present. Among the 512 competitors in the Eastern region, Luo Fan is not particularly concerned about the majority of their abilities, with only 4 individuals truly capturing his attention. The first is a middle-aged man clad in military uniform, whose piercing gaze radiates an unmistakable aura of menace. A jagged scar snakes down his face, nearly dividing it in half, lending him an air of danger. Behind him stands a cadre of 49 young soldiers, all donned in identical military attire, clearly indicating their rigorous training. This group constitutes a full 10% of the total competitors, standing in neat formation, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos of the crowd. The second individual is a serene young man in a student uniform, appearing only a year or two older than Luo Fan. He stands upright in the midst of the throng, engrossed in a beautifully bound book, his head bowed in concentration. Surrounding him are over 30 peers, both male and female, all clad in similar school uniforms, suggesting a close camaraderie born from shared schooling. A fleeting glance at the students is all Luo Fan spares before redirecting his focus to the leading youth. His eyesight, exceptional even from a distance and through the throng, allows him to discern the title on the book cover, Dream of the Red Chamber. Luo Fan's attention sharpens, and rather than feeling disdain, he is filled with a sense of solemn respect. The presence of an individual capable of calmly reading such a classic before the commencement of the Holy Guard assessment can only indicate one of two possibilities. Either they are a fool, or they possess an unwavering confidence in their strength. The third figure to draw Luo Fan's notice is a captivating young woman. It is not merely her beauty, though she is indeed striking, that intrigues him. Rather, it is the complete absence of any martial aura emanating from her. Trained by his adoptive father, the one-armed master, from a young age, Luo Fan is acutely sensitive to various presences. Even the top assassin, the gardener, could not evade his perception. Yet, in this enchanting woman, he detects not a hint of strength, which raises his alarm. This could imply one of two scenarios. Either she is an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess, or she possesses some extraordinary capabilities that remain shrouded in mystery to him. Could an ordinary person truly qualify for such an assessment? The final notable individual is a detached young woman clad in black. She occupies a distant corner of the cabin, maintaining a considerable distance from everyone else. Most competitors are male, and her striking features naturally attract attention, with several attempting to approach her. However, her frigid demeanor dissuades them, leaving them hesitant. After all, this is aboard a military vessel of the Federation. Any unpleasant incident could yield consequences far beyond what these mere mortals, who have yet to earn their soldiers' stripes, could withstand. Are you going to participate in the Holy Guard assessment? A sudden, youthful yet arrogant voice echoes in Luo Fan's mind. Awake from your slumber, glutton? Luo Fan internally scoffs. This little creature had thoroughly devoured nearly half of the 100,000 reward he had won in their last gambling bout, causing Luo Fan's heart to bleed. Furthermore, this rascal had fallen into a deep slumber after feasting, only now rousing from his stupor, inciting Luo Fan's disdain. Such a so-called great cosmic boy is nothing more than a terrestrial pig. Nevertheless, Luo Fan senses that Chi seems to have grown a little taller. However, that cannot be. It has only been a few days. Indeed, it must be his imagination. I intended to sleep a bit longer, but a sense of crisis compelled me to awaken. Remarkably, Chi does not respond to Luo Fan's jibe this time. His attention is entirely captivated by the individuals outside. Unless he intentionally disables the shielding function, his pet can observe everything occurring in the external environment through the subspace wristband. A frown crosses his youthful face. It appears you have quite a number of formidable opponents this time. Indeed. Luo Fan internally acknowledges without further derision towards Chi. The little creature's words resonate with his own concerns. The military uncle, the uniformed youth, the beautiful young woman, and the black-clad girl. All 4 are likely awakened beings. While he cannot ascertain their exact strength, he estimates they are at least on par with him, if not exceeding him. After all, Luo Fan had only recently awakened a few days ago, placing him among the novices among the awakened. The world is indeed rife with hidden talents. While he has previously perceived the 10th level enhancers as nearly invincible, it is astonishing to encounter several awakened beings during the Holy Guard assessment. What of those who remain discreet, hidden from the public eye? The implications are clear. In this era of rapid technological advancement, the strength of Earth's champions has undergone a profound transformation. Though their true power remains obscured, it is evident that it is far more complex than it appears on the surface. The age of the 10th level enhancers has passed. The future belongs to the awakened. As Luo Fan contemplates these matters, a colossal display screen on one wall of the cabin suddenly illuminates, revealing a stern-faced military officer adorned with the insignia of a general. His voice commands immediate attention, and the previously boisterous cabin falls into silence. The general's words reverberating throughout the space. Now, I will outline the specifics of this assessment. Remember, I shall only say this once. You must listen attentively, for it pertains to your very lives. He pauses briefly, seemingly allowing the weight of his words to settle. After a moment, he continues, the assessment will take place on a terrestrial planet designated as XH-12. This is a newly discovered, undeveloped world, and your task is to survive on this planet for 1 week. Shortly, you will all be transported to XH-12. Those who remain alive after 1 week will have successfully passed the assessment and will be honored as members of the esteemed Holy Guards of the Federation. Conversely, those who fail will be forever interred upon that savage planet. I can assure you that this assessment is fraught with peril. Those wishing to withdraw may do so now. Once transported, you will lose the opportunity to forfeit. Should you perish on that planet, we will remain indifferent. Therefore, you must contemplate this decision carefully before departure. One more thing I nearly overlooked. The general suddenly forces a stiff smile, rendering his visage oddly unsettling. An undeveloped planet implies the potential for abundant resources, and during the assessment, we will not monitor events occurring on the planet, nor will we conduct any inquiries afterward. In other words, anything you discover on that planet will belong entirely to you. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the screen swiftly darkens, signaling the end of his announcement. The cabin remains enveloped in silence, no one daring to speak. All are lost in contemplation. Chapter 17. An unexpected guest, Xiao Xing. Have you found anything yet? Boss lady, you've asked me over 30 times today. Chun Xing complained, his brow furrowed with worry. That establishment engages in illicit dealings. So they take client confidentiality seriously, employing top-tier programmers to maintain their virtual network to prevent any leakage of login information. Surely not? Xiao Xing, you are our family's foremost computer prodigy. Is there no program you cannot breach? Xiang Yusin expressed disbelief. Boss lady, you chose to patronize that establishment precisely because you feared your identity would be compromised. Seeking out the safest option available, Chun Xing explained with an innocent expression. Moreover, this individual known as Yun Kai appears rather peculiar. Upon exiting the network, all traces of him were meticulously erased. I suspect this may not solely be the handiwork of the establishment's programmers. Yun Kai himself might be a master of network programming, a practical expert who is also adept with computer programming. This fellow is becoming increasingly enigmatic, Xiang Yusin sighed. Deep down, she understood that Chen Xing would not deceive her. Her frustration stemmed from her unwillingness to accept defeat. Yet, after hearing Chen Xing's remarks, she recognized that pressing him further would be unfair, and she would have to relent, albeit reluctantly. However, if she were to simply let go of the individual who had bested her, she would no longer be the renowned female Xiang Yu, the conqueror. Regardless, she was determined to engage in another battle with that enigmatic master, who might have mastered ancient martial arts. The last encounter had caught her off guard due to the opponent's deceptive appearance, leading to a defeat that left her deeply dissatisfied. She yearned for a fair fight, one that would allow her to showcase her true strength without any lingering regrets. Since Chen Xing was unable to assist her, she had no choice but to resort to her trump card. Xiang Yusin's fingers grazed the bracelet, initiating a call to her father. Luzi, the situation is rather grim, echoed the familiar voice of Chi-Chi in Luo Fan's mind. Indeed. I never anticipated that this year's assessment would adopt such an extreme approach, Luo Fan concurred, feeling a shared sentiment. After a moment, Luo Fan suddenly realized something, and fury surged within him. Who are you calling Luzi? You're the one who's a Luzi. You're a pig, a creature that does nothing but eat and sleep, a complete BG pig. Chi-Chi's small face darkened instantly, yet he refrained from retaliating immediately. Tilting his head in contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. This mission sounds quite perilous. With such a testing method, failure could mean more than just being eliminated. It could even cost lives. Indeed, Luo Fan replied, somewhat disgruntled. The level of danger in this assessment was undeniably surprising. Would you like me to assist you? With conditions? Luo Fan, perceptive to the underlying meaning, inquired. You treat me. Also, let me call you Luzi. The voice of the BG youth exuded an unmistakable cunning. What do you wish to eat? Luo Fan was particularly attuned to the first condition. As for the nickname, it held less significance. Having navigated the school environment, he was no stranger to the concept of nicknames, whether or not he had been called one himself. After all, one could have seen pigs run even without having eaten pork. Compared to spending money, nicknames were trivial matters. Shia Star's Snow Lion Steak, Pan-seared Black Dragon Roll, Golden Frenzy Whale Barbecue, Milky Way Cheesecake, and finally, a bottle of the finest red wine, Emperor Starry Night, brewed from the exquisite Iceheart grapes of the Haina Crystal Peak Valley. Yes, that should suffice. We can discuss the rest later to save you some money. Chi-Chi recounted the delicacies with enthusiasm, his saliva practically flying. Luo Fan exploded in anger. Why don't you just rob an interstellar bank instead? Hey, I'm only considering your well-being. Spending a little money to ensure your survival is quite a bargain, Chi-Chi retorted, wearing a look that suggested Luo Fan was getting a great deal. Pa, a little money? For all that you've mentioned, you won't be able to feast without at least 200,000 or 300,000. Luzi, you became an awakened at the tender age of 18. The life of a genius is indeed quite valuable. The great BG youth wore a victorious smile. Seemingly certain that Luo Fan would ultimately yield, good day, sir. A polite voice interrupted the fierce mental battle in Luo Fan's mind. It was the first time someone had addressed him as sir, and he found it amusing. Turning around, he beheld an individual likely in his 30s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his hair impeccably slicked back, and dressed in a sharply tailored suit complemented by polished shoes that gleamed. Additionally, on his left wrist was a gaudy golden bracelet exuding an air of ostentation, rendering his appearance both refined and luxurious. Nearly perfect, the only flaw was his physique. He was a solid 300 pounds, crammed into the tailored suit, which stretched to its limits. The oversized shoes on his large feet could easily serve as a small boat for an infant. The bracelet, which seemed custom-made for someone of his stature, would likely fit around Luo Fan's neck. His face, laden with excess flesh and deeply wrinkled, along with his sparse hair on top, gave him an air not of sophistication but rather a slightly menacing demeanor. Despite the glasses, alas, it was a pity that such attire, undoubtedly worth quite a sum, was wasted. How many delicacies could one acquire with it? Luo Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting his financial struggles due to Chi-Chi's insatiable appetite. Hello, the stranger, unaware of Luo Fan's musings, continued with his self-introduction, presenting a gilded business card with both hands. I am Jin Xiaopeng, the chief representative of the Earth headquarters of Xinghua Qingxin Global Insurance Company, Limited, stationed at the special branch in Xi'an City. Luo Fan was momentarily dazed by the lengthy title. He couldn't help but wonder if he had remained merely a reinforcer and not become an awakened, whether he would have been struck unconscious by such verbiage. This fellow certainly had a way with words. Despite his internal musings, Luo Fan adhered to the adage of not striking those who offered a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor as he accepted the card. Glancing at the name Jan Xiaopeng on the card and then back at the corpulent figure, he was perplexed as to how the name Xiaopeng had come to be. Perhaps sensing Luo Fan's confusion, the man smiled slightly, showing no sign of embarrassment. I was indeed quite chubby when I was born. May I ask what Mr. Jean requires of me? Recognizing that his initial reaction might have been somewhat impolite, Luo Fan quickly adjusted his gaze to meet the man's eyes, recalling his years of work experience, which had equipped him to handle such ordinary exchanges with ease. Oh, it's like this. Since our company's inception, we have always held a global perspective, dedicating ourselves to selfless service. Considering that you are all elite individuals of our Earth Federation, and that the upcoming St. Police assessment is fraught with unknown dangers. We have specially tailored a series of the most valuable, affordable, and considerate insurance products for elite candidates like yourselves. These include elite health insurance, candidates property insurance, and personal and star pet accident insurance among several other categories. I believe there will certainly be a product that suits your needs. In the event that none of these interest you, we also offer the Fortune in the Galaxy Property Appreciation Plan, which can bring you unexpectedly valuable returns. The chubby man launched into an uninterrupted stream of sales pitches, his eloquence and calm professionalism making Chi-Chi seem like a mere novice in comparison. Stop. Luo Fan realized that if he didn't intervene promptly, the man would likely continue ad infinitum. After all, wasn't he just a mere insurance salesman? I'm sorry, but I don't require any of what you've mentioned, Luo Fan feigned a look of great regret. However, he underestimated the tenacity of a professional insurance salesman. Participating in such a dangerous assessment, you should at least consider purchasing personal accident insurance, in the unfortunate event of a mishap during the assessment. It could provide your father with a pension, thus fulfilling a filial duty in your final moments. The chubby man coaxed patiently. My father passed away 6 years ago, Luo Fan replied flatly. Then you should purchase even more insurance. This way? Your mother won't have to worry about being left alone. But I don't even know my mother. The man's expression stiffened momentarily, grasping at straws. Such a flimsy explanation. What about your siblings? I am an orphan. Is there no one else in your family? The chubby man persisted desperately. No. While Luo Fan spoke these words, he mused internally that there was indeed another glutton at home. But if he were to die, that individual would perish as well, rendering any insurance payout moot. The chubby man scrutinized Luo Fan for a long moment, finally realizing that he was dealing with someone impervious to persuasion. All his efforts had been in vain. With a resigned pout, he turned and left, casting not another glance in Luo Fan's direction. Luo Fan shrugged off the brief interruption caused by the unwelcome visitor. An insurance salesman, while somewhat bothersome, was merely doing his job, and he had no inclination to harbor resentment over such trivial matters. However, he remained oblivious to the cunning glint that flickered in the man's eyes as he turned away, nor did he notice the flash of murderous intent in the gaze of a black-clad girl lurking in the distance. Chapter 18. The savage planet within the dense forest. Luo Fan navigated cautiously. At this moment, every cell in his body was on high alert, for this forest was exceedingly peculiar. Towering trees, reminiscent of skyscrapers, loomed all around, while the ground was covered with numerous plants that exuded an aura of danger, none of which he had ever encountered on Earth. This forced Luo Fan to avoid moving in a straight line, instead opting to progress by weaving through various arcs. Since arriving here, Chi-Chi, the alien gourmet, had adopted an unusually serious demeanor. As a uniquely special life form in the universe, Chi-Chi possessed inherited memories, granting him a vast reservoir of knowledge from the moment of his birth. Leveraging this innate advantage, he continuously alerted Luo Fan to various potential threats. It was astonishing how extensive the information in his mind was, as he could identify the vast majority of plants in this area and detail their characteristics with ease. Listening to the names of the plants that Chi-Chi recited was enough to send shivers down Luo Fan's spine. Brown spot grass, blood spider vine, snake thorn fruit, corpse flower. The sheer terror embodied in each name left Luo Fan with a bitter taste in his mouth. According to Chi-Chi, hardly any of these plants were benign. Some contained lethal toxins, while others exhibited fearsome aggression. Even the robust physique of a reinforcer could easily succumb to death with but a moment's carelessness. Despite Luo Fan having ascended to a tier beyond that of a reinforcer, fully integrating into the ranks of Earth's most elite beings, he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. The strength of a reinforcer lies in their physical enhancements, while the Awakener's advancement is primarily manifested in mental acuity, rendering their senses more acute. However, this does not confer substantial improvements in bodily strength. Should they fall prey to these terrifying plants, they might not outlast a reinforcer. Yet, more daunting than these perilous flora was the seemingly omnipresent thick fog. With each step forward, Luo Fan would climb to the top of a towering tree to survey his surroundings. Unfortunately, apart from the impenetrable, white mist, he gleaned nothing else, as if the entire planet were shrouded in this fog, obscuring its true visage from the intruders. This implied that as long as Luo Fan remained within the fog-enshrouded area, He could not devise a more scientifically sound path and would be relegated to aimlessly wandering in this treacherous forest. Who knows how vast this fog-laden expanse truly is, with every moment spent within this forest? The danger escalated exponentially. Luofan's heart raced at the thought, pondering how many participants would emerge as survivors in this competition. Yet, the external threats were not what troubled Luofan most. It was the unpredictable human element that set his nerves on edge. Natural dangers could be navigated with Chi-Chi's remarkable inherited memories, coupled with his own acute sense of peril. Luofan believed he had a fair chance of surviving on this hazardous planet. However, he remained ever vigilant against the unknown motives of others. Mule. What do you think the young man in uniform meant by gifting you a book? As they traversed a relatively safe area, Chi-Chi suddenly posed a question to Luofan, just before the participants were about to be teleported. The young man, who had been absorbed in reading, had closed his book and approached Luofan, presenting him with a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said, "This book is for you." Luofan, bewildered, was about to decline when the young man continued, "A book is worth but a few coins. I feel a connection with you, so consider it a keepsake. If I do not return from this competition, at least I will have made a friend before my demise." Without further ado, he pressed the book into Luofan's hands and turned away, leaving Luofan in a state of confusion. Upon inspecting the book more closely, Luofan confirmed it to be an entirely ordinary paperback novel. Unable to make sense of it, he tossed it into his spatial wristband. After all, it was a gift from someone else, and discarding it outright seemed rather impolite. The wristband had ample space, so he was not concerned about it taking up any room. That moment, Chi-Chi's question reignited Luofan's curiosity. Meanwhile, on the shores of a pitch-black lake, the young man in uniform stood alongside his companions. Although the military had clearly employed a method of individual random teleportation, the uniformed youth and his group had somehow gathered together without a hitch. As they stood there, all eyes were fixated on the lake's surface, seemingly waiting for something. That a few younger individuals bore anxious expressions, indicating that whatever was about to transpire held great significance for them. Yet, exceptions to the norm were always inevitable. "Senior, why did you give that guy a book back on the ship?" a junior beside the uniformed youth finally inquired after much contemplation. It appeared that even in moments of high tension, the innate curiosity of women could not be entirely suppressed. The uniformed youth cast a knowing glance at the inquisitive junior before returning his gaze to the lake. Countering her question, "What is your current level of strength?" "Me?" the junior replied, somewhat shyly. "Please don't laugh. Senior, I lack talent and have not been diligent enough. I'm currently only at reinforcement level 9. The uniformed youth patiently reassured her, "You needn't belittle yourself. Achieving reinforcement level 9 at your age is commendable." However, he shifted the conversation. "Did you notice the level of the person I gave the book to?" The junior paused, recalling for a moment, then shook her head in response. "I didn't pay attention." As soon as she spoke, she immediately realized her oversight and let out a soft gasp. Seeing her comprehension dawn upon her, the uniformed youth smiled subtly, refraining from further elaboration. The junior fell silent, her mind racing with shock. With her own level at reinforcement level 9, encountering individuals of equal or lesser strength required little observation. Their capabilities were typically evident. Even someone at the higher reinforcement level 10 should have been discernible to her. Yet, she had completely failed to gauge the strength of the person to whom her senior had gifted a book. This was decidedly abnormal. Such phenomena typically indicated one of two possibilities. Either the individual possessed special means to conceal their strength, or their capabilities far surpassed her own, rendering her unable to perceive them. Coupled with her senior's behavior, the answer became glaringly obvious. An awakener. That individual was an awakener, just like her senior. The shock was evident on the junior's face. Having witnessed her senior's arduous journey to becoming an awakener, she understood just how challenging it was to reach that stage. Although she held a modicum of confidence in her own abilities, she dared not harbor fantasies about becoming an awakener herself. And this seemingly unremarkable, inconspicuous boy was also an awakener. This meant her senior was exceptionally astute, using a book worth but a few coins to establish a rapport with an awakener. Regardless of whether they could forge a friendship, at the very least, encountering him again would likely diffuse any hostility. Her senior truly was remarkable, an undeniable genius. Yet, despite her unwavering trust in him, the juniors still found it hard to fathom. Since when had Awakener status become commonplace? Perhaps it was a gesture of goodwill. While I am unclear about his exact motives, he likely harbors no ill intent towards me, Luo Fan mused. You inspected that book as well? And there were no modifications made. Furthermore, with hundreds of participants scattered across a planet, the likelihood of encountering him is exceedingly low, so there's no need to overthink it. We simply need to remain vigilant. Indeed. You have a point. Now, let's discuss the next matter. Chi-Chi's voice echoed in Luo Fan's mind once more. What do you think the military is truly after? At this, Luo Fan's expression grew somber. The military's actions are evidently irregular. I have a premonition that something significant is about to unfold. Chapter 19. Questions. Chi-Chi's inquiries were precisely what Luo Fan had been contemplating throughout his journey. He slowed his pace, keenly observing his surroundings, while internally deliberating on his analysis. The military's conduct this year has been quite peculiar. In previous years, the Sacred Police assessments typically adhered to an elimination format. Although the specifics varied, they generally followed the arena competition model. This year, however, we have abruptly transitioned to this bizarre method of lethal elimination, with no prior hints or warnings, which is rather intriguing. Indeed, the dangers here far exceed the requirements of the assessment. Tio, who cast Earth's future elites onto such a savage planet to meet their demise raises serious questions about the military's motives. It is likely that their intentions extend beyond merely selecting a handful of qualified federal sacred police. Chi-Chi's expression darkened. Though they had not known each other long, Luo Fan had come to realize that apart from sleeping, Chi-Chi's primary concern was food. Whenever he spoke, he could effortlessly steer the conversation towards culinary topics. Yet today, his serious demeanor was unprecedented. Though unspoken, Luo Fan understood that the planet posed considerable pressure on Chi-Chi. As their fates were intertwined, should Luo Fan perish, Chi-Chi would inevitably follow. If such a scenario were to occur, Chi-Chi would have no place to weep. Luo Fan gathered his thoughts and carefully articulated. I believe there are 3 particularly suspicious aspects regarding the military's approach. What are those 3? Chi-Chi pressed, eager to hear more. The first is the method of teleportation. The vessel we boarded was an interstellar cruiser, fully capable of traversing wormholes for ultra-long distance space travel. Yet, the military opted for individual positioning teleportation, utilizing interstellar transport technology to directly deploy us participants onto this planet. Clearly, this decision was not motivated by cost considerations. Should one embark on a journey aboard an interstellar cruiser to execute a spatial leap? The vessel may outwardly appear to possess considerable mass, seemingly necessitating immense energy to sustain its operation. However, it is noteworthy that the ship merely needs to traverse to the vicinity of the target planet. Thus, the precision required is not excessively stringent, resulting in limited energy expenditure. Conversely, the method of individual deployment demands a high degree of accuracy in the coordinates for transmission. A slight deviation could result in the transported individual being misplaced to the planet's core or cast into the void of space, leading to an incomprehensible demise. To maintain absolute precision in transmission, a far greater quantity of energy must be consumed. It is perplexing that the military has opted for a method that appears to be counterproductive, rather than adopting a more scientific and optimized approach. What could possibly be their motive? My initial thought gravitates towards the notion of secrecy. They seem intent on concealing the star maps surrounding the XH-12 planet, thereby preventing us from discerning its location. Yet, does a newly discovered, untamed planet truly warrant such enigmatic treatment? If there exists a secret they wish to keep hidden, why go to the lengths of sending so many individuals from afar? This leads me to my first query. The second point concerns the competitors. The overall prowess of this cohort is remarkably elevated, to an almost abnormal degree. What, then, does it mean to be an awakened? While I am unfamiliar with extraterrestrial counterparts on Earth, awakened individuals represent the pinnacle of combat strength. My father, possessing the prowess of a 10th level enhancer, dominated the shadowy realms for decades. Had it not been for his obsession with a particular secret that ultimately brought about his downfall, he may well have achieved a more favorable conclusion. If a 10th level enhancer can be so formidable, the awakened born from recent extraterrestrial advancements are even more extraordinary. Though they have yet to attain invulnerability, a squad of soldiers wielding laser weaponry would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by a lone awakened. The disparity in their realms transcends mere enhancement of strength and speed. It signifies a comprehensive elevation, a qualitative transformation at the genetic level in tandem with their formidable abilities is the stark rarity of awakened individuals. The resources required to cultivate one are exorbitantly vast, beyond the capacity of even the four major corporations to squander freely. They can only concentrate resources to nurture a select few trusted elites. The lesser factions likely have never even laid eyes on an awakened. Given the scarcity of awakened individuals, factions fortunate enough to possess them safeguard them zealously, reserving them for critical moments. Yet, during this Holy Guard assessment, an unusual assembly of awakened has emerged. The military man, the uniformed youth, the alluring lady. Without a doubt, they belong to some powerful faction, likely the United Capital or one of the four major corporations. As for the girl in black, her aura is saturated with lethal intent. Though not as subdued and profound as my father's, it is sharper and more destructive. She is likely an assassin. Not an inconspicuous one in the world of shadows. Only those who have taken many lives could cultivate such an aura in the dark world. Those who have survived numerous kills either possess extraordinary luck or astonishing strength. I am inclined to believe she belongs to the latter category, and such assassins are typically not solitary but rather part of a formidable organization, among the renowned assassin organizations on Earth. The only one likely to harbor an awakened is the one my father was affiliated with. Thus, this girl in black may bear some connection to my father's organization. However, this line of reasoning raises further questions. Which organization would be willing to dispatch a precious awakened merely to partake in a selection assessment for the Holy Guard? Even if they succeed, what tangible benefits could they reap? The perilous nature of these tests is fraught with uncertainties. One misstep could cost even an awakened their life. It is essential to recognize that the resources expended to cultivate these four awakened could nearly finance the establishment of an army. Utilizing awakened as cannon fodder is evidently a poor strategy. The leaders of those major organizations are astute. How could they suddenly engage in such a financially detrimental endeavor? In the confines of the wristband's spatial realm, Chi-Chi nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What about the third point?" The third point pertains to the death elimination system. Although they have promised exorbitant rewards, claiming that all treasures found on this planet may be claimed privately, the planet remains undeveloped, and no basic information has been provided to us competitors. Under such stringent conditions, the number of survivors may not even reach half, and it could potentially be even lower. The exceedingly high mortality rate indicates that the organizer's true intent is not to select talent, but rather to pursue some undisclosed agenda. When considering the preceding 2 points, I conclude that the military is in dire need of individuals to explore this planet, while simultaneously wishing to conceal any information regarding it. Thus, everything must transpire in secrecy. It appears that this planet harbors some secret of immense significance, compelling them to willingly sacrifice several awakened for its acquisition. "Musi, your analytical prowess is truly impressive," Chi-Chi remarked, stroking his chin, his youthful visage striking a comically mature pose. "It seems you possess a bit more intelligence than mere brawn. With your current strength, coupled with the assistance I can provide, enduring here for a week is not an insurmountable task. Why greatest concern lies in what transpires after the competition." Chi-Chi did not continue. Yet Luofan comprehended his implication. The military has consistently shrouded the details of this operation in ambiguity, seemingly intent on keeping their secrets concealed. You fear they might renege on their promise and fail to dispatch a ship to retrieve the survivors, leaving us to fend for ourselves? Precisely, that is my concern. Chi-Chi's voice turned somewhat strained. The malevolence of humanity is such that it leaves even far superior extraterrestrial beings in awe. They are devoid of principles and boundaries, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. For their own gain, they would readily turn against kin and friends, let alone mere competitors with whom they share no ties. When necessary, they are likely to treat you all as expendable pawns. I understand. Luofan nodded. Those in positions of power often prioritize maximizing their interests while balancing various factions. When necessary, they would not hesitate to make sacrifices. To them, the paramount consideration is not right or wrong, but rather the worth of their actions. Yet, for now, our focus should not dwell on such concerns. The immediate priority is to confront the dangers before us and strive to endure for the week ahead. You are correct. We must first address the issues at hand. Rest assured, although I may be somewhat impoverished, I shall assist you, considering the numerous delightful meals you have treated me to. Chi-Chi's tone shifted back to a boastful one. After a brief pause, he added, Musi. While analyzing the competitors, I believe you overlooked one individual. Oh, are you suggesting there are other formidable contenders? Luofan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, I am referring to that plump fellow. Is it him? Chi-Chi's response astonished Luofan. I truly did not perceive him as particularly formidable. Did you discern something unique about him? There is a peculiar scent about him. Scent? Luofan scoffed in disdain. Pfft, I suspect your stomach is grumbling again. Allow me to caution you. Although you are an extraterrestrial, should you find yourself on Earth, you must adhere to our customs. I will not impede your cravings, but I must insist that you refrain from consuming people. Who wishes to eat people? You stubborn mule. Chi-Chi retorted, vexed and promptly sealed his lips, ignoring Luofan henceforth. Noticing the little fellow's genuine ire, Luofan pondered how best to appease him, lest he decide to abandon their partnership, leaving Luofan to navigate his fate alone. A precarious predicament indeed. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Musi, be cautious. Chi-Chi's voice surged with urgency as, simultaneously, the ground before Luofan split open, revealing a gaping chasm. A terrifying maw, bristling with sharp teeth, lunged at Luofan's calf, as the earth cleaved. Luofan had already sensed the anomaly. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward, retreating to the shelter of a nearby tree within the blink of an eye, simultaneously extracting a laser pistol from the blue dream wristband, aiming it at the creature that had ambushed him. Before him lay a creature resembling a 3-meter-long, black, worm-like entity, its mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs, presenting an alarming visage that suggested it was far from a docile creature. Without a hint of hesitation, Luofan resolutely aimed at the alien worm and pulled the trigger, the laser beam striking its body with pinpoint accuracy. However, it proved utterly futile. The beam collided with the alien worm, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, yet the creature's corpulent body remained unscathed. Luofan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. A laser gun, no less, an instrument capable of effortlessly piercing steel plates. Yet it couldn't even penetrate the skin of this oversized worm. What on earth had it been feasting on to grow so resilient? If one were to attempt to consume it, they would likely shatter their teeth in the process. Although Luofan's attack inflicted no damage upon the alien worm, it evidently provoked its ire. The creature emitted a strange cry, coiling its body before suddenly launching itself at Luofan with incredible speed. Akin to that of a bullet fired from a firearm, its white, menacing fangs aimed directly at Luofan's head. However, such velocity was still insufficient to pose a threat to him. Conventional bullets typically travel at speeds ranging from 2 to 3 times the speed of sound. Given that the speed of sound is approximately 340 meters per second, this alien worm's speed barely exceeded twice that, hovering around 700 meters per second. While this speed was indeed impressive, it only equated to the capabilities of a level 10 enhancer, thus presenting no challenge to someone of Luofan's awakening. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the worm's assault, though the mighty tree behind him, capable of being embraced by several men, bore the brunt of the attack. The worm's momentum carried it into the tree, creating a gaping hole of about half a meter in diameter. The immense tree trembled violently, shedding countless branches and leaves, teetering precariously. Luofan's expression shifted, and he retreated swiftly, placing sufficient distance between himself and the alien worm, raising his gun once more to aim at the target. Infuriated by its failed attempts, the worm twisted its head and propelled itself forward again. Luofan had discerned the creature's attack patterns, realizing it had only a couple of tricks up its sleeve, the most troublesome aspect being its tough, meaty exterior. However, a cold smile crept across Luofan's face. Such trivialities would not deter him. This time, without hesitation, he fired 3 consecutive shots, all of which found their mark within the alien worm's gaping maw. Blood erupted in a spray, and the worm did not have time to emit a sound of lamentation before its hefty form collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Oh my, our mule has quite the adaptability, instantly identifying the enemy's weakness. The battle concluded swiftly and decisively, truly a genius to become an awakener at just 18. The moment the fight ended, Chi-Chi's voice chimed in. Having undergone rigorous training as an assassin since childhood, Luo Fan remained unfazed by such minor slaughters, yet Chi-Chi's words were music to his ears, transforming his previously expressionless face into one of joy. The little ghost was making rapid progress, already learning to flatter its master. Quite commendable. Of course, otherwise, how could I be your master? Luo Fan replied, his face beaming with delight, exuding the demeanor of a petty individual reveling in success, nearly bursting into uproarious laughter. Indeed, truly a promising youth, Chi-Chi remarked cheerfully from within the wristband space. Now, please continue to exert yourself in the upcoming battles. Luo Fan paused, puzzled by the implication of her words. Before he could voice his confusion, the ground around him began to crack with increasing intensity, and one after another, alien worms emerged from the earth. In the blink of an eye, Luo Fan found himself surrounded by dozens of these extraterrestrial creatures. His triumphant expression froze upon his face. These alien monstrosities were laying an ambush for him. By the lakeside, a group of uniformed youths stood ready. The dark waters of the lake churned violently, prompting the group to raise their weapons in unison as a colossal silhouette loomed beneath the surface, their faces tightening with tension. Yet, the uniformed youth remained remarkably composed, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to signal, and the group immediately aimed their weapons at the massive shadow beneath the water, pulling the triggers in unison, unleashing a multitude of dazzling beams of light that filled the space. In a distant desert, a rugged soldier with a scarred face led his subordinates in combat against a gigantic beast, its size comparable to a small mountain. The creature was adorned with blade-like spines, resembling an ancient saber-toothed tiger, albeit of a far more perilous nature. Yet, at that moment, under the relentless assault of the soldier and his team, the formidable beast was drenched in blood, its ferocity evidently waning. Had Luo Fan been present, he would have been astounded by the weaponry wielded by the soldier and his team, for each firearm was constructed with a blend of energy-concentrating metals, though the proportion of this material was not high. The sheer quantity was considerable. Such an investment was beyond even the four major corporations. Coupled with their conspicuous military uniforms, it was not difficult to deduce their identities. The strongest armed force under the Earth United Capital, the Interstellar Combat Team. This elite force frequently undertook missions in extraterrestrial realms, having endured countless brutal battles. Despite their small number, totaling only 50, they unequivocally represented the most formidable contingent among the current participants, their superiority further amplified by their advanced weaponry. As the battle raged on, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, followed by an earth-shattering roar. While the source of the bellow remained unknown, its sheer intensity suggested that the creature responsible was likely even more formidable than the one currently confronting the soldier and his team. The direction of the sound pointed toward the lake where the uniformed youth and his comrades were stationed. The soldier squinted toward that direction, but all he could discern was a thick mist. Frowning, he raised his voice. "Brothers, the Sea Dragon faction has also made its move. We must intensify our efforts. We cannot fall behind." Understood. The 49 soldiers responded in unison, a fierce battle spirit surging forth. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the gigantic beast felt an overwhelming threat. It let out an enraged howl, its attacks becoming even more frenzied, escalating the intensity and brutality of the conflict. In a vast forest shrouded in mist, a young girl clad in black ventured forth alone. Clutching a device the size of a wristwatch, she paused periodically to scrutinize the display screen, adjusting her course before continuing. Suddenly, she felt a stirring in her heart, halting her steps as her cold, piercing gaze penetrated the fog ahead. Almost simultaneously, several laser beams shot forth from the mist, targeting her directly, in ambush. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes as she twisted her body with a fluid grace, evading all the incoming laser beams, which instead struck a massive tree behind her. The thick, sturdy trunk was obliterated into countless fragments, and the towering giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, as the fallen tree stirred up a cloud of dust and debris. The girl leaped into the air, her agile form merging with the dense foliage above. Just as her silhouette vanished, another figure sprang from the nearby thicket. It was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man, a look of cunning etched across his face. Wielding a laser rifle, clearly the assailant who had just attempted to ambush the girl at that moment, he gazed skyward in the direction where the girl's form had disappeared. uncertainty clouding his expression as he deliberated whether to pursue or retreat. This slender man was also a participant in the current Saint Guard assessment, having reached the 9th level of enhancement, thus qualifying him as a competent contender. Originally, he had anticipated that, while he may not secure a top position, his abilities would suffice to meet the assessment standards. However, the military's sudden change in evaluation methods had caught him off guard. After encountering 2 assaults from alien creatures upon arriving on this planet, he felt utterly disheartened. The overwhelming power of these extraterrestrial beings far exceeded his expectations. Although he had successfully eliminated the alien creatures he encountered using his weaponry and skills, the dangers he faced left him with an icy chill whenever he recalled them. Aware of his limitations, he understood that surviving for a week on this planet would likely prove exceedingly difficult. This realization plunged him into despair, extinguishing any hope for the future. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to abandon further perilous explorations of this treacherous world, opting instead to seek refuge in a secure corner until the assessment concluded. During this time, should he happen upon any isolated participants, he would ambush them stealthily, seizing their belongings for himself. This was the motive behind his earlier attack on the girl. However, he was caught off guard by the formidable strength of this seemingly frail young woman, leading him to question the wisdom of his hasty assault. Just as he stood there pondering whether to continue his pursuit, he suddenly felt a light breeze brush past him, followed by a soft grunt from the girl. Echoing in his ear, without waiting for any reaction from the slender man, a crimson line appeared across his throat, and in the next moment, a torrent of blood gushed forth. The slender man did not even have time to cover the wound with his hand before life slipped away, his lifeless body collapsing backward. Even in death, his eyes remained filled with terror, unable to comprehend the means by which his assailant had taken his life. Was there truly such a bizarre and terrifying method of assassination in this world? Chapter 21. Promotion. Gazing at the scattered, pale corpses of the alien earthworms strewn about, Luo Fan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. On the very first day of his arrival on this planet, more precisely, not even half a day had passed, he had already encountered considerable trouble. With Luo Fan's skills, a couple of alien creatures resembling earthworms posed little threat. However, when their numbers swelled, the situation became somewhat troublesome. To be fair, these creatures, while possessing decent defensive capabilities, boasted negligible offensive power and displayed little intelligence, lacking any semblance of tactics. Yet, despite this, Luo Fan ultimately had to resort to some of his hidden true skills to conclude the battle with relative ease. As he surveyed the fog-laden forest before him, Luo Fan's mood grew heavy. He wondered what further challenges lay ahead. Mule, don't be so downcast. This round of the game has ended. Allow me to present you with a reward for passing. Chi-Chi suddenly interjected, sensing Luo Fan's discontent. Upon hearing the word reward, Luo Fan perked up. What benefits do you speak of? Do share. Do you think this horde of flesh worms is hiding here for no reason? After traversing this long path without encountering a single fly, we suddenly stumble upon a nest here. Do you think that's mere coincidence? Luo Fan's eyes brightened. The little creature spoke so clearly that even a fool could understand. Are there valuable items here? Walk 150 meters to your left and turn behind that large tree, Chi-Chi instructed. Motivated by the prospect of valuable items, Luo Fan immediately activated his awakened super speed, finding himself at the location Chi-Chi indicated in an instant. No further words were needed from Chi-Chi. As soon as Luo Fan steadied himself, he beheld the spoils of their battle. A plant approximately 1 foot tall, radiating a brilliant golden hue. Devoid of flowers or fruit, crowned with 3 golden leaves arranged in a triangular formation. Sensing the vibrant life emanating from this plant, Luo Fan's heart raced. What kind of plant is this? He inquired. Since arriving on this planet, it had been Chi-Chi guiding Luo Fan, whose wondrous inherited memories rendered this seemingly young child an omniscient sage. Out of the numerous plants they had encountered along the way, Luo Fan recognized scarcely 10%, while Chi-Chi could name them all, possessing a profound understanding of their characteristics and uses. Most astonishing to Luo Fan was Chi-Chi's extraordinary perceptual ability. The most significant change from transitioning from an enhancer to an awakener lay not in the physical realm but in the mental domain. Compared to enhancers, awakeners enjoyed heightened sensitivity in their 5 senses, granting them clearer and sharper perceptions of the external world. Coupled with their capacity to achieve speeds of several dozen times the speed of sound. They could almost predict their opponent's actions in battle, thus effortlessly overpowering those of similar physical prowess who had not adequately developed their mental capabilities. Luo Fan had meticulously tested this after becoming an awakener. His perceptual range extended roughly 1 kilometer. Within this sphere, every rustle of grass, every skitter of insects, was discernible to him. He could even hear the rhythmic sounds of breathing, heartbeat, and flowing blood. With such formidable perception, ambushes and traps became meaningless to him unless faced with adversaries of vastly superior strength, for he had already sensed the presence of foes before stepping into their traps. However, upon arriving on this planet, this ability had been suppressed. By instinct, Luo Fan sensed something unusual about the thick fog here. Within its embrace, he felt an inexplicable oppression, rendering his sensory capabilities nearly ineffective. His perceptual range had drastically diminished from 1 kilometer to a mere 100 meters. This was still the case for awakeners. He could only imagine the plight of those enhancers whose mental faculties had not been enhanced. Yet, it seemed that this peculiar environment bore no impact on Chi-Chi. Luo Fan could not discern how he managed to consistently warn him of potential threats ahead. He wondered whether the eerie surroundings held no sway over Chi-Chi, or if his perceptual abilities were so exceptional that they remained effective even when suppressed. Chi-Chi had once mentioned possessing a secret coveted throughout the universe, a secret that constrained his freedom to roam the outside world, to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. He had to hide in subspace day after day, living in isolation. Luo Fan had never pried into what that secret was, sensing it weighed heavily on Chi-Chi, burdensome enough that he preferred to forget it. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Luo Fan had already regarded Chi-Chi as a comrade, transcending the master-pet dynamic. He saw Chi-Chi as a trustworthy friend. Luo Fan understood that Chi-Chi could sense his emotions through their mental connection, which was why he accepted Luo Fan so readily, not due to a blood contract, but rather through trust and understanding. Despite the inevitable entanglements of life, it was not power or treasures that truly bound people together but the heartfelt connections among them. Golden chaos, an absolute treasure. Chi-Chi's excited voice interrupted Luo Fan's contemplation. Mule, hurry and collect it. This item is immensely beneficial to you right now. Luo Fan felt a surge of joy. For something to be deemed immensely beneficial by this glutton, and not in the context of food, it must be extraordinary. Under Chi-Chi's guidance, Luo Fan carefully unearthed the entire plant, placing the roots into his subspace ring while holding the 3 golden leaves in his hand. Mule, we must enter the star realm immediately, Chi-Chi urged urgently. Although perplexed, Luo Fan complied without hesitation. With a thought, he found himself within Chi-Chi's star realm, the forest around them instantly devoid of life. Chi-Chi awaited him inside, prompting, Mule, sit down quickly, we have little time. You must consume this golden chaos at once. You want me to eat this? Luo Fan asked, settling into a cross-legged position but hesitating to partake. Instead, raising the 3 golden leaves in perplexity. Indeed. Now that you are an awakener with a solid foundation, you can enhance your strength using external substances without worrying about compromising your future potential. Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you're sure you want me to chew on these leaves directly, Luo Fan inquired awkwardly. Shouldn't enhancing strength involve consuming some high-end gene potion or something similarly grand? Eating 3 leaves felt far from the words of a glutton with a passion for gourmet food. Mule, are you questioning the greatness of the illustrious Chi-Chi? The little creature's tone brimmed with annoyance. Let me clarify. This plant is called Golden Chaos, an exceedingly rare natural remedy in the universe. That sounds impressive. Luo Fan's spirits lifted. What special effects does it possess? Ordinary individuals who consume it will immediately experience mental chaos and insanity. You've got to be kidding me. Luo Fan erupted in anger. Is this some kind of rare poison masquerading as a valuable item? The little creature broke into a sweat. Mule, why are you so impatient? You haven't let me finish. I meant that only ordinary people would suffer such effects because this golden chaos is an exceedingly rare natural remedy that enhances mental power. Common folks cannot withstand its overwhelming potency, leading to their mental breakdown. However, it is perfectly suited for awakeners to elevate their levels. Upon hearing that it could enhance mental power, Luo Fan's excitement soared. Mental power was notoriously difficult to improve. Unlike physical enhancement, which could be achieved through gene drugs, no effective methods had yet been discovered on Earth to elevate mental power, despite the advances of alien technology. This scarcity was the fundamental reason for the rarity of awakeners. Once one reached the awakener level, further advancement became exponentially more challenging. Any substance capable of enhancing mental power was exorbitantly priced and often unavailable. If this golden chaos truly possessed miraculous effects for boosting mental power, it would be akin to a lifeline for Luo Fan. Recently having just broken through to become an awakener, he was currently the lowest tier among them. The other awakeners on this planet, while their exact levels remained unknown, were unlikely to be inferior to Luo Fan. In all likelihood, their strength surpassed his, which filled him with considerable pressure. At this moment, having heard Chi-Chi's explanation, Luo Fan no longer hesitated. He promptly stuffed 3 golden chaotic leaves into his mouth, chewing them recklessly for a few moments before swallowing. As soon as he gulped them down, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within his body, rapidly coalescing into a warm flow that penetrated his mind. A thunderous roar resonated in Luo Fan's head, followed by a sharp, tearing pain that coursed through his brain. Caught off guard, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. However, having prepared himself mentally beforehand, Luo Fan realized that this was a crucial moment. He absolutely could not afford to squander his efforts. Gritting his teeth, he bore the excruciating pain and silently began to channel the internal cultivation technique left by his adoptive father. He had already reached the 2nd level of this practice, but since becoming an awakened one, he had not made any significant progress. Yet, at this moment, as he initiated his cultivation, Luo Fan immediately sensed a difference. As the technique flowed through him, not only did the vast energy of the universe from the starry space continually converge around him, further reinforcing his essence, but the energy derived from the golden chaos was also relentlessly launching wave after wave of impact from within, as if there were an invisible barrier in Luo Fan's mind. After countless impacts, suddenly, Luo Fan felt a violent tremor as the formless barrier finally shattered. A surge of elation filled his heart. He had broken through. Chapter 22. A helping hand, Loazi. Do you intend to save him? Chi-Chi inquired within his mind. Indeed, that is my intention. After all, we have crossed paths before, Luo Fan pondered, stroking his smooth chin as he surveyed the scene before him. Though this fellow can be rather loquacious, he does not seem to be a bad person. Since fate has brought us together, I shall do my utmost to lend a hand. At this moment, Luo Fan had yet to escape the vast forest shrouded in mist, yet unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Before him stood a tree that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding foliage. This tree was not only more robust and towering, but was also entwined with numerous thick vines. A man was ensnared tightly by these vines, hanging from the tree, with only his face visible. Judging by his flushed complexion, it was evident that he would soon be strangled if left in this predicament. This man was none other than Jean Sanpang, who had previously attempted to sell insurance to Luo Fan aboard the interstellar cruiser. Upon seeing Luo Fan's arrival, a glimmer of hope sparkled in the fat man's eyes, albeit tinged with hesitation. It was clear he desperately wished for Luo Fan's assistance, but was uncertain of how Luo Fan would respond. After all, they were not friends, but rather competitors due to the assessment, and Luo Fan bore no obligation to help him. If Luo Fan had a slightly colder heart, merely refraining from a lethal attack would have been considered a show of mercy. Fortunately, the fat man's concerns did not linger for long, as Luo Fan soon made his decision. Had it been the old Luo Fan, uncertain of the other's capabilities, he might have hesitated, cautious of acting rashly. However, after consuming the golden chaos and achieving a breakthrough, Luo Fan could now clearly perceive the other's strength. The fat man was merely a first-tier awakened one. Although Luo Fan was unaware of any special abilities he might possess, he was confident that they would not pose a threat to him. While he could not guarantee he would defeat the man, at the very least, he was certain of his own safety. For after consuming the golden chaos, Luo Fan had not merely ascended to a second-tier awakened one, but had leapt to a third tier. Now, with just a slight focus, he could perceive everything within a radius of 500 meters, be it the rustle of branches or the descent of leaves. This was still under the oppressive influence of the bizarre mist, and Luo Fan's sensory abilities could only manifest a tenth of their potential. If he were to return to Earth, his perceptive range would extend to 5 kilometers, a formidable figure indeed, implying that even if a sniper aimed at him from an extreme distance, it would be difficult to inflict harm. Physically, while there had been no qualitative enhancement, the increase was not to be underestimated. With each level gained, An enhancer could augment their strength by 200 gene. The first-tier enhancer could reach the level of a former world champion, while a second tier could surpass it entirely. Upon reaching the 10th tier, one could effortlessly lift a ton. After becoming an awakened one, with each tier ascended, one's strength could increase by 1,000 kilograms, equating to 1 ton. A first-tier awakened one possessed around 2 tons of strength, while Luo Fan, now a third-tier awakened one, boasted approximately 4 tons of strength. This was merely static strength, not accounting for explosive power. By incorporating the techniques of advanced martial arts, his instantaneous explosive power could achieve an even more astonishing figure. As a third-tier awakened one, Luo Fan was confident that the other could not employ any tricks in his presence. With this in mind, if he could save a life, it would be unwise to stand idly by. Having formed a resolution, Luo Fan no longer hesitated and decided to act immediately. Otherwise, given the fat man's condition, he might be too late if he delayed. With a swift motion, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand. Seeing Luo Fan's movement, the fat man's anxiety deepened. He was uncertain whether this blade would be aimed at the vines or his own throat. Bound and struggling to breathe, he could only watch Luo Fan, awaiting the verdict of fate. Fortunately, the benevolent hand of destiny did not keep him waiting long. Luo Fan's dagger rose swiftly and fell. With a thud, the dagger struck one of the vines. Yet the scene that unfolded was not what Luo Fan had envisioned. The vine, merely 2 fingers thick, was not severed. Luo Fan's strike, delivered with half his strength, only left a shallow mark on the vine's surface. The fat man's expression shifted from surprise to disappointment in an instant. Luo Fan gasped in astonishment. A standard military dagger forged from high-grade steel, wielded by a third-tier awakened one, was unable to cut through this seemingly inconspicuous vine. No wonder the fat man, despite being an awakened one, was rendered immobile. Had their positions been reversed, Luo Fan could not guarantee his own safety. As his thoughts raced, his hands did not falter. With a flick of his wrist, the standard military dagger vanished, replaced by a seemingly unremarkable black dagger. The moment this dagger appeared in Luo Fan's hand, the fat man's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on it, momentarily forgetting his predicament. A dagger forged entirely from energy-concentrating metal. How extravagant! How could such a luxurious item exist in this world? It was a grave mistake for him not to have purchased my insurance. I must cultivate a good rapport with this wealthy individual and pitch more products to him next time. Unbeknownst to Luo Fan, the fat man had already begun plotting in his mind. He swung the energy-concentrating dagger, the weapon weighing over 200 kilograms slicing through the vines binding the fat man, causing his hefty form to drop to the ground with a thud, sending up a cloud of dust. "Thank you, brother." The fat man, having finally regained his strength after a moment of sitting on the ground, expressed his gratitude to Luo Fan and began to stretch his bruised body. His previously pristine gold-rimmed glasses were nowhere to be found, and his once dapper suit had been reduced to tatters, presenting a most pitiful sight. Luo Fan expected him to commence healing his injuries, yet to his surprise, the fat man pulled out a palm-sized mirror from his subspace wristband and began examining himself with fervor, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my suave image has been nearly ruined." As he muttered, his hands moved swiftly, retrieving a suit identical to the previous one from his wristband. He adeptly changed into it and even pulled out a comb to meticulously style his scant hair. Remarkably, upon finishing, he transformed back into a semblance of his former self. When the fat man finally looked up, he found Luo Fan staring at him in disbelief, prompting him to sheepishly explain, "My apologies. It's merely a professional habit I've developed over the years. It's hard to change." "How did you end up like this?" Luo Fan inquired, recalling the fat man's previously abysmal appearance. "I was careless and fell victim to this alien vine," the fat man retorted, casting a fierce glare at the scattered remnants of vines on the ground, those he had severed while saving him. "Oh, I see, truly unfortunate." Sensing that the fat man was avoiding the topic, Luo Fan surmised he was not fully disclosing the truth. However, he chose not to press the matter. After all, everyone harbored secrets, and it was only natural not to wish to divulge everything. He certainly did not want to be the type to pry into matters that might cause annoyance. Unexpectedly, the fat man's frustration flared. Finding the scattered vines insufficient for his ire, he produced a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from his golden wristband and aimed it at the vine-entwined tree, firing a shot. with a resounding boom, the lower trunk of the massive tree was reduced to splinters. And the once mighty trunk came crashing down with a thunderous roar, toppling several other trees in a cacophony of destruction. Luo Fan regarded him with incredulity, speechless as he turned to leave. This fool had created such a ruckus out of spite, entirely disregarding the consequences. What if the commotion attracted more fearsome creatures? It would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. If he chose to be reckless, there was no reason for Luo Fan to accompany him to his demise. Regret surged within Luo Fan. He lamented that he should not have intervened to save this fool, but rather let him perish where he hung. The rotund fellow wore an expression of sheepishness, seemingly aware that his earlier actions were inappropriate. Upon noticing Luo Fan departing, he hurriedly pursued, calling out, "Hey, don't walk so fast, wait for me." Despite his corpulent frame, he moved with an agility that belied his size. Swiftly catching up to Luo Fan's rear, Luo Fan halted, turned, and regarded him with a puzzled gaze. "You're fine now. Why are you still following me?" "My friend," the plump man replied, "do not be so heartless. This planet is fraught with peril. Wandering alone is exceedingly unsafe. If we travel together, we can look out for one another, can't we? Rest assured, I, the esteemed Fat Lord, am also an awakened one. With my protection, you shall encounter no trouble." After their reunion on this planet, the plump man's address to Luo Fan had shifted from the formal you to the more familiar brother, while he unabashedly referred to himself as Fat Lord. However, lost in his own boastfulness, he seemed to have forgotten who had rescued him from the tree just moments ago. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I can take care of myself and do not require assistance," Luo Fan replied coolly, his demeanor indifferent towards the rotund man, who he found somewhat tiresome. "Brother, do you know who I am? I am a seasoned awakened one, brimming with experience. Many have sought my company, yet I remained aloof. To accompany you is a stroke of luck for you. Though you possess the strength of an awakened one, your youth entails a lack of experience, and dangers lurk on this planet. Wait, something's amiss. Why can't I discern your level? Have you leveled up?" The plump man, who had been eager to continue his self-promotion, suddenly fell silent, his face a canvas of disbelief. "I distinctly recall that aboard the spaceship, you were merely a first-tier awakened one. Now, only half a day has passed, and I can't fathom your level. Even if luck favored you and you advanced upon arriving here, you should only be one tier above me. At most a second tier, yet you exude an overwhelming pressure. Could it be you have ascended by 2 tiers or more?" The last statement left the rotund man in a state of shock. Luo Fan offered no response, merely turning to resume his journey. The plump man, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his composure and hurriedly called out, "Wait, Fat Lord has made up his mind. I shall accompany you." Chapter 23. Tides. The night on planet XH-12 was unexpectedly frigid. The already obscured vision due to the dense fog grew increasingly murky as light faded. Visibility diminished, rendering the utility of military tactical flashlights almost negligible. The fog and darkness loomed like a monstrous beast, ready to devour all light and hope. Under such circumstances, pressing on would be unwise. Luo Fan exchanged a brief greeting with the tenaciously persistent plump man and sought a relatively open area to establish a camp for the night. After setting up a dozen simple warning traps around, Luo Fan climbed a colossal tree and selected a robust branch as a resting place. Though merely a branch, its impressive girth was sufficient for one to recline comfortably. They refrained from lighting a campfire. While it would provide warmth, it would also attract the attention of dangerous, unknown creatures. Furthermore, with the physical resilience of awakened beings, ordinary cold posed little threat. The plump man seemed to possess an innate ability to adapt. Reclining comfortably against the base of a large tree, casually activating the music function on his wristband and indulging in song during such a perilous time. At least he had the decency not to blast the music, but opted for a private listening mode. Yet, as he swayed with closed eyes, his rotund body jiggling, indistinguishable between his waist and belly, while humming off-key, he appeared less like someone facing life and death trials and more like a carefree tourist. "Hey, mule," came the discontented voice of Chi-Chi in Luo Fan's mind. "The more I see this guy, the more irritating he becomes. Why don't we just leave him here to feed the beasts?" Patience, Luo Fan thought. Already irritated by the plump man, yet maintaining a stoic expression. He is quite hefty. He might prove useful as a human shield in critical moments. Chi-Chi chuckled softly. Mule? You're quite cunning. After that, he fell silent. Under the tranquil alien night, Luo Fan's thoughts drifted. Memories of countless nights like this flooded back, where the one-armed elder patiently imparted knowledge to him. Firearms, combat, survival skills, and the essence of being human. Indeed, a killer teaching him how to be a person. Luo Fan found no humor in this new era, where society revered technology and pursued material wealth. Many had lost sight of their core values and beliefs. Yet that solitary elder had lived his life for a principle and ultimately sacrificed himself for it. Until his dying breath, he bore no regrets. Luo Fan felt gratitude and respect for him. He appreciated the elder's selfless nurturing over the years and respected his unwavering aspiration for light amidst the darkest of occupations. Despite lacking any blood relation, in Luo Fan's heart, the one-armed guest was akin to a father, the closest person to him in this world. Luo Fan was not a coward. He feared little. The only true source of his dread was the thought of disappointing his adoptive father. Each time fatigue washed over him during training, that disappointed expression would surface in his mind, and in that moment, all weariness would dissipate, and his body would once again feel invigorated. He reminded himself that he must one day stand at the edge of the world to fulfill his adoptive father's unfulfilled wishes. Mule, danger! Chi-Chi's urgent warning suddenly echoed in his mind. That moment, Luo Fan, resting in the tree, sensed an imminent threat. The traps he had set were being dismantled at an alarming rate. His expression shifted, and he sprang into action, leaping towards the plump man below while shouting, "Be careful!" As Luo Fan launched himself, a sharp sound sliced through the night. A slender black shadow darted like lightning, severing the branch he had just vacated. Simultaneously, another dark projectile hurtled towards the plump man's corpulent form. Luo Fan's heart sank. The ferocity of the attack was overwhelming. He would be too late to save this hapless plump man. However, to his astonishment, the rotund fellow, who had been swaying to music just moments before, suddenly opened his eyes wide and, with an astonishing nimbleness, glided several paces away, narrowly avoiding the black projectile that struck the ground where he had sat moments ago. Touching down, the plump man grinned at Luo Fan. "You're a good kid. Very loyal. Fat Lord has a keen eye for people. I can tell right away you're not the type to abandon someone in peril." Luo Fan felt a chill. It turned out that while he had been observing the plump man, the latter had been equally attentive to him. Just as Chi-Chi had suggested, this rotund fellow was no ordinary character. "I have a map of this planet, and it can lead us to valuable treasures. But I'm at a loss to navigate it alone. What do you say? Are you interested in collaborating? We can split the spoils 30-70, with you getting the larger share." The plump man's address had become increasingly informal, transitioning from you to brother, and now to kid. It seemed the more familiar they became, the less respect he afforded Luo Fan. Luo Fan replied noncommittally, "Let us survive this encounter first." The plump man chuckled, "Precisely. Surviving proves your true abilities. Worthy of Fat Lord's collaboration. If you perish, then everything is moot." Luo Fan refrained from further engaging with the plump man's chatter. The acute senses of an awakened one had fully awakened, and he felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. He warily lifted his gaze, sensing something amiss above in the treetops. The plump man, noticing Luo Fan's unease, followed his line of sight. "What is it? Can you see clearly?" Luo Fan inquired. "Not quite. It looks like just a fish." "Nothing of concern," the plump man responded uncertainly. "Oh, just a fish? Indeed, that's nothing to worry about. Wait a moment. What does that mean? It's one thing to find fish in water, but this is a forest. How could there be fish in the trees?" Luo Fan's expression darkened as he sensed a change in the surroundings. What was closing in on them? It seemed like water. No, it was mist. The dense fog that had enveloped the forest during the day, yet now, that once white mist was transforming into a sinister crimson hue. The blood-red fog surged like a rising tide, roiling and crashing with a roar reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds. What was happening? Blood mist tides? In the inky darkness, the once thick fog had become almost liquid, violently swirling towards them like a tempestuous sai. In the depths of this sanguine miasma, faint roars emanated from unknown creatures. Their types evidently varied. with an array of different pitches and lengths rising and falling, drawing ever closer. The faces of Luo Fan and the portly man changed drastically. "My apologies, young one. I cannot assist you any further. I must take my leave. I shall return at dawn to seek you out. Should you still be alive, we can discuss matters of collaboration. If, however, you have perished, I shall ensure, out of gratitude for your past rescue, that your remains are properly interred, provided, of course, that they have not been devoured." Without waiting for Luo Fan's response, the portly man swiftly raised his right hand to strike the ostentatious golden bracelet on his left wrist, summoning his star pet. This was Luo Fan's first glimpse of the portly man's star pet, which astonishingly resembled a towering boulder. Stepping forward, the portly man appeared to meld into the massive stone, as if his flesh and blood had fused seamlessly with it. In the next moment, the boulder trembled violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered to the ground, transforming into a large mass of sandy material that rapidly permeated the earth, vanishing completely in mere seconds. "This portly fellow is quite formidable," Chi-Chi exclaimed from within the bracelet space. "To have found a sand beast thought extinct for millennia as his star pet is truly remarkable. Luozi, it seems prudent for you to consider a partnership with him. What exactly is this sand beast?" Luo Fan inquired, having never heard the term before. He was certain such a creature had not existed on Earth. "It is exceedingly powerful, recognized throughout the universe as one of the most troublesome species. Their bodies can be as hard as ironclad rock, yet they can also disperse into sand, making it nearly impossible for external forces to inflict fatal harm upon them. Moreover, they are adept at earth manipulation, allowing them to move freely beneath the surface, rendering them elusive on the planetary expanse. Should their abilities reach their zenith, their unique physiology could even grant them an existence akin to immortality. However, their reproductive rate is exceedingly low, resulting in their scarcity. It is said they vanished from the cosmos thousands of years ago. Yet this portly man has managed to find one and tame it as a star pet. Luozi, you must exercise caution around him. He is undoubtedly no ordinary individual." "No need for concern. I understand," Luo Fan nodded. "However, our immediate priority is to evade the impending crisis. This sanguine miasma is exceedingly bizarre. Do not underestimate the danger. Even if you were a 10th tier awakened, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. What then? Should I simply await my demise? Even in death, you would surely meet your end foolishly. Why not seek refuge within the star realm?" "Indeed. How could I have forgotten?" With a mere thought, Luo Fan's form was instantly transported into the star realm. This realm exists as a separate dimension where external beings cannot intrude, thus posing no threat to Luo Fan. Hardly had he vanished from the forest when it became engulfed in a deluge of blood mist. Simultaneously, in countless corners of the planet, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished, terrified screams. For the participants on planet XH-12, this would undoubtedly be a night fraught with terror and sleeplessness. Chapter 24. The Maiden. The following morning, in a spacious conference room of the Earth United Capital, a white-haired elder, a short middle-aged man, and a youthful maiden of striking beauty sat casually. Each had a holographic display before them, and none spoke, their gazes fixed on the central computer's projected images. The room, devoid of any other presence, was steeped in an oppressive silence. "Are we to remain idle and merely observe?" The middle-aged man finally broke the stillness, pointing at the numbers and numerous green markers on the display. His voice grave. "In just one night, 512 participants have dwindled to 118, with 394 fatalities. These individuals are the elite of Earth's future, the hope of humanity, yet in a single night, they have perished. One night. With 6 days remaining, how many more will survive?" The white-haired elder sighed heavily, her tone laden with concern. "Inger, you have indeed gone too far this time. These participants are the pillars of Earth's future. Excessive casualties will undoubtedly hinder our planet's development." The pure and innocent maiden was none other than Huang Ying, the executive director of the Earth's sovereign group. At that moment, she smiled sweetly, seemingly unperturbed by the horrifying death toll. Turning her gaze towards the elder, she spoke in a coaxing manner. "Auntie, you promised me that you would not interfere this time. The standoff between Shi Qianjun and the 3 major conglomerates has persisted for over a decade. It is high time for a reshuffle. This presents an exceptional opportunity that cannot be squandered for the sake of compassion. Although her words appeared directed at the elder, her eyes were clearly aimed at the middle-aged man, implicitly accusing him of compassion. The short middle-aged man, known for his fiery temper, could only snort in response, refraining from further outbursts due to the elder's presence. Compassion? I was killing long before you were even born, young lady. I fear not death, yet I am not a bloodthirsty fiend. If circumstances are unavoidable, I would not hesitate to slaughter thousands of lives. However, if such sacrifices are unnecessary, we must weigh our options carefully. This time, the holy police examination was exceptionally entrusted to your three conglomerates, and now it has escalated to such a degree, making it exceedingly difficult for us to justify to the public afterward. You have created a considerable mess. Should you not provide an explanation? This time, the white-haired elder remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Huang Ying, clearly expecting her to offer a reasonable account. Huang Ying smiled slightly, remaining silent as she raised her right hand, delicately tapping her slender fingers on the bracelet on her left wrist. Suddenly, the holographic display before the elder and the middle-aged man flickered, transitioning to an entirely different scene. Both the elder and the middle-aged man exchanged puzzled glances, but mere seconds later, their expressions transformed into profound shock. Inger, is this true? The elder asked, her voice trembling. How could Inger deceive you, Auntie? We have verified it repeatedly. It is absolutely authentic. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Huang Ying's eyes, for she knew she had successfully navigated the challenge. Should this information prove accurate, the plan will require modification. The middle-aged man's tone grew stern. These participants are no longer suitable for return. When the week's deadline arrives, should there be any survivors, ensure they remain on that planet. Apart from our own, this competition shall allow no survivors. Xianyi traversed the fog-laden forest, her footsteps measured and unhurried, her countenance reflecting an unchanging indifference. Clad in black, she moved through the dim shadows of the trees like a lifeless specter adrift in the mortal realm. How long had it been since she experienced emotions such as weeping or laughter? She could not recall, now. Even feelings of pain or anger seldom surfaced in her heart. Within her, there resided only hatred, endless, an inferno of vengeance that tormented her unrelentingly. She cared not for what awaited her, nor whether she would meet her end. As long as she drew breath, she would persist in her endeavors. That was her sole pillar of existence. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze turning icily resolute, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from her. Without any visible action, a chilling gray mist emanated from her bracelet, slowly encircling her form. Star Pet, Snow Mist Soul. The surroundings warped violently, and an enchanting figure emerged from the distorted scenery before her. The moment she recognized the figure, the Snow Mist Soul that had enveloped Xianyi vanished in an instant. All traces of murderous intent evaporated, leaving Xianyi frozen in place like a statue. The graceful figure approached, a gentle smile gracing her face. Si Qin. It has been far too long. Xianyi, also known as Yi Si Qin, trembled violently. She fixed her gaze on the other, her voice quaking. How is this possible? You were clearly... I have returned to take you away. I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too, Yi Si Qin murmured softly. Will you come with me? The other extended a hand towards her. I would be willing. In a daze, Yi Si Qin instinctively moved towards the outstretched hand. Yet, after taking a single step, something seemed to awaken within her, and she halted. Her expression shifted continuously, at times bewildered, at times anguished. No, I cannot go with you yet, she murmured dreamily, her face still clouded with confusion, yet her tone resolute. Those who harmed you and the things that caused your suffering, I vowed to destroy them with my own hands. As long as they exist, this tragedy will continue to recur. The wind billowed through her black garments, her long, raven tresses dancing in the breeze. As her thoughts began to clear, the scenery around her twisted and transformed once more. Are you certain this will suffice? Robin inquired skeptically. The great beach boy, when has he ever erred? The gluttonous creature within the subspace bracelet languidly remarked. At this moment, Robin found himself in an extraordinarily enigmatic state, enveloped in a layer of translucent membrane that completely isolated him from the external world. This was the invisible jellyfish of Chaya Star, a stellar pet that belonged to the gardener in his lifetime. The Chiastar invisible jellyfish is a rare beast endowed with innate spatial abilities, akin to the scarce sand beasts. This naturally spatially gifted creature can transport individuals into a two-dimensional realm. Existing in a different dimension allows one to evade the vast majority of harm originating from the three-dimensional space, unless the attacking energy is overwhelmingly colossal, or it involves certain exceptional psychic assaults. Otherwise, very little can inflict damage upon those it safeguards. Moreover, moving within the two-dimensional world and then suddenly reappearing in the three-dimensional space can create an effect akin to teleportation, rendering it a formidable ability. The application of this creature's powers in assassination makes it particularly elusive to counter. Although the gardener, despite his level 10 enhancement prowess, never ascended to the ranks of the Awakened, it was precisely through this extraordinary star pet that he firmly held the position of one of the four foremost assassins. With no one ever able to shake his status, before his demise, the gardener entrusted this extraterrestrial jellyfish to Robin. Naturally, Robin saw no reason to squander such an impressive star pet. The intellectual capacity of the Chiastar jellyfish is rather limited, allowing it to merely accept and execute simple commands. Thus, when Robin employed the blood contract with it, he bore minimal mental burden, aside from the great Beach Boys' sardonic jests fueled by old grudges. In truth, it was Kiki who suggested that Robin utilize the blood contract with the invisible jellyfish. Setting aside any moral considerations, practicality is paramount. After establishing the blood contract, he could directly command the star pet through his consciousness, making it far more efficient and safe than controlling it via the subspace bracelet, and most importantly, it imposes no strain on the mind. Typically, individuals can possess at most 2 star pets throughout their lives. Attempting to exceed this limit can lead to mental overload and a collapse of consciousness. However, with the blood contract, Robin faced none of these risks. This implies that, should he desire, he could simultaneously command an infinite number of star pets. Just imagine, during a confrontation with foes, while others summon a single ally. Robin could instantaneously call forth an entire legion. What expression would his adversaries wear? Nevertheless, achieving that goal still lies quite far in the future. Robin is a man who prefers quality over quantity. He has little interest in acquiring star pets unless they are particularly powerful or possess unique abilities. Of course, this is but one reason. The more significant factor is his inability to afford them. One Beach Boy has already brought Robin to the brink of bankruptcy. If he were to acquire several more, he might as well cease to exist. In truth, the 2 star pets Robin currently possesses are already sufficient to evoke envy in many. One is a highly intelligent extraterrestrial creature with a mysterious heritage, while the other is a rare star pet endowed with spatial abilities, either of which could incite a brutal scramble for possession. Yet, Robin has been quietly amassing wealth without uttering a word. The only source of his frustration is that, despite the extraordinary nature of his 2 star pets, neither can be summoned openly for use. The egg from which Kiki hatched was obtained by the gardener through unknown means. And even now, Robin remains unaware of the multitude of enemies he has attracted. If he were to swagger down the street with that little creature, it would likely take mere hours before he met an untimely demise. Possibly not even knowing how it happened. As for the invisible jellyfish, it was originally the gardener's star pet, a widely acknowledged, open secret. Should Robin summon it publicly, it would be tantamount to declaring himself the last person the gardener saw before his death. Thus, Robin now finds himself akin to a wealthy individual, laden with riches, yet perpetually anxious about being robbed, a veritable paradox of affluence without the freedom to enjoy it. The feeling is indescribably vexing. Nevertheless, as Robin continues his exploration, he makes use of the invisible jellyfish's abilities. After all, this planet is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to his demise, marking him as a vengeful spirit. Moreover, given that this is a wild and untamed world, as long as he remains cautious and avoids drawing attention, he should face minimal issues. Alas, fate had other plans. After employing the Chiastar jellyfish's cloaking ability, he had scarcely progressed when Kiki's voice echoed in Robin's ear. "Mule, someone up ahead is in trouble." Chapter 25. A hero saves the beauty. Robin had long since come to trust the formidable perceptive abilities of the Beach Boy. Adjusting his course slightly as indicated by Kiki, Robin soon detected the unfolding scene ahead. "Is it them?" Robin expressed his surprise. He had not anticipated encountering those 2 women. "These 2 have crossed paths?" "Mule, This is a splendid opportunity for a hero to save a beauty, the great beach boy urged excitedly. If you act now, no matter whom you assist, she will owe you a favor, making it much easier for you to pursue her later. I must ask, what sort of nonsensical memories clutter your mind? It seems your thoughts could use some cleansing, Robin retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip. Mule, biting the hand that feeds you. You fail to recognize a good heart when you see one. I'm truly looking out for you. Thanks, but do you truly think my abilities can aid anyone? I might end up putting myself at risk, Robin stated, showing no interest in the futile endeavor of saving a beauty. He was far more concerned about his own safety. It wasn't that Robin lacked a sense of justice. In fact, he did not shy away from acts of heroism. As evidenced by his rescue of the chubby boy, however, there was a prerequisite to such actions. He must not sacrifice his own life. He was not yet noble enough to risk his existence for a complete stranger. Mule. Don't say I didn't warn you. Though they may not realize it yet, the 4 major conglomerates are already your adversaries. Indeed, I still owe you my gratitude for that. Robin expressed his displeasure at the little creature's irresponsible attitude. Who was it that had incurred the wrath of the 4 major conglomerates? A mysterious note appeared in his home. An inexplicable egg was found. A glutton emerged from it, and he unwittingly became a wanted fugitive by the 4 conglomerates. Robin's life had become an absurdity. At this moment, he was at his wits' end. Yet, reality must be confronted. The die was cast. Evasion was clearly not a viable option, since he had already positioned himself against the 4 major conglomerates. He could not overlook an opportunity to weaken his foes. The beautiful young woman was evidently affiliated with the 4 conglomerates, while the girl in black likely had ties to his foster father. The lines between friend and foe appeared relatively clear. Moreover, even if the girl in black did not recognize her foster father, as long as she was someone the 4 conglomerates sought to eliminate, she would be worth saving. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is a truth universally acknowledged. However, the beautiful young woman did not seem to be a pushover either, and newly awakened 3rd-tier individual. Robin could see quite clearly that she was merely a 1st-tier awakened being. For someone of Robin's superior tier, this was hardly a genuine concern. What truly caught Robin's attention was the bird-like creature. Roughly the size of a palm, perched upon the beautiful young woman's right shoulder. With its grayish-blue feathers, it bore a resemblance to a dove from Earth, but its face was terrifyingly ghastly, akin to a sinister mask. At this moment, it was fixated on the black-clad girl opposite, its eyes glinting with an eerie purple light. Although this creature did not exude any overwhelming aura, Robin acutely sensed an air of danger. That is a ghost-faced dove. A highly specialized star pet with psychic attack capabilities, capable of discerning the most vulnerable aspects of its enemy's psyche, ensnaring them in illusions from which they cannot escape. While this creature is ill-suited for large-scale combat, it can often prove immensely effective in one-on-one encounters. The all-knowing beach boy elucidated Robin's thoughts in a timely manner. That sounds a bit troublesome, Robin hesitated, pondering whether he should intervene to save someone. Memories long buried deep within resurfaced once more. Though years had passed, they remained as vivid as if they were unfolding before his eyes. The flickering flames all around, the distant sounds of explosions, and the warm smile upon the woman's face, which, despite her agony, persisted as she uttered, "Si-Chin, survive. No matter what, you must live." For the sake of this very statement, he had persevered through the trials of existence. Yet, the doubts within him grew ever stronger. Was this truly the right course of action? To live like a soulless husk, devoid of hope, did it hold any significance? Perhaps, to simply let her go would be the best choice. Originally regaining some clarity, she now found herself lost once more. Si-Chin took another step forward. Observing Si-Chin's approach, the beautiful young woman's face broke into an enchanting smile. This captivating woman was named Yao Yan. Hailing from the Earth Emperor group, a prime warrior cultivated at the expense of 1/3 of Huang Ying's resources. Huang Ying, despite her youth, possesses a profound cunning. She approaches her endeavors with a level-headedness that eschews impulsivity and recklessness. She will not reveal her trump cards unless absolutely necessary. Thus, although Huang Ying does not provide an exhaustive explanation, Yao Yan is acutely aware that this mission is of utmost significance, leaving no room for failure. The unprecedented collaboration between the Di Huang Group and the Shan Wang Company is undoubtedly driven by substantial ambitions. Both entities have deployed their elite forces for this strategic undertaking. The military uncle encountered on the interstellar cruiser is, in fact, a crucial asset of the Shanwang Company. In terms of actual combat prowess, the Di Huang Group pales in comparison to the Shanwang Company. However, Huang Ying's advantage lies in her formidable connections, notably her aunt, who holds a senior position within the Earth Union's capital. While other corporations may have intricate ties to the capital, these are primarily opportunistic in nature and cannot compare to the blood bond that Huang Ying shares with her aunt. Historically, her aunt has indulged Huang Ying, and it is through her that Huang Ying negotiated with the Earth Union for the involvement of the three conglomerates in the endeavor concerning Planet XH-12. Given the cooperative relationship between Shanwang and Di Huang, the responsibilities for this mission are distinctly divided. The military uncle leads the offensive, while Yao Yan's role is primarily defensive. Her specific task is to mitigate any unforeseen interference from other formidable adversaries, which translates to eliminating all obstacles. Prior to encountering Yi Siqin, Yao Yan had already dispatched several nearby elite fighters, including one level 10 enhancer, 3 level 9 enhancers, and over a dozen level 8 enhancers. Upon detecting Yi Siqin's approach, Yao Yan unhesitatingly targeted her. An unidentified awakener undoubtedly posed the greatest threat to their plans. Although Yi Siqin is a second-tier awakener while Yao Yan is merely at the first tier, Yao Yan is confident that once ensnared in the illusions crafted by Gue Mian Banjiao, even a second-tier awakener will find herself utterly powerless. Come now, take another step forward, and your demise shall be imminent. Yao Yan mused triumphantly as she gazed at Yi Siqin's bewildered expression. She refrained from drawing her weapon. Her acute instinct for danger, honed through years of being a top assassin, had reached an extraordinary level. She feared that drawing her weapon might trigger the target's defensive instincts and rouse her from her stupor. To ensure her safety, Yao Yan opted for caution, waiting for her prey to walk into her trap. Extending her left hand, which shimmered with an eerie azure hue akin to a soul-binding claw, she slowly reached towards Yi Siqin's throat, biding her time until she was mere inches from her target's delicate neck. Poised to unleash a deadly strike, lost in her hallucinatory state, Yi Siqin remained oblivious to her surroundings, caught in a tumult of inner turmoil as she took another step forward. Yao Yan's hand was now merely 3 inches from Yi Siqin's throat. Now, a murderous glint flashed in Yao Yan's eyes. Devoid of any pretense as she unleashed her full force, out of nowhere, a bullet, stealthily propelled, hurtled towards Yao Yan, its sharp whistle breaking the sound barrier behind it. Yao Yan's gaze abruptly constricted. With her heightened awakener's perception, she was only now becoming aware of the imminent danger. A wave of intense threat enveloped her entire being. An adversary of formidable strength was upon her. The unparalleled reflexes of an awakener manifested in that instant. As the warning signals flashed in her mind, Yao Yan propelled herself off the ground, launching several meters away. Just as she retreated, a bullet narrowly grazed the spot where she had stood, subsequently embedding itself into the distant ground. The ground erupted in a violent explosion, yet curiously, no debris or earth was ejected. Once the tremors subsided, Yao Yan's complexion turned ashen as she beheld the scene before her. A smooth, 1-meter-wide pit lay quietly, devoid of any shattered rocks or dirt. Yao Yan comprehended the situation. The explosion's epicenter had obliterated all matter within its vicinity, leaving nothing larger than molecular fragments to escape destruction. A focusing weapon. Her gaze shifted towards Yi Siqin, and beside her stood a newly emerged young man, appearing no older than 18 or 19. With short hair and an unremarkable stature, he bore an air of nonchalance. Dressed in a cheap tracksuit reminiscent of street vendors, by all appearances, he seemed a trifling individual, lacking wealth, powerful connections, or the backing of a significant organization. Yet, Yao Yan felt no inclination to underestimate him. In the heat of battle, Yao Yan had fully extended her senses as an awakener, yet she only detected the danger at the moment the bullet was fired. Even now, she remained oblivious to how this young man had materialized. But that alone was sufficient for her to classify him as an extreme threat. Moreover, he wielded a handgun, a focusing metal handgun. Such a weapon was not a common commodity. She doubted he had merely stumbled upon it. The rarity of such items suggested that even the Di Huang group would exercise caution in their use. Yao Yan's discerning eye could easily differentiate between weapons infused with focusing metal and those entirely composed of it. The latter's power was incomparable. As a collaborator with the military uncle, she had witnessed the weaponry in USE.IT. Was evident to her that those weapons contained only a minimal amount of focusing metal, not exceeding 10%. Yet, even so, their potency was formidable. Yao Yin herself lacked any focusing metal weaponry. Even a weapon with a mere 1% composition would be beyond her reach. This was not due to a lack of resources, but rather because, as a psychic warrior, her effectiveness with such weapons would be limited, rendering it a misallocation of resources. This, in turn, underscored the preciousness of focusing metal. Even with the might of the Dihuang group, they could not afford to waste a single ounce. What, then, was the origin of this young man wielding a handgun forged entirely from focusing metal? The black gun gleamed with a shadowy light. Reminiscent of the indifferent gaze of death, Yao Yan's nerves were on high alert. Chapter 26, Gue Mian Banjiao, Mule, you have exposed yourself, Chi suddenly interjected. What is the situation? Luo Fan's expression turned grim as he fixed his gaze on the beautiful woman opposite him, instilling a sense of caution while simultaneously conversing with the little one in his mind. Pay attention to the two earrings on that woman's earlobes. They are actually two intricately designed miniature cameras, currently operational and transmitting signals to Earth via subspace technology. It seems that certain high-ranking officials on Earth are already aware of your possession of fully focusing metal weaponry. I just wonder if they caught wind of your recent use of the invisible jellyfish. Humph. I suspected things were not as straightforward as they appeared, Luo Fan silently scoffed. Sending multiple Awakener operatives at once indicates their serious regard for this planet. If that is the case, how could they genuinely be indifferent to the events unfolding here? However, unless absolutely necessary, I cannot afford to use the invisible jellyfish again. Revealing my connection to my father would be disastrous. What should we do now? Should I block her signal? The little one regretted urging Luo Fan to play the hero. Despite possessing inherited memories, many aspects still require personal experience to fully grasp. It's impossible to understand everything instantaneously, Chi lamented internally. This was akin to consuming too much food at once, necessitating considerable time to digest, and one cannot absorb all the nutrients immediately. Don't worry. I anticipated this possibility, Luo Fan reassured, drawing the little one from his reverie. Regardless of the machinations of the four major conglomerates, the Holy Police assessment is ultimately presided over by the Earth Union. Even if the upper echelons of the Union strike some deal with the four conglomerates, allowing them to turn a blind eye to minor transgressions, they would not completely ignore the situation. Should developments exceed the tolerable limits of the Union, they will inevitably intervene. So, you intend to act a bit more conspicuously to draw their attention? Precisely. Based on current indicators, the greatest crisis during this Holy Police assessment does not reside on this planet, but on Earth. Earth? You mean, it pertains to the attitude of the high-ranking officials overseeing the assessment regarding the survivors. I suspect the situation may be even graver than you anticipated. Are you suggesting that they might resort to eliminating all survivors afterward? Chi-Chi's mouth gaped wide, like he had just swallowed a whole apple. Surely not. You are all elites from Earth. Abandoning you would already be cruel enough. Would they truly take it upon themselves to enact such a fate? One must not underestimate the ruthlessness of those in power. Should they deem it necessary, they can sacrifice anyone at any moment. Of course, I merely suggest that such a possibility exists, and it may not necessarily escalate to that extent. Even if it is merely a possibility, it is already perilous. Indeed. Hence, I must strategize in advance. What are your intentions? I must demonstrate to them that I possess sufficient value, so they may consider allowing me to live. Therefore, I must exhibit considerable strength. Understood, LZ. Go ahead and act. I support you. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across them. Yao Yan's heart raced fiercely, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding her. She yearned to turn and flee, yet she dared not. The instincts of an awakened warned her that she had already been marked by her opponent, and any slight misstep could lead to her immediate demise. With no avenue for escape, should she confront the adversary head-on? Absurd. Her expertise lay in mental attacks, not in brute force. Engaging a foe wielding energy weapons would likely equate to a death sentence. If she initiated a mental assault, regardless of its efficacy, it would necessitate relinquishing control over the girl in black, placing her in the path of a formidable opponent, potentially facing two experts simultaneously. clearly not a prudent course of action. However, with no possibility of escape and no means to fight back, must she resign herself to inaction? Absolutely not. Was she left with no choice but to employ that one technique? As a mere first-level awakened. If she were to forcefully utilize that technique, it would inflict severe damage upon her psyche. Yet at this critical juncture between life and death, hesitation was no longer an option. Yao Yin steeled her resolve. There was no alternative. She would fight. Her mental energy surged to its utmost limit in an instant, and simultaneously, the ghost-faced turtle dove perched upon her shoulder emanated a powerful purple light. Under the illusion crafted by the ghost-faced turtle, Yi Chen's body jolted violently, her beautiful visage turning towards Luo Fan, her vacant, bewildered eyes locking onto him, as a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from her, piercing Luo Fan's skin like thousands of steel needles. Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat, realizing the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the girl in black had fallen under the ghost-faced turtle's control and intended to regard him as an enemy. Glancing at the stunning young woman, he noted that her delicate hands had turned a ghostly blue, an eerie luminescence emanating from beneath her skin. Having been raised by his adoptive father, Luo Fan was well versed in the intricacies of martial arts. He recognized this technique. The blue ghostly hand, a relic from ancient martial arts mastery, in an age where advanced weaponry predominates, few would invest time in such an impractical and time-consuming ancient technique. However, Yao Yin, adept in mental assaults, was acutely aware of her weaknesses. Close combat. Once within an opponent's reach, it could easily transform into her nightmare. Thus, after procuring several high-tech self-defense devices, Yao Yin had also sought out this ancient martial art, secretly mastering it to a competent level. Although the opportunities to apply such techniques in battle were rare, each instance had proven remarkably effective, swiftly dispatching her adversaries. Aware of the threat, Luo Fan was determined not to grant his opponent the opportunity to strike. Otherwise, he would be forced to contend with two awakened simultaneously. While confident, he was not arrogant. He did not believe he could withstand the combined assault of two awakened. At this moment, the key to victory between Luo Fan and Yao Yin lay in who could secure the support of the girl in black. Absolutely not. He must not allow them to join forces. Panic surged within Luo Fan. He had initially intended to deal with the beautiful young woman before slowly attempting to break the illusion and snaring the girl in black. Yet the current situation left no room for such leisurely tactics. Was there any method to swiftly awaken someone ensnared by an illusion? Thoughts raced through Luo Fan's mind, years of knowledge flashing before him. Suddenly, a phrase spoken by his adoptive father surfaced. The quickest way to rescue someone from an illusion is through intense physical stimuli. Intense physical stimuli. At that moment, Yi Chen lifted her delicate wrist. An icy gray mist emanating from the subspace. Even before it touched Luo Fan, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. No more hesitation. A cold glint surged in Luo Fan's eyes as his right hand shot out in a flash. Crack, crack, two sharp, almost synchronous sounds reverberated through the battlefield, leaving all present in stunned silence. Ha ha! This young man possesses some intrigue. In a spacious office on Earth, a hearty laugh resonated from Xiang Tianxiao. However, if he treats women so harshly, he may find it difficult to marry in the future. Opposite him sat a white-haired elder and a short middle-aged man, both of whom had previously met with Huang Ying in secrecy. Before the trio lay a conference table, each adorned with a holographic display showcasing the images of Luo Fan and his companions. These three individuals were significant figures within the United Earth capital, gathered to discuss the information previously provided by Huang Ying on the screen. Yi Chen bore red handprints on each cheek, while Luo Fan stood with his right hand raised, a look of embarrassment on his face. The scene froze at that moment, with no further playback, as Yao Yin had already departed. The instant Luo Fan had struck Yi Chen, she had sensed the impending danger and swiftly retreated. Fortunately, Luo Fan himself had been momentarily taken aback by his own ruthless actions. Granting Yao Yin the opportunity to escape, the white-haired elder smiled faintly. While striking a woman is reprehensible, extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. This young man is indeed decisive, and given his remarkable skills, should he survive, his future achievements may be boundless. Alas! Upon uttering the word alas, she paused, leaving her thought unfinished. Xiang Tianxiao understood the unspoken implications behind the elder's words and ceased his laughter, fixing his penetrating gaze upon the two individuals before him. Have you confirmed the information you just mentioned? The short, middle-aged man replied, Of course. We would never act on Huang Ying's word alone to disturb your esteemed presence, Marshal Xiang. If that is the case, the situation must be quite serious. Xiang Tianxiao stroked his stubbled chin, his tone growing grave. In terms of the significance of this matter, any sacrifice is acceptable. However, it truly is a pity to lose such talent. Just as the short, middle-aged man was about to interject, Xiang Tianxiao's communicator suddenly began to flash silently, indicating an incoming call. It's my daughter, Xiang Tianxiao said, glancing down, and explained to the two individuals while opting to accept the video call. Given the confidentiality of the meeting, he chose to share the video, allowing the others to witness, thereby preventing any unnecessary suspicions. As the call connected, Xiang Tianxiao's stern, scarred face transformed into a broad smile, reminiscent of a welcoming innkeeper. The white-haired elder and the short man exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of exasperation in the other's eyes. The video displayed a sulky yet alluring face, belonging to the fierce beauty, Xiang Yusin, who had previously engaged Luo Fan in a virtual duel. Old Xiang, have you found that guy who defeated me? It's been several days. What's taking so long? Anyone witnessing someone daring to speak to the iron-blooded overlord in such a manner would undoubtedly be astonished. Ah, dear daughter, your father is currently in a very important meeting. We can discuss this at home, Xiang Tianxiao hastily added. Sensing her rising ire, rest assured, there are leads. I'll provide a detailed report when I return. Instantly, Xiang Yusin's mood shifted from overcast to sunny, her face brightening with a wide smile. You're the best. Old Xiang, come home early tonight. I'll cook for you. Ah. Xiang Tianxiao's expression fell. Yusin, you needn't go to such trouble. We can just grab something to eat like usual. Xiang Yusin's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Old Xiang, can you explain the motivation behind that comment? Well, I was just worried about my precious daughter overexerting herself. The formidable, iron-blooded overlord, who instilled fear in the Earth military, now resembled a frightened kitten. The once mighty Marshal Xiang, recalling the deadly dishes crafted by his daughter, felt a shiver of trepidation. Less chatter. Remember to come home early or else. Since the last online duel, Xiang Yusin's eloquence had evidently sharpened. Before Xiang Tianxiao could respond, she had already disconnected the call, fully confident that he wouldn't dare disobey her, as anticipated. Xiang Tianxiao sighed in dismay, rising to his feet with an apologetic expression towards the two individuals across from him. You both saw that. My daughter insists I return home early. It's getting late, and I must hurry back. That wild child can be quite fearsome when riled. The matters we discussed are not urgent. After all, we still have a few days until the assessment deadline. Let's decide on this in a couple of days. With that, he left the white-haired elder and the short man behind. Striding away, as Xiang Tianxiao departed, the originally forced smile of the short man swiftly transformed into a grimace. This Xiang Tianxiao, decisive in battle and feared by gods and demons alike, is utterly indulgent towards his daughter. As a military commander, he ought to rise above such emotional entanglements. It is only a matter of time before this becomes a hindrance for us. Rather than waiting for him to falter, we should— His words trailed off, interrupted by a silencing gesture from the white-haired old woman beside him, who then pointed discreetly at the spot where Xiang Tianxiao had just Saturday. The short man understood her meaning and immediately fell silent, though his expression darkened further in the corridor leading outside. A cold smile crept upon Xiang Tianxiao's lips as he spoke to the empty space, discovered so swiftly. How uninteresting. It seems I shall need to acquire some new pets to entertain myself. With that, he strode forward with purpose. Chapter 27. Companionship. I must ask, beautiful lady, why do you persist in following me? Along the way, Luo Fan turned back frequently, nearly colliding with trees on several occasions behind him. Yi Qin silently trailed, her exquisite visage adorned with an unwavering indifference, seemingly impervious to Luo Fan's incessant prattle reminiscent of a nagging elder. Are all you beautiful women so idle that you have nothing better to attend to? Hey, I saved your life just now. If not for my timely intervention, you might very well be dead. So why do you pursue me like a grim reaper? What is it that you want? Is this truly how you treat your savior? After confirming that she would likely ignore him, Luo Fan released a long sigh, surrendering to futility. Very well, I concede. If you wish to follow, then follow you shall. As for driving her away, that thought eluded him entirely. Despite being her undeniable savior, the memory of the marks he had left upon her cheeks filled him with overwhelming guilt. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. All right, I admit it. My earlier actions may have been a tad excessive. With no other recourse, Luo Fan resigned himself to her pursuit. Nevertheless, even if he truly attempted to dissuade her, success was far from guaranteed, given that she, too, was an awakened individual. Moreover, the aura of menace emanating from her suggested that she had undoubtedly claimed lives before. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Luo Fan lacked the confidence to easily dismiss her. Thus, in utter resignation, he turned back in the direction he had come. Previously, in an effort to evade the terrifying onslaught of the tidal wave, he and the chubby man had separated. Before parting, the chubby man had mentioned a desire to collaborate with Luo Fan in search of something. Luo Fan resolved to return and see if he could find him, hoping to discern the nature of his plans. In truth, he had not intended to seek out the bothersome chubby man. But given the current circumstance, he desperately wished for someone to divert the cold beauty's attention behind him. Thus the chubby man became the most immediate lifeline he could think of. It had never occurred to Luo Fan that recalling the chubby man would evoke a sense of camaraderie within him. In a clearing within the dense forest, the chubby man leaned against a large tree, listening to music. Upon noticing Luo Fan's return, he paused the playback and greeted him with a wide grin. Brother, you're back? I've been waiting for ages. However, before he could finish, his expression froze, mouth agape, eyes fixed on the two crimson handprints adorning Yi Sichin's face. Stunned into silence, it was only when Luo Fan's own discomfort became palpable that the chubby man regained his composure. With a forced chuckle, he pointed at the marks and asked, Brother, you didn't do this, did you? Luo Fan scratched his head awkwardly. It's a long story. In any case, she's joining us. Yi Sichin remained silent behind Luo Fan, which the chubby man interpreted as tacit approval. To his astonishment, could this actually work? The chubby man, who had long struggled with women, now felt an immense admiration for Luo Fan. He had effortlessly returned from this desolate place with an enchanting and obedient companion. What is true genius? This is it. Those who merely labor away in silence are nothing but dross. It turns out that when it comes to wooing women, a touch of gentle charm accompanied by a hint of force can yield surprisingly favorable results. No wonder there's a saying about soft persuasion and hard pressure. Brother, I must say, I'm impressed. Just one night apart, and you've managed to bring back such a beautiful and compliant companion, the chubby man exclaimed. Giving a sincere thumbs dash up that moment, Yi Sichin turned her icy gaze towards the chubby man, her lethal intent locking onto him. The chubby man paled in horror. This was no mere companion. She was clearly destined to be a queen. He hastily tried to change the subject. Beautiful lady, forgive my rudeness. I am Jean Xiaoping, a sales representative from Xinghe Insurance. May I inquire how to address this lovely lady? Meanwhile, Luo Fan silently scoffed. So you can be concise when you want to? You, fat man, why do you ramble on when speaking to me? Yi Sichin regarded the chubby man with her usual frosty demeanor, still disinclined to speak, though the menace surrounding her had diminished somewhat. The chubby man, quick to notice the change, seized the opportunity. Gorgeous, with your celestial beauty, our company has several new insurance products that would be perfect for you. How about I share some details? No pressure to buy. You can simply learn about them. Seeing her silence, the chubby man naively assumed she had already consented, and he cleared his throat to begin his pitch. Ladies are particularly concerned with their beauty and figure, so our company has tailored several highly personalized options for female clients, including beauty insurance, vibrant health plans, specific disease coverage for women, and goddess care plans, all of which are currently in high demand. Oh, right. The chubby man glanced at Luo Fan, then whispered to Yi Sichin, we also have unmarried mother's life assurance. The sudden surge of lethal intent from Yi Sichin sent chills down the chubby man's spine. I need to see if there's anything to eat nearby. I'll tell you about the other products later. With that, he swiftly retreated, not daring to look back at the same time. In another part of the vast, boundless forest, the uniformed youth and his companions were cautiously making their way through. They had traveled far from the lake where they had previously been, and their number had dwindled to just over 20, each face etched with profound fatigue. The uniformed youth brought up the rear of the group, glancing back occasionally as if wary of something pursuing them. Although his expression remained calm, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness. "Senior brother, we have already lost so many lives to obtain that item. Can we still secure the remaining two?" A gossiping junior walked beside him, her eyes filled with apprehension. Looking at this inquisitive junior, the uniformed youth smiled. Despite her delicate appearance and sometimes bothersome chatter, she had displayed remarkable bravery in the recent battle, surpassing many of her male peers, which surprised him and earned her newfound respect. Hearing her question, he gently asked, "Are you afraid?" "Of course I am afraid, but it's not solely fear," she responded earnestly. "What weighs on my mind is the thought that if we were to perish here, in such a vast world with so few familiar faces, it would feel so lonely and desolate." The uniformed youth couldn't help but chuckle. This junior was indeed an interesting person. He smiled reassuringly. "As long as we have each other, you won't feel lonely, regardless of what happens." The junior pondered for a moment before returning his smile. "You're right, senior brother. With you by my side, I certainly wouldn't feel lonely." But then she suddenly recalled something, waving her hands frantically. "No, no, senior brother. I'm not cursing you to die. You're so capable. Even if we all perish, you would surely survive." Seeing her flustered demeanor, it seemed that the mere thought of being misunderstood was far more terrifying to her than the prospect of death itself. The uniformed youth burst into laughter, finally finding humor in her concern. Once he composed himself, he fixed his gaze upon her and spoke with unwavering conviction. "As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Even if everyone else perishes, I will never abandon you to flee alone." "But that is not acceptable." The junior gasped in shock. "I was just speaking thoughtlessly. You mustn't die, senior brother. Otherwise, all the sacrifices we made to obtain that item would be in vain, and all our efforts would be for naught. Don't worry, as long as we secure the item. Even if I were to die, my tracking device will continue to function, allowing them to retrieve the item from my remains. What we must do is secure that item at any cost." "I understand. Senior brother, rest assured. I am not afraid of death and will not let you down." The young man in uniform smiled with a sense of relief, just about to utter something, when suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the front of the line. His expression shifted dramatically as he flicked his wrist adorned with a bracelet, and in a mere instant, he vanished from his original position. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared at the forefront of the group. A sharp combat knife, approximately 1 meter in length, now in his hand. In the brief span of that moment, the previously mundane clearing in the forest had transformed into a brutal arena of carnage. The thick layer of seemingly ordinary fallen leaves on the ground, when trodden upon by the group, unexpectedly began to whirl at high speed like a meat grinder, the edges of the leaves sharp as blades, effortlessly slicing through the high-density fiber protective suits and standard military boots. Those unfortunate enough to fall into the trap had their limbs severed in an instant, flesh and blood scattering in a gruesome spectacle. Witnessing the horrific demise of his comrades ignited a fierce rage within the young man, yet he resolutely suppressed the tumult of his emotions. He was the linchpin for everyone. In such dire moments, exhibiting even the slightest hint of panic was utterly unacceptable. With a commanding wave of his hand, he ordered his companions to retreat while his formidable perceptive abilities, as an awakened one, cascaded outward like a flowing river, enveloping the entire bloody battlefield. The intricate situation, which was indecipherable to the naked eye, became astonishingly clear. Finally discerning the nature of the enemy, the young man's heart quivered. It was merely a tree. Although this tree stood tall, amidst the towering giants of the mystical forest, it bore no distinguishing features. Yet, this massive tree, located less than 50 meters ahead, pulsated with an extraordinarily vibrant life force. Such vitality was not characteristic of a mere plant. He had only felt such overwhelming life energy in the strongest of humans and animals. At this moment, the tree's dynamic essence felt almost akin to that of an intelligent being. As for the fallen leaves, while sharp and perilous, they were merely the weapons controlled remotely by this colossal tree. Sensing the threat posed by the young man, the leaves ceased their assault on the other team members, gradually converging to form a massive vortex, slowly rotating as it advanced toward him. Foolhardy creatures, the young man scoffed coldly, channeling energy into his combat knife, which immediately blazed with a dazzling light. Leaning forward, he swung the knife, now radiating brilliance, slicing through the air with a speed surpassing that of sound, creating a sharp, piercing sonic boom. Meanwhile, as the young man and his comrades engaged in a bloody struggle, the seasoned soldier had led his unit into a dark, damp valley. Before them loomed a pitch-black cave. Even with their military-grade floodlights, they could barely illuminate a distance of less than 100 meters. As for sonar equipment, it was utterly ineffective in this location. What lay hidden within the depths of this foreboding cave remained an enigma, impossible to discern from the outside. The soldier's gaze swept over his subordinates, who, miraculously, had all survived numerous fierce battles without a single casualty. This was not only due to his adept command, but also attributed to their grueling, nearly inhuman training and their exceptionally synchronized teamwork. However, he was acutely aware that this reprieve would not last. He understood that once they stepped into that cave, many of his subordinates would likely perish, and the possibility of total annihilation was not out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, he felt it necessary, albeit reluctantly, to address them. "Brothers, I usually detest idle chatter, but today I will make an exception. This mission is fraught with peril. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. None will hold it against you." Without a hint of hesitation, the unified response from his 49 subordinates rang out, "We pledge our lives to follow the general." Their unwavering reply did not surprise him in the slightest. He smiled broadly, uttering not another word, and turned resolutely to stride into the cave, his 49 subordinates forming an orderly line closely behind him. Just as they entered, a deep, slow voice echoed from a dark corner of the planet. "After 30,000 years, the moment has finally arrived." Chapter 28. Half a map. "We cannot remain idle here." Sensing the encroaching darkness, Rofan said solemnly, "You all must have experienced the terror of last night's tide." The hefty man nodded, visibly shaken. Remarkably, the cold-faced beauty also reacted, giving a slight nod. With their acknowledgement, Rofan continued, "Even if we possess some means of self-preservation, staying put and waiting to be passively attacked in this perilous world is clearly not wise. Therefore, we should consider collaboration." The notion of cooperation was not a whimsical idea of Rofan's, but rather the result of extensive discussions with Chi-Chi. Given the current situation, the dangers of this planet were beyond Rofan's solitary capabilities, and to avoid revealing his identity, Chi-Chi could not assist him in battle, making the search for allies the most prudent option. Although the hefty man appeared unreliable on the surface, he was, in fact, quite astute beneath his rough exterior. As for the cold-faced beauty, her strength was undeniable, and Rofan had just saved her life. They had formed a bond of sorts, an urgent need of partners. These two seemed like commendable choices. As for whether they might suddenly turn against him, that could not be predicted at this moment. He would have to adapt as circumstances evolved. Indeed, Rofan did not fully trust them, and they, in turn, likely held reservations about him. Maintaining mutual wariness while engaging in limited cooperation could, paradoxically, foster a more enduring partnership. Before we commence our collaboration, let us introduce ourselves. I am Rofan, a senior high school student. I want to mention my gender or blood type, as they hold little significance. The most pertinent information is that I have reached the third stage of awakening, so I am not entirely without merit. Having spoken, he turned to the other two, seeking their introductions. The hefty man chuckled, "I've introduced myself several times already. Jan Sampin, first stage of awakening." Rofan gave a thumbs up in admiration. "You speak succinctly, I commend you." The hefty man pouted in displeasure. "If you find me verbose, just say so. No need for euphemisms. I loathe conversing with you cultured folks who always beat around the bush. It's utterly exhausting." Rofan chuckled, unperturbed, and shifted his gaze to the cold-faced beauty. Yisi Chin. Second stage, she finally revealed her name. Rofan and the hefty man were already acquainted, but he had exerted effort to elicit this one piece of information from her. Her name was pleasant, and she was indeed beautiful. Yet her demeanor left much to be desired. Rofan mused inwardly. Of course, he would never dare voice such self-destructive thoughts. He turned his attention back to the hefty man. given that you are older than us and have likely traveled extensively. Do you have any insights regarding our current predicament? He recalled the hefty man mentioning collaboration previously, but now that they were joined by Yi Chin, he was uncertain of the hefty man's inclinations and thus posed a tentative inquiry. Indeed. I do have some thoughts, the hefty man replied unexpectedly readily, showing no signs of concealing anything from Yi Chin. However, my plan is likely insufficient on its own, so I was hoping to find a reliable partner. Now, I have two, one of whom is a beauty, a promising sign. As he spoke, he retrieved an object from his wristband. Rofan observed that it was a rolled-up piece made of an unknown material. Its texture and density suggested it was not of earthly origin, but perhaps the hide of some extraterrestrial beast. The hefty man unfurled the roll, revealing its contents to both Rofan and Yi Chin. It was half of a tattered map, and from the remaining section, it depicted a vast expanse of forest. Somewhat reminiscent of their current surroundings. The most prominent feature on the map was a route leading to an unknown area, meticulously marked with notable landmarks for navigation, including various hazardous spots that needed to be circumvented. The only drawback was that the map was incomplete, with a portion of the route missing. Fortunately, most of the path was still visible on this half of the map, thus retaining significant reference value. Noticing Yi Chin's unwavering gaze fixed on the map, Rofan could not discern her thoughts. It was likely that he would be waiting until nightfall for her to voice any opinion. Therefore, he felt compelled to express his own stance first. He pondered and then asked the hefty man, "How reliable is this map?" The hefty man slapped his rounded belly with a resounding thud. The sound akin to a drumbeat. Rest assured, I, Gene Sampin, am the most dependable. Yet, his carefree demeanor made him appear anything but trustworthy. Rofan shot him an incredulous glance. I recall you running quite swiftly last time. The hefty man blushed, chuckling awkwardly. That was an accident, a complete accident. I assure you it won't happen again. Seeing that Luofan had no intention of backing down, he could only shrug his shoulders and helplessly declare, "Let me be honest with you. My hobby, as the esteemed Fat Master, is archaeology. This map was procured from a millennia-old burial site, and its origins can be traced back to ancient times." In his heart, Luofan scorned the fat man for a moment. If you are going to rob graves, just admit it. Why must you dress it up as a passion for archaeology? It seemed this rotund fellow was indeed adept at deceit. With such thoughts, his trust in the fat man diminished considerably. Noticing the look in Luofan's eyes, the fat man grew anxious and insisted, "I swear I'm not deceiving you. On the very first day I arrived here, I verified this map, and it is indeed authentic." "Oh. How did you prove that?" Luofan pressed. "Look here," the fat man pointed a pudgy finger at a specific location on the map. "I found this coordinate, and following the direction indicated on the map. If we continue straight ahead for a while, we can exit this forest." Luofan followed his finger and noticed that the location on the map was indeed marked with a reference point. Alongside the archaic characters for Thunderstruck Wood. "If you've already reached there, why did you come back? Wouldn't it be safer just to leave the forest directly?" "You're mistaken. This forest is the most perilous. Leaving here is far more dangerous. It would be quite difficult for me to survive on my own until a week from now." "So you're trying to drag us along?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bother inviting you too? In truth, both of you are stronger than I am, and with you around, I can't even sleep soundly. But it's unavoidable, as the saying goes. Many hands make light work in such a treacherous world. Even the strongest individual is insufficient." Luofan couldn't help but smile, thinking this fat man was refreshingly straightforward, showing no pretenses. This was good. Collaborating with such an honest person was far less troublesome. They could work together with mutual benefits, which seemed promising for a happy outcome. The fat man, noticing the change in Luofan's demeanor, realized his words had struck a chord. Seizing the moment, he quickly added, "Now is not the time for scheming against each other. Alone here, even if you have the shrewdest mind, without sufficient strength, it's a dead end. I, the Fat Master, have unfulfilled ambitions and do not wish to perish in such a wretched place. Hence I require formidable allies. I noticed on the spaceship that the two of you came alone to compete, without companions. I understand your distrust towards me, and I reciprocate that sentiment, but it is of little consequence. We are merely cooperating temporarily. If we can endure these few days and survive until the assessment ends, we shall part ways, each returning to our own homes, with no further ties. It will be as if we never met. What do you say? Would you consider my proposal? What the fat man expressed was precisely what Luo Fan had been contemplating, leaving no room for doubt, and he nodded in agreement. Thus, the two men turned to Yi Chin. All right, the cold beauty uttered a single word. Sealing this small collaborative agreement, a temporary team of 3 awakened individuals was thus born. On the distant Tianluo star, a visibly anxious Shun Ming let out a heavy sigh as she shut down the information terminal before her. Luo Fan, there is only so much I can do for you. I never anticipated this assessment would become so perilous. I hope fortune favors you, and that you remain unharmed. Never before had Shen Ming yearned for powerful strength as she did at this moment. After calming her emotions slightly, she picked up a syringe from the table and injected the solution into her arm, then lay down in the nearby nutrient pod. As the pod's cover sealed. She silently vowed, Luo Fan, we must both strive to succeed. Chapter 29. A path to life, a path to death. The sky began to drizzle. Although the rain was extraterrestrial, it was not dissimilar to that of Earth, soaking the head and body, causing discomfort. Luo Fan reached for his wristband and retrieved an umbrella, yet he did not open it immediately. After a moment's thought, he handed it to Yi Chin, who stood there in a daze. Though for awakened individuals, getting a little wet is no concern, it is certainly not my style to let a beautiful woman get drenched. Yi Chin looked at Luo Fan with mild surprise, refraining from taking the umbrella. Her gaze toward him was complex, as if this trivial matter had caused her some inner turmoil. Noticing Yi Chin's typically icy demeanor shift due to a mere umbrella, Luo Fan chuckled and teased. Seeing a change in your expression is like the sun rising from the west. Now, let us not dawdle. Open the umbrella. It would not suit a beauty to become a drenched rat. What about you? Yi Chin finally spoke, her voice slightly less frigid. I have another one. Luo Fan replied, as he placed the umbrella handle into Yi Chin's hand and produced another umbrella from his wristband, opening it over his own head. Why Yi Chin stood in the rain, gazing at Luo Fan, and suddenly asked, what is your relationship with the one-armed guest? Luo Fan grinned, displaying a knowing expression. So you figured it out, I am his adopted son. Luo Fan answered candidly, without the slightest hint of evasion. When he had rescued Yi Chin, he had already surmised that she might share an affiliation with his adoptive father, and since his skills were all personally taught by his father, it was not surprising for an astute observer to discern the connection. He had never taken a life himself. Even as the son of an assassin, he bore no legal blame. He had concealed his identity primarily to evade his father's enemies. Now that he was an awakened individual, his strength had vastly improved, and should he become a wholly police officer after this assessment, his identity would shift dramatically. He would be under the protection of the Earth United Capital, and anyone wishing to harm him would have to reckon with both his strength and his status. Therefore, when Yi Chin posed her question, Luo Fan readily admitted the truth. Upon receiving the answer she sought, Yi Chin fell silent, slowly opening the umbrella, then turning her back to Luo Fan, leaving him with a solitary and forlorn silhouette that left one guessing at her thoughts. Luo Fan had begun to grow accustomed to her frosty personality and did not mind it. He smiled gently and turned to the lonely fat man standing nearby, apologizing, sorry, there are only 2 umbrellas. You prioritize beauty over friendship? The fat man shot Luo Fan a disdainful glare and pulled out a yellowish, 6-sided shield from his wristband, grumbling as he held it above his head. We merely temporary partners, not quite friends yet, Luo Fan corrected him with a smile. Hmph. The fat man shot him a fierce glare, hastily moving ahead to lead the way. In a dark and damp underground passage, a muscular soldier advanced alone, hoisting a massive axe nearly his height, forged from a substantial amount of energy metal, radiating an intimidating aura. His face and clothes were splattered with blood, and behind him there was no one. His 49 subordinates had vanished. His eyes held an endless sorrow, yet his expression remained resolute. His strides unwavering, he pressed on through the seemingly endless darkness that felt like a descent into the abyss, until suddenly, the path ahead brightened, revealing a vast natural cavern, approximately 10 meters high and spanning several hundred square meters. The surrounding rocks emitted a ghostly green glow, illuminating the underground space, yet the ghastly hue instilled a chilling atmosphere. The soldier, however, remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed on the center of the cavern, where stood a circular stone platform roughly 10 meters in diameter, clearly man-made, yet exuding an ancient and desolate air, suggesting it had been there for ages. On a savage planet, the sudden appearance of an artifact with evident human craftsmanship should have been absurd. Yet the soldier's face displayed a look of relief, for the emergence of this stone platform was not only expected but long awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly to the stone platform. Upon reaching the center, he crouched down as if searching for something. Soon, his eyes focused on 3 small holes in the center of the stone platform. As if prepared, the soldier retrieved 3 cylindrical objects, roughly the width of a finger, crafted from an unknown metal, from his wristband, and inserted them into the small holes on the platform. He then slowly rose, standing still as he waited. Moments later, the platform began to tremble gently, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds from below, the rhythm accelerating from slow to swift, culminating in a continuous cacophony. Concurrently, the entire cavern shook violently. Suddenly, a pale light began to rise from beneath the ground, enveloping both the soldier and the stone platform, while a series of humming sounds resonated incessantly. After about 10 minutes, the noise subsided, and the light gradually faded. Yet, at that moment, the soldier who had been standing there vanished, leaving the stone platform once again desolate. Amidst the dense forest, a young man clad in uniform was sprinting forward, cradling the pale, unconscious figure of a gossiping junior in his arms. Her complexion was as white as paper, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost to the realm of unconsciousness. The other junior students had vanished without a trace, perhaps having met with misfortune akin to that of the soldiers under the command of the military uncle. Observing the tattered state of the young man's clothing and the visible streaks of blood, it was evident that he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Yet, at that moment, he exhibited no inclination to pause and rest. He continued to flee, clutching the gossiping junior tightly. Not far behind him, a thick, eerie mist, swirling ominously within a radius of several hundred meters, relentlessly pursued him. Within the mist, unknown entities occasionally emitted chilling shrieks, causing anyone who heard them to tremble with fear, their legs weakening to the point of nearly losing the ability to stand. The young man gritted his teeth, summoning his dwindling strength, refusing to succumb to fatigue. However, he could distinctly feel that he was becoming increasingly exhausted. It was merely a matter of time before he would be overtaken. No, I must endure until I reach that place. The mission remains unfinished. I cannot afford to fall. He encouraged himself silently as if responding to his inner thoughts. The gossiping junior gradually opened her eyes. She glanced at her panting senior, then at the encroaching mist behind them, and spoke in a low voice. "Senior, please put me down. If it weren't for the need to protect me, you could have fought back. My personal life or death matters little. The mission is paramount." Upon hearing her final words, the young man trembled slightly, yet he did not falter in his pace, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Junior sister, you must have faith in me. Even while carrying you, I will surely complete the mission." Typically loquacious, the gossiping junior fell silent, merely letting out a soft sigh as her delicate eyes flickered, lost in thought. What? A global cleansing occurs every midnight. That dreadful tide serves as the cleansing agent for this planet. The plump fellow's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is said that there are 7 gates on this planet. The sole means to evade the tide. Beyond these gates, there exists no sanctuary. However, thus far, no one who has ventured through those gates has returned alive. Therefore, it is likely that the dangers within are even greater than those outside. "The route marked on your map should lead to one of those gates," said Luo Fan, his expression grave. "I seek your opinions. Should we dare to enter? Is your information reliable?" The plump fellow inquired skeptically. "It was provided by a highly trustworthy friend. I have complete faith in her," Luo Fan asserted confidently, though he refrained from revealing the identity of the sender, Shunming. After arriving on this planet, conventional means of communication had ceased to function. Yet subspace communication technology remained operational. Just moments ago, he had received information from Shanming via the Blue Dream wristband. This information encompassed details about the current participants as well as some secrets regarding the planet. As previously suspected, the Earth United Capital had long dispatched an interstellar team to explore this planet. However, not a single member of the 1,000-strong contingent had returned, resulting in considerable losses. Yet, they had not returned empty-handed. Through the information relayed by the team members before their demise, some understanding of the planet had been gained. It was precisely for this reason, after weighing the pros and cons, that the three major consortiums had ultimately decided to oversee this year's Holy Police assessment from behind the scenes. Temporarily relocating the assessment site to this planet, it went without saying that Luo Fan was aware this information was likely classified. He wondered whether Shenming's family was aware of her disclosure. However, he estimated that they were likely oblivious. To prevent any trouble for Shenming, Luo Fan resolved not to mention her identity to anyone. "Is it a woman?" the plump fellow asked with a mischievous grin. Luo Fan smiled calmly. "She is a good friend." Yi Chin cast a silent glance at Luo Fan, maintaining her characteristic silence. The three began to contemplate seriously. Before them lay a daunting choice: to remain passive, akin to awaiting death, or to seek out the gate mentioned in the information and risk venturing inside, which could lead to an even swifter demise. How should they decide? Chapter 30. Assassination. Shi Qianjun, accompanied by a striking young woman clad in red, strolled leisurely into the dining hall. This was Shi Qianjun's favored restaurant, a place he frequented whenever he had leisure time. He did not reserve a private room here, nor did he indulge in ostentatious displays. He merely purchased a designated seat in the main hall. He relished dining among strangers, as it made him feel like an ordinary person. Taking his seat, Shi Qianjun settled into his designated spot, while the young woman in red sat opposite him as usual. This young woman was none other than the one who had tracked the gardener to the abandoned factory, and her appearance would undoubtedly astonish Luo Fan, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to Shenming. In the presence of the president of Earth's foremost consortium, the head waiter dared not exhibit any negligence and promptly dispatched a server to summon the manager. In less than half a minute, the manager hurried over, bowing alongside the head waiter and server, respectfully inquiring about Shi Qianjun's meal selection for the day. "I'll have a plate of stir-fried star goose eggs and a glass of juice," Shi Qianjun replied casually, then turned his inquiring gaze towards the young woman in red. "I'll have a slice of Galaxy Black Forest cake, accompanied by a glass of Emperor Starshine," the young woman declared with an air of pride. Her gaze fixed firmly on Shi Qianjun without glancing at the manager throughout the ordering process. Yet, within her eyes, there was no hint of arrogance, only an undeniable tenderness. Black Forest and Emperor Starshine? An intriguing combination, Shi Qianjun remarked with a light chuckle once the manager and his team departed. The young woman in red met his gaze with an enticing look, responding, "I know precisely what I like. Whether it matches or not is a matter for others to judge, and it has no bearing on me." "Very well, you make a valid point. However, are you truly only having a slice of cake for dinner? Is it for the sake of dieting? Of course. If we women do not take care of our beauty, how can we hope to capture the hearts of men like you? Yet I believe you need not exert any additional effort. You already possess the charm to win over most men," Shi Qianjun teased, maintaining an air of nonchalance in his response. "Not enough. There's still one man missing," the young woman in red said provocatively. "If I could win his heart, I would feel fulfilled." "Xiaoxue, how long have you been by my side? Why are you still so impatient?" Shi Qianjun shook his head helplessly, his tone reminiscent of addressing a child. "I cannot compare to you. If I do not seize the moment, I will run out of time," the young woman lamented. "We are all short on time," Shi Qianjun murmured softly, then fell silent, shifting his gaze elsewhere. The young woman too lapsed into silence, and the two were enveloped in a quietude, with only the soft melodies of the restaurant echoing in their ears. The servers soon brought their meals, and the two of them bowed their heads to eat. No longer conversing in a 7-star hotel, patrons were already scarce, and with today not being a weekend, the atmosphere felt particularly desolate. Apart from them, there were only 2 other tables occupied in the hall, one by an elderly gentleman sipping red wine alone, and the other by a beautiful mother dining with her 5- or 6-year-old daughter, who was enjoying pizza. The little girl was rather mischievous, unwilling to sit still for her meal. In exasperation, the mother summoned a star pet for her daughter to play with. The star pet was a round creature about the size of a basketball, its plump body covered in soft fur, and as the little girl squeezed it, the pet's adorable form morphed amusingly. Shi Qianjun found the star pet intriguing and stole a few glances, but the next moment, his expression turned slightly cold. Suddenly, the young woman in red huffed lightly, saying, "You take your time. I'm full now and will go for a stroll outside." With that, she gracefully rose. Shi Qianju nodded slightly. "Be quick and return." "All right," the young woman replied, her voice barely fading before she vanished from sight. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a man clad entirely in black was meticulously preparing for his final task, the edge of the rooftop. The latest model of a Super Magnum sniper rifle was set up, its barrel aimed directly at the lobby of the 7-star hotel. The straight-line distance from here to the hotel was approximately 1,500 meters, far beyond the reach of conventional scanning devices and the perception of awakened beings, making it an exceedingly secure sniping distance. The black-clad assassin crouched low, peering through the sniper's scope as he locked onto Shi Qianjun, who was engrossed in his meal of alien scrambled eggs in the lobby, his finger already tightening on the trigger. Suddenly, he was jolted by a profound sense of danger that surged through his mind. He swiftly pivoted, bringing the rifle's barrel to bear behind him. There, he beheld a striking young woman in red, and that would be the last image he ever SW'd in an instant. He and his weapon were reduced to ashes. The young woman's haughty voice echoed in the night air. "A mere level 9 enhancer dares to attempt an assassination on President Shi? How deluded." "Oh, is that so? I beg to differ," a mocking voice interjected unexpectedly. "Haven't you heard of the saying, inviting someone into a trap?" With that sound, a figure clad in black and wearing a white mask appeared at the rooftop entrance. On his mask, there was a strangely drawn large ace of spades pattern. "Are you luring me into a trap? So, the person who just died was merely bait set by you?" The girl in red lightly brushed her hair back and said with a cold smile, "That's roughly correct. However, I must clarify that it is not just me who has set the trap, but us," the man in black replied, gesturing with his hand. Suddenly, over a dozen of his companions, similarly dressed in black and armed with laser rifles, sprang up from the edges of the rooftop. Each of them wore the same white mask, adorned with the ace of spades pattern, differing only in the size and position of the design. Except for the leader, whose ace of spades was emblazoned on his forehead, others had theirs on their noses, lips, or jaws, indicating their rank or strength within the organization. "So it is the ace of spades unit of Hai Long," the girl in red scoffed. "He has already sent his trump card to planet XH-12. Yet Dong Hai Long remains so restless, it seems I must find time to have a word with him." The man opposite her sneered disdainfully, "Such youthful arrogance. You'll likely never have the chance to meet our brother Long in your lifetime. Let me send you, this fierce tigress, to the underworld to reunite with Shi Qianjun." With that, he waved his hand, and all the guns were aimed at the girl in red. "You indeed have a backup plan. If I am not mistaken, assassins must already be on their way to Shi Qianjun, right?" The girl in red replied with a mocking smile. "Unfortunately, Dong Hai Long does not comprehend the vast difference between him and Shi Qianjun. I, a mere level 10 enhancer, can hardly be considered a tiger. At most, I am merely a Persian cat kept by my master. Shi Qianjun, however, is the true tiger." Seeing the girl in red's calm demeanor, the man in black felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition creeping in. The situation was more than he had anticipated, and he dared not delay any further. He resolved to end everything swiftly. His gaze towards the girl in red turned cold and merciless as he uttered a single word, "Kill." Yet, before his subordinates could react, the girl in red's figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, her proud and icy voice echoed from the air, "Fire cloud." Accompanying this exclamation, a massive red shadow descended from the sky, enveloping the entire rooftop. Having finished the last bite of the stir-fried star gray goose egg, Shi Qianjun set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and picked up the tall glass filled with juice before him. However, he merely brought the glass to his nose for a sniff, shook his head, and placed it back down. Chaya star squid juice? A rather rare delicacy. Hai Long has indeed collected quite a number of good things. Shi Qianjun's gaze fell upon the three individuals in the dining hall, his youthful and handsome face adorned with a sincere smile, seemingly genuine in his admiration. The elderly gentleman who had dined here moments ago, his beautiful mother, and her little daughter cradling a cute pet now stood up, their cold gazes directed at Shi Qianjun, as though they were staring at a corpse. No need to wait any longer. Although Chaya star squid juice is a rare and lethal poison, Earth's technology cannot resolve it. Unfortunately, relying solely on the minuscule amount in the scrambled eggs is insufficient to end my life. Shi spoke apologetically, if you wish to kill me. It seems I must trouble the three of you to take action. What a nuisance. I detest bothersome people in matters. The little girl spoke softly, her tone devoid of any sweetness, her voice hollow like a specter emerging from the darkness. It seems better to let little Cho send you on your way. With that, she tossed the small star creature she had been holding. The once adorable little being transformed in an instant, growing into a 2-meter-tall black humanoid monster. Its long, sharp claws, explosive muscles, and menacing fangs all attesting to its danger. A Tier 2 battle pet. A shape-shifting beast, quite rare indeed. However, I quite enjoy the flavors of this establishment's cuisine and have no desire for you to ruin it. Seems I cannot wait for Xiao Shui to return. Shi sighed, rising from his seat. It has been a while since I exercised, and I am curious how much my old bones have deteriorated. 2 level 9 enhancers and 1 level 10 enhancer, along with a Tier 2 battle pet, should suffice for a bit of physical activity. The three opposite him exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. All records indicated that Shi was a genius of unparalleled intellect. Remarkable in both the business and political realms, yet they had never heard of him being skilled in combat. Could it be that he, too, was an enhancer? Regrettably, they had no time to ponder the answer. For the next second, Shi vanished from their sight. Alarmed, the three were taken aback and were about to react when the shape-shifting beast at the forefront let out a short, mournful cry. Instantly, its robust body was torn asunder, limbs and flesh mixing with blood, splattering across the ground. Then, within the widened pupils of the trio, a lightning-like shadow manifested. This became the last image their minds registered. 1 minute later, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of grace, Shi strolled out of the hotel entrance. The maglev vehicle was already waiting at the door, and the girl in red stood by the car. Smiling in anticipation, Chapter 31. Identity. Is this the Thunderstruck Wood? Luo Fan inquired of the chubby man. In the center of a charred clearing stood a crystallized giant tree, solitary and striking. The chubby man nodded vigorously. Indeed? This is the nearest coordinate on the map. Luo Fan observed the unusual Thunderstruck Wood with keen interest. It was evident that it had once been a regular giant tree, yet for some unknown reason, it had now transformed into a crystalline substance, by its name. It seemed this change occurred after being struck by lightning. However, wouldn't being struck by lightning normally reduce it to charcoal? Could there be some peculiar reason behind this? Luo Fan pondered deeply. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to study it in detail. Moreover, Chi showed no particular reaction, suggesting it might not be something of great value. Considering this, Luo Fan shifted his gaze from the Thunderstruck Wood to the chubby man. What's our next move? We should head this way, the chubby man said, pointing in a direction. According to the map, we should be able to exit this foggy forest soon. Fantastic! I've grown weary of being here. It's finally time to breathe some fresh air. Luo Fan exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The vastness of this forest was unfathomable. They had been wandering here for 2 whole days. Awakened individuals can move at speeds several times that of sound, and of course, this is only their maximum speed, which cannot be maintained indefinitely. Under normal circumstances, if one keeps their speed close to the speed of sound, they can sustain this rate long-term without exceeding their endurance limits. During the day, Luo Fan maintained a running speed close to that of sound. The speed of sound is approximately 340 meters per second. With 3,600 seconds in an hour, meaning maintaining the speed of sound for an hour would cover around 1.22 million meters, or 1,220 kilometers. Having run at such a speed for 2 days, they had only approached the forest's edge thanks to the chubby man's half-map. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, how vast was this forest? And how large is this planet? In such an expansive world, what else lies ahead? Despite the thick fog, they could still feel the light gradually dimming. Night was approaching. Both Luo Fan and the chubby man's expressions soured. Even the usually expressionless Yi Si showed a flicker of concern. They ultimately failed to locate the teleportation portal mentioned in Shan Ming's data before darkness fell. The chubby man's map was merely half, lacking many markings. They dared not sprint recklessly across this perilous, unknown terrain. for if entangled by those terrifying plants, they would only slow their progress and face unpredictable dangers. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Regardless of their urgency, they could only proceed cautiously in search of the right direction. With the light fading, their expressions grew increasingly solemn. They had already encountered the dangers of the blood-red tide once, and it was far from a pleasant experience. No one wished to endure it again. According to the map, we are very close to our destination. Why don't we charge through this last stretch? Luo Fan suggested after some thought. The chubby man and Yi Si Qin, both decisive individuals, nodded after a brief consideration. Rather than wait passively, it was better to take a chance at that moment. The three exchanged glances, their speed surging as they unleashed their movements, vanishing from their original positions in an instant, leaving behind mere shadows. Luo Fan did not push himself to his maximum speed, as he was already a level 3 awakened, while the chubby man and Yi Si Qin were level 1 and level 2. Respectively, if Luo Fan unleashed his full speed, they would be unable to keep up. To accommodate the two, he refrained from exerting himself fully, allowing him ample energy to observe the two beside him. Within the subspace of the blue dream wristband, Chi-Chi's brow glowed with a vertical mark as he utilized his perceptual abilities to alert Luo Fan, ready to warn of any lurking dangers ahead. The formidable perceptiveness of Chi-Chi serves as both a pillar of support for Luo Fan and the principal justification for his audacious declaration to advance at full speed. However, Chi-Chi's existence must remain concealed, thus Luo Fan finds himself unable to elaborate extensively to the fat man and Yi Si Qin. In truth, the lack of explanation bears little consequence, as they are merely a temporary alliance. Luo Fan harbors no psychological burden in this regard. Ultimately, he will certainly alert the two should danger arise, which he deems an act of benevolence. Moreover, Luo Fan is convinced that he is not the only one with hidden trump cards like Chi-Chi and Chaya. The fat man and Yi Si Qin undoubtedly possess concealed resources of their own. The transition from Enhancer to Awakener is not a threshold one can breach by mere luck. Those who attain the status of Awakeners are far from ordinary individuals. Images of the information sent by Shen Meng flash through his mind. The document is not lengthy, yet he has memorized its contents after a cursory glance. For an Awakener with formidable mental prowess, such a feat is trivial. When Luo Fan mentions the document to Yi Si Qin and the fat man, he merely states that it contains some information regarding this planet, omitting the details about the current contestants. Despite the harrowing tide that has likely claimed the majority of participants, those who survive must be the elite among elites, rendering Xianming's information invaluable. Among these individuals, Luo Fan's primary concern lies with the few Awakeners. The military uncle, surnamed AI, whose original name remains unknown, once commanded the 19th Advance Team of the Interstellar Brigade, holding the rank of Major General. Following a nearly catastrophic secret mission that decimated his subordinates, he grew despondent, leading the remaining 49 members to apply for retirement before ultimately joining Shanshan Company as a direct guard for Wang Chongshan. Luo Fan is somewhat taken aback by the military uncle's identity. He had presumed the individual to be affiliated with the military, only to discover he is part of Shanshan Company. The uniformed youth, Fang Tianming, is a core student of Yinglong Academy under the Sea Dragon Group, accompanied by fellow students from the same institution. At 22 years of age, he is a second-tier Awakener and the most significant asset in Dong Hailong's possession. Seldom utilized, this makes it all the more evident that he is determined to seize the secrets of Planet XH-12. The stunning young woman, Yao Yin, is a rare master of mutated mental power. Although her strength is merely first tier, her formidable mental abilities and her stellar pet, the ghost-faced turtle dove, render her true combat prowess formidable. As for his two new companions, casting a glance at the pair beside him, Luo Fan recalls their information. Yi Si Qin, 18 years old, is a member of the Dark World's most feared assassin organization, Beidou, with the codename Xinya. She joined Beidou at the age of 8, receiving special attention and training from a mentor. By 10, she had already emerged as a core member of the organization, and at 12, she achieved level 10 enhancement, standing among the ranks of top assassins like the Gardener and the One-Armed Guest. Such an intimidating resume, indeed a fearsome woman. Luo Fan muses with trepidation. So she is the legendary assassin, Xinya. No wonder her aura exudes such lethal intensity. Joining an assassin organization at 8 and achieving such repute by 12. What an extraordinary prodigy. Furthermore, while the Gardener remained a level 10 enhancer until his death, His disciple Yi Chin has already become a second-tier awakener. Had Luo Fan not encountered Chi-Chi, he would currently be merely an 8th level enhancer. And even with a stroke of luck, he might only have advanced to 9th level. This exemplifies the disparities between individuals. Luo Fan reflects inwardly. He feels fortunate that he inadvertently saved her once. Otherwise, given her cold disposition, she likely would have been battling for her life against him by now. Luo Fan cannot bring himself to believe that Yi Chin, as a top assassin, would show any mercy to her competitors. Opposing such a terrifying female assassin is certainly not a prospect to be relished. He resolves to maintain his distance from her, avoiding any unnecessary conflicts, in stark contrast to the detailed profiles of Yi Chin and others. The information regarding the Fat Man is rather meager. Jian Sampang, an employee of the Galaxy Insurance Company. Other identities remain undisclosed, suspected to be a first-tier awakener, yet the means by which he attained his strength are unclear. Other information, none. This Jian Sampang undoubtedly harbors secrets. Given Shun Ming's family background, the scant details revealed are highly unusual, further indicating that the Fat Man's origins are anything but simple. It seems imperative to keep a closer watch on him. With this thought, Luo Fan's gaze unwittingly drifts towards the Fat Man, only to find him returning the look. Luo Fan's heart skips a beat, speculating whether the Fat Man has sensed his scrutiny. However, the Fat Man merely flashes a toothy grin and exclaims, "We've arrived." Luo Fan steadies himself and gazes ahead, where an enormous metallic door looms before them. At that very moment, in a certain location on this planet, the typically composed and graceful Fong Tianming finds himself unceremoniously seated on the ground, cradling the now silent gossiping junior. His heart is heavy with self-reproach. He ultimately failed to protect her, gently caressing the face of the junior nestled in his arms. Fong Tianming whispers, "Rest easy, dear junior. Take your time to recover. Once I complete the task, I shall return to be with you all." He believes she can hear him, for he holds faith in the existence of souls beyond death. The junior, now enveloped in an unprecedented silence, can no longer communicate with the living. Yet Fong Tianming is convinced that once she transitions to the other side, she will undoubtedly enliven that realm. This inquisitive and chatty girl, wherever she goes, will never remain still. Fortunately, she departed with a smile, content to have passed away in her senior's embrace. Fong Tianming places her into his subspace wristband, where all the remains of his juniors are kept. His wristband possesses ample space to accommodate them all. "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Fong Tianming rises, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit. He gazes intently at the golden door ahead, where radiant light swirls, obscuring the view within. The flickering golden light seems to emanate a call of death. Without a hint of hesitation, Fong Tianming strides forward. Chapter 32. The tide returns, the fog thickens. Nearly coalescing into droplets, its original grayish-white hue gradually transforming into a sinister blood-red. As the blood mist becomes increasingly viscous, it begins to churn like waves, rising and falling with an intensity akin to a surging tide. Culminating in a roar reminiscent of clashing steel, from the depths of the obscured mist, distant howls emerge, sharp and low, the origins of which remain unknown, echoing alternately, drawing nearer and then receding. Luo Fan, Yi Chin, and the Fat Man stand before a dark red metallic door. Their expressions grim. As the blood mist tide commences, they finally arrive at the location marked on their map. There is no need for deliberate searching. They immediately behold what they seek, the door before them. This massive arched door, towering at 100 meters, is framed by an unidentifiable dark red metal, its center empty yet pulsating with an enigmatic crimson glow that obscures its contents. Strangely, it possesses no thickness, appearing as though it is a thin sheet embedded in space. From the front, the imposing metallic door appears palpably present, yet from the side, it resembles a flimsy sheet of paper, barely discernible as a long, vertical line. This is not an ordinary door but a spatial transmission device crafted in the form of a door. The Fat Man remarks, rubbing his neck, which has grown sore from gazing upward for too long. "Once we step through, we cannot predict where we shall be transmitted. The power of such a portal is difficult to gauge. Even one as knowledgeable and experienced as I cannot determine its directional path without suitable equipment. Crossing this threshold may lead us to another unknown region of this planet, or whisk us away to a distant, mysterious star realm." That hardly qualifies as good news, in this case. The risks are entirely unpredictable, Luofan replies with a wry smile. What lies beyond may be a serene field of vibrant flowers, or it could lead directly into the depths of a volcanic abyss, leaving us no time to escape. He glances at Chin, who stands expressionless, fixated on the door, and tentatively queries, "Beautiful lady, you seem remarkably composed. Do you possess a strategy? After all, we are a team. If you have a brilliant idea, please share it." "I do not." Chin's voice remains chillingly indifferent, showing no sign of alteration even in the face of impending doom. "Live if you can, die if you cannot." Luofan breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes why this girl maintains such composure. She is psychologically prepared to embrace death at any moment. Well, one cannot expect to engage in normal conversation with a woman who joined an assassin organization at the tender age of 8. Such communication is likely more challenging than conversing with extraterrestrial beings. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberates nearby, causing Luofan's eardrums to throb painfully. It seems he is not particularly keen on conversing with alien lifeforms either. Within Luofan's heart, a wave of helplessness surged. The stout man suddenly spoke up, saying, "I don't care what you all think. I, Fat Master, will never sit idly by." Just listening to those roars indicates that those creatures are undoubtedly not to be trifled with. "I would rather take a gamble and step through that door than remain here waiting to be torn apart by extraterrestrial beings." Luofan glanced at him with curiosity and replied, "I say, Fat Master, your words are rather exaggerated. With your star pet, as long as you burrow underground, what creature could possibly harm you?" Unexpectedly, the stout man let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Brother, you overestimate me. My star pet is known as the Sand Beast, a creature exceedingly rare in the universe, and I happen to acquire it by sheer luck. Although I have managed to barely accept it as my star pet, commanding it is quite a challenge. With my current strength, I can only control it for about an hour at most, and after each use, it requires at least 48 hours to recover before I can summon it again. I just used it last night to escape a predicament, so I cannot rely on it today." Luofan pondered this. Even Chi had mentioned that the Sand Beast was extraordinarily rare, which surely indicated it was a remarkable creature. The stout man was merely a first-tier awakened one, and the fact that he could barely command it was already quite impressive. To claim there were no limitations would indeed defy logic. Luofan then glanced at Chin beside him, intending to solicit her opinion, but recalling her earlier remark about death, he thought it best not to inquire further. In truth, Luofan himself was not particularly anxious about the blood mist tide, as he could always retreat into the star Luo space. However, with Chin and the stout man present, he was unwilling to risk exposing Chi by employing that method, so he would refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary. "Since everyone has no objections, let us boldly venture inside," Luofan declared with a sweeping gesture, exuding confidence. "All three of us are awakened ones, the strongest forces on Earth. If we are frightened by a mere door, it would be a disgrace to humanity. If word of this spreads, we would be the laughingstock as dignified awakened ones. We cannot afford such humiliation. Come, be it a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, let us venture forth." As he spoke, he strode ahead toward the door. Upon witnessing him take the lead, Chin and the stout man promptly followed suit. However, just as Luofan stepped before the door, he was suddenly taken aback. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Xiang family was enduring a rather arduous dinner. Xiang Tianxiao felt as though he had just fought a grueling battle. He chuckled to himself, wishing his daughter's culinary skills could match even 1% of her martial prowess. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of happiness. His child was growing up, watching his daughter clumsily bustling about in the kitchen. Xiang Tianxiao smiled with contentment. His musings were abruptly interrupted by a call request from Old Hunter. Casting a glance at his daughter still occupied in the kitchen, he declined Old Hunter's call and opted to exchange a few words via text. After concluding the communication, Xiang Tianxiao felt a wave of gloom wash over him. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, opening the window to gaze at the scenery outside, allowing the winter night's cold wind to touzle his graying hair. Although he did not turn around, Xiang Yusin had already sensed her father's unusual demeanor. Xiang Tianxiao was exceedingly indulgent and trusting toward his daughter. Typically, he would not shy away from discussing work-related matters at home unless they were highly confidential. Today, however, his atypical behavior indicated that, despite the brevity of their conversation, the subject they had broached was of utmost importance, so significant that even Xiang Yusin was not privy to it. Finally, having completed her tasks, the inept housekeeper Xiang Yusin let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at her father's silhouette still standing by the window, she hesitated before joining him. Old Xiang, are you still troubled by matters concerning that planet? What is so special about Planet X-12 that so many prominent figures are in such a frenzy? In Xiang Yusin's memory, aside from the period following her mother's passing, her father had always appeared spirited and full of ambition. Over the years, she had never witnessed him in such a state of despondence. Xiang Tianxiao remained silent, merely staring out the window. Their home was situated on the 101st floor of a skyscraper in the city center, and from this vantage point, the view was awash with dazzling lights. Countless small airships and maglev motorcycles flitted through the city's atmosphere, most likely heading off to indulge in the vibrant nightlife. Amidst such splendor, it was difficult to find peace and sleep. It is for the future of Earth. After a prolonged silence, Xiang Tianxiao finally spoke in a hushed tone. Do you think we are prominent figures? You are mistaken. We are but pitiful creatures so insignificant that we cannot even dictate our own fates. Xiang Yusin felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't help but press further. Old Xiang, please tell me, what is truly on that newly discovered planet? Xiang Tianxiao fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he seemed to gather his resolve before speaking. Xian, you have all been deceived. It is not a newly discovered planet at all. It is a planet that had long since gone missing. Now, after tens of thousands of years, it has returned. What? This revelation took Xiang Yusin by surprise. The planet went missing. What does that mean? All the peace and prosperity are merely temporary illusions. This world has never known peace. The so-called peace is nothing more than a lull between chaotic times. Xiang Tianxiao did not directly answer his daughter's question. Instead, he pointed towards the brilliantly lit city below and quietly remarked, "Many of them will perish. This is the future, and no one can alter it. A storm is soon to come." Chapter 33. Ambushed? What is happening? Why can't we get in? The stout man said, his expression grim. When they attempted to enter the door, a mysterious force barred their way. Despite their efforts, they could not step inside. This predicament was absolutely the worst possible scenario for the three, who were eager to escape the clutches of the blood mist. Luo Fan's expression was equally troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I suspect this is related to the blood mist. Perhaps when the cleansing mode is activated, the door closes and only reopens once the cleansing is complete. Seriously? Such a ruthless tactic? The stout man's face fell immediately. This is clearly a move that leaves no path for survival. Luo Fan could only comfort him. Since we are here, we may as well stay put. If they want to let us in, we will wait here. I refuse to believe it will remain closed indefinitely. Before he could finish, his voice abruptly ceased. As Chi-Chi's voice suddenly resonated in his mind, Mule, there's a situation. Luo Fan was taken aback and unhesitatingly warned the other two. Be careful. He didn't even inquire about the specifics, choosing instead to trust the little creature unconditionally. He had learned that Chi-Chi would never issue a warning without cause. Every utterance signified genuine danger. Just as Luo Fan finished speaking, a vague shadow darted out from the depths of the blood mist, silently rushing towards the stout man. Ever since the blood mist had appeared, the stout man had been on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Not only him, but Yi Chin was also tense. This was not a time for conserving strength. Survival was paramount. Thus, aside from Luo Fan, who had reserved some energy thanks to Chi-Chi's vigilance, both others were entirely on edge. The stout man, already on high alert, immediately unleashed his mental energy upon receiving Luo Fan's warning, locking onto the target the moment the shadow appeared. However, the speed of that shadow surpassed his expectations, even with his threefold sonic speed. He could barely evade it. The shadow zipped past the stout man, penetrating a massive tree behind him before vanishing into the depths of the blood mist. The stout man stared at the small hole in the tree, which was wide enough for several people to embrace, his face turning ashen. Thanks to Luo Fan's warning, he managed to lock onto the target. Had he discovered it on his own, his body would not have moved fast enough to evade. If he had been struck by that entity, Gazing at the perfectly round hole in the trunk, cold sweat broke out on the stout man's back. Standing nearby, Yi Chin appeared outwardly indifferent, yet internally she was equally astonished. She too had failed to detect the sudden attack. Had the target of that assault been her instead of the stout man, and had Luo Fan not issued the warning, Yi Chin shuddered at the thought of the consequences. She couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Luo Fan, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Was this the power of a third-tier awakened one? Something felt amiss. Why Yi Chin was not an ordinary girl unacquainted with the world. She herself was a second-tier awakened one and, as the ace assassin cultivated by the Big Dipper organization, she was privy to many secrets unknown to others, some of which even high-ranking individuals on Earth were unaware of. Therefore, Yi Chin had encountered far more experts than most could imagine. While others believed that enhancers were the pinnacle of mastery and awakened ones were the elite of Earth, she knew there existed a group of individuals who never appeared in public view. Their powers had long transcended human limits, brushing against the edge of the miraculous. Those were the true strongest entities on Earth. However, Luo Fan's performance today left Yi Chin utterly astonished, for his perceptive abilities and range had significantly surpassed that of a third-tier awakened individual. Had he concealed his true strength? Yi Chin quickly dismissed this conjecture. If he were to hide his capabilities, there would be no need for him to reveal himself now. It would be more prudent to continue his charade. This led her to ponder the possibility that he had encountered some extraordinary circumstance, perhaps having ingested certain unique potions. After all, he was the son of the one-armed man, who had once ventured into that place and returned with unusual substances. Ultimately, it was of no concern to her. Yi Chin found it peculiar that she was so preoccupied with a man today. She had learned from a young age that no man was worth trusting. Coming to this realization, she composed herself and redirected her attention to vigilance. Luo Fan, meanwhile, was far too engrossed to care about the thoughts of the two individuals. At this moment, he was intently observing the changes around him. His greatest fear was not an ambush by alien beasts, but rather the air itself. After a prolonged observation, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario had not unfolded. The air quality had not deteriorated due to the emergence of the blood mist. And there were no adverse effects on breathing or the human body. If the blood mist had been unbreathable or even toxic, there would have been no point in fighting at all. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was evident that the Earth United Capital had dispatched an interstellar team to this location. Although they ultimately met with annihilation, they had gathered substantial intelligence beforehand, allowing the higher-ups of Earth to possess a fundamental understanding of this planet. While they had cast this year's contestants onto the planet as mere cannon fodder for ulterior motives, it was still a decision rooted in self-interest. If they sent them here without ensuring even the basic ability to breathe, it would be tantamount to a death sentence, a course of action that clearly did not align with their interests. Having confirmed the air quality was satisfactory, Luo Fan's focus shifted back to the immediate situation. The portly individual was grumbling in dissatisfaction. There are 3 of us here, so why am I the one being ambushed? This is outrageous. Is it because I'm so handsome that even alien creatures are envious of me? Yi Chin cast him a glance and quietly stepped away to maintain her distance. Unfazed, the portly man opened his mouth to continue his tirade, only to be interrupted by a sudden shriek from ahead. Within the dense blood mist, a multitude of tiny black dots emerged with astonishing speed. Like lightning, the 3 had long been on high alert, and though startled, they remained composed. The portly man flipped his hand and summoned a large hexagonal shield made of titanium alloy infused with 5% energy-concentrating metal from his subspace ring. This shield was substantial, towering over him, providing full cover for his corpulent frame. Just as he concealed himself behind the shield, a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air, and countless black dots rained down like a deluge, crashing against the shield. This portly individual possessed a natural strength far exceeding that of others, and his power as an awakened being was even more pronounced. While an ordinary first-tier awakened individual's strength might reach around 2 tons, he was capable of lifting 3 tons. Yet, despite this formidable strength, the relentless assault from the shadowy figures caused the shield to tremble violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Once the first wave of attacks subsided, the alloy shield, now pockmarked and severely deformed from the immense impact, bore the brunt of the assault in stark contrast to the portly man's somewhat clumsy defense. Yi Chen's reaction was remarkably graceful. As the attack arrived, her delicate hand stirred, and a cloud of gray mist billowed forth from her ring, instantly plunging the surrounding temperature to a bone-chilling cold. The gray mist enveloped her like a gentle guardian. And before the approaching shadows could draw near, a thin layer of frost coated their surfaces, rendering them immobile as if frozen, and they fell helplessly to the ground as the fallen shadows lay still. The three finally discerned the assailants' true appearance. They were slender fish, no thicker than a finger, but their sharp heads belied the incredible destructive power they possessed when unleashed. Luo Fan understood that he could no longer hold back. The battle had to be concluded swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for the three of them. If they could not quickly eliminate the current foes, the arrival of other creatures could worsen their predicament. With both hands in motion, he summoned an energy pistol into his right hand while grasping a shimmering energy metal dagger in his left. The sight of these fully energy-concentrated weapons drew an envious glance from the portly man, who muttered a silent curse at Luo Fan's opulence, lamenting his refusal to invest in insurance. Even the typically aloof Yi Chen couldn't help but cast a few astonished glances at Luo Fan, taken aback by his extravagant display. Ignoring their astonishment, Luo Fan entered a battle-ready state, his heightened awareness enveloping the surrounding area. This domain, shrouded in his perception, was his territory. Any creature daring to intrude would meet a singular fate. He raised his gun, aiming towards the black streaks flying relentlessly out of the blood mist. Chapter 34. Inyang Rakshasa. Half an hour later, the intense battle finally reached its conclusion, with thousands of the mysterious flying fish lying dead at the feet of Luo Fan and his companions. Gazing at the multitude of lifeless fish scattered across the ground, Luo Fan felt a sense of dread. Despite their finger-sized forms, they harbored astonishing destructive potential. The attack power of these flying fish was undoubtedly comparable to that of kinetic rounds fired from a Gauss rifle. And unlike bullets, they possessed a degree of intelligence capable of executing simple tactics. Fortunately, all three were skilled fighters. Despite this being their first collaboration, each displayed impressive prowess. They formed a triangle, each guarding a direction to eliminate any blind spots, successfully denying those terrifying flying fish any opportunity to strike. With half an hour remaining until the blood mist dissipated, the trio remained vigilant, maintaining their defensive formation while resting in place. Damn it! Even I, the portly lord, have traveled far and wide, but being chased by a school of fish in a forest is a first for me. The exhausted man grumbled, stuffing his mouth with restorative capsules. Luo Fan remained silent, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming tide of fatigue. He quietly activated his unnamed cultivation technique, allowing the natural energies of the world to circulate within him, alleviating much of the exhaustion from the intense battle and restoring his stamina at an accelerated pace. Compared to the use of medication, harnessing one's inner energy for recovery proved far more beneficial for the body. The ground trembled ominously, interrupting Luo Fan's cultivation. He quickly ceased his practice and opened his eyes. Raising the energy pistol instinctively, a colossal, terrifying figure loomed within the blood mist ahead. Moments later, it fully materialized before the trio. Upon recognizing its form, they collectively gasped in astonishment, including the typically indifferent Yi Chen. It was a gigantic mantis shrimp, towering at 3 meters and measuring over 40 meters in length. Its elongated, flattened body was encased in a thick exoskeleton divided into 10 segments, with razor-sharp spines lining its sides and a pair of scythe-like forelimbs resembling those of a mantis beneath its head. The creature's vibrant coloration, an orange-red head, an indigo back, and a deep violet tail fin, rendered it nearly impossible to overlook. Musi, you must exercise caution. This giant mantis shrimp is a ferocious marine crustacean from ancient legends. It is said that the attacking power of its scythe-like forelimbs can reach up to 2,000 times its weight, and its exoskeleton is incredibly tough, making it difficult to kill, Chi warned Luo Fan. This time, he genuinely felt concern for Luo Fan. The previous encounters had been fraught with danger but manageable, as he trusted in Luo Fan's abilities. However, this was different. This monstrous creature was not something Luo Fan could handle alone. The only glimmer of hope lay in the trio's cooperation. Chi had mentally prepared himself, ready to intervene if absolutely necessary, even at the risk of revealing his own identity. Unaware that Luo Fan was preoccupied with strategizing, the portly man surveyed the giant mantis shrimp's formidable 40-meter-long body, estimating its weight and calculating its attacking power, unable to suppress a gulp. "It seems I must bring out some serious firepower," he lamented, reaching for his ostentatiously golden subspace ring. With a flash of light, he summoned a star pet. Luo Fan observed, noting that it was not the sand beast but rather a humanoid creature with 2 heads and 4 arms, one head with short hair and the other with long hair, seemingly representing a male and female, though both faces bore the same fearsome features, making it hard to discern their gender. "Yin-Yang Rakshasa?" A voice of surprise echoed from the subspace. Luo Fan thought that the little glutton had been rather embarrassing lately, constantly exclaiming in astonishment, as if anything that appeared could astonish him. "Is it formidable?" Luo Fan casually inquired, attempting to engage with the inexperienced creature's enthusiasm. "Extremely formidable. You will see shortly." Disregarding the disdainful tone in Luo Fan's voice, the little creature casually dropped a remark and fell silent. "What on earth?" Speaking only halfway, leaving one hanging is the height of unfairness. Luo Fan inwardly cursed, turning his face towards the rotund figure. "Is this the Yin-Yang Rakshasa? You even know about the Yin-Yang Rakshasa?" The plump man was instantly taken aback. Seeing the incredulous expression on his face, Luo Fan felt a sense of secret satisfaction. "What do you think? My knowledge is quite remarkable. I assent it." As for the embellishments within this knowledge, Luo Fan chose to conveniently overlook them. "I only know the name. I've never seen one. I am not clear about its abilities," Luo Fan explained. "One must know when to stop boasting. An inflated claim is bound to burst." "Oh, even so, your knowledge is impressive," the plump man exclaimed sincerely. "It is quite rare to know the name of a Yin-Yang Rakshasa." Luo Fan mused. If merely knowing the name is so uncommon, how extraordinary must one be to summon such a creature? A sharp, piercing voice interrupted their mutual flattery, constantly mentioning the Yin-Yang Rakshasa. "How unpleasant! Do you earthlings lack culture? Bestowing such a disgusting name upon someone is truly vulgar." Following the sound, Luo Fan saw that the speaker was the female of the 2-headed Yin-Yang Rakshasa, her long hair cascading down. It seemed she was a woman, Luo Fan speculated. The rotund man curled his lip dismissively. "The Yin-Yang Rakshasa is a name universally recognized across the cosmos. It has nothing to do with Earth, where very few even know of your kind. Besides, with your appearance, I think the name suits you quite well. You are judging by appearances. Only a barbaric and vulgar race would do such a thing. Truly advanced intelligent species see beyond superficial beauty and discover the inner beauty of life." The long-haired Rakshasa gazed at the plump man with disdain. "Though my partner and I may not be perfect in looks, we possess noble sentiments, which a lowly creature like you cannot comprehend." "They are actually a couple." Luo Fan found the cosmos to be remarkably strange. "What does it mean to be a couple as one?" "Just look at this Yin-Yang Rakshasa to understand. This is the true essence of life and death shared. If not the Yin-Yang Rakshasa, what would you prefer to call yourselves?" The plump man and the female Rakshasa continued their banter. "Call us the Singers," the female Rakshasa replied without hesitation, clearly a name she had long pondered. "How about the Foodies instead? It sounds more refined." A languid voice chimed in. It was the male Rakshasa speaking. "Whose side are you on?" The female Rakshasa immediately shot a glare at the male, abandoning the plump man. "I am siding with both of us, to find a name that aligns with our tastes and sentiments," the male Rakshasa replied nonchalantly. "Then it should definitely be the Singers," the female Rakshasa insisted vehemently. "Foodies are better." The male Rakshasa refused to yield. "Singers. Foodies." Observing that the two were caught in an endless argument, Luo Fan noticed that the plump man was merely leaning back, arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Chin had not glanced their way even once. It seemed he would have to intervene himself. May I suggest," Luo Fan stepped forward to mediate. "How about we call you the Singing Foodies?" "No." The male Rakshasa immediately shook his head. "Why not call us the Food Singing? We must respect women and place them first. Do you understand?" The female Rakshasa interjected instantly. "This pertains to taste and dignity. We cannot simply concede." The male Rakshasa stood his ground. "Let us call it the Food Singing." "Singing Foodies. Food Singing." Luo Fan rubbed his increasingly stiff cheeks and silently moved a few steps toward the giant mantis shrimp. Being a couple is indeed a kind of tragedy, Even those who wish to mediate cannot separate them. Compared to quarreling couples, extraterrestrial creatures seem much safer, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. The plump man coughed and said, "Can we settle your domestic affairs later? Let us first deal with that large shrimp in front of us, shall we?" "No." The couple of green-faced, sharp-toothed creatures replied in unison, then abandoned the tearful plump man to continue their spousal dispute. Forgive my brother for witnessing this." The plump man scratched his sparse hair, awkwardly explaining, "Controlling intelligent life forms is exceedingly difficult. My level is insufficient. Although the wisdom of this yin-yang Rakshasa pair is limited, commanding them is still quite challenging." Luo Fan suddenly understood. To control intelligent beings requires a high level of mental prowess from the master. If one attempts to dominate them without adequate strength, it can easily lead to a loss of control, and in severe cases, could harm the master's consciousness, causing permanent damage to the brain. Although there is a trend of keeping pets on Earth, these are all the lowest-tier star pets intended for amusement. Even slightly higher-tier star pets, aided by subspace wristbands, cannot be managed by the average person's mental capacity, which could backfire and harm themselves. Thus, high-tier star pets are strictly regulated, only accessible to interstellar combat teams and major factions, and must be reported to the Earth United Capital.as for even higher-tier intelligent star pets. One must possess a mental strength equivalent to that of an awakened one to even consider controlling them. Although the yin-yang Rakshasa may appear somewhat simple-minded, it is evident they possess true intelligence. For a mere first-tier awakened individual like the plump man, fully controlling such beings is evidently quite a challenge. Luo Fan suddenly recalled the creature named Chi-Chi in the subspace. Though a bit gluttonous, it was an undeniable high-level intelligent life form. If not for the blood contract, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to even communicate normally with it, possibly resulting in a breakdown of neural connections. Understanding the plump man's predicament, Luo Fan tucked away his disdain and smiled reassuringly, "No worries. Let them take their time to figure it out. After all, it's just a large shrimp. We can handle it ourselves." The plump man beamed with gratitude. "Brother, you're quite generous. If you ever need insurance, I shall certainly offer you the best discount." Luo Fan was rendered speechless. Just as the jovial plump man was about to say something further, Yi Chin, who had been poised to act, suddenly moved. Chapter 35. The Mantis Shrimp. Yi Chin felt deeply conflicted. Her background and experiences were unlike those of ordinary people. Since the age of 8, she had not lived a normal girl's life. In her memory, the only moments associated with the word warmth were those spent with that person. Yet after she turned 8, that person and that kind of life departed from her forever. Her past shaped her present self. She was no longer the girl named Yi Chin, but a killer whose soul remained eternally lost in endless darkness. Her name was Shinya, the assassin from the dark world that instilled fear in all. She had grown accustomed to solitude, to mistrusting everyone, to relying on no one. All her efforts, all her persistence, were merely to fulfill the last wish of her life. However, she had just incurred a debt of gratitude, one she was extremely reluctant to owe. She had been saved by a man, the adopted son of the one-armed killer. Yi Chin had never met Luo Fan before, nor had she seen his photograph. The one-armed killer was an experienced and wise assassin, adept at concealing his life. Yet, the moment Yi Chin broke free from the mental control of the ghost-faced dove and laid eyes on Luo Fan, she recognized him instantly. His posture, his movements, the way he concealed his strength, his gun-wielding technique, the aura he exuded, everything felt so familiar. The life she had taken with her own hands, the sage who lived his life for a belief, his son was still alive and had saved her. Life is often so ironic. 10 years ago, fate played a cruel joke on her. 6 years ago, it thrust her into a whirlpool of contradictions once more. Now, its tedious fingers began to pluck at the threads of her fragile and helpless destiny once again. Yi Chin intensely despised this feeling, that sensation of being toyed with yet powerless. There were some things beyond her choice. However, there were certain matters she believed she could still choose. For instance, the debt of gratitude she owed for her life. Thus, she decided to temporarily follow Luo Fan. The gardener had only pointed out a few assassination techniques to her. The significant breakthroughs were all reliant on her own bloodline's power. The gardener had little influence on her. Yet she remained filled with gratitude towards him and, at the risk of inciting the organization's wrath, had shown him a modicum of mercy, leaving him with a sliver of opportunity. For someone of her caliber as a top assassin, this was an exceedingly irrational decision, yet she still chose to do so. Others considered her cold-blooded and heartless. In truth, at her core, she was a person who distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Strictly speaking, such a character was ill-suited for being an assassin, yet she stubbornly clung to her final shred of principle. She followed Luo Fan merely to seek an opportunity to save him once. Even if it was just to lend a hand, she could repay this debt of gratitude and leave without a shred of guilt. In this perilous world, she believed she would soon find her chance. Alas, things did not go as planned. She realized she was gravely mistaken. Luo Fan not only possessed greater strength than her but was also extraordinarily wealthy, though Luo Fan would vehemently disagree. He wielded energy weapons as if they were of no consequence. The energy metal bullets he fired could roughly be estimated to be worth a small company, though he appeared outwardly calm. Internally, she began to feel a growing sense of urgency. Upon encountering the formidable giant mantis shrimp, she felt that her opportunity had finally arrived. Thus, while Lofen and the chubby man were preoccupied with the verbal sparring of the Inyang Rakshasa, she was the first to charge forth. "What is wrong with this woman?" Lofen silently cursed. Although he was ostensibly watching the debate, his mind was racing, calculating the current situation and contemplating strategies to confront the hulking beast before him. When he saw Yi Si-chin recklessly charge in without any battle plan, Lofen immediately sensed trouble. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lofen had gained a fairly intuitive understanding of Yi Si-chin's prowess from their recent skirmish with the flying fish. Her strength lay in speed and agility, not brute force or attack power. Her greatest weapon was her star pet. Such advantages allowed her to thrive in Earth's dark underbelly, earning her a fearsome reputation as an assassin at a young age. However, in the alien realm, where monstrous creatures roamed, such tactics lost much of their efficacy. If she had no other means of extermination, relying solely on her snow mist soul would render her utterly incapable of contending with the giant mantis shrimp. At this moment, Yi Si-chin regretted her decision, for her snow mist soul was unable to manifest its full potential. The snow mist soul was an extraordinarily powerful entity, capable of rearranging all water molecules it could touch, recomposing them into any desired form. This transformation was not necessarily superficial. It could also be deeply penetrating. For instance, it could freeze the blood within an opponent's body, rupturing blood vessels or even the heart from the inside, leading to instantaneous death. The woman named Jingyi had succumbed to this very tactic during the assassination of the gardener. However, the snow mist soul's abilities were limited by the necessity of physical contact with its target. It could only alter the arrangement of water molecules within reach and could not perform remote reconfiguration. After all, it was merely a 5-star battle pet. While formidable, it had not yet reached an extraordinary level. Moreover, since the snow mist soul existed as a nebulous form between gas and liquid, lacking a fixed shape, its area of contact was relatively extensive, making it quite elusive and agile in combat. Evading its attacks was no simple feat. Yi Si-chin had previously enjoyed unassailable success with her snow mist soul, yet against this giant mantis shrimp, her advantages had transformed into disadvantages. The sheer size of the creature and the hardness of its shell rendered her attacks ineffective. Though it was somewhat slow, it had no need to evade. Yi Si-chin's strikes simply failed to inflict any meaningful damage upon it. The freezing capabilities of the snow mist soul could not penetrate the thick, impenetrable shell to freeze the shrimp's blood, managing only to freeze a small portion of muscle tissue, which could not possibly harm the shrimp's 40-meter-long body, as it possessed no internal organs. At this juncture, Yi Si-chin's inadequacy in attack power became glaringly apparent. She could now only utilize the water molecules in the air to form ice blades for her assault, while her ice swords were sharper than steel. They could not pierce the shrimp's formidable shell. Instead, she found herself dodging left and right under the onslaught of the creature, her situation perilous. The giant mantis shrimp's massive forelimbs resembled serrated long knives, striking with lightning speed. Any tree nearby, large enough for several people to embrace, would be severed in two if caught in its sweep. Its tail resembled a colossal steel whip, frequently thrashing about. Each strike sending debris flying and causing the ground to tremble, leaving behind a deep crater. Even more frightening were the long, sharp barbs lining its sides, making it perilous to approach. A moment's inattention could result in grievous injury. potentially tearing one's body asunder. The most formidable aspect remained its shell, akin to steel. Composed of unknown elements, the mantis shrimp's iridescent shell reflected a metallic luster. This dense shell afforded it an extraordinary level of defense, rendering it impervious to all assaults. The snow mist sole could only form a layer of frost on the shell's surface. With a casual shake of its massive body, the frost would shatter into countless fragments, leaving it entirely unscathed. Meanwhile, the creature's terrifying attacks placed Yi Chin in a precarious situation. Realizing that time was of the essence, Lofen urgently called out to the chubby man. "Hey, let your extraterrestrial treasures discuss at their leisure. We need to act now. If we delay any longer, the lady will be in grave danger." "Understood. The task of rescuing the damsel in distress is tailor-made for me," the chubby man boasted, swiftly retrieving a 2-meter-long Gauss machine gun from his subspace wristband. He aimed it at the giant mantis shrimp and unleashed a barrage of fire, the continuous tongues of flame erupting from the gun creating a magnificent spectacle. A series of kinetic projectiles struck the shrimp, igniting a shower of sparks. Alas, the giant mantis shrimp remained unfazed. The kinetic projectiles, capable of rending steel, left no mark upon its body. Observing the shrimp's pristine shell, the chubby man seethed with fury. How dare it challenge me? Very well, I'll show it my true skills. With that, he produced an array of weapons from his wristband. Laser rockets, modular kinetic cannons, cluster magnetic explosives, and even a shoulder-mounted high-energy laser projector emerged, creating the semblance of a mobile armory. The chubby man unleashed his full potential as an awakened one, wielding his weapons with dexterity, launching a simultaneous onslaught that transformed the scene into a cacophony of chaos. Under the relentless firepower, the mantis shrimp could no longer remain indifferent, howling in agony as it was battered by the chubby man's heavy ordnance. The shoulder-mounted laser projector unleashed a colossal beam that sent the shrimp tumbling, gouging a long trench into the ground. The chubby man rejoiced, eager to capitalize on this momentum, when suddenly, the giant mantis shrimp let out a thunderous roar, its mountainous form coiling before launching itself skyward, crashing down toward the chubby man's head with astonishing speed, so rapid that even the 3 awakened ones present could scarcely perceive it. In that fleeting moment, Lofen's heart sank, for despite the chubby man's prior assault, the shrimp's shell remained unscathed. Such formidable defensive capabilities rendered even his energy weapons impotent. This was the strength of a super 5-star battle pet. Chapter 36. Collaboration. Upon witnessing the descending giant mantis shrimp, the chubby man was instantly paralyzed with terror, abandoning his scattered weaponry as he hastily scrambled away. Lofen, having discreetly primed a laser grenade made from energy-conductive metal in his hand, recognized the imminent danger and hurled it at the descending shrimp. A dazzling white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar as the energy grenade detonated, propelling the shrimp's massive body through the air as it flipped several times before crashing down with a resounding thud at the very spot where the chubby man had stood moments earlier. Debris flew in all directions as the ground was gouged into a deep crater. Seizing this opportunity, the chubby man had already escaped the shrimp's attack range, emerging unscathed, though all his weapons were rendered useless. Once he regained his composure, the chubby man gaped in astonishment. Was that an energy grenade? How extravagant to craft a disposable explosive from energy-conductive metal. Even more outrageous was the fact that such a lavish item was purchased without the insurance that the chubby man had recommended, all while lamenting his lack of funds for food. Such an act was truly the epitome of extravagance. In truth, Lofen felt equally helpless. It was precisely because his adoptive father had poured all his money into such items that he himself was left destitute. However, the chubby man, having barely contained his disbelief, soon recognized the gravity of the situation, nearly moved to tears. "You are truly my good brother, risking it all to toss out an energy grenade to save me." What did that imply? The cost was nearly equivalent to detonating a small spacecraft. To have a friend willing to go to such lengths for you was a rare treasure. "Brother, no need for words. I hereby pledge my friendship to you. Should you ever need insurance again, I promise not to charge you a single cent in fees," the chubby man declared, believing he had just uttered the most touching proclamation. Lofen could only shake his head in exasperation, unable to comprehend the chubby man's thought process. Choosing to ignore him, Lofen raised his energy pistol and began firing frantically at the giant mantis shrimp. The costly energy metal bullets rained down upon the shrimp, delivering immense pain and forcing it to roll and evade, significantly diminishing the threat it posed to the three. Yet, its iridescent shell's defense was absurdly formidable. Both the energy bullets and the previous energy grenade, capable of molecular-level destruction, left numerous scratches on the shrimp's shell, yet failed to breach its defenses or inflict genuine damage. What a terrifying level of defense! The chubby man, still rattled by the earlier encounter, realized that while Lofen's attacks were effective, the results were far from satisfactory, indicating that he needed assistance. However, haunted by the memory of the mantis shrimp's earlier assault, he felt hesitant to engage it directly. Yet, to stand idly by now would seem unjust. After all, Lofen had just saved his life, and it would be disgraceful to remain a mere spectator. Caught in a dilemma, the corpulent figure caught a glimpse of the bickering Inyang Rakshasas, who were hiding far from the battlefield. Enraged, he exclaimed, Well, you too. While I nearly faced death, you still have the audacity to bicker. I warn you, hurry up and lend a hand, or I shall confine you both in the subspace forever, depriving you of sustenance until you wither away. Witnessing the genuine fury radiating from the rotund man, the couple ceased their quarrel. They exchanged glances before turning in unison towards him, asking in unison, Help whom? For crying out loud! The man felt his temper nearing its breaking point. You two fools, do you think I would send you to assist that monstrous insect? Of course, I mean to aid my brother. Ah, assisting him is no issue, but let it be clear that once we finish, you must ensure we are fed, the male Rakshasa said warily, his expression betraying a fear of being double-crossed. Indeed. You must keep your word, the female Rakshasa chimed in, having completely forgotten their previous dispute in light of the pressing matter of sustenance. Am I a man of broken promises? Enough chatter. Get moving. Faced with the genuine ire of the rotund man, the alien couple ceased their prattling and finally engaged the massive mantis shrimp. The female Rakshasa faced the colossal creature, suddenly opening her mouth to unleash an extraordinarily piercing shriek. Instantly, an immensely powerful sound wave surged forth, accompanied by visible fluctuations in the air, racing towards the giant mantis shrimp. The creature, already tumbling from the barrage of energy bullets, had no time to evade and was struck head-on by the force of the sound wave, which unleashed its terrifying power. The immense weight of the mantis shrimp was unexpectedly lifted off the ground, rolling several hundred meters before crashing down. Dazed and disoriented, the creature struggled to rise. The awakened one's vision, even from hundreds of meters away, remained sharp. Upon witnessing the mantis shrimp's plight, the man gasped as he noticed a spiderweb-like array of cracks where the sound wave had struck. Such formidable destructive power. The once impenetrable shell, impervious to energy weapons, had been shattered by the female Rakshasa's sonic assault. With her strike proving successful, the male Rakshasa immediately shouted, Your turn is over. Now it's my time to shine. He turned to the female Rakshasa, awaiting her response. Since they shared the same body, if one disagreed, the other could not command it. Having just reveled in her moment of glory, the female Rakshasa, feeling rather pleased, readily agreed, All right, the floor is yours. Overjoyed by her consent, the male Rakshasa opened his formidable maw, eager to unleash his own attack. Having just witnessed the female's impressive display, the man anticipated an equally astonishing assault from the male Rakshasa. To his surprise, however, the male Rakshasa charged directly at the mantis shrimp. Upon reaching the area struck by the female's sonic wave, he lowered his head and began to bite fervently. The female Rakshasa observed him with an air of superiority, her gaze filled with disdain. Despite the male's unrefined demeanor, his raw destructive power was nothing short of remarkable. The shell, already cracked by the female's sonic wave, was completely torn apart under his relentless gnawing. Revealing the crimson flesh within, the male Rakshasa showed no mercy, sinking his teeth deep into the exposed flesh. The mantis shrimp emitted a series of anguished cries, instinctively thrashing about in desperation. As the man beheld the duo's performance, he finally understood why one was dubbed the songstress and the other the gourmand. They had turned their cacophonous vocalizations into song and their unrefined feasting into culinary art. The man's taste in pets left much to be desired. Yet, Despite their lackluster appearances, the formidable combat prowess of the Inyang Rakshasas was undeniable. No wonder the creature named Chi-Chi had felt secure enough to fall into a deep slumber in subspace upon their arrival. It clearly had unwavering faith in their abilities. Just then, the mantis shrimp began to writhe in pain, compelling the Inyang Rakshasas to retreat from close quarters. Fortunately, their mission was nearly complete, and they swiftly returned to the rotund man's side. With their fearsome visages, they queried in a sycophantic tone, "So, what do you think? Did we not perform admirably?" The man nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then we shall have food in the future? Rest assured, you shall not go hungry." "Splendid. We shall return to our slumber. That battle has left us utterly exhausted." The two chimed in unison, disregarding the man's consent as they dove back into their subspace ring, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Truly, they were a pair of peculiar characters. A smile crept upon the man's lips as he cast his gaze once more at the struggling mantis shrimp, his expression turning steely. Now was the time to strike while the iron was hot. In this life-or-death struggle, there was no room for mercy. Should they allow it to escape, more of its kind might come. Sealing the fate of the trio, he shouted, "Fair maiden, block its path," as he swiftly pursued the mantis shrimp. Yessie, hearing the man's command, hesitated momentarily, seemingly unaccustomed to his orders. However, being a seasoned warrior, she quickly regained her composure and raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of icy mist that enveloped the area with a chilling aura. A thick layer of ice formed beneath the mantis shrimp, binding its body to the ground. While her attack did not inflict substantial harm, it effectively halted the creature's movements. In the next moment, before the mantis shrimp could free itself from the icy grip, the man arrived at the wound inflicted by the Inyang Rakshasas, shoving a powerful energy grenade deep into its flesh before swiftly retreating. Yessie also promptly recalled her icy spirit. Half a second later, the grenade detonated within the mantis shrimp, but instead of a gruesome spectacle, an eerie silence ensued as its flesh was utterly obliterated. Leaving behind only an empty shell in its wake, with the formidable creature vanquished, the trio exhaled in relief. Yessie felt somewhat disheartened, having not played a significant role in the battle, pondering when she would be able to repay the man's kindness. Lost in thought, she failed to notice the ominous crimson mist swirling behind her, concealing a colossal electric net brimming with terrifying energy. "Be careful!" She barely registered the man's furious shout before a blinding white light engulfed her, and she was plunged into silence and darkness. Chapter 37. The shift before her lay a crimson-brown expanse, where the sky and earth appeared steeped in blood, casting a surreal and desolate hue across the barren landscape. No signs of life were present, nor the sounds of beasts or insects. It was a realm of utter silence. The man stood alone amidst this sanguine terrain, utterly isolated. "Is this a random teleportation?" he murmured to himself. "It seems we've been forcibly separated." After slaying the massive mantis shrimp, he had just begun to relax when Chi-Chi had suddenly alerted him to danger. A colossal electric eel, shrouded in thick blood mist, had launched a surprise attack, targeting Yessie as its first victim. With no time to think, he shouted a warning while instinctively rushing forward. Through the dense mist, he caught a glimpse of a massive figure resembling a maglev train, alongside a dangerous, flickering electric net it unleashed. This electrifying net nearly engulfed the entire vicinity, moving with such speed that even an awakened one's agility paled in comparison. The rotund man, positioned further back and on the edge of the net's reach, sensed the impending threat and retreated. A sweep of the man's mental energy confirmed that the rotund man was temporarily safe, but he and Yessie were trapped at the center of the electric net. With no time to escape in that moment, his mental energy inadvertently brushed against the mysterious door, revealing that the force preventing entry had inexplicably dissipated. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, there was at least a glimmer of hope, which was preferable to waiting idly for death. With that thought ignited, his body reacted instinctively. Everything transpired in a flash, leaving no room for contemplation. He dashed forward, grabbing Yessie and plunging through the now accessible door. As for the rotund man, he believed that with the formidable Inyang Rakshasas by his side, even if they could not defeat the newly emerged creature, they would at least have the opportunity to flee unless. Of course, a second equally terrifying beast joined the fray. In such a dire situation, the rotund man would have to fend for himself. Deep down, however, the man felt a semblance of faith. A crafty individual like the rotund man, who had hidden cards up his sleeve, was unlikely to perish easily. After all, in that moment, he could only manage to save Yessie. Yet, upon entering the teleportation portal, Yessie vanished entirely, as though the door functioned as a random teleportation device. Forcibly separating each entrant, it is uncertain what intentions the designer of all this might possess. Nevertheless, since I have arrived, I shall adapt to the circumstances. After all, events have already unfolded, and I must respond to them as they come. Luo Fan has long been accustomed to solitude. At this moment, he merely reflects with a faint sense of nostalgia, his thoughts swiftly captured by other matters. The vitality of the universe here is astonishingly rich. Although it pales in comparison to the starry realm, it is undoubtedly several hundred times more potent than that of Earth. Luo Fan exclaimed in awe. Yet, why was it that during my 2-day stay on this planet, traveling countless kilometers, I failed to sense any of this universal energy? He pondered, stroking his chin. It appears this planet indeed harbors intriguing mysteries, undoubtedly concealing secrets unknown to mankind. But which direction should I proceed in next? Gazing at the desolate expanse surrounding him, Luo Fan found himself at a loss. Mule, head that way. Suddenly, Chi-Chi in the subspace pointed out a direction. Following the guidance of Chi-Chi's consciousness, Luo Fan surveyed the vastness, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Very well, I shall venture in that direction. It matters not to me. I shall take a chance. Luo Fan spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he had developed a significant trust in the little creature. Though Chi-Chi possessed an insatiable appetite, he always discerned priorities and never spoke without purpose. Without Chi-Chi's assistance, Luo Fan could not have surged from an 8th-level enhancer to a 3rd-tier awakener in less than a month. Such a rapid advancement would undoubtedly terrify anyone who heard of it. Should the Earth United Capital or any powerful faction become aware of his extraordinary cultivation speed, he would likely be seized for dissection. Luo Fan now fully comprehended why Chi-Chi had consistently remained hidden. Fearful of revealing his existence, if his abilities were discovered, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Once captured, he would be subjected to a myriad of experiments, a fate far worse than death, a true predicament of living yet wishing to perish. It seemed that only by continuing to strengthen himself, until he could single-handedly confront an entire interstellar fleet, would he be free from prying eyes. Ultimately, to lead a life of peace and tranquility, one must possess sufficient strength as a foundation. However, gazing at the object nestled within the blue dream bracelet, Luo Fan couldn't help but feel exasperated with the little creature. Its talent for thievery was indeed remarkable. Within the subspace, a massive shell quietly floated beside Chi-Chi, the remnant of a giant mantis shrimp that had been obliterated. The moment Luo Fan rushed through the teleportation portal, the little creature had somehow managed to remotely retrieve the shell into the subspace. Luo Fan couldn't help but admire Chi-Chi's foresight. The shell, being exceptionally sturdy, could potentially be fashioned into armor or shields, proving highly effective for defense in the future. It seemed that this glutton, aside from its enormous appetite, certainly had its merits. At the very least, it knew how to live well. As Luo Fan pondered these thoughts, he did not slow his pace. Initiating his supersonic movement technique, he vanished into the horizon in an instant. Meanwhile, on Earth, as the office door silently opened, Dong Hailong was perusing a document. Despite hearing no sound, he instinctively looked up and saw a young girl in a red dress gracefully entering his office. His expression immediately darkened. He recognized this girl. In fact, she was a familiar figure among the high-ranking officials of various factions, having long accompanied Shi Qianjun. Is Shi Qianjun planning to take action against me? Dong Hailong asked in a low voice. Yes, the girl in red replied with a charming smile. Killing me would disrupt the balance among the various factions, leading to unimaginable consequences. The United Capital will not stand idly by as Shi Qianjun acts so recklessly. Unfortunately, you were the one who instigated this conflict. Had you not sent someone to assassinate Mr. Shi first, we would not have acted so rashly. Now, we are merely defending ourselves. No one will blame us. They will only see it as your own doing. What? When did I send someone to assassinate Shi Qianjun? That is impossible. Dong Hailong exclaimed, his face filled with shock. You dispatched Spade A and the Warm Trio to assassinate Mr. Shi. resulting in a botched attempt that led to their total annihilation. This is a well-known fact. Denying it is futile. The girl in red's light words sent Dong Hailong's heart plummeting. A seasoned player in the game, he immediately understood he had been ensnared. His adversary aimed to incite discord between him and Tianxiang, using Shi Qianjuan's hand to eliminate him. But who was behind this clandestine plot? Wang Chongshan? Huang Ying? Or perhaps someone else entirely? He could not ascertain. Furthermore, he may never have the opportunity to discover the truth. What terrified him most was that he had no idea when the enemy had infiltrated. His most trusted subordinates, whom he had always considered his elite team, had unknowingly fallen under the enemy's influence. Was the disparity in skill so vast? His defeat was not unwarranted, with a bitter smile. He leaned helplessly against the back of his chair. Please spare my family, will you? This was his final plea. The response was a sudden flash of red light before his eyes. Dong Hailong was dead. After hearing his subordinate's report, Wang Chongshan let out a heavy sigh. For reasons unknown, he felt no joy upon learning of the death of his longtime rival. Instead, a sense of melancholy akin to a rabbit mourning a fox enveloped him. He harbored a profound fear of Huang Ying. Despite being significantly younger than him, she possessed an astute cunning. In just a few days, what monumental achievements had she accomplished? She had orchestrated for the Earth United Capital to entrust the current Holy Police assessment to the three major consortiums. Setting the examination site on planet XH-12, luring various awakeners to vie for resources, and while weakening their forces, arranged for Dong Hailong's trusted subordinates to assassinate Shi Qianjun, ultimately using Shi Qianjun to eliminate Dong Hailong. What terrified him most was the uncertainty of when Huang Ying had managed to control Dong Hailong's most trusted subordinates. Was it Yao Yin who assisted her? But Yao Yin had already gone to planet XH-12. Did she have other hidden experts under her command? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. The only certainty now was that this scheme had been in the works for quite some time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all these plans to be so intricately intertwined, ensnaring seasoned veterans like Shi Qianjun and Dong Hailong without their awareness. When had Huang Ying begun her machinations? What was her ultimate aim? Who was the next target in her plan? Could it be me? A long-lost feeling of anxiety crept into Wang Chongshan's heart. Chapter 38. Mining Mule. Stop immediately. In the subspace bracelet. Chi-Chi suddenly urged. Luo Fan, who had been soaring through the air, came to an abrupt halt, instantly entering a state of alert. Each time the little creature issued a warning, it heralded significant danger, and by now, Luo Fan had come to trust it implicitly. Hence, when Chi-Chi spoke, he heightened his vigilance to the utmost. There's no danger. You needn't be so tense. Realizing his demeanor had caused Luo Fan to misunderstand, Chi-Chi hurriedly clarified, there are good things to be found here. What kind of good things? Luo Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Since arriving on this planet, he had been tirelessly fleeing. As for the military's claims of discovering valuable items belonging solely to individuals, he regarded them as mere deception. In this treacherous place, where even a mere worm could swallow a person whole, who had the luxury of engaging in treasure hunts. Surviving was already a commendable feat. However, upon hearing Chi-Chi mention good things, Luo Fan, who had nearly given up hope, was instantly invigorated. It was simply human nature. When one is impoverished, aspirations wane. Moreover, Luo Fan had faith in Chi-Chi's discerning eye. Anything deemed a good find in its eyes would surely be extraordinary. Akin to the previous golden leaves, in truth, it was evident who Chi-Chi was, a rare being possessing mysterious extraterrestrial heritage, endowed with remarkable insight. Just recall the words the little creature had uttered before. Too many in the universe covet the secrets I hold. Such bravado was indeed impressive. To be coveted by the powerful and influential in the universe was a symbol of status. What of Luo Fan? Was he not merely the son of an assassin who inadvertently offended the four major consortiums? Or by chance won the affection of the daughter of Shen Xiaozhong, the second in command of Tianxiang Group? Or perhaps he was simply fortunate enough to save one of the four major assassins. In essence, he remained ensnared within the confines of Earth, existing on a different plane from the little creature. If he had not made enemies in the universe, he would feel embarrassed to even greet Chi-Chi. With such an elevated individual proclaiming the existence of good things, how could Luo Fan not feel eager? Start digging down from here. The little creature wasted no time and began directing Luo Fan. Without hesitation, Luo Fan rolled up his sleeves and immediately set to work. Beneath the blood-red sky lay an endless expanse of golden grassland. Not a desolate yellow, but a vibrant, charming golden hue that radiated life. Here was a golden ocean of vitality amidst a world of desolation and barrenness. A military man stood at the edge of this golden prairie, his brow furrowed in deep thought, appearing quite troubled. After a long while, he seemed to reach a decision, letting out a heavy sigh as he lowered the enormous axe resting on his shoulder, now gripping it firmly in his hand, his gaze rekindling with determination. He took bold strides toward the golden grassland. Before him lay a dazzling array of multicolored ores, and Radhan had to exert considerable restraint to prevent himself from drooling. After a long day of arduous labor, he finally witnessed the fruits of his toil. Go unearth this vein of ore. Radhan had plunged nearly 1,000 meters into the earth with a powerful metallic dagger. It was likely that few in the entire galaxy wielded such a dagger as if it were a mere shovel. In pursuit of the extraordinary treasures spoken of by the young prodigy, Radhan had invested heavily this time. How beautiful it looks! Surely, it must fetch a considerable sum. Radhan inquired excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Money? You fool! To measure it by mere currency is an affront. Such a rare resource is beyond the grasp of wealth even in the cosmos, the young one replied disdainfully. This mutated metal ore, also known as regenerative metal ore, is a natural mineral that has mutated for reasons unknown. By adding just a touch of this regenerative metal during the crafting of weapons, one can significantly enhance their performance. And the weapons may even possess a degree of self-repair capability. Although we currently lack the means to process such an advanced metal, there is absolutely no justification for missing out on such a precious resource. We must extract it all. It is indeed splendid. But by this logic, I remain a penniless wretch. Oh, well. Upon mentioning the issue of sustenance, the young prodigy realized the gravity of the situation. We must devise a plan. If all else fails, we could sell a portion of this ore. As we have more than enough, my only concern is that no one on your earth may recognize its worth, making it difficult to sell, and those who do might not be inclined to engage in fair trade. As the saying goes, treasures can stir greed. If someone harbors ill intentions, we could find ourselves in serious trouble. Just as they were conversing, Chi-Chi suddenly shifted his gaze, astonished as he looked towards a corner of the vein. And in the next moment, his eyes burned with fervor. Fong Tianming traversed a crimson desert, encompassed by undulating red sand dunes. Beneath these dunes lurked countless enigmatic and treacherous creatures. Along his journey, he had lost count of the battles he had fought. His battle knife had melded with his right arm, transforming it into a sharp blade, a wicked weapon stained with blood. This was his star pet, the blade beast. Unlike the ordinary pets kept for amusement and companionship, his blade beast, akin to Yi Sichin's snow mist soul, was a warrior-class star pet, and a top-tier 5-star one at that. There were 3 common methods for utilizing star pets. The first was command, where the pet acted directly on the owner's orders. The second was possession, allowing the pet to attach to the owner, thereby enabling the owner to wield a portion of the pet's abilities. The third was fusion, where the owner and pet merged into a singular, more powerful entity. Each method was progressively more potent but also required increasingly greater skill from the user. Only those of exceptional talent could harness them. While ordinary individuals could only aspire to the first level of command throughout their lives, at this moment, Fong Tianming's blade beast had transformed into its second form, adhering to his right arm, turning his hand into an indomitable weapon. It was through this bond that Fong Tianming had persevered thus far. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure, but he would persist until the very moment he fell. Just as he had told the Bagua Jr., he would remain by their side, for he had no intention of leaving this planet alive. This was for his convictions, and for the promise he shared with her. Indeed, Fong Tianming had resolved to undertake this seemingly fatal mission. Not for Wang Chongshan, but for her. The beautiful, innocent girl who seemed untouched by the world. The woman of unparalleled wit who could command attention with a mere smile. The girl with 2 contrasting facets. As beautiful as an angel amidst demons, the one he had loved for a full decade. She had told him she hoped he would die here. Without hesitation, he had agreed on the night before the sacred police assessment began. Their conversation echoed in his mind. each word as clear as if spoken just yesterday. Do you love me? I do. Do you realize that there can be no outcome for us? I do. Are you willing to die for me? I am. Just these few words. After receiving his answer, she departed, never uttering another word nor casting a glance back at him. He understood that in her heart, there was only that man. She loved him, considering him the entirety of her world. Even though she too knew there would be no future for them. A woman as astute as she was aware from the very beginning that the man possessed overwhelming ambition. Such a man would not be ensnared by emotions. And no woman could ever capture his heart. Yet she had plunged into it without reservation, just as Feng Tianming had. In a sense, they were the ones who understood each other best, for they shared the same intellect, the same fervor, and the same unwavering devotion. Alas, fate had dealt them a cruel hand. If he could not safeguard her life, then let him perish for her sake. Feng Tianming gazed ahead with a smile. As if his beloved stood before him, he suddenly spoke softly, his tone tender as it had been that night. I am willing. It seemed he caught a glimpse of her smiling back at him. It was for this smile that he would gladly do anything. As long as it brought her joy in life or death, his heart belonged only to her. Her name was Huang Ying. Chapter 39. Blood crystal within the subterranean or vein. Chi-Chi clutched a blood-red, diamond-shaped crystal roughly the size of 2 fingers, his expression brimming with excitement. Since their acquaintance, Radhan had never witnessed him in such a state of exhilaration, not even when presented with the finest delicacies. The moment he laid eyes on the crystal, Chi-Chi leapt from the subspace bracelet, eagerly holding the gem aloft, remaining silent, his deep blue eyes shimmering with fervent light. Radhan did not rush him, patiently waiting for the little one to compose himself. Although the young prodigy had yet to utter a word, Radhan could discern from his demeanor that this crystal was undoubtedly an extraordinary item, valued far beyond that of the mutated metal ore. After a considerable interval, Chi-Chi finally spoke. Fool, we are now prosperous. Prosperous? Radhan, troubled by the matter of sustenance, was preoccupied with thoughts of wealth. Not prosperous. We have attained greatness. Chi-Chi corrected him. Radhan pointed at the crystal in the young prodigy's grasp. Because of this? Precisely. This is a priceless treasure. Do enlighten me. Its official name in the cosmos is alpha crystal, but due to its blood-red hue, it is more commonly referred to as blood crystal. Its immense power and extreme rarity make it a coveted prize among the great forces of the universe. I never imagined such a miraculous treasure would manifest on this planet. It seems the secrets here are indeed profound. Can this be sold? Radhan inquired, voicing his primary concern. You wish to sell it again? Chi-Chi's eyes widened, and he regarded Radhan as if he were a simpleton. This is a priceless treasure, do you understand? Its worth surpasses that of mutated metal ore by 100-fold. It is a treasure that even the mightiest in the universe cannot purchase with all their wealth. And you dare to consider selling it? It is a formidable tool for enhancing the cultivation of the powerful. So, the issue of food remains unresolved. Upon hearing there was no money to be made, Rothan's excitement waned significantly. You foolish mule, with the blood crystal, I can commence my cultivation, and you can rely on it to break through the barriers of a third-tier awakened being, ascending to a higher echelon. This represents a qualitative leap. Once our strength increases, will we not have ample means to earn a fortune? Chi-Chi earnestly explained, clearly in high spirits after acquiring the blood crystal. Very well, as long as we do not perish from hunger beforehand. Radhan pouted, expressing his resignation. But is this blood crystal truly as miraculous as you claim? Of course, it is undoubtedly more powerful than you can imagine. The young one became animated at the mention of the blood crystal. Do not be deceived by its seemingly ordinary appearance. It possesses a remarkably unique molecular structure. Once infused with the elemental energy of heaven and earth, the blood crystal automatically converts it into a more advanced and pure form of original power. Although the total amount may be small, due to its refinement and purity, even a minuscule quantity of original power can grant a cultivator an entirely different comprehension, enabling them to break through barriers and ascend to greater heights. Fool! Did you not find it strange before? I have access to an exceptional cultivation ground like the starry space, Yet I merely suggested you cultivate there while I never utilized it myself? Indeed. I had pondered this question. However, I believed you were simply too lazy, Radhan replied candidly. You insufferable mule. Chi-Chi shot him a disdainful glance. That is because when I was born, I bore a natural constraint. Unless I could break free from it, I would be unable to cultivate by absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth. The barrier in question is formed by the primordial force, which cannot be dismantled through any postnatal pharmaceuticals or technological devices. Only the same primordial force can achieve this. Now, do you understand why I am so elated? Yes, I understand, Luo Fan nodded, but then promptly inquired, however, there seems to be only one piece of the blood crystal you mentioned, which hardly seems sufficient, does it? Chi-Chi replied confidently, you need not worry about that. This particular crystal possesses a unique characteristic. It will never appear in isolation. If we search carefully, we are bound to find more. But for now, let us first extract this regeneration metal ore. All right. Upon the mention of mining, Luo Fan eagerly rubbed his hands together. The tangible resources before him were far more satisfying than the uncertain whereabouts of the so-called alpha crystals. This was an entire vein of immeasurable value. Just the thought of it could bring a smile to one's face. Such a bounty delivered to our doorstep must be fully seized, as it aligns perfectly with our style. However, I won't assist with the mining, the little creature declared, disappearing in an instant back into the subspace. You ungrateful rascal. Luo Fan was speechless, taken aback by the audacity of his companion to treat him as a mere laborer. And with such nonchalance, no less. By the way, you should mentally prepare yourself for something. The little one seemed to recall something and added, the blood crystal has another trait. It only exists in the most perilous areas of the surrounding space. Therefore, when we search shortly, we may encounter a few obstacles. Oh my! Luo Fan opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. This did not sound like a pleasant treasure hunt at all. As Wang Chongshan approached the entrance of the Heavenly Kingdom Hotel, he glanced back at the bodyguard trailing behind him, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, brimming with explosive muscle and exuding an intense aura of danger. This iron tower of a man was a level 10 enhancer. Once an elite member of an interstellar squad, who, after retiring, was recruited by Wang Chongshan to serve as his personal bodyguard. The formidable man had been at his side for 3 years now, and in terms of experience and loyalty, he was impeccable. The only aspect Wang Chongshan found unsatisfactory was his strength. The power of enhancers was like day and night compared to that of awakeners. No matter how formidable an enhancer might be, he could not provide Wang Chongshan the same sense of security as an awakener. Regrettably, his soul awakener had already departed for planet XH-12. Otherwise, Wang Chongshan would have undoubtedly brought him along today. He was to meet Huangying once again. Their previous encounter had been delightful. Both the beauty and intellect of his counterpart had left Wang Chongshan thoroughly impressed. He had even entertained the notion of pursuing a deeper relationship. However, in just a few short days, his mood had undergone a drastic transformation. Fear had gripped him. He had even contemplated declining Huangying's request for a meeting. Yet reason told him that was impossible. As chairman of the Mountain King Company, he had to take responsibility for the company's future with every move he made. Given their cooperative relationship, it was entirely normal for her to request a meeting. To refuse would signify a rupture in their partnership, leading to incalculable losses for the company. Moreover, Wang Chongshan had no evidence to suggest that Huangying would act against him. Everything was merely his unfounded speculation. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit with his strongest bodyguard at his side. Upon entering the hotel suite, Wang Chongshan felt a wave of relief wash over him when he discovered that Huangying was the only occupant of the expansive room. His smile became more genuine. Huangying maintained her charming demeanor, and upon seeing him, she pointed at his bodyguard and laughed, Uncle Wang, I merely invited you for a meal. Why have you gone to such lengths? Wang Chongshan quickly managed a wry smile and articulated his prepared explanation. It's just that the recent situation has been unstable. Shi Qianjun and Dong Hailong have encountered issues, and I fear they may act impulsively against us. Little Ing, I advise you to take a few more bodyguards when you go out in the next couple of days. Just as a precaution, if something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. Huangying regarded him with a knowing look, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I will be cautious. Wang Chongshan recognized that Huang Ying had perceived his underlying concerns, but he was unconcerned. Both were individuals of significant import, and such mutual wariness was entirely natural. As long as tensions did not escalate to open hostility, they would continue their amicable collaboration. To alleviate the atmosphere, Wang Chongshan took the initiative to grab the wine bottle on the table. Emperor's Star. Little Ying, you are quite thoughtful. After glancing at the label, Wang Chongshan chuckled. This is a red wine crafted from the Iceheart grapes of Hainan Star. Renowned for its exquisite taste, a prized vintage coveted by wine aficionados. If I am not mistaken, this bottle should be from the first batch of limited edition collectibles crafted with extraterrestrial materials in the year humanity first ventured into the Star River era. Correct? Uncle Wang, your eye for detail is remarkable. Huang Ying praised with a light laugh. Haha, in appreciation of such thoughtfulness from Little Ying, we must indulge in a few glasses today. As he spoke, Wang Chongshan uncorked the bottle and poured the invaluable Star River collectible Emperor Star into the glasses before him and Huang Ying. He raised his glass, smiling at Huang Ying. Let us toast to the success of our collaboration. And I must thank Uncle Wang for your support and trust. Huang Ying raised her glass to lightly clink with Wang Chongshan's. And they both drank heartily. Chapter 40. The Entwined Golden Grass. Are you certain this is the place? Luo Fan inquired of Chi-Chi within the subspace. Before him lay an endless expanse of golden grassland. A vibrant and life-filled terrain that brought him no joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of impending danger. The adage, where there is abnormality, there is a demon, resonated in his mind. After traversing over 1,000 kilometers in this deathly silent crimson space without encountering any signs of life, the sudden appearance of this vast golden prairie was undoubtedly a harbinger of ill fortune. I am absolutely certain, Chi-Chi replied with conviction. I have a strong feeling that we will surely find blood crystals ahead. Then it seems this prairie is indeed the treacherous place you spoke of. Luo Fan recalled clearly that Chi-Chi had mentioned the blood crystal's singular trait. It only existed in the most perilous regions of the surrounding space. If Chi-Chi sensed the presence of blood crystals ahead, then his instincts were undoubtedly correct. This prairie was certainly no benign locale. Mule, you are both right and wrong. Chi-Chi surprisingly shook its head, adding an air of mystery. Right means it is indeed dangerous here. Wrong means that this danger only pertains to others and poses no threat to you. What do you mean by both right and wrong? Luo Fan was utterly perplexed by the little one's words. Moreover, seeing it shake its head in the wristband space was hardly pleasing. To say you are right is because this grassland is indeed fraught with peril. To say you are wrong is because this peril is directed at others. It poses no threat to you. Please, could you elaborate further? The little one's explanation only served to deepen Luo Fan's confusion. Understanding such convoluted language seemed to require a level of mental acuity beyond what an awakener possessed. This golden vegetation is known as entwined golden grass, a plant with unique properties. Under normal circumstances, the entwined golden grass poses no danger. However, once it detects the presence of metallic substances nearby, it will grow wildly and ensnare the metallic materials along with everything in proximity until the metallic substance is crushed to powder by its resilient form. Due to this frenzied characteristic upon encountering metal, it is also referred to as greedy grass, a plant that goes berserk upon contact with metal. Quite the twisted phenomenon. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's explanation, Luo Fan immediately grasped the perilous nature of this flora. Consider the implications of the little one's words. To crush metallic substances to powder. Metal varies widely in composition. Some are soft, while others are exceptionally tough. The implication was that this entwined golden grass could annihilate any metal, indicating an immensely formidable power. What if it ensnared a human? The outcome was all too predictable. Shall I test this? Luo Fan contemplated. Retrieving a standard military dagger from the blue dream wristband, throwing it towards the edge of the entwined golden grass, while swiftly retreating to a distance of at least 100 meters. Then focusing his attention on the dagger, the dagger descended into the grass. The previously benign golden foliage suddenly began to writhe with frenzy. The entwined golden grass, which had been merely over a foot tall, surged violently to around 2 meters, transforming from a gentle sway in the wind to a mass of agile tendrils that swiftly wove themselves into an impenetrable net, tightly ensnaring the dagger. The dagger twisted and contorted at a visible pace, ultimately shattering into countless fragments until it was ground into a fine powder. Witnessing the entire process, Luo Fan inhaled sharply. As Chi-Chi had stated, this plant was extraordinarily sensitive to metallic substances. Once it detected metal, it would indeed go berserk. Moreover, any human carrying metal would likely be classified as a target for attack. Gazing once more upon the boundless expanse of the grassland, Luo Fan felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Here, once ensnared, escape would be a feat more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Anyone arriving in this realm faced but two choices: either turn back or relinquish all metallic possessions before passing through. Yet, is it truly feasible to discard every metallic item? One must remember that the hyperspace wristband itself is crafted from metal. To abandon all metal would necessitate discarding even the wristband. In such a case, one would be left utterly defenseless. To forsake all weapons on this perilous planet is akin to courting death. Thus, this grassland represents an undeniable dead end for the other participants. They must either find a way to circumvent it or charge through with resolve. As for the outcome, it would be left to fate. At this moment, Luo Fan understood the implication of the little one's earlier words. No wonder you said that this grassland poses danger only to others. Yet not to me. Luo Fan chuckled with pride. So you were referring to the hyperspace? Precisely, Chi-Chi declared, puffing out his chest with satisfaction. Aren't you especially grateful to have the great BG boy accompanying you? Indeed. Indeed. You are nothing short of a fortunate star. At this juncture, Luo Fan had no qualms about showering compliments. What posed an almost insurmountable dilemma for others held no threat for him. By merely stowing all metallic items within hyperspace, Luo Fan could stride confidently into the grassland in search of treasure. What was an impassable terrain for others became a straightforward path for Luo Fan. I hope this venture yields substantial rewards, Luo Fan proclaimed with eager anticipation. Yao Yin was utterly exhausted, gazing at the seemingly endless wasteland and the blood-red sky pressing down upon her, her heart brimming with despair. How much longer could she endure? She did not know. All she was aware of was her determination to persist. She did not wish to collapse here. Yet, she was nearing her limit, not in physical strength, but in mental fortitude. At this moment, a creature resembling a giant bear, towering 2 stories high, followed closely behind Yao Yin. Its thick skin and immense strength indicated that it would be a formidable adversary. Indeed, this alien brown bear was exceptionally powerful, and it was solely due to its fierce combat prowess that Yao Yin had managed to survive in this perilous place thus far. However, controlling such a mighty creature had severely drained Yao Yin's mental energy, and she now stood on the brink of collapse. The state of the ghost-faced dove was not much better than hers. In order to support Yao Yin in commanding the alien brown bear, it had exerted itself to the utmost, and its once vibrant purple eyes had dulled, lacking their previous brilliance. Suddenly, Yao Yin stumbled, nearly falling. Under normal circumstances, such a lapse would be inconceivable for someone of her awakened stature. Her robust physique and formidable mental strength allowed awakened individuals to move with machine-like precision, never faltering. Yet now, she had no choice but to pause and catch her breath. Taking this moment of respite, she retrieved a photograph, cradling it in her hands as she scrutinized it closely. The image depicted a small boy making a silly face at the camera. Gently caressing the boy's cheek with her fingertip, affection welled up in Yao Yan's eyes. That was her son, just 3 years old. Gradually, the weariness etched upon her features transformed into a resolute determination. She could not afford to perish. She must survive. Carefully stowing the photograph, she brushed her hair from her forehead and resolutely resumed her forward march. On Earth, at the Heavenly Kingdom Hotel, Wang Chongshan lay quietly on the table, seemingly asleep from exhaustion. His bodyguard lay sprawled on the floor, eyes wide open yet devoid of life. A gaping, bloody wound the size of a palm punctured his chest, leaving his heart missing in action. Huang Ying raised a goblet filled with fine wine, toasting silently to the unmoving Wang Chongshan. For the sake of the company's endeavors, Uncle Wang has truly labored tirelessly over the years. From now on, I shall manage the affairs of the Mountain King on your behalf. You may rest easy. After downing the wine, Huang Ying left the room with graceful steps. Chapter 41. A Bountiful Harvest. A bountiful harvest. This was a true windfall. Luo Fan's spirits soared with exhilaration. The golden grassland, stretching over 1,000 kilometers, was a treasure trove awaiting his exploration. As he traversed the landscape, Luo Fan had amassed a staggering quantity of blood crystals, surpassing 10,000, and even the notoriously discerning BG boy was now nearly overwhelmed with excitement. It was astonishing. Rare treasures that would incite fierce competition among countless factions in the outside world lay scattered across the ground here. Luo Fan hardly needed to dig. The blood crystals were not buried underground but rather lay strewn about in the grass, as commonplace as pebbles by the roadside, requiring only that he pick them up. This was not treasure hunting. It was akin to scavenging, of course. If this sentiment reached the ears of the powerful beings in the universe, they would likely be incensed. They would not endorse Luo Fan's irresponsible perspective. Blood crystals were hardly common or easily found. It could only be said that Luo Fan's fortune was nothing short of miraculous. What constituted a perilous quagmire for others, Luo Fan navigated with the ease of a stroll. In truth, had he employed the Chaya Star's invisible jellyfish, Luo Fan could have traversed the area safely, albeit requiring him to remain concealed within the two-dimensional space created by the jellyfish. While this would ensure his safety, it would preclude him from leisurely searching for treasures in the external world. Others might also find ways to manage a precarious passage through the grassland, yet they could never achieve the same composure as Luo Fan, who moved with the tranquility of a walk through a field. Those who had to exert themselves to pass through would hardly have the energy to contemplate treasures. Thus, this vast bounty became an exclusive feast for Luo Fan. Indeed, it was a genuine feast, for beyond blood crystals, there were other treasures to be found. To his surprise, Luo Fan discovered that the flora of this grassland encompassed more than just the entangling golden grass, although the latter was abundant. The other plants were subtly intermingled, rendering them nearly undetectable without close proximity. Numerous species, including azure skyflowers, heavenly luck chrysanthemums, snake heart gentian, and 9 revolutions bamboo, lay hidden among the golden grass. According to Chi-Chi, each of these was an exceedingly rare medicinal herb in the cosmos, each offering tremendous benefits for cultivating ancient martial arts, and now they all belong to Luo Fan. With so many blood crystals, along with these precious herbs, we need not worry about primary resources for cultivation for quite some time, Chi-Chi remarked, brimming with satisfaction. There is no hurry regarding cultivation. If we cannot leave this place, what good are abundant resources? Gradually regaining composure from the initial thrill of treasure hunting, Luo Fan began to contemplate the next steps. Despite encountering numerous dangers during this assessment, the rewards exceeded all expectations. Near impenetrable mantis shrimp shells, an entire vein of mutated metal ore, a plethora of blood crystals, and countless precious herbal plants, if these were converted to earth currency. Luo Fan's wealth, while perhaps not surpassing Shi Qianjun to become the wealthiest on earth, would certainly rival any of the other 3 major conglomerates. However, this wealth remained hidden, not yet ready to be revealed. A large organization would covet an excessively vast fortune, and for someone as isolated as Luo Fan, should it become known that he hoarded such treasures, he would undoubtedly invite endless trouble, rendering any hope for peaceful days utterly futile. Thus, Luo Fan's current objective was to quietly amass wealth, to first ensure a safe return to Earth, and then gradually digest the spoils of this journey, steadily enhancing his own power. One day, when his might reached a level that instilled awe rather than avarice, he would finally secure true safety. Yet, the pressing issue remained perplexing. How could he depart? The deeper he delved into this planet, the more he learned, the more concerned he became about the upper echelons of Earth failing to uphold their promises. Various signs indicated that their ambitions were far from insignificant, and the more critical the matter, the more likely outsiders like him would be treated as expendable pawns. It seemed the only path forward was to discern the ulterior motives of the Earth United Capital's upper echelon, thus formulating targeted strategies. The immediate priority was to uncover the astonishing secrets hidden within this planet. Luo Fan's gaze turned toward the horizon. It appeared that he must continue onward, in another realm. Yi Qin glanced back at the seemingly endless crimson sand dunes stretching to the horizon, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She was worried about someone. Would he manage to navigate this trial unscathed? As the ace assassin of the Beidou organization, bolstered by insights from the Riddler, Yi Qin possessed far greater knowledge of this planet than Luo Fan. Based on the intelligence relayed by the interstellar teams that had previously landed on this world, It was known that this planet comprised two layers. The surface, shrouded in dense fog, where a terrifying blood mist tide surged every midnight, unleashing horrific creatures that were typically unseen. To evade this all-encompassing blood mist tide, one had but two options: either depart via spacecraft or locate the seven gates scattered across the planet. The information that Shun Ming had sent to Luo Fan regarding the impossibility of surviving after entering these gates was inaccurate. It merely stemmed from Shun Ming's current limited access, preventing her from uncovering further details. According to intelligence gathered by the puzzle solver, it was revealed that someone had successfully transmitted messages back to Earth after entering. From the information sent back, it was learned that these seven grand gates function as spatial transmission devices, all connecting to the same realm. To reach their desired destination within this enigmatic space, only two paths are available. One leads through a crimson desert, while the other traverses a golden grassland. The most perilous aspect of the crimson desert lies in the venomous creatures lurking beneath the dunes, whereas the golden grassland is said to be a zone of death. The interstellar team that initially entered for exploration split into two groups. Ultimately, only those who ventured into the crimson desert managed to transmit back messages, while the party that headed towards the golden grassland lost all contact the moment they stepped onto the plains. One wonders where the one-armed guest's adopted son was transported to. Why Chin now harbors some resentment towards her own nature. If only she had been more loquacious, if she had shared more secrets about this planet, perhaps his chances of survival would have been greater. She had intended to repay him for saving her life, but instead, she found herself rescued a second time, increasing her debt of gratitude. Chin felt deeply frustrated, wishing fervently that his luck had not been so unfortunate and that he had not been sent to the grassland. I still owe you 2 lives, she thought. If you must meet your end, at least allow me to repay my debts first. It appears that must be the objective of this journey, Luo Fan murmured, gazing at the towering structure in the distance. Although he spoke as if in soliloquy, the absence of others allowed him to voice his thoughts aloud. Despite the considerable distance, his keen eyesight enabled him to discern the general outline of the edifice. It was a colossal altar, towering at least 1,000 meters high and covering an area exceeding 10,000 square meters. The material used for its construction was indiscernible, yet it emanated an aura of profound antiquity and desolation. A sensation that could be felt even without close observation. That must be the place. I sense intense energy fluctuations emanating from it, as if it conceals something extraordinary. Chi responded from the subspace. Luozi, you must exercise utmost caution. This planet is rife with anomalies, and both its fauna and flora are perilously dangerous. That structure, so prominently displayed, is likely not a benign sight. Luo Fan chuckled heartily. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. If I do not unravel the mysteries here, I may never return to Earth. Go fathom the secrets of this planet. Risks are inevitable. At this juncture, even if it is indeed a den of dragons and tigers, I shall venture forth. With that, he strode forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the atmosphere of planet XH-12, a space frigate had just completed a spatial leap, quietly appearing in the nearby void. Without pausing, it adjusted its course slightly and immediately accelerated towards the fog-shrouded surface of planet XH-12. Chapter 42. Convergence, kid. Come and meet your end. With a thunderous roar, a sharp gleam accompanied by a piercing shriek hurtled towards Luo Fan. An ambush. Just as he ascended the final step of the altar, Luo Fan's heart jolted with alarm. However, he adapted swiftly. His feet shifted, and he evaded the formidable assault by several meters, simultaneously drawing out his energy pistol to fire a shot. The energy metal bullet soared forth, colliding with the incoming lethal gleam, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light. Luo Fan leaned slightly forward, his legs bending into a defensive stance, aiming his weapon at the assailant before him. The figure standing there was someone Luo Fan recognized. A military uncle who had participated in the same assessment cohort. At that moment, the military uncle stood bare-chested, revealing muscles akin to bronze, his torso marred by numerous wounds of varying sizes. Although the bleeding had ceased, there were no signs of healing, leaving a gruesome spectacle. It was evident he had just endured an unimaginably fierce battle, tending only to rudimentary first aid without the luxury of proper treatment. Yet, There was no trace of pain on the military uncle's face. Instead, he bore a spirited demeanor, particularly his eyes, which now blazed with fervent combat intent. He wielded a 2-meter-long battle axe, its blade evidently forged from a substantial amount of energy metal. Exuding an intimidating presence, a third-tier awakener, Luo Fan's inner caution heightened. He recalled vividly that during their first encounter aboard the spacecraft, the military uncle had been an initial-tier awakener like himself, yet he had evidently surpassed that threshold and ascended 2 tiers. It appeared that he was not the only one to experience fortuitous encounters on this planet. Luo Fan could easily deduce that the military uncle must have undergone some extraordinary event. For it was inconceivable that he could transition from a first-tier to a third-tier awakener in merely 2 days under normal circumstances. But why did he attack him upon arrival? Luo Fan was perplexed. He then ventured to inquire, "I say, uncle, while we are rivals in this competition, there is no need to go to such extremes, is there? At least tend to your wounds first and come back to fight when you're feeling better." Luo Fan's tone was not harsh, as he held no animosity towards the military uncle. Although the latter had just ambushed him, he had also called out a warning, indicating a straightforward character rather than one of malicious intent. As for the ambush itself, Luo Fan truly considered it inconsequential. Would the son of an assassin deem an ambush as an abnormal act? "Uncle? Ha ha!" The military uncle bellowed with laughter. "Am I that old? Just call me by my name. I am AI Hepping." Luo Fan grinned. "Uncle, your name is quite humorous. With how you charge forth swinging that axe, it hardly seems peaceful. Kid, you don't understand, do you? Peace is always maintained through strength. Without sufficient power, how can one coexist peacefully with others?" Seeing that the ambush had failed, AI Hepping no longer rushed to attack. Instead, he lifted his battle axe and chuckled. "Are you curious about my reason for attacking you?" Luo Fan nodded. "Indeed. A brief explanation would at least prevent me from being utterly perplexed in this skirmish." AI Hepping pointed his axe towards Luo Fan's rear. "Kid, you must have come from that golden grassland, right?" "Yes," Luo Fan admitted without hesitation. In truth, it was likely the military uncle had already seen him, leaving no room for concealment. "Then you must have obtained that blood-red crystal, right?" "What do you mean?" Luo Fan retorted ambiguously. AI Hepping grinned. "No need to deny it. I can deduce the answer myself. After all, I also came from there." "What?" Luo Fan was taken aback, his vigilance towards AI Hepping intensifying. The ability to traverse from the entwined golden grassland indicated that this uncle's prowess was not to be underestimated. AI Hepping noticed the wariness in Luo Fan's eyes and merely smiled, offering no further explanation. In truth, while he had indeed come from the entwined golden grassland, he had not boldly crossed it. Instead, he had employed a clever method. He had not emerged from the surface of the grassland, but from beneath it. Having previously acquired some information about this place, he was well-prepared to complete this mission. He had forsaken his original star pet and captured a type of alien earthworm that Luo Fan had encountered. Utilizing this new star pet's burrowing ability, he had carved out a passageway beneath the entwined golden grassland, from which he had emerged, yet he had underestimated the peril of the entwined golden grass. Even traversing several dozen meters underground, he had still faced frenzied assaults from the grass. Though the intensity of the attacks was far less than on the surface, he still paid a hefty price, leading to the eventual demise of his alien earthworm. Exhausted and battered, AI Hepping had found himself in a desperate struggle when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a blood-red crystal that had fallen from the surface. Absorbing the immense energy contained within the crystal, his strength surged from a first-tier to a third-tier awakener. It was this sudden elevation in power that had allowed him to survive his ordeal in the entwined golden grassland. A man of experience, AI Hepping immediately recognized that this previously unheard-of blood-red crystal held immeasurable value. Unfortunately, he realized that he could not return to seek it out on his own. Thus, upon seeing Luo Fan casually approaching from the direction of the entwined golden grassland, he surmised that Luo Fan likely possessed that mysterious crystal, which ignited within him the desire to seize it. However, having witnessed Luo Fan's quick reflexes, AI Hepping understood that while he had become a third-tier awakener, he was not necessarily stronger than Luo Fan. A direct confrontation may not yield success. Nonetheless, he recalled that Luo Fan had been merely a first-tier awakener aboard the spacecraft, and his sudden leap to third tier must also stem from a similar fortuitous event. This realization stoked a fervent fire within him, as he became convinced that Luo Fan held the very blood-red crystal he sought. He was determined to find an opportunity to snatch it away. This is not solely for his own benefit, but rather for the group he represents and the future of humanity. Upon contemplating this, AI Hepping could not help but smile broadly. Young man, how about we engage in a little sparring? Rest assured, the surveillance devices on me malfunctioned while traversing that prairie. As long as you can eliminate me to silence me, you will be safe. Your temperament, my dear uncle, truly leaves much to be desired, Luo Fan remarked with a feigned sense of helplessness, while subtly adjusting the aim of his firearm at AI Hepping's brow. You two seem quite engrossed in your martial prowess. A melodious laugh accompanied the entrance of a strikingly beautiful woman who gracefully ascended the altar, momentarily interrupting the impending confrontation. The newcomer was none other than Yao Yin, an awakener from the Earth's sovereign group, followed unceremoniously by an enormous black bear towering 2 stories high. Upon seeing Yao Yin, Luo Fan's expression shifted dramatically, inwardly cursing his misfortune. According to the information sent by Shun Meng, the Mountain King group, to which the military uncle AI Hepping belonged, had secretly allied with Yao Yan's Earth Sovereign Group. Should these two join forces, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Although Luo Fan possessed the strength to face them, he was wary of unnecessary complications in such a perilous environment. Unexpectedly, AI Hepping chuckled, offering no explanation to Yao Yan, instead choosing to cease hostilities, indicating he had no intention of sharing vital information with her. What schemes brewed within his mind, and whether he might seize the opportunity to ambush Luo Fan, remained a mystery. With the confrontation temporarily halted, Luo Fan was equally disinclined to prolong the matter, lowering his firearm while scanning his surroundings, though he retained his energy pistol firmly in hand. What a lively gathering! Another bright laugh resounded as the uniformed youth, Fang Tianming, appeared at the opposite entrance of the altar. Fortunately, I have arrived just in time. No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures flitted across the stage, one slender, the other rotund, both of whom were Yi Siqin and the chubby individual. Since landing on this planet, it was the first occasion where several awakeners had congregated. On this grand altar, soaring 1,000 meters high and covering an area exceeding 100,000 square meters, 6 awakeners gathered, standing in formation, scrutinizing one another, each harboring their own intentions and maintaining a palpable sense of vigilance. Eventually, it was AI Hepping who broke the silence with a hearty laugh, declaring, "Let us not squander time glaring at one another. We might as well commence directly. It is no small feat to be here. Let us establish a pact. No one shall launch a surprise attack on another, and we shall compete fairly as for the benefits reaped in the end. That shall depend on each individual's skill and fortune." As others pondered whether to acquiesce to his proposal, the chubby individual was the first to respond, "Excellent. I relish collaborating with straightforward individuals. It simplifies matters. Since we are all here, our objectives must be similar. Rather than foolishly battling and ultimately benefiting others, it is wiser to establish some ground rules for fair competition." Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 nodded in agreement with AI Hepping and the chubby man's sentiments, while only Luo Fan furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. "I must say, you all seem quite in sync, as if you possess considerable knowledge. Yet here I am, utterly in the dark. Might I trouble someone to spare a moment of their valuable time to elucidate what precisely is transpiring?" His intention was to elicit a response from either the chubby individual or Yi Siqin. But to his surprise, it was Fang Tianming, the uniformed youth, who spoke first. "Ah, so you remain unaware of the secrets here. Since we agreed to fair competition, it would be unjust to have you venture into the unknown. Allow me to provide a brief overview, and should I err or overlook something, I trust others will contribute." Seeing Luo Fan nod, Fang Tianming began his explanation. "Let us commence with the most crucial conclusion. The uproar surrounding this holy police assessment, leading to the sacrifice of numerous lives, is all in pursuit of treasures sealed on this planet. This location is a remarkably precious prehistoric site, a remnant of the Mu civilization that thrived approximately 30,000 years ago, the most recent of its kind." "Wait," Luo Fan interrupted. "Could you clarify what you mean by the most recent Mu civilization?" Fang Tianming chuckled. "Indeed, you are quite uninformed. The term prehistoric civilization is a broad classification encompassing all human civilizations that existed prior to modern civilization. In reality, several highly advanced human civilizations preceded modern humanity, each possessing distinct characteristics and histories. Some of these civilizations intersected, while others remained entirely unrelated, separated by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. According to currently available information, the most recent human civilization before modernity is known as the Mu civilization, and this planet, XH-12, served as a significant base established by them. What? They constructed an entire planet as a base. Luo Fan was profoundly astonished. The prehistoric humans were that formidable? So all those creatures we encountered along the way were merely guardians left behind by them. Well, that is a reasonable interpretation, Fang Tianming replied with a slight grin, seemingly at a loss for words regarding Luo Fan's metaphor. But what was the purpose behind the monumental efforts of those prehistoric humans? To ensure the continuity of their civilization. Continuity? Yes, Fang Tianming nodded. No civilization has ever remained perpetually prosperous. Regardless of how advanced or powerful a civilization may be, it will eventually face extinction. As a highly developed intelligent species, they undoubtedly understood this truth. Hence, during the zenith of the Mu civilization, they contemplated the issue of cultural transmission. They transformed this planet, sealing their civilization's most precious knowledge and vast resources, awaiting the arrival of those destined to discover and inherit them. So the purpose of this holy police assessment is essentially to acquire the inheritance of those prehistoric civilizations? Precisely. According to the intelligence gathered by the previous contingent that landed on this planet, to reach this site of inheritance through the successive challenges ahead, one must possess at least the strength of an awakener or comparable capability. With a minimum requirement of being a 10th level enhancer and must be equipped with top-tier technological gear or advanced star beasts. Otherwise, any additional participants would merely be courting death. However, the Earth United Capital lacks a sufficient number of powerful individuals to undertake such a formidable task. Hence, after extensive deliberation and negotiations, it was ultimately decided to collaborate with the three major conglomerates. Why only the three major conglomerates? Did the Tianxiang group not join? Luo Fan inquired, perplexed. Fang Tianming shook his head. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. But it seems that Tianxiang recently lost something of great importance, and Shi Qianjun appears to be preoccupied, giving the other three conglomerates an opportunity. Lost something significant? Luo Fan felt a twinge of guilt. Could it possibly be related to me? He promptly resolved to bypass that line of inquiry. Moreover, he had little interest in the power struggles among those major factions. A brief understanding would suffice. Therefore, he redirected his focus to the question that concerned him most. What exactly does this inheritance entail? Upon hearing this question, Fang Tianming smiled wryly. I cannot provide an answer to that, and I doubt anyone else here could either. When the few dozen individuals who first ascended this altar were alive, only 3 successfully triggered the inheritance. And each received something different. It seems the Mu civilization left behind a variety of treasures, but they do not bestow everything upon a single individual. Instead, they assess the qualifications of the test takers and provide different inheritances based on each individual's unique circumstances. What you may receive could be a weapon, a set of techniques, a rare potion, or even a spacecraft. Due to our lack of understanding regarding the standards by which the prehistoric civilization judges the qualifications of the test takers, the outcomes remain entirely unpredictable. The only certainty is that whatever remnants of the prehistoric civilization are available will undoubtedly be extraordinary treasures, and acquiring any one of them would constitute a monumental gain. And what of the 3 individuals who obtained the inheritance? What has become of them? They did not return. In fact, all those who entered this place ultimately lost contact, with none surviving to leave this planet. Our entire understanding of this world is derived solely from the information they transmitted while still alive. As for what dreadful events transpired after they obtained the inheritance, we are utterly in the dark. Yet, humanity has been in the interstellar age for some years now. Why, after all this time, does this planet remain in a primitive state? One would think that, regardless of the dangers or the strength of the creatures, they would have been eradicated by the steady advance of human military forces. You have finally posed the most perplexing question of all, Fang Tianming replied with a gentle smile. Although this planet is documented in many prehistoric records, it has vanished from star charts. The Earth United Capital once dispatched fleets to search this sector for an extended period, yet they found nothing. However, not long ago, it mysteriously reappeared, precisely at the location marked by the star icon from that year, without any deviation whatsoever. This sounds incredibly dubious, Luofan exclaimed, taking a sharp breath. The more I hear, the more it resembles a trap. You share the same sentiment, don't you? Fong Tianming concurred. Indeed, this matter seems exceedingly strange, exuding an aura of deceit. He continued with fervor, yet, despite knowing it could be a pitfall, the higher echelons of Earth have no choice but to send someone to leap into it, for the temptation is simply too great. This is a relic of a once glorious prehistoric civilization. Even the slightest benefit could propel human civilization forward significantly. For the future of all humanity, any sacrifices deemed necessary are worthwhile. As he spoke, Fong Tianming's tone grew increasingly impassioned. Luofan discerned that Fong Tianming was genuinely enthusiastic about this grand endeavor for the sake of humanity. Nonetheless, Luofan was somewhat indifferent. Such noble pursuits should be left to the great individuals. He was merely a minor character, seeking only to gain a modest advantage and live a peaceful life. Furthermore, Luofan was not naive enough to believe that these individuals harbored no selfish motives. If they were truly selfless, why would several major corporations compete fiercely? They could simply share the spoils. After all, the very need for competition suggested that they each desired to reap a greater share of the benefits. All right. A preliminary understanding is sufficient, Luofan said, momentarily alleviating his doubts. He nodded in gratitude to Fong Tianming. I have no further questions. Thank you, Brother Fong. Fong Tianming smiled politely in return and turned to the others, saying, if there are no further inquiries, let us activate the legacy device. Yao Yin chimed in with a giggle. Let's get started. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Hurry and complete the task. I need to return home to see my son. Upon hearing this, the chubby man's eyes lit up, and he was about to ask her, has your son bought insurance? When he was met with a fierce glare from Yi Chin, who seemed to have discerned his usual habits. The chubby man was thoroughly intimidated by her menacing gaze, swallowing back his words. Since there are no issues, let us commence. Fong Tianming declared, taking the lead. He produced a military dagger, sliced his finger, and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the altar beneath them. The altar's surface was inscribed with intricate ancient characters and adorned with eye-like patterns the size of wash basins. His blood dripped precisely onto the pupil of one of those eye patterns. The others quickly followed suit, each performing the same act. Although Luofan did not fully comprehend the significance, he could surmise that this was a necessary step to activate the legacy device. And thus he imitated them, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ground S pattern. After all had completed the ritual, a moment of silence ensued before the altar beneath them suddenly began to tremble. Simultaneously, a space frigate descending upon the surface of planet XH-12 was opening its hatch, as countless fully armed soldiers donned in tactical helmets surged forth, piloting small individual airships. They swiftly coalesced into formidable streams in midair, racing forward towards a specific destination, a teleportation gate located on this very planet. Chapter 44. Shock. Gene sequence detection complete. All subjects have passed. Accompanied by a sudden electronic female voice, the towering altar vibrated violently, as translucent beams of light cascaded from above, enveloping the entire structure in a myriad of luminous columns. The sheer number of these beams exceeded 1,000, seemingly corresponding one-to-one with the eye patterns on the ground. The light walls flickered incessantly, rendering the interior entirely obscured from view, leaving one to wonder what lay hidden within. Please feel free to select a teleportation passage. Upon entry, you will be transported to the room housing the legacy items. Each individual may only choose once, and once entered, withdrawal is impossible. After 30 minutes, regardless of whether you have acquired the legacy, you will be forcibly returned. The electronic voice reiterated its instructions. Is this the passage to the legacy? Luofan inquired curiously, surveying his surroundings. To freely select from over 1,000 passages, yet no instructions provided, it feels akin to a lottery. Mule, it seems there's something intriguing here. The level of advancement of your prehistoric civilization surprises me. It appears you are on the verge of connecting with cosmic civilization, Chi remarked, smacking his lips in delight as if he had encountered a sumptuous feast. originally residing in the subspace of the Blue Dream wristband. The commotion during the activation of the legacy prompted the little creature to seek refuge in the star Luo space. Fearing that any detection systems from the prehistoric civilization might jeopardize the stability of the legacy. It certainly appears formidable. I just wonder if there are any dangers, Luo Fan expressed his concern. Though this conversation remained solely between him and Chi-Chi, unheard by the others, Chi-Chi pondered for a moment before responding, danger is likely present, but given the commotion, there should be numerous treasures within. This risk is worth taking. What do you think? Indeed, I share that view. We have already acquired so many valuable items on this planet. It now dawns on me that those were merely appetizers, and the main course has yet to be served. Even if you were to ask me to leave now, I would hesitate, Luo Fan mused. Having spent considerable time with the little creature, his speech increasingly reminiscent of a foodie. Then, Mule, go ahead and pursue your endeavors. I shall provide support from here. Chi-Chi irresponsibly concluded for Luo Fan. Luo Fan rolled his eyes, ceasing further dialogue with the little glutton, and stepped towards one of the light beams. Not only he, but the other 5 also advanced, evidently intending to choose a beam to enter directly. As Luo Fan approached a beam and prepared to examine it closely, he suddenly heard the little creature's voice in his mind, Mule? You have guests. Just as Chi-Chi alerted Luo Fan, AI Hepping's expression shifted, and he retrieved a monitoring computer from his subspace wristband. Did you leave a surveillance device on the ground? Upon witnessing his actions, Fong Tianming immediately understood. Yes, just in case. I set a few up casually, AI Hepping replied, turning on the device. Despite his nonchalant tone, it was clear that he had likely installed more than just a few. Observing AI Hepping's demeanor, the others suspected that something was amiss and gathered around him. Under AI Hepping's operation, the monitor displayed a scene. On the fog-covered ground of planet XH-12, countless black dots began to emerge from the distance. Shrouded in mist, too far away to discern their nature. After a while, as the black dots drew closer, the astonished onlookers realized that they were fully armed soldiers piloting individual airships with an estimated number in the thousands. They soared through the air at an altitude of approximately 100 meters, moving at a speed that far surpassed their earlier pace on the ground, likely reaching the scattered teleportation gates across the planet in no time. The expressions of the group darkened. Who among you called for support from Earth? AI Hepping inquired, his tone turning somewhat unfriendly. I certainly did not, Fong Tianming declared, raising his hands in protest. The usually reticent Yi Siqin was the second to speak up, not me, though her response was curt. Her icy demeanor suggested she was not the type to seek assistance. Luo Fan shrugged, adding, I am an orphan, always a solitary wanderer. The chubby man chimed in forth, absolutely not me. I haven't sold a single insurance policy here. I wouldn't dare contact them without knowing how to report back. With the majority having voiced their stance, all eyes turned to Yao Yin. Her complexion paled, and she hastily said, Why are you all staring at me? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Don't jump to conclusions. I didn't call for any reinforcements. Luo Fan, observing her demeanor, discerned that her words were tinged with insincerity. However, he refrained from speaking up, trusting that everyone present was astute enough to notice what he had. There was no need for him to rush to the forefront. As he had anticipated, AI Hepping smirked coldly and said, Yao Yin, if you have anything to say, it would be best to speak now. Otherwise, misunderstandings could escalate. Yao Yin visibly trembled, involuntarily retreating a step. She was facing 5 awakened individuals. Even with the assistance of that alien giant bear, her odds were slim. Casting a glance at the 5 individuals fixated on her, she gritted her teeth. Seemingly resolved and finally spoke, I did not summon them. These are individuals from the Western District. They claim to be here to assist. I merely learned of this information earlier than you, but I chose not to disclose it. AI Hepping scrutinized her for a moment. His expression dark, yet he opted not to pursue the matter further, seemingly accepting her explanation. As Luo Fan observed Yao Yan's expression while she spoke, he too was convinced that her words did not stem from deceit. Regarding the concealment of information, it was hardly surprising. After all, they were not friends, and it was entirely natural for each to harbor their own thoughts. He shifted his gaze to the other 4 individuals, only to find that each bore an unfriendly countenance. Even the usually indifferent Yi Siqin appeared somewhat moved. Noticing Luo Fan's inquiring glance, the stout man took the initiative to explain, although Earth's governance is unified, the vastness of its territory renders complete administrative cohesion exceedingly challenging, leading to inefficiencies. Thus, the United Earth Capital has demarcated the globe into eastern and western zones for practical management, each responsible for the affairs of their respective hemispheres. As the administrative matters of these two zones are handled separately to avoid mutual interference, their policies have traditionally refrained from overlapping, only addressing significant issues through voting and meetings. The sudden intrusion of Western personnel into the Eastern Zone's sacred examination grounds is undoubtedly malicious. We, as a small faction, are likely to suffer greatly. Suddenly, AI Hepping, who had been intently watching the monitor, snorted dismissively, "Humph, suffering is not a foregone conclusion. The Westerners should consider the nature of this planet. When over 500 of us came for the examination, the weakest among us was at level 8 enhancement, and yet, within just 2 days, only 6 of us remained. Their numerical superiority does not guarantee their success." "They are not the same as us," Yao Yin interjected. Shaking her head, AI Hepping's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean they are not the same? If you have something to say, it is best to express it clearly." "Indeed," Fang Tiaming chimed in, "we are all in the same boat now. Although we belong to different factions, to those from the Western Zone, we are indistinguishable. They might see us all as targets. Their brazen incursion into the Eastern Zone's secured examination area clearly signals their readiness for confrontation. And to suggest they would not resort to violence to eliminate us is hardly credible. If it comes to that, do you believe you will remain unscathed?" Fang Tiaming's words rendered Yao Yan's countenance even graver. After a moment of hesitation, she resignedly stated, "I shall be candid with you all. The individuals from the Western Zone have somehow obtained the majority of our transmission data regarding our return to Earth, thus acquiring a thorough understanding of this planet's situation. They have come prepared with the intent to seize our possessions." "What is there to fear?" the stout man scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "Even if they come in droves, I can single-handedly deal with them all." "The situation is not so simple," Yao Yin replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "I have maintained communication with Earth and have learned some critical information. At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you." Seeing her serious demeanor, an ominous premonition arose in the hearts of the others. Indeed, Yao Yin continued, a significant reshuffling of power is occurring among the high-ranking factions on Earth. With the 3 major conglomerates at the forefront, those you serve have already been eliminated. As she spoke, her eyes turned towards AI Hepping and Fang Tianming, both of whom simultaneously changed expressions. "What do you mean by eliminated?" AI Hepping asked, his once robust voice now tinged with difficulty. "To put it simply, Dong Hailong and Wang Chongshan are both dead. From this day forth, Shanwang Company and Hailong Group no longer exist." The startling revelation from Yao Yin immediately plunged everyone into shock. "Shangu is dead?" AI Hepping's imposing figure swayed, his rugged face now etched with desolation. In truth, he had long harbored an ominous premonition, though he had been intentionally avoiding it. Like Yao Yin, he had maintained contact with Earth ever since arriving on this planet. And it was Wang Chongshan himself who had communicated with him. Due to the gravity of the matter, Wang Chongshan had never trusted anyone else, thus every communication was conducted through encrypted channels. Allowing AI Hepping to relay the latest developments on Planet XH-12. However, this line of communication abruptly ceased yesterday, the reasons for which remained unclear. In that moment, he sensed a foreboding. Yao Yan's words merely confirmed his fears. AI Hepping was unaware of what actions Wang Chongshan had taken prior to their severed contact, as he was merely a subordinate and could not expect to be informed of his superior's every movement. Thus, he could not ascertain who had targeted Wang Chongshan. Yet, without needing to investigate, he could surmise the likely culprits, for on Earth, only a few individuals possessed both the motive and capability to eliminate Wang Chongshan. However, even if he identified the murderer, what then? Would he storm in to avenge Wang Chongshan? He had no intention of doing so. Whether Wang Chongshan had fallen victim to another's machinations or had himself wronged someone else, it bore no relation to personal vendettas. It was merely a competition driven by interests, devoid of notions of right or wrong. In truth, no one involved could be deemed righteous. They were all merely greedily pursuing their own gains. Thus, AI Hepping harbored no thoughts of revenge. Instead, he felt a profound regret for having been unable to repay Wang Chongshan's kindness. He resolved to repay that debt in another manner, knowing that Wang Chongshan cherished his family. Therefore, he would strive to return to Earth and dedicate his life to protecting Wang Chongshan's family, ensuring they would not suffer excessively due to his demise. Fang Tianming remained silent, burying his guilt deep within. Unlike Ai Heping, he felt no surprise at the news of Dong Hailong's death. His expression of astonishment was merely a fade, for he was the very architect of Dong Hailong's demise. It was he who had covertly used Dong Hailong's name to dispatch Black Spade A and the Worm Trio to assassinate Shi Qianjun, thereby providing Shi Qianjun with the pretext to eliminate Dong Hailong. Of course, all of this was under Huang Ying's directives. Yet, Fang Tianming sought no excuses, for the undeniable truth remained that he had betrayed Dong Hailong, who had once shown him kindness, driven by his infatuation. Faced with the choice between gratitude and love, he had unhesitatingly chosen the latter, fully aware that this love held no future. At this moment, Fang Tianming's heart was tranquil. He felt no confusion, knowing precisely what he must do. He had vowed to assist Huang Ying in seizing the legacy of ancient civilization and would commit himself entirely to that pursuit. Afterward, regardless of the outcome, he would not leave this planet. He intended to bury himself here, believing he was unworthy of returning to Earth to rest alongside Dong Hailong. He was also aware that Huang Ying understood his sentiments well. The moment she had demanded he betray Dong Hailong, she had effectively signed his death warrant. Yet, she still posed that request, and he had accepted without hesitation. They were, after all, kindred spirits in their hearts. Love transcended life itself. Should the need arise, they would willingly pay the price of death for love. Whether it be for others or themselves, Yao Yin discreetly observed the reactions of the group, a subtle glimmer of cunning hidden within her gaze. All their hesitations and internal struggles were mere performances. She had deliberately chosen this moment to unveil the truth. As a psychic awakener, she was acutely sensitive to the subtleties of human emotion. By revealing this information just before obtaining the legacy, she maximized its psychological impact while leaving them no time to regain their composure. As a psychic awakener, brute strength was not her forte. In direct competition with so many adept individuals, she stood no chance, thus resorting to psychological manipulation. Luo Fan, Yi Qin, and the stout man displayed no particularly strong reactions to her revelations. Which was understandable. Luo Fan likely lacked any significant background, rendering the power struggles of these factions irrelevant to him. The stout man's true identity remained ambiguous, yet it was evident he did not belong to any of the four major conglomerates. And thus these matters bore no consequence for him. Yao Yin paid him little mind. Perhaps his origins were somewhat dubious, but his status as a level 1 awakener, coupled with his boisterous demeanor, rendered him not worthy of her apprehension. As for Yi Qin, as an assassin, her focus lay solely on her targets. As long as one was not her assassination objective, she would show no concern for the lives or deaths of others. The individual most profoundly affected was undoubtedly Ai Heping, who had lost his fighting spirit. It was likely that his primary goal in the upcoming competition would shift towards self-preservation, posing little threat to the others. Fang Tianming's expression remained placid, yet his tightly pressed lips, rigid neck, and clenched fists betrayed an underlying tension, revealing that his inner turmoil belied his calm facade. Most suspiciously, when he heard of Dong Hailong's demise, his shocked expression lagged by a fraction of a second, a peculiarity for an awakener's reaction speed. Perhaps there lay some deeper intrigue beneath the surface. This thought flitted through Yao Yan's mind but was quickly dismissed. She held little interest in conspiracies that did not pertain to her. She merely needed to know that Fang Tianming's heart had also been shaken. Her objective was to diminish the competitive edge of others, thereby increasing her own chances of success. A mere little trick, capable of shaking the resolve of two awakened individuals, has already proven to be quite effective. Yao Yin felt a great sense of satisfaction with her performance. On Earth, at the headquarters of the Interstellar Corps, Marshal, the commotion caused by the three major conglomerates is rather excessive. Shall we continue to let them run rampant without taking any action? Li Ruoyun inquired of Xiang Tianxiao, who sat behind his desk. Xiang Tianxiao calmly assessed the beautiful subordinate standing before him. Her lustrous black hair, delicate features, and a captivating figure that even the military uniform of the Interstellar Corps could not conceal. Were it not for the Major General insignia on her shoulder, one might easily mistake her for a charming secretary. Yet, this very woman, barely 24 years of age, was the coremost exceptional prodigy, known as the cunning fox, the foremost strategist. Even she seemed unable to maintain her composure. It appeared that this matter had indeed escalated significantly. Xiang Tianxiao tousled his disheveled hair and innocently addressed his beautiful subordinate. "There's nothing I can do. The three conglomerates are too powerful and wealthy to regard someone like me as significant. They simply disregard my words." Li Ruoyun was instantly at a loss for words, feeling a surge of anger, yet mindful of Xiang Tianxiao's dignity as a marshal. She did not wish to undermine his authority within the military. With a swift change of expression, she adopted a more seductive demeanor, stepping around the desk and gracefully approaching Xiang Tianxiao, extending her delicate hand to caress his face, her voice softening to a more alluring tone. "Oh, Marshal, could you not make things difficult for a mere woman like me? You always keep me guessing, refusing to speak the truth, making it quite hard for me." Xiang Tianxiao was taken aback, quickly rising to retreat to the side. Trembling as he pointed at Li Ruoyun, stammering, "Why you? You sly vixen, I warn you, do not try this with me. I am not afraid of your antics." "Is that so?" Li Ruoyun smiled charmingly, a fleeting glint of cunning in her eyes. As she boldly approached him once more, "Marshal, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to have a proper conversation with you. Your constant refusals only serve to sadden me." "Stop, stop, I concede." Xiang Tianxiao raised his hands in surrender, a look of resignation on his face. "Now, tell me, what is it that you wish to know?" Upon witnessing Xiang Tianxiao's capitulation, Li Ruoyun swiftly returned to a more aloof demeanor, lightly huffing. "Would it not be better to confess openly? Why must you persist in complicating matters? Please explain, given your fiery temper, why you have allowed the three conglomerates such leeway." Xiang Tianxiao let out a heavy sigh, a wry smile crossing his lips. "Because we possess too few awakened individuals. We cannot wager everything at once. Hence we must seek alternatives, by allowing the three conglomerates to compete. The benefits will ultimately revert to us, motivating them to exert their utmost efforts. In the end, regardless of who prevails, it is a victory for humanity." "A victory for humanity?" A shadow of concern crossed Li Ruoyun's face. "Marshal, do you truly believe we can win this war?" This time, Xiang Tianxiao offered no reply to Li Ruoyun ceased her inquiries, and both fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 46. The Underbelly on Earth, in the Tianxiang Building. 188th floor. Huang Ying gracefully entered the president's office, greeted by the enigmatic smile of Shi Qianjun. "Old relic, have you missed me?" Surprisingly, Huang Ying addressed Shi Qianjun, the greatest adversary of the three conglomerates, in a somewhat playful tone. Shi Qianjun stroked his chin, feigning forgetfulness. "Pardon me, may I inquire as to your identity? My age has dulled my memory." Huang Ying's frustration surged, on the verge of retorting, when she found herself suddenly enveloped in Shi Qianjun's embrace. Instead of feeling angered, she erupted into laughter, settling comfortably in his arms, wrapping her right arm around his neck while teasingly pinching his nose with her left hand, playfully admonishing, "Old man, if you truly dare forget me, you will be in grave trouble." "Is that so?" Shi Qianjun laughed heartily. "If that were the case, I would owe you my gratitude." "Want to die? Dream on." Huang Ying responded with a haughty snort. "You owe me far too many favors. Until you repay your debts, you shall not escape." "Does that mean I now owe you yet another favor?" Shi Qianjun dodged her playful pinching while chuckling. "Wang Chongshan is dead." As the conversation turned somber, Huang Ying's tone shifted to a calm, steady cadence, withdrawing her teasing hand. "The consolidation of the three conglomerates is now fundamentally inevitable." "You don't seem particularly pleased?" Shi Qianjun inquired, gently caressing Huang Ying's smooth cheek. Huang Ying grasped his hand, placing his palm against her face, softly stating, "I have diligently fulfilled every task you assigned me. Through my aunt's negotiations with the Earth United Capital, I secured the power to oversee this year's holy police evaluations for the three conglomerates. I revealed the secrets of Planet XH-12 to Hai Long and Shan Wang, prompting them to dispatch their elite warriors for the evaluations. I personally persuaded Feng Tianming to betray Dong Hailong and travel to Planet XH-12 to serve our interests, while masquerading as Dong Hailong to orchestrate an assassination against you, allowing you to act against Dong Hailong openly, and I eliminated Wang Chongshan on your behalf, removing the final obstacle to the consolidation of the three conglomerates. All of this unfolded according to your meticulous plans. Everyone mistakenly believes I am the mastermind, unaware that this entire performance was orchestrated by you. Shi Qianjun gently pinched her cheek, smiling. Without you as the brilliant leading lady, how could my play unfold? However, there remains something I do not comprehend. Huang Ying gazed into Shi Qianjun's eyes. Why the urgency to take action against Dong Hailong and Wang Chongshan? Is there truly no alternative to elimination? What about cooperation? Shi Qianjun scoffed disdainfully. Those foolish individuals from the three conglomerates see only money. They believe the disparity between us lies solely in wealth and luck, utterly oblivious to the insurmountable difference in our strengths. Partnering with such inept fools would only jeopardize my plans. It is far better to eliminate them early to prevent interference with my subsequent strategies. Observing Shi Qianjun's serious demeanor, Huang Ying mischievously blinked. Does that include me? Shi Qianjun burst into laughter. You are far too astute to be compared to those dim-witted individuals. Huang Ying's expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy, yet, when a woman truly falls in love with a man, she ceases to be clever. Shi Qianjun gazed deeply into her eyes, softly asking, Do you regret it? Not at all. Huang Ying slowly shook her head, her ever-vibrant eyes now brimming with determination. No matter how you treat me, I will never regret. In a secluded valley, surrounded by towering black mountains that seemed to connect heaven and earth, the entire valley lay shrouded in the shadows of these immense peaks. Devoid of sunlight, the steep cliffs were adorned with towering trees, presenting no visible paths to ascend the mountains. Was it not said that one would be teleported to a chamber containing the legacy items? Had this place been transformed during the 30,000 years of the planet's disappearance? Observing the valley, which was devoid of anything but vegetation, Luo Fan could not help but grumble. After much deliberation, they had unanimously agreed to adhere to their prior arrangement, engaging in fair competition and standing united against external threats. Once the agreement was settled, the 6 individuals each chose a beam of teleportation light to enter, including AI Hepping, who had lost his fighting purpose. With the forces from the West District rapidly approaching, remaining outside would pose an even greater danger. It was better to enter the legacy chamber and take a chance. If they could acquire some formidable weapon, their chances of survival would increase. After the 6 entered their respective teleportation channels, they were separated once more. However, the situation differed from their expectations. Instead of arriving in a chamber filled with ancient artifacts, Luo Fan found himself in this vast valley. What was amiss? He pondered in confusion. It seemed he lacked sufficient knowledge of ancient civilizations, merely stumbling about aimlessly. With no other choice, Luo Fan cautiously began to venture forward. The beam of light that had brought him to the valley had vanished, leaving no route for his return. Although the system had previously informed him he would be automatically teleported back in 30 minutes. Having come this far, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. Thus, Luo Fan resolved to continue exploring the valley, believing that if there were indeed great dangers ahead, he could always retreat. Trusting in his speed, he figured that even if he encountered a creature he could not defeat, he would still have time to escape. With a firm resolution, Luo Fan readied his weapon and cautiously proceeded onward. Yet, the valley proved unexpectedly vast. He navigated through the foliage for an extended period without encountering an end. Just as he hesitated to consider changing direction, the path ahead suddenly twisted and turned. Before him stood a magnificent temple, vast and imposing, where once towering ancient trees had reigned. This structure, likely constructed 30,000 years ago, had not succumbed to the relentless passage of time. Rather, it had absorbed an aura of antiquity and desolation, rich with the weight of countless ages. It appears to be quite valuable. I wonder if these stones could be excavated and sold as antiques? Mused Luo Fan, gazing at the ancient edifice. Perhaps we should consider giving it a try, replied the young Bichi enthusiastically. The 2 masters, nearly devoid of funds for even a meal, found themselves entertaining fanciful notions in the face of this prehistoric relic. Let us venture inside and investigate. There might be treasures we can simply take, Luo Fan suggested. Somewhat reluctant to engage in the laborious tasks of mining or dismantling walls, as he had already suffered enough from such toil, leaving him with a lingering psychological shadow. Excellent idea, chirped Chi-Chi, casting his vote in favor. It would be best if these items hold no value for cultivation. That way, We wouldn't feel remorse in selling them. If we can gather enough, our meals will no longer be a concern. Ever since their arrival on this planet, the little creature had accompanied Luofan in consuming high-energy compressed foods. Although sufficient for sustaining their energy, the taste left much to be desired. For the gourmet-seeking beachy youth, this was an unbearable ordeal. Luofan hastened to the grand entrance of the temple. Its height exceeded 500 meters, with the door alone towering over 100 meters. Standing before it, Luofan felt as diminutive as an ant. He pressed his hands against the door and exerted a forceful attempt. Fortunately, the door's weight seemed to be around 4 to 5 tons. A burden he could still manage to shift. With a determined push, the heavy door creaked open, revealing the dim, cavernous interior of the hall. Yet before Luofan could fully comprehend the temple's inner workings, Chi-Chi's urgent warning pierced the air, "Be careful." Accompanying his warning, a series of chilling rustles erupted from the dark corners of the temple. Before long, a horde of massive creatures, towering over a human, surged forth from the shadows, encircling Luofan completely. With dark brown exoskeletons, flattened bodies, 3 pairs of furry limbs, well-developed compound eyes, and long, slender antennae, they bore an uncanny resemblance to cockroaches. Are these prehistoric cockroaches? Luofan recoiled in disgust. Despite their considerable size, their appearance mirrored that of the cockroaches from Earth. Creatures he loathed above all else. Even prehistoric variants were intolerable. Luofan had grown up in a slum, where cockroaches were frequent, unwelcome guests. Though they crossed paths daily, he never grew accustomed to their presence. Each sighting soured his mood. It seemed he lacked any affinity for them. While Luofan lamented, the large prehistoric cockroaches, as if commanded by an unseen force, surged toward him from all directions. Though he spoke lightly, Luofan had already steeled himself for battle. With a charged energy pistol in his right hand and an energy dagger in his left, he stood ready. As the prehistoric cockroaches launched their assault, he retaliated without hesitation, firing in rapid succession. The first wave of 10 or so cockroaches fell under fire, bright flashes igniting their forms as the annihilation effect of the energy bullets took hold. A smile crept across Luofan's face. Did they really think their size and numbers could intimidate him? A jest? In the face of energy weapons, cockroaches were utterly trivial. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. As the blinding light faded, Luofan's expression shifted drastically. The cockroaches, despite being mangled by the energy bullets, continued their relentless charge. Undeterred by their injuries, those behind them leapt into the air, launching an aerial assault on Luofan. In an instant, he found himself surrounded, both on the ground and in the air, by a swarm of prehistoric cockroaches. Even with energy weapons in hand, he knew he could not fend off so many tenacious creatures alone. The situation grew perilous. The battle between Luofan and the prehistoric cockroaches unfolded rapidly. Within mere seconds of their encounter, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. The relentless swarm of cockroaches, from ground to sky, sealed off all avenues of escape. Luofan's heart raced with alarm. He had means to confront adversaries, yet this foe was astoundingly tenacious, exhibiting a level of vitality that defied belief. Even when struck directly by energy projectiles, sustaining grievous wounds, they remained undeterred in their assault. Faced with such an onslaught, all of Luofan's attacks proved futile. He was left to rely solely on his superior speed to evade and endure. But amidst the encircling assault, he found no opportunity to break free from the clutches of the prehistoric cockroaches. On Earth, a test had shown that a decapitated cockroach could survive for 9 days, with the cause of death attributed to starvation. If Earth's cockroaches exhibited such resilience, these prehistoric creatures were exponentially more formidable. Against such an opponent, the potency of any attack diminished considerably. Once effective countermeasures failed, he was left with a ceaseless cycle of defense. Yet, as the adage goes, prolonged defense invites inevitable loss. Ultimately, Luofan's moment of inattention led to a razor-sharp forelimb of a prehistoric cockroach striking the back of his head. Realizing his peril, he found himself trapped, with no space to evade amidst the swarm. In that critical moment, a pair of tiny, rosy fists appeared seemingly out of nowhere, colliding with the cockroach's metallic, razor-like limb. There was no grandiose clash, only a sharp crack, as the cockroach's formidable appendage snapped like a mere biscuit. Simultaneously, A diminutive figure emerged behind Luofan, shielding him from all attacks. With blood-red hair, deep blue eyes, and a youthful face adorned with an ominous scar between his brows. The newcomer was none other than Chi-Chi, Luofan's little star companion who had never truly fought before. "Why did you come out today?" Luofan, having narrowly escaped disaster, asked in astonishment, his words tumbling forth even as he continued to fend off the relentless assault of the prehistoric cockroaches. "Just lending a hand. The vitality of these creatures is too formidable. You're not yet equipped to handle them," Chi-Chi replied, his tone as haughty as ever. "Aren't you afraid of being exposed? This should be a confined space. No one on Earth can see us. Besides, if you were to perish, my fate would follow suit. I'd hardly have the luxury to worry about exposure," Chi-Chi scoffed, a petulant expression crossing his face. "Having such a useless master is truly exhausting." Luofan was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to conjure a fitting retort. Regardless of Chi-Chi's arrogance, his timely intervention had undoubtedly saved Luofan's life. Sensing his upper hand in their verbal sparring, Chi-Chi's spirits lifted, and with an air of uncharacteristic bravado, he declared, "I've been waiting for the chance to showcase my skills. Behold my ultimate technique, the meatball steel bullet." With that proclamation, he launched himself into the air, tucking his head and wrapping his arms around his knees, transforming his entire form into a sphere as he spun like a whirlwind toward the mass of prehistoric cockroaches. A series of sharp cracks echoed through the air. In mere seconds, the once menacing horde was reduced to shattered remnants, limbs and bodies strewn about, leaving no intact carcasses behind. Not a single one of the nearly 100 audacious prehistoric creatures escaped unscathed. The fierce battle had concluded with disconcerting ease. As Chi-Chi landed gracefully, his demeanor remained calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Luofan stared in disbelief. "Is that it?" Chi-Chi shot him a disdainful look with his blue eyes. "Indeed, that's it. What else were you expecting?" However, Luofan chomped his lips, struggling to formulate a response. Physical attack? The meatball steel bullet. In essence, it was akin to a human bowling ball. Aren't you the great Beachy youth? The future ruler of Beachy Star? Shouldn't you be unleashing some grand, dazzling moves? Instead, you simply barreled headlong into them like a simpleton? Luofan's face was awash with disdain. Gluttony was already intolerable. A boastful glutton was even more so. "Thief, vulgar earthling, what do you know? This is my courageous stance as a genius Beachy youth." Right, courageous. Perhaps the great Beachy youth should be renamed the brave human bowling ball, the atmosphere, once thick with the brutal and sanguinary essence of battle. Dissipated amidst their bickering, Shishi was in a foul mood. As the top scorer of the Holy Police Assessment in the Western District, he had accepted the task of leading a landing operation on Planet XH-12. Alongside 3,000 fully armed soldiers, the other 9 top scorers from the current assessment also accompanied him, all under his command. Logically, with such a formidable team, completing the mission should have been a simple endeavor. However, upon arriving on this planet, Shishi realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Despite having intercepted the messages sent back to Earth by participants from the Eastern District and having made extensive preparations, the strangeness and terror of this planet far exceeded their expectations. The distance from the surface of the planet to the location of the portal was less than 100 kilometers. A remarkably short distance for them. Yet, in the course of this brief journey, 1,000 soldiers perished, a staggering loss that included 3 of the top 10 victors. The greatest threat they faced was not from the formidable beasts, but rather from a seemingly inconspicuous plant known on Earth as Baba. This plant, devoid of any lethal capabilities, possessed an infuriating characteristic. An acute sense of smell, indeed. It was its olfactory prowess that proved perilous. Upon detecting the unfamiliar scent of numerous extraterrestrial beings, it would emit a sharp, piercing sound, akin to a loudspeaker, capable of carrying over 100 kilometers and attracting nearby ferocious creatures, leading to unimaginable assaults on the intruders. The group led by Shishi inadvertently had their whereabouts revealed by the Baba, resulting in a fierce onslaught from alien beasts, including many flying monstrosities, thus incurring heavy casualties. The path leading through the portal to this altar was even more terrifying. Despite being airborne, the desert harbored various lethal beasts, alongside seemingly harmless golden grasses that could grow wildly, all possessing terrifying power. During this segment of the journey, they lost approximately another 1,000 soldiers, leaving only Shishi alive among the top 10 victors. The harsh reality proved that higher-ranked novices did not perform as well in actual combat as those with slightly lower ranks but greater experience, as the sole awakened individual in this expedition. Shishi's prowess far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, and with all the soldiers prioritizing his protection, he managed to reach the altar unharmed. Gazing at the altar before him, Shishi's expression darkened. Accustomed to a position of superiority, he was indifferent to the loss of a few lives. What concerned him was his own reputation. It was utterly humiliating that, even after thorough preparation, he allowed over half of his subordinates to fall in battle under his direct command. Others had no interest in his explanations. They only cared about the outcome. As the champion of this assessment, many awaited the opportunity to witness his downfall, and they would surely not pass up the chance to revel in his misfortune. Just wait, he thought fiercely to himself. I will accomplish this mission splendidly and demonstrate to the higher-ups in the United Capital and the envious members of my family the stark contrast between a genius and an ordinary person. With this determination, he motioned to his awaiting subordinates behind him, saying, "Surround this area. Allow no one to escape." At his command, over 1,000 armed soldiers took their positions, countless dark gun barrels aimed at the center of the altar. Silently awaiting the appearance of Luofan and others, Luofan stood at the center of the vast hall, gazing up at a vividly lifelike giant statue erected before him. After eliminating the swarm of enormous cockroaches, he and Chi-Chi had not faced any further attacks. As he proceeded forward, the previously dim hall suddenly brightened. Luofan scanned the surroundings but could not locate the source of the illumination. It appeared as though the ceiling, walls, and floor themselves emitted light, leaving him to wonder whether the ancient humans who built this place had employed some advanced technology or a unique luminescent material. Standing in the spacious and radiant temple, Luofan's attention was immediately drawn to the massive statue before him. The statue depicted a person seated atop a giant beast with its mouth agape, suggesting a master-pet relationship. Luofan hardly took note of the person's features, as his focus was captivated by the fearsome visage of the beast below. Gazing at the grotesque form of the creature, he was profoundly shaken, not due to its terrifying appearance or lifelike quality, but because it bore an uncanny resemblance to the monstrous being he had encountered in a dream on the day Chi-Chi hatched. Could this be mere coincidence? A wave of immense doubt surged within Luofan. Yet, the shock did not end there. After the little creature vanquished the large cockroaches, it did not hastily return to the Xinglua space. Perhaps it feared for Luofan's safety, or perhaps it simply wished to enjoy the rare opportunity of being in a relatively undetectable space for a little longer. At that moment, while Chi-Chi was looking around in amazement, it suddenly tapped Luofan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Mule, look up." Following the direction of Chi-Chi's finger, Luofan's eyes widened in astonishment. The face of the human seated atop the giant beast was unmistakably his own. Chapter 48. Ambush, are you the deity revered by ancient humans? The young Biki scrutinized Luofan's face with a fierce gaze. Though he did not directly voice it, his expression clearly conveyed, in the largest possible font, "I would never believe this." Luofan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "If you wish to kneel before me, I have no objections." "Get lost, you dead mule." Chi-Chi cursed, casting aside his previous confusion. It must be mere coincidence, just a resemblance, they both thought. There was no reason to believe that Luofan had any connection to the prehistoric humans from 30,000 years ago. After all, one was an entity from that ancient time, while the other was a modern high school student, clearly unrelated. Shaking off such unrealistic associations, Luofan and Chi-Chi shifted their focus to more tangible matters. Was there any relic left by the Mu civilization in this grand structure? This impressive building surely contains some treasures, right? Luofan mused, glancing at Chi-Chi with uncertain optimism. Yes, there should be, Chi-Chi agreed, though his confidence wavered. After all, the two civilizations were separated by 30,000 years. Who could know how the ancient humans thought? "Let's try and find out," Chi-Chi suggested. "How do we do that?" "Like before, with a drop of blood." This method is quite common in the universe. It's essentially a form of genetic testing. In such a vast space, where should I drop it? Luo Fan gazed around the empty hall, troubled. If he dropped a drop on every tile, he would surely bleed out. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's eyes lit up as he scanned the area. The statue. Right. Luo Fan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Great idea. Chi-Chi beamed at the praise, only for Luo Fan to add, I didn't expect you to have a clever moment. This promptly left the great beaky boy at a loss for words. Ignoring the furious glower from the indignant creature, Luo Fan stepped to the base of the statue, once more slicing his left fingertip to let a droplet of blood fall onto the stone. A peculiar phenomenon occurred immediately. The blood was absorbed into the statue as swiftly as water sinking into parched sand. Gene sequence detection complete. The subject meets the criteria and is eligible to receive the ultimate inheritance. An electronic feminine voice echoed. Identical to the one Luo Fan had heard at the altar. Ultimate inheritance? Luo Fan and Chi-Chi exchanged astounded glances, each reflecting the other's shocked. Tio, simply drop a drop of blood and receive what sounded like an incredibly prestigious ultimate inheritance? Had fortune suddenly smiled upon them without any preparation? Before they could contemplate further, the system's notification faded, and a beam of light enveloped a crystal orb, about the size of a thumb, descending gently before Luo Fan. Mule. UV struck it rich. Chi-Chi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. They actually used an inheritance crystal. How extravagant! Anything requiring an inheritance crystal in the universe must be incredibly precious. Hurry and take it. Luo Fan reached out to grasp the crystal orb. And as the beam of light vanished, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. A memory unexpectedly surged into his consciousness, and immediately, the inheritance crystal in his hand shattered with a resounding crack, scattering into countless tiny fragments. This is a secret technique. Luo Fan exclaimed in astonishment after assimilating the foreign memory. It was, in fact, a mysterious method left behind by the Mu civilization from 30,000 years ago. On Earth, at the Eastern District Affairs Building of the United Capital, Robert, what are you planning? Are you preparing to declare war by directly sending troops to storm our assessment grounds? Huang Ying's aunt, a white-haired elder, scolded angrily at the figure on the video screen. The image displayed a middle-aged man with golden hair, who smiled amiably at the elder, remaining unfazed by her reprimand. No need to be hasty. Dear elder, we mean well, to be honest. Your organization of this sacred police assessment has been quite a failure, resulting in the unnecessary loss of so many elite futures of Earth in order to safeguard our planet's future. We reluctantly stepped in to shoulder the enormous risks of sacrifice, merely to assist your Eastern District in rescuing the surviving participants of this assessment. The elderly woman with white hair let out a heavy grunt, saying, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. I must inform you that Marshal Xiang's fleet has already departed and will soon arrive there. Upon hearing this news, the white man named Robert's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. Xiang Tianxiao's fleet has only just set off from Earth, no matter how desperately he attempts to hasten his journey. The activation time for the spatial jump engine cannot be shortened. It will take at least 8 hours or more to reach the destination. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. Too late. In the command room of the Interstellar Fleet's mothership, Xiang Tianxiao gazed at the star map displayed on the large screen before him and let out a weary sigh. Go avoid prematurely revealing the coordinates of the XH-12 planet. They had implemented numerous concealment measures, one of which included deploying assessment personnel to the planet via teleportation, while refraining from stationing any starships in the vicinity for the same reason. They had hoped to delay matters for a while, at least until the conclusion of this assessment. Regardless of whether those children succeeded in obtaining the ancient legacy, they would promptly dispatch the interstellar fleet to fortify XH-12. However, they never anticipated that the news would leak so swiftly. Not even 3 days into the assessment, the Western District had not only acquired detailed intelligence, but had even dispatched a spaceship to land on that planet. This turn of events caught the Eastern District's high command off guard, plunging them into a passive position. At this moment, all Xiang Tianxiao could do was hasten his journey, hoping to reach XH-12 before the legacy was truly activated. He could only wish those little ones could hold on a little longer. No matter what, they must not allow the Western District to seize such a treasure. Otherwise, Xiang Tianxiao clenched his fists tightly. Fang Tianming surveyed his surroundings, and even he, typically calm in demeanor, could not suppress the rising tide of anger. Thousands of individual combat airships surrounded them from all directions, forming a tight encirclement above the altar. As the foremost expert of the Hailong group, he could immediately identify the identity of the opposing soldiers through their uniforms and the markings on their airships. They were from the Western District. The audacity of the Western District to brazenly intervene in Eastern District affairs was a blatant act of hostility. Fang Tianming and Yao Yin had both been teleported back to the altar simultaneously, only to be ambushed at that very moment. Nearly 1,000 soldiers aboard individual airships opened fire, and a myriad of laser beams hurtled towards them from all directions, leaving them no chance to evade while still in a state of teleportation. However, as a master of close combat, he managed to block hundreds of beams aimed at him with the aid of the blade beast and his own strength. Yet, Yao Yin, an awakener skilled in the mental domain but not in direct combat, struggled to defend herself despite her recently tamed alien giant bear. The bear was struck by numerous laser beams, its mangled body crashing heavily onto the tall altar, while Yao Yin herself was hit by several shots and now lay in a pool of blood. Her fate uncertain. The Western District's actions were utterly outrageous. Did they not fear provoking the wrath of the Eastern District? But, casting a glance at his left shoulder, Fang Tianming couldn't help but emit a bitter laugh. A laser beam had pierced through his left shoulder, near his heart, leaving a gruesome wound. Although it narrowly missed his heart, that arm was now rendered useless. It seemed completing Huang Ying's request would be exceedingly difficult. Fang Tianming sighed inwardly. Fang Tianming, we meet again, Shishi said with a smile as he approached Fang Tianming. Shishi? Upon seeing that familiar face, Fang Tianming's anger flared even more, his tone decidedly hostile. Did you come here to exact revenge after losing to me in the last inter-regional competition? Shishi laughed heartily. Revenge? No. Revenge is a term reserved for adversaries of equal standing. I have just secured the championship of this year's Western District Holy Police Assessment, while you, at present, are merely a failure. Why would I seek vengeance against you? Then what do you want? Fang Tianming asked coldly. Shishi raised an eyebrow, responding with a grin. We are here by order of the United Capital to undergo training. Fang Tianming couldn't help but scoff. What a joke! In this vast expanse of the cosmos. Why must you come to invade our Eastern District for training? It is unavoidable, for only here can we find what we seek, Shishi replied with a smile, looking at Fang Tianming. Since we are familiar with each other, I would like to borrow the key you possess. I trust you won't object? Fang Tianming's heart sank. It was evident that they had come prepared, and it was impossible to continue hiding. His eyes narrowed instinctively, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his typically calm gaze. Just as Fang Tianming and Shishi faced off, three figures materialized above the altar in a brilliant flash of light. AI Hepping, the chubby man, and Yisi Qin, who had been teleported back simultaneously. They had entered the teleportation corridor slightly later than Fang Tianming and Yao Yin, causing a minor delay in their return. Both AI Hepping and the chubby man wore satisfied expressions, and even the usually aloof Yisi Qin appeared considerably more amiable. It seemed the trio was content with their gains from the expedition, yet they failed to notice the imminent danger as they emerged from the teleportation state. Alarmed, Fang Tianming's expression changed, and he was about to shout a warning, but it was too late. Without waiting for Shishi's command, the soldiers, already on high alert, simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of laser beams toward the newly arrived trio. Their timing was impeccable. The moment of their ambush coincided with the end of the teleportation process, leaving the three slightly slower to react. That minuscule delay cost them the opportunity to evade. In the blink of an eye, each of the three responded differently. AI Hepping's defense was a moment too late. A laser beam grazed his right leg, fortunately not breaking it, but leaving it bloodied. Gritting his teeth, he silently swung his energy battle axe, fortifying his defenses, managing to block all subsequent attacks. Yet, given the injury to his leg, escaping the encirclement would prove challenging. Yisi Qin, amidst the barrage of hundreds of laser beams, did not move at all, but suddenly, her form seemed to dissipate. Although she stood visibly there, it was as if she had transformed into a shadow embedded in the void, with beams passing through her without inflicting harm. And then there was the chubby man. In an instant, he vanished, only to be replaced by a giant tortoise towering over a person. Countless lasers struck the tortoise's shell, creating brilliant sparks but failing to cause any damage. From within the shell, the chubby man's voice rang out triumphantly. "You thought you could ambush me? You're still too inexperienced. I, with my great fortune, just happened to receive a new star pet as my legacy reward. And it is none other than the prehistoric divine beast retreating head turtle, known for its formidable defense." While the battle above the altar raged fiercely, no one noticed two mischievous voices whispering in a nearby mysterious flat space. "Who would have thought your girlfriend not only had a backup plan, but also possessed the incredibly powerful Underworld Emperor's ghost soul?" chuckled Chi-Chi. "Don't spout nonsense. Who would dare have such a girlfriend? Being with a female assassin, you'd need several lives to survive," Luo Fan admonished in a hushed tone. "But what exactly is this Underworld Emperor's ghost soul? Is it the reason Yi Si-Chin transformed into her ethereal state just now? That is the most formidable creature from the Underworld Emperor star, known as the Underworld Emperor's ghost soul. The Underworld Emperor star itself is a rather enigmatic planet. Unlike other planets that rotate in place, it drifts aimlessly through the cosmos like a comet, with no fixed trajectory, making it quite a challenge to locate. Any life form that can survive on such a perilous planet possesses extraordinary abilities. And the Underworld Emperor's ghost soul is among the most powerful. Once it is tamed as a star pet, the bond between the master and the pet can be flexible. Should they merge, the human body can temporarily transform into an energy state, enabling them to pass through mountains and stones while ignoring most damage. Such prowess! She truly is a terrifying woman. Even her star pet is so peculiar, Luo Fan mused inwardly, clicking his tongue. Even more formidable than you can imagine. As the two conversed animatedly, no one in the outside world noticed their presence, for Luo Fan had activated the Chaya Star's invisible jellyfish gifted to him by the gardener, slipping into the two-dimensional space it created. While the starry space could also be used for concealment and was even more secure than the two-dimensional space, it had the major drawback of immobilization upon entry. Hence, to achieve the element of surprise on the battlefield, the invisible jellyfish proved to be far more effective. Once in two-dimensional status, although speed would decrease significantly compared to three-dimensional movement, it still allowed for slow movement. With just a little effort, they could stealthily position themselves near the enemy and launch an unexpected attack. In truth, Luo Fan was transported back alongside Fang Tianming and Yao Yin, but prior to that, he had received a timely warning from Chi-Chi, which alerted him to the impending danger posed by external forces. As a precaution, he summoned the invisible jellyfish into a two-dimensional state. Thus, when he was teleported back to the altar, he went unnoticed by anyone at that moment. While engaging in conversation with Chi-Chi, Luo Fan was simultaneously directing the invisible jellyfish to approach Shishi stealthily. Meanwhile, the battle on the altar intensified further. Yi Si-Chin, silent as ever, maintained a state of ethereality and charged into the air, launching a counterattack against the soldiers stationed in the combat aircraft. The grayish-white snow mist spirit unfurled between her hands, emanating a chilling aura that transformed every soldier she approached into a frozen statue. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the West District had perished at her hands. Wow! This woman is incredibly fierce. It seems she could annihilate all her enemies single-handedly. Luo Fan exclaimed in admiration. Were he to engage, unless he resorted to expending considerable resources by hurling a dozen energy grenades in one go, he would never be able to eliminate so many foes in such a short time. Not so simple, Chi-Chi explained to Luo Fan. Just observe her complexion. Initially mesmerized by Yi Si-Chin's impressive display, Luo Fan, upon Chi-Chi's prompt, quickly detected her distress. Her face had turned pale, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and the energy fluctuations emanating from her body were rapidly diminishing. It appeared that although the Nether Emperor's spirit was formidable, the strain it placed on Yi Si-Chin's body was substantial, akin to the difficulties faced by the portly fellow when commanding the Earth Beast. If she continued to utilize the Nether Emperor's powers in this way, she would likely exhaust herself before she could finish off her enemies. After all, Yi Si-Chin was a killer, and such direct confrontations were ill-suited for her. The primary issue was that the enemy was positioned in the air, scattered throughout, and retaliating necessitated high jumps, which would significantly diminish the advantages of speed for the awakened. Additionally, being airborne made dodging attacks exceedingly challenging. Thus, despite her personal strength far surpassing that of her opponents, the East District found itself at a disadvantage against the ambush meticulously laid out by the enemy. On the other hand, the situation for the portly fellow was somewhat improved. He had summoned his new pet beast to shield AI Hepping with its massive shell, deflecting a portion of the oncoming attacks. Without any unnecessary exchanges, the seasoned warriors quickly formed a temporary alliance in the face of the hostile forces. With the portly fellow's protection, AI Hepping felt significantly less pressure. Although injured, he could still hold out for a while longer. Unfortunately, this turtle was rather cumbersome. While its defensive capabilities were exceptional, its speed and offensive power were lacking. Furthermore, as the portly fellow had only recently acquired it, he was still getting accustomed to commanding it, leaving him in a passive position without the ability to mount an effective counterattack. Luo Fan was puzzled as to why the portly fellow had not summoned the Inyang Rakshasa, but he surmised it was likely due to the same limitations that prevented him from continuously summoning the Earth Beast. Nonetheless, the portly fellow had already managed to astonish Luo Fan in numerous ways. Setting aside the two extraordinarily powerful beasts, the mere fact that he had acquired the turtle was remarkable in itself. Currently, the means of controlling star pets on Earth involved sending biological signals through subspace wristbands to manipulate the brainwaves of the pets, thus enabling them to act according to their owner's desires. Since this method places a significant burden on the human brain, even awakened individuals could typically control no more than 2 star pets at once. Exceeding this limit would lead to neurological collapse. Yet, the portly fellow now possessed 3 star pets and seemed to be thriving, which only deepened Luo Fan's curiosity about his background. However, at present, the portly fellow was evidently suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of the surrounding soldiers, rendering him temporarily incapable of launching an effective counteroffensive. In contrast, Fang Tianming seized the opportunity when Shixi was momentarily distracted by the unfolding battle to launch himself forward, engaging Shixi directly, as the leader of the opposing forces and the only target within close proximity on the altar. Shixi naturally became Fang Tianming's primary focus for attack. Having fought Shixi before, Fang Tianming knew him well. Shixi was essentially a boastful scion of privilege, lacking any real talent. His current standing was solely the result of his family's substantial investment in his training. Were it not for his uncle, a high-ranking official in the West District who indulged him excessively, he would never have had the chance to become an awakened individual based on his own merits. Despite being an awakened individual and the champion of this West District assessment, Shixi's level was merely first tier, rendering his capabilities rather mediocre. His weapons consisted of dual firearms, a beam gun in his left hand that fired thermal beams, and an electronic pulse gun in his right hand that emitted electronic pulse waves. While both weapons possessed significant firepower, they offered no advantage against the awakened individuals before him, whose ranks were generally higher. For reasons unknown, however, Shixi appeared remarkably composed, seemingly confident of victory. Observing from the sidelines, Luo Fan had initially prepared to intervene and assist his comrades, but upon witnessing Shixi's demeanor, he instinctively grew wary, suppressing his urge to act and opting to observe a while longer. As anticipated, after a brief exchange with Fang Tianming, Shixi suddenly took advantage of Fang Tianming's momentary sluggishness due to his left shoulder injury, swiftly retreating to the edge of the altar while raising his right hand. Everyone in the fray remained on high alert, and upon noticing Shixi's movements, a wave of apprehension washed over them. Although they could not discern his intentions, Shixi's abrupt withdrawal amidst the heat of battle surely signaled ill intent. Just as Luo Fan contemplated intervening, it was already too late. Shixi grinned maliciously and commanded, "Open fire!" In that instant, the battle took a turn for the worse. As Yao Yin fell, the thought crossed her mind. Mommy can no longer return home. Then, she lost all sensation of this world. Yao Yin was dead, her ghostly-faced partridge lying lifeless beside her. Yao Yin departed with a sense of deep regret. She yearned for life, wishing only to return home and embrace her son once more. If given the choice, she would never wish to be embroiled in any conflict again. She only desired to be with her child, living a tranquil life and watching him grow into adulthood. Alas, this simple and almost humble wish became her greatest aspiration in life. As an awakened individual, she lacked the power to choose her own fate. Thus, she could only succumb to her fate on this alien soil. Filled with bitterness, rage surged within Luo Fan. He felt an unprecedented fury, one that even eclipsed the anger he felt when his adoptive father, the one-armed guest, was slain. His father was a killer, and having chosen this dark path, he had been mentally prepared for both the act of killing and being killed. Thus, Although Luo Fan mourned, he had not been particularly enraged during that time. However, witnessing Shixi fire a shot into the already critically injured Yao Yan's heart, under the pretense of ending her suffering, ignited a fury within Luo Fan that was absolute. He observed clearly that, while Yao Yan's injuries were grave, they were not necessarily fatal. The bodies of awakened individuals were not so frail, despite significant blood loss. With timely medical intervention, she could recover. Yet, Shixi's shot had utterly stripped Yao Yan of any hope for survival. Most importantly, Yao Yan had lost all capacity to fight back, posing no threat whatsoever, yet Shixi still chose to strike with such malice. A cruelty that Luo Fan found intolerable. In truth, he had no personal connection with Yao Yan. They had merely clashed briefly due to Yu Qin, and by all accounts, they should be considered adversaries. Nevertheless, witnessing her helpless demise stirred an uncontrollable rage within Luo Fan in that moment. He finally comprehended why his adoptive father had forbade him from becoming a killer. Perhaps he had seen through Luo Fan's true nature long ago. Shixi approached the defenseless Fang Tianming, a malicious grin etched across his face. The moment he issued the command to open fire, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. The thousands of combat aircraft densely clustered above the altar represented his greatest trump card. These were not merely standard models equipped with conventional weapons, but rather special modifications by the West District military specifically designed to combat awakened individuals. These aircraft were capable of launching the West District military's latest high-energy electromagnetic pulse bombs and stasis beams. The high-energy electromagnetic pulse bombs would severely disrupt brain function, causing temporary deafness and a significant loss of balance, rendering the body momentarily paralyzed and uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the stasis beams could quickly impair cellular vitality, rendering the muscles incapable of movement, thus freezing the body in a state of immobility, making it an easy target for slaughter. The moment Shixi issued the command, the soldiers aboard the combat aircraft immediately pressed the weapon launch buttons. A barrage of relentless artillery fire descended upon the altar from all directions, surrounding the few awakened individuals. Laser beams, thermal rays, and electronic pulse waves converged, swiftly engulfing the awakened in a storm of attacks. Amidst this chaos, countless high-energy electromagnetic pulse bombs were subsequently hurled into the center of the altar, detonating with a force that rendered both Fang Tianming and Ai Heping, already injured, devoid of combat capability, leaving them utterly powerless against the encroaching stasis beams. Yu Qin was not injured, but she had long surpassed her limits in controlling the Minghuang ghost spirit during the battle. The impact of the electromagnetic pulse bomb became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Minghuang ghost spirit finally detached from her body and returned to the bracelet, causing Yu Qin to cough up blood and collapse, rendered immobile by the subsequent stasis beam. The rotund man also suffered due to the electromagnetic pulse bomb. The defensive capabilities of the shrinking turtle were extraordinarily impressive. The series of attacks prior posed no threat to him, and he even took delight in humming a tune from within his shell. However, the electromagnetic pulse attack severed the connection between him and his star pet, causing the shrinking turtle to rapidly shrink to the size of a palm and tumble onto the altar. The rotund man was then struck down by the approaching stasis beam, becoming a captive of the enemy. The unexpected ambush, coupled with the latest military technological advancements, led to a disastrous defeat for several awakened individuals. Shixi swaggered before the captives with the demeanor of a victorious conqueror, reveling in the satisfaction of the moment. To derive even greater pleasure, he callously shot the woman named Yao Yan, who was already lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, his gaze swept over the fallen awakened individuals, and upon seeing their furious yet immobile expressions, Shixi couldn't help but laugh. Once he stifled his laughter, he crouched beside the fallen Fang Tianming and, in a mocking tone, said, "O great master, will you willingly hand over the key to me, or shall I kill you first, severing the mental link between you and the subspace bracelet, and then search for it myself?" Fang Tianming let out a heavy sigh and, feeling helpless, sent a mental command to the bracelet. Without the need for any physical action, an object fell from the bracelet. Shixi hurriedly seized it, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face. Hidden in the shadows, Luo Fan observed everything clearly. It was a small, transparent, tempered glass vial containing a single drop of red liquid that resembled a drop of blood. "This is it. With this, I can obtain that item," Shixi exclaimed, overjoyed. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Fang Tianming, unable to move his body, felt anxious and powerless to intervene, and could only exert himself to make one last plea. That item is not something just anyone can control. Acquiring it may not bring you fortune. It could very well mark the beginning of a disaster. How laughable. What right do you have to lecture me? Shixi shot a disdainful glance at Fang Tianming. If it brings disaster, then why have you gone to such lengths to collect this drop of divine blood? You brought this drop of divine blood here precisely to use it to obtain that item. Did you not? Fang Tianming was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he weakly replied, I did not seek it for myself. I was merely entrusted with it. Shixi responded with a cold laugh. Whether it is for yourself or to deliver to someone else, the outcome remains the same. If you fear invoking disaster, you should never have set your sights on that item, allowing it to remain in eternal slumber here. Had we not learned that you found a way to awaken it, we in the West District would never have turned against you over some ordinary relics. Ultimately, the current situation is a result of your own making. We are all equally culpable. None of us are virtuous. So let us not cast stones at one another. Since we all desire it, let us rely on our own abilities to seize it. With that, he disregarded Fang Tianming and strode towards the center of the altar. Ai Heping, the rotund man, and Yi Qin lay on the ground, unable to move, yet they listened intently to the dialogue between the two. Upon seeing the so-called divine blood, Ai Heping's eyes widened in disbelief. As Shixi walked away, he immediately turned to Fang Tianming, his voice stern. Is that truly divine blood? I always thought it was merely a legend. I cannot believe you actually found it, but you intend to awaken that thing? Have you all lost your minds? Do you realize how many lives this could cost? Can you bear the consequences? Fang Tianming's eyelids twitched, pain etched across his face as he replied, I am merely acting on behalf of someone else. Who entrusted you? Dong Hailong. But he is already dead. Ai Heping pressed on relentlessly, his anger palpable. Your ambitions are far too grand. You would dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Do you wish to destroy the future of humanity? Fang Tianming opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Avoiding Ai Heping's furious gaze, he painfully closed his eyes. At that moment, Shixi stood at the very center of the altar, where an extraordinary eye pattern, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, lay, carefully opening the vial. He eagerly dripped the drop of blood onto the center of the pattern beneath him. In the next instant, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Chapter 51. United Hearts Earthed. Tianxiang's President's Office. Old Fossil, West District suddenly intervened in this Saint Guardian assessment. You must be the one secretly orchestrating this behind the scenes, right? After concluding a call with her subordinates, Wang Ying turned her face towards the nearby Shi Qianjun. I merely shared a bit of information through others. I did not demand they act upon it. Shi Qianjun feigned innocence, his expression suggesting he was trying to convey, I am the good guy. Old man, stop playing dumb and confess. Huang Ying pressed her crimson lips against Shi Qianjun's ear, threateningly whispering, and then gently bit his earlobe. Adopting a demeanor of, if you don't confess, I will bite down. Feeling a ticklish sensation at his ear, Shi Qianjun chuckled while dodging her. I honestly didn't say much. I just had someone discreetly leak the information to Robert, letting him know there is something special on planet XH-12 that could afford its possessor the power to influence Earth's fate. Robert? The one with the worst character in the West District Council? Huang Ying ceased her teasing of Shi Qianjun, her expression clouded with confusion. Why tell him? Given his nature, if he learns this news, he will surely stop at nothing to compete with us for it. Aren't you just creating obstacles for yourself? Precisely. I want him to come and compete with us for the item. Shi Qianjun smiled mysteriously. Robert is headstrong and arrogant. Upon learning such vital news, his first reaction will not be to inform the other higher-ups in the West District. He will undoubtedly keep the news to himself and dispatch his loyal troops to secretly head to planet XH-12 to attempt to seize that item. Even if the operation fails, as long as he can hinder our people, he can claim the credit for sabotaging our plans. After listening to his words, Huang Ying pondered for a moment before finally asking, puzzled, I still don't see how this benefits us. Shi Qianjun smiled. You are not foolish. You are simply too kind-hearted, which is why you cannot grasp the crux of the matter. Huang Ying chuckled self-deprecatingly. In all the world, Perhaps only you would describe me as kind-hearted. Now, tell me, what is your purpose in enticing Robert to meddle in this matter? Robert has a very pampered nephew named Shishi, who is the champion of this Saint Guardian assessment in the West District. Whether out of trust or to gain honor, this nephew is his first choice to send to Planet XH-12. As I expected, he indeed sent Shishi. Is there anything special about this Shishi? Indeed. What is it? That person is particularly arrogant and yet utterly incompetent. Old fossil, stop keeping me in suspense and just say it. Huang Ying said in exasperation. That incompetent yet arrogant Shishi? Once he sets foot on planet XH-12, will have absolutely no chance of survival. And knowing Robert's character, even if he instigates the conflict himself, he will undoubtedly blame his nephew's death on the East District. When that time comes, what do you think he will do? Shi Qianjun said triumphantly, resembling a child who had just pulled off a prank. A chill ran through Huang Ying's heart, her eyes widening in fear. You intend to incite a civil war in the United Earth capital? In the crimson sky, vast clouds of blood congregated above the altar, with faint rumblings of thunder echoing from within. The dark brown earth trembled violently, causing the towering altar beneath the crowd to shake as well. Accompanied by this celestial phenomenon, a thick, semi-transparent beam of light descended from the sky, hovering several meters above the altar. As the light dissipated, a small crystal pyramid, approximately 2 stories high, revealed itself before everyone. Upon seeing this small crystal pyramid, Shishi's eyes instantly lit up. From this day forth, the fate of the earth will rest in my hands. Shishi laughed triumphantly and leaped towards the crystal pyramid. The distance of several meters was covered in an instant, and just as Shishi's hand was about to touch the crystal pyramid, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind from behind. With a cold snort, Shishi was forced back onto the altar in midair. A massive battle axe whirled past with a sharp whistle, thrown by AI Hepping, who had just regained a bit of mobility to prevent him. Seeing Shishi easily evade the attack, AI Hepping was not surprised. He had intended to buy some time. He quickly shouted to Feng Tianming and the other two, "No matter what, you must stop him. You have no idea how terrifying this thing is. I used to be part of the military. I know much more than you. If this item falls into the hands of someone like him, humanity is doomed." Before he could finish, Shishi had already pulled the trigger. A beam of scorching light swiftly shot towards AI Hepping, who had already lost the strength to evade, piercing through his chest. With eyes wide in disbelief, AI Hepping exerted his final ounce of strength to utter, "You must stop him." And with that, he glared in fury and breathed his last. Feng Tianming took a deep breath, slowly rising to his feet with great effort. His left shoulder was wounded, his left arm hanging limply by his side, while his right arm was raised high. The subspace bracelet on his right wrist flickered with light. And as if by magic, a metallic sheen enveloped his entire right arm at a visible speed, transforming it into an indomitable and sharp battle blade in the blink of an eye. A 5-star battle pet, the blade beast.as he beheld the frenzied figure of Shishi before him. A fierce battle spirit ignited within Feng Tianming's eyes. Shishi, looking down upon Feng Tianming with scorn, let out a cold laugh in that state. "Do you think you can challenge me? What a farce! I am the rightful victor. Why would I engage in a desperate struggle with a wretched dog like you?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, countless ominous gun barrels pointed menacingly at Feng Tianming. In the two-dimensional space, Luo Fan observed everything unfolding outside. Upon witnessing AI Hepping's demise, the anger that had filled his eyes since Yao Yan's death suddenly subsided into tranquility. Chi-Chi, sharp as ever, sensed this change and involuntarily shivered. For the first time since their acquaintance, he detected a sense of danger emanating from Luo Fan. At this moment, Luo Fan resembled the calm before a storm. "Mule, do you aspire to be a hero saving the world? You must think carefully. In this situation, I cannot lend you a hand. Faced with so many enemies and those airships, one misstep could lead to your demise," Chi-Chi earnestly advised. Luo Fan gazed outward, his expression serene as he replied, "Today, I finally understand why my father was always opposed to my becoming an assassin. It is because I cannot remain indifferent while innocents perish. I am unfamiliar with these people, be they the cold-faced beauty or the rotund one. In truth, I know nothing about them. Yet when I first encountered them, I could not help but step in to save them. Now," Hearing that countless innocents will die over this worthless object they are fighting for, I feel an uncontrollable urge to intervene. When I signed up for the sacred police assessment, my sole intention was to secure a good job, fulfill my father's last wish, and lead a stable life. I never dreamed of being a hero or a savior. I have no interest in a life that is the center of global attention and revered by multitudes. The mere thought of a life devoid of personal freedom is utterly irksome. However, if I possess the ability to prevent more innocents from being harmed, and I choose to remain a passive observer, my conscience will be forever troubled. If I were to cowardly flee, I fear I would never find peace and sleep again. I would dread closing my eyes, haunted by the faces of those who died in vain. Ultimately, I am merely a soft-hearted fool. If my impulsiveness brings you harm, I hope you can forgive me. If there is indeed a next life, let me be your pet beast to repay the debt. Luo Fan's tone held no traces of fervor. Each word was delivered with remarkable calmness. Yet, Chi-Chi, already growing accustomed to Luo Fan's demeanor, discerned the stubbornness hidden within his words. After a moment of silence, the little creature spoke softly, "Mule, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's just that if I were to expose myself and those who covet the secrets of the Peaky Star discover my presence here, not only would humanity face extinction, but the entire Earth would be obliterated. Therefore, even if you find yourself in the direst danger, I cannot risk being discovered to fight alongside you. But you can fight without fear, even if you perish. I will not be afraid nor regret it, because you are my only friend and brother in this world." Luo Fan fought to save the Earth and humanity. If Chi-Chi's assistance led to the planet's destruction, it would render the entire endeavor a mockery. Thus, Chi-Chi chose to accompany Luo Fan to the bitter end rather than let his sacrifice be in vain. If the opponent were merely Shi-Si, victory would almost be assured for Luo Fan. However, faced with thousands of airships armed with the most advanced personal weaponry, the odds were nearly insurmountable. The words spoken by the little creature indicated a willingness to face death alongside Luo Fan. Luo Fan lowered his head, looking at the blue dream bracelet on his wrist, his expression solemn as he said, "Thank you, good brother." Chapter 52. The struggle for supremacy above the altar, countless individual combat airships, their weaponry gleaming with cold light, aimed at Fong Tianming. The soldiers brought by Shi-Si had undergone training specifically designed for the eradication of awakened beings and formidable star beasts. Each soldier in this encirclement had meticulously calculated their airship's position, weapon firing angles, and timing, all to ensure that their allies would remain unharmed while maximally restricting the enemy's ability to evade. That moment, as the soldiers simultaneously pressed the launch buttons, Fong Tianming realized he had no chance to fight back against Shi-Si and could only let out a long sigh, closing his eyes to await his fate. However, the gruesome end he had envisioned did not materialize, as nearly 1,000 laser beams rained down upon him. A large turtle shell suddenly appeared around him, absorbing all the attacks. Taken aback, Shi-Si quickly turned to see the rotund figure on the ground, gazing up with a mischievous grin. It was the rotund one who, realizing the dire situation, had managed to lift the fallen turtle nearby and timely tossed it to save Fong Tianming's life. Seeing Shi-Si's gaze shift toward him, the rotund one chuckled. "How dare you disregard my existence? This is too much. Once I'm back on my feet, I will show you my true capabilities." Provoked time and again, Shi-Si's fury ignited as he prepared to retaliate against the rotund one. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a graceful figure soaring into the sky. It was Yi Si-Chin, who had managed to activate her mobility just in time. She had infiltrated the sacred police assessment based on intel from the puzzle solver, one of her objectives being to seize this crucial item once Fong Tianming activated his inheritance. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, and just as her plan was about to fail, she knew she had to act when Shi-Si's attention was diverted by the rotund one in a fit of rage. Shi-Si raised his gun and fired repeatedly, sending several lethal beams towards the airborne Yi Si-Chin. As a second-tier, awakened being, her strength surpassed Shi-Si's, and with the element of surprise on her side, he should have been unable to stop her. Unfortunately, due to her earlier forced use of the Underworld Emperor's ghostly power, followed by attacks from electromagnetic pulse bombs and stasis rays, although she had regained her ability to move, her strength had waned significantly, and she could no longer evade Shi-Si's assault. It seemed she was destined to perish here. In that critical moment, a figure shot into the sky, arriving behind Yi Si-chin in the blink of an eye. With a gentle push on her back, Yi Si-chin was propelled sideways, evading Shixi's shots, which all missed their mark. The figure then made a graceful turn in midair, landing atop the crystal pyramid, while Yi Si-chin, having exhausted her upward momentum, could only rely on the momentum of the push to gracefully descend. When she looked up to see who had saved her, her heart filled with astonishment and joy. It was none other than Luo Fan. A bunch of foolish creatures. Shixi seethed through gritted teeth, cursing his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Shoot him down. Following his command, the soldiers in midair aimed their airship weapons at Luo Fan, who stood atop the crystal pyramid. However, fearing damage to the pyramid, they hesitated to open fire. The situation fell into a stalemate, silence enveloping the altar. Drop blood. A brief, cold voice abruptly shattered the silence. It was Yi Si-chin. Having been saved by Luo Fan yet again, after a brief internal conflict, she quickly made a decision. She abandoned her original goal of seizing the crystal pyramid and resolved to assist Luo Fan, who had saved her 3 times, in acquiring it. For Yi Si-chin, the primary objective was to thwart a certain individual's plan, allowing Luo Fan to attain the ultimate inheritance of the crystal pyramid. Although this would hinder her subsequent plans, her fundamental purpose would still be fulfilled. This was the quickest way she could think of to repay Luo Fan's life-saving grace. At that moment, Luo Fan felt surprisingly calm. The instant Yi Si-chin spoke, he understood she intended to aid him. It appeared that the crystal pyramid also required blood to complete the genetic recognition process. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand and pressed it, allowing blood to seep from the wound he had previously inflicted. Luo Fan's thought process was straightforward. Since he could not defeat so many opponents, he would first seize their coveted item. Even if he were to perish in the end, he could at least infuriate the enemy. Shixi's face contorted with rage as he could no longer afford to consider anything else. He leaped toward Luo Fan with all his might. You're too slow. Luo Fan scoffed, swiftly smearing the blood droplet onto the surface of the crystal pyramid. As soon as the droplet made contact, it began to permeate the crystalline exterior. I will kill you, Shixi growled, seething with rage as he lunged at Luo Fan. Finger poised to pull the trigger, a cold glint flickered in Luo Fan's eyes. Zeiss had successively killed Yao Yin and Ai Heping when they were already incapable of retaliating. Had it not been for Kiki's timely warning, prompting him to activate the cloaking abilities of the jellyfish before teleporting back, it is likely that everyone on his side would have fallen victim to Zeiss. Although he was the son of an assassin, Luo Fan had never taken a life, yet today, he felt a genuine urge to kill. He swiftly raised his right hand, and the energy pistol discharged, a 3rd-level awakener against a 1st-level awakener, an energy weapon against a conventional one. The outcome, a resounding victory. Zeiss, suspended in midair, had no chance to evade, as a single energy bullet struck him squarely between the eyes. There was no grand display of power. A flash of white light passed, obliterating Zeiss's entire head, his lifeless body crashing heavily onto the altar below. Upon witnessing Zeiss's demise, the soldiers of the Western District were instantly struck with panic. They were acutely aware of Zeiss's identity and his standing in Robert's eyes. The wrath of a council member was not something they could withstand. Although they had lost their highest commander in this operation, it ignited their desperate resolve. If they could not eliminate the one responsible for Zeiss's death, none of them would escape unscathed. In an instant, the soldiers piloting their combat airships began to tighten the encirclement around the crystal pyramid, countless ominous weapon muzzles targeting the composed Luo Fan, who stood atop the pyramid. Luo Fan maintained a facade of calm, but internally, he was filled with helplessness as he faced the densely arrayed weaponry. He cursed the architects of this ancient civilization that had designed this inheritance pyramid, for his left hand was stuck to the exterior of the crystal pyramid and could not be freed. This contraption was utterly vexatious. The moment he smeared blood on the pyramid's surface, a powerful suction had seized his left hand, binding it to the crystal wall, and no matter how he strained, he could not remove it now. Confronted with the inky circle of encroaching soldiers, he found himself without even a place to hide. It was a perilous predicament. Just as Luo Fan thought he was doomed, the crystal pyramid suddenly erupted with dazzling light. In the next moment, the pyramid began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the once two-story tall structure reduced to the size of a walnut, tiny enough to be worn as a pendant. With the loss of his support, Luo Fan fell to the center of the altar. Astonished by the transformation of the pyramid, he enveloped it with his psychic energy, carefully sensing its changes. Although the miniature pyramid had become insignificant in size, Luo Fan could distinctly feel the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it. In a wonder so many sought to seize it. There was indeed some depth to it. Luo Fan mused, casually storing the shrunken pyramid in his blue dream bracelet. With the pyramid now diminished, he was finally able to free his hand. The situation demanded immediate action. All the soldiers were preparing to open fire on Luo Fan. However, at that moment, a deafening roar resonated, and the ground trembled violently. The sounds of thud, thud, echoed like the drums of war heralding a divine assault, causing the towering altar to shudder violently, as if ancient cries were emanating from the depths of the earth. Above, countless crimson clouds gathered swiftly, and from these clouds, meteoric fire rained down upon the ground, heralding an apocalyptic omen. The ground continued to shake, and the altar could no longer withstand the tremors, beginning to fracture and collapse. Seeing the approaching roar from below, the rotund man's face paled. This is bad. The most formidable entity is about to emerge. Luo Fan's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. You truly know a great deal. At this juncture, do not hold back any longer. Speak quickly, or we may all perish here. Yi Siqin and Feng Tianming also turned their attention to the rotund man, clearly less informed than he. It is the guardian of the M civilization's legacy. In the face of peril, the rotund man dared not dally, urgently explaining, Kid, I know you acted with noble intentions, risking your life to seize the pyramid merely to save others. But you are unaware of the terrifying power you have inadvertently acquired. What on earth is it? What makes this trinket worth such sacrifice? Luo Fan shouted in anger. So many have died for it. Is it truly worth it? To Luo Fan's astonishment, the rotund man responded with grave seriousness. It is worth it. Even if more lives are lost, it is worth it. Tell me, what is it? Luo Fan demanded loudly. There's no time. The rotund man pointed to the ground. It is already yours. You will understand in due time. We must leave swiftly. Surveying his surroundings, Luo Fan let out a sigh. He knew the rotund man was correct. The altar beneath them had already collapsed halfway. If they delayed even a moment longer, they would be buried alive. The fiery rain continued to fall, and the Western District soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. It seemed fewer than 500 remained alive. They were too preoccupied with their own escape to pay any mind to Luo Fan and his companions. Piloting their airships towards the distant teleportation gate, we should leave as well. We can discuss matters outside. Luo Fan told the three companions beside him. However, before they could depart, the altar beneath them suddenly crumbled with a thunderous roar, revealing a bottomless chasm. Enormous arms emerged from the edge of the pit, as if some colossal creature was about to rise from the depths of the earth. Each finger of those massive hands was long enough to be comparable to a human's height. With a single grasp, stones or earth would instantly shatter. The four were taken aback, immediately leaping into the air, using the falling debris to propel themselves away from the now completely collapsed altar, landing on the distant ground. They beheld a massive head emerging from the ruins of the altar, resembling a human but devoid of hair, featuring only a single enormous eye on its forehead. Moments later, the creature fully emerged from the earth, revealing its true form upon the fire-rained land. It was a cyclopean giant towering at a height of 100 meters. Titan, it is a titan. The rotund man's complexion turned ashen. It's over. There's no escaping now. We'll all perish on this planet. Luo Fan's expression darkened as well, yet he forced himself to remain composed and asked, Is this creature truly so fearsome? With four of us awakened, we should at least be able to escape. Right? The rotund man glanced at him and wearily replied, You will soon find out. Indeed, as the rotund man had foretold, Luo Fan quickly witnessed the Titan's terrifying nature. The one-eyed giant raised its head and unleashed an enraged roar. With a thunderous boom, Luo Fan felt as if struck directly by a laser missile, propelled by an overwhelming force and crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, he fell and momentarily lost consciousness, his body nearly collapsing from the impact. Struggling to rise, he discovered the situation of the other three was hardly better than his own. Luo Fan's heart sank. The Titan's target was not them. The shockwave from that single roar was already so formidable. If they faced a direct attack, the outcome was unimaginable. At that moment, the Titan had shifted its focus onto the soldiers of the Western District, who were fleeing in their airships above. It was no wonder. They were simply too conspicuous in the sky. The earlier roar had cleared a section of the air, and in the direction it faced, no soldier had survived. All airships exploded under the violent shockwaves, leaving the soldiers obliterated. Now the Titan turned its body to attack those fleeing in other directions. This time, Luo Fan and the others braced themselves, summoning all their strength to stand in the wake of the Titan's roar, though they still felt their insides churning, as if blood could spill forth at any moment. "Did you manage to secure the book I gave you?" Fang Tianming unexpectedly spoke up, posing a question that left Luo Fan taken aback. After a moment of shock, Luo Fan responded with a simple yes, but did not elaborate further, uncertain of what else to say. Observing Luo Fan's reaction, Fang Tianming chuckled softly and said, "You must keep that book safe. It may prove invaluable in a critical moment. Do not ask me why, as I do not have the specifics myself. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf, and this also serves as a means of atonement for my misdeeds. Now, you all should leave. I will stay behind to try and buy you some time." "What are you planning?" "I have already secured the crystal pyramid. Is there something else you seek here?" Luo Fan questioned, perplexed. Fang Tianming offered a bitter smile. "You misunderstand. I harbor no schemes, and my journey to the XH-12 planet was merely a task entrusted to me. But things went awry, and my benefactor, Dong Hailong, perished due to my betrayal. Thus, I have no desire to return to Earth, for I have no face to meet either the living or the dead. Given this, I might as well delay things for you, granting you a sliver of a chance to escape." It turns out he wishes to escape the consequences of his wrongdoings through death. The corpulent man beside him scoffed. Gesturing dismissively, Fang Tianming trembled slightly, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. He refrained from voicing a rebuttal, tacitly acquiescing to the man's assertion. Luo Fan felt a profound headache coming on. How could this fellow still be so melodramatic at such a critical juncture? Among the four remaining contestants, only Luo Fan was in good condition. The other three were either injured or physically exhausted. Even if they exerted every ounce of strength to flee, survival was uncertain, and yet he was still lamenting about waiting to die. Luo Fan pondered for a brief moment before reaching a resolution. He pointed behind Fang Tianming and said, "If you refuse to leave, then you should go there first." Fang Tianming turned around, following Luo Fan's gaze, but saw nothing but the fiery rain and the earth fracturing beneath them. Just as he was filled with confusion, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. Witnessing Luo Fan's ambush that rendered Fang Tianming unconscious, the corpulent man stared, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "Brother, I always thought you were a straightforward person. I never imagined you could be so cunning." This is merely a consequence of his loss of will to survive. Leaving him utterly unguarded, Luo Fan replied nonchalantly, steadying the unconscious Fang Tianming and pushing him towards the corpulent man. "He is now in your care. If the situation permits, take him out alive. If things become too perilous, abandon him and escape." "And what about you?" The corpulent man immediately sensed that Luo Fan's demeanor was unusual. Luo Fan did not respond immediately, but instead turned to the silent Yi Chin standing nearby, asking, "How about you? Can you still run?" "Absolutely," Yi Chin replied with a slight nod. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and added, "If you can't run, I can carry you." Luo Fan, amused by the implication in the cold beauty's words, chuckled softly, "Thank you, my lady." After a brief pause, he spoke with unwavering determination, "I will find a way to stall him. You two must leave." Chapter 54. Marching to death. What do you intend to use to hold him off? It's nothing more than a futile sacrifice. Yi Chin's typically icy tone betrayed an unusual urgency. Luo Fan recognized the genuine concern in her voice, feeling touched, yet he maintained his composure as he explained to her and the corpulent man, "The previous battles have severely drained your strength. If I am not mistaken, you can no longer summon your star pets, can you?" Yi Chin and the corpulent man exchanged a glance, both reflecting a sense of resignation. Luo Fan was correct. After a series of battles, They were merely holding on through sheer willpower. If they continued to fight, they could scarcely muster even a fraction of their true abilities. Although both Yi Si-chin and the corpulent man possessed enviably powerful star pets, neither had the strength to summon them in their current state. In contrast, Luo Fan remained in prime condition, and more importantly, despite having fought alongside them, neither of them had seen what kind of star pets he possessed. The bracelet on his wrist indicated it was of high quality, suggesting that his star pets must be extraordinary as well. Thus, it was logical for him to shoulder the responsibility of confronting their adversary. However, their opponent was a titan. Regardless of Luo Fan's hidden cards, it was likely that he could only buy time. The ultimate outcome would surely be defeat. Therefore, no matter who stayed behind, it would amount to a death sentence, merely a matter of when. Observing the expressions of his companions, Luo Fan immediately deduced their thoughts and continued to appeal to their emotions and reason. Since this titan is the guardian of the crystal pyramid, the one he truly seeks must be me. He is currently pursuing those lesser minions simply because he knows I haven't fled. If he discovers my intention to escape, he will undoubtedly chase after me, providing you the chance to flee. The Western District has dispatched so many individuals. It is improbable they have employed the cumbersome method of long-distance teleportation. Most likely, they arrived aboard a ship, landing directly on the planet's surface. If you can find that ship, there is hope for your escape. However, if I remain with you, the Titan will pursue us immediately, and we won't have time to prepare for takeoff. Therefore, my staying behind is the best course of action. No way. How can I let you sacrifice yourself? We are partners. We cannot leave you behind. Not now. We should face that giant together. Even if we cannot defeat him, at least we can die side by side. The corpulent man was unusually serious, his impassioned words deeply moving Luo Fan. Although Yi Si-chin did not speak, the resolute set of her lips and her unwavering gaze made her stance abundantly clear. At that moment, the Titan had shifted its strategy. Perhaps deeming its sonic attacks ineffective, it opted for suction instead. With a great opening of its mouth, it inhaled forcefully, generating a massive tornado that was visible to the naked eye and spread across thousands of meters. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped the Titan's previous sonic assault were now swept toward the giant's gaping maw, where they were consumed whole, as if he were devouring dumplings in no time. The Titan had cleared the skies of the surviving airships, resulting in the complete annihilation of nearly 1,000 Western District soldiers, none of whom managed to escape. Luo Fan, witnessing this, felt panic surge within him. He could no longer maintain a calm demeanor and shouted urgently at Yi Si-chin and the corpulent man, "Stop hesitating, hurry and get out of here. If you don't leave now, it will truly be too late. Are you all grown adults, yet you still fail to grasp the severity of this situation? Must I teach you this as well?" As if in response to Luo Fan's words, the Titan suddenly turned its gaze upon the four of them. Its enormous single eye fixated on Luo Fan. It grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. "Run. Do you want what I am trying to accomplish to become utterly worthless?" Luo Fan cried out in desperation. Recognizing his unwavering resolve, the corpulent man stomped his foot, hoisting the unconscious Fong Tianming onto his back with a grin. He said to Luo Fan, "Kid, when you get back this time, I will make sure you get insurance." With that, he marched away with Fong Tianming and TOW. Yi Si-chin hesitated for a moment before retrieving an item from her wristband and handing it to Luo Fan. Upon receiving it, he saw it was a bullet. "This is my token. Once you return to Earth, if you find yourself in trouble, simply present it, and you will receive assistance from our organization." After explaining, Yi Si-chin cast one last deep look at Luo Fan before turning to leave. Luo Fan secured the bullet, watching the figures of his companions recede into the distance, a smile spreading across his face. "When I return to Earth, I will definitely invite you both out for drinks," muttering words that the two could not hear. Luo Fan turned, gripping his energy pistol in his left hand while retrieving an energy grenade with his right. He raised his head, gazing at the Titan, which was advancing toward him with steady strides. On Earth, in a highly concealed underground base, Huang Ying followed Shi Qianjun down a corridor, in the silent and expansive alloy hallway. Only their footsteps echoed. Huang Ying felt as though the winding corridor was descending, seemingly plunging deep underground. She had never imagined that there was a hidden door in Shi Qianjuan's office, leading to an elevator that descended directly to the depths below. Taking that elevator, they began their descent from the 188th floor of the Tianxiang building. plunging deeper underground. Although there were no clear floor indicators, Huang Ying could roughly estimate that they had reached at least 500 meters below ground based on the speed and duration of their descent. Subsequently, she followed Shi Qianjun into this seemingly endless alloy corridor. Along the way, they passed through 3 security doors, each equipped with different security measures: voice recognition, fingerprint comparison, and iris scanning. After undergoing these 3 rigorous checks, Huang Ying thought they were finally approaching their destination, but she was mistaken. The journey was far from over, and they continued down this eerily silent path. Observing Shi Qianjuan's figure ahead, Huang Ying had never felt him to be so distant. What secrets lay buried so deeply? A profound sense of unease blossomed within her, rapidly morphing into fear that seized Huang Ying's heart, causing even the battle-hardened individual to waver slightly, to alleviate her mounting anxiety. She couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are you planning to show me?" In truth, she was not one to lose her composure easily. She knew that even if she asked nothing, the answer would soon reveal itself. Yet, at that moment, she simply wished to utter something to release her intensifying fear. "The future," Shi Qianjun replied coolly, uttering just those 2 words before closing his mouth and continuing as a dutiful guide. Huang Ying chose not to press further, burying all her questions deep within. The future. Whose future was it? Was it the future of Earth and humanity? Or was it the future of you and me? Or perhaps, merely your future alone? In the command room of the interstellar fleet's mothership, Xiang Tianxiao gazed at the data displayed on the enormous screen before him, his expression profoundly grave. The display screen before him was divided into 2 sections. One section showcased various data, while the other initiated a video call. At that moment, on the other end of the line was Huang Ying's aunt, the elderly woman with white hair, accompanied by a short, middle-aged man. The 2 were seated in the conference room of the United Earth capital, their expressions mirroring those of Xiang Tianxiao, laden with anxiety. "Is everyone here?" Xiang Tianxiao inquired in a low voice. "Currently, these are the only ones accounted for. We are still in the process of gathering information," the short man responded from the screen. "The priority now is to maintain order, which necessitates your support, Marshal Xiang. Rest assured, I have already ordered Major General Li Ruoyun to personally deploy troops. They should be en route by now. You merely need to relay messages to her in a timely manner." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," the short man exclaimed, hurriedly rising to leave the office. Marshal Xiang, the elderly woman, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Do you think this is the omen for that event to commence?" "I cannot say. Perhaps only the would know." However, a glint of ferocity surged in Xiang Tianxiao's eyes. "As long as I draw breath, I will ensure that they do not achieve their desires." The elderly woman sighed softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I hope the situation does not worsen. Let us be granted a bit more time." Chapter 55. The demon Yi Qin and the chubby man were sprinting for their lives. Sweat streamed down their foreheads. Even for awakened individuals, stamina is not limitless, and after a series of intense battles and injuries, they were now fueled solely by sheer willpower. Would they manage to escape this space? No one knew the answer. Yet, as long as they had strength, they would continue to run. Behind them, Luo Fan was desperately trying to buy them a fleeting chance at survival with his own life. Yi Qin and the chubby man, both accustomed to a solitary existence, for the first time found themselves contemplating the notion of companionship. The feeling of having someone fighting alongside them, of being able to entrust their backs to another, was truly exhilarating. They both silently hoped for another opportunity to fight alongside that individual. "This way," Yi Qin called out, glancing at the device in her hand, which resembled a watch. The chubby man had long noticed that peculiar gadget, likely a navigational tool, but he refrained from inquiring about its origin. Everyone harbored secrets. He too had many things he preferred not to explain to others. As a companion, he only needed to consider whether to trust her. Upon hearing Yi Qin's call, the chubby man followed closely behind her without a word. After all these years, it was time for him to experience the feeling of having a trustworthy companion. As they stepped through an enormous door forged from an unknown alloy, Huang Ying felt a sudden brightness before her. Before her lay a hall illuminated by dazzling lights, resembling a control room of sorts. Filled with countless instrument panels, control consoles, and enormous screens adorning the walls, all of which appeared utterly foreign to her. Though no operators were visible within the room, the equipment was undoubtedly functioning normally. Huang Ying was no ordinary girl. As a high IQ prodigy, she had earned dual PhDs in physics and economics by the age of 19. While the world knew her as a successful businesswoman, few were aware that her grasp of various modern technologies surpassed that of most scientists. At this moment, she recognized instantly that none of the devices in the hall were products of current Earth technology. However, she had somewhat prepared herself for this revelation, so it did not astonish her the most. What truly took her breath away was the image displayed on the massive screen. Is this footage transmitted from Planet XH-12? Huang Ying asked uncertainly. Shi Qianju nodded slightly. Indeed, it is real-time transmitted footage. Had Luo Fan been able to witness this scene, he would have been utterly astonished, for the individuals appearing on the screen were none other than Yi Siqin and the chubby man. The screen flickered with light, revealing the moment just after their spatial transmission concluded. The chubby man, bearing Fang Tianming on his back, followed Yi Siqin into an underground cavern shimmering with ghostly green light. Beneath their feet lay a circular stone platform with a diameter of 10 meters. After a swift survey of their surroundings, Yi Siqin silently led the chubby man into a damp, dark passageway. Old relic, how can you see their images? What is your connection with these two? Huang Ying queried, perplexed, as she regarded Shi Qianjun. She had anticipated that reaching their destination would yield answers, only to find herself faced with more questions. She recognized both individuals on the screen. She had orchestrated this year's Sacred Police Assessment Competition, and although Shi Qianjun had subtly guided many of the details from behind the scenes, she had executed the plan herself, thus was thoroughly acquainted with the participant profiles. Especially since both of them were awakened beings, Huang Ying had a particularly vivid impression of them. Unlike Fang Tianming, Yao Yan, and AI Heping, Yi Siqin and the chubby man did not belong to the four major corporations. Yi Siqin was known as the top assassin of the Beidou organization, while the chubby man remained a mystery, with no one able to uncover his background. Huang Ying was certain that these two were not sent by the Tianxiang group. Yet, how could they be transmitting real-time footage to Shi Qianjun? The device in Yi Siqin's hand was given to her by the Riddler. Shi Qianjun finally addressed Huang Ying's inquiry. That device possesses an image transmission function. The Riddler has been engaging in a pleasant collaboration with me recently, thus sharing this communication channel. Are you particularly concerned about Yi Siqin? Huang Ying, unbeknownst to herself, injected a hint of jealousy into her tone. Shi Qianjun laughed heartily. I am more concerned about the person the chubby man is carrying, your blue-eyed confidant. Fang Tianming, what exactly lies hidden at those coordinates you asked me to relay to him? Shi Qianjun chuckled. Indeed. I have yet to find time to clarify that matter with you, however, before that, I wish to show you something else. What is it this time, you old coot? It is something that could determine the future of Earth. As Yi Siqin stood before a pile of metallic debris, the chubby man suddenly realized, indeed, she had come to this planet to acquire these items. Unfortunately, AI Heping had already claimed them first. Now that AI Heping was dead, where would that item end up? With his body still inside, would Luo Fan be able to obtain it? If possible, the chubby man sincerely hoped that his new ally would be the one to secure it. After all, one should not let their hard-earned gains fall into the hands of outsiders. He wished for his newly forged bond to bring good fortune. Beautiful lady, activate Research Laboratory Number 1. Shi Qianjun suddenly raised his head and called out, Beautiful lady? Huang Ying was momentarily bewildered. Yes, master. A melodious female voice unexpectedly echoed. Startling Huang Ying, she scrutinized her surroundings. Apart from herself and Shi Qianjun, there was indeed no third person present, nor any hidden corners to conceal anyone. Yet, from where did that voice originate? Stop searching. That is an artificial intelligence. I named her Beautiful Lady. What do you think? Catchy. Isn't it? Shi Qianjun winked at Huang Ying, displaying a playful demeanor that was strikingly incongruous with his identity. Artificial intelligence? Huang Ying exclaimed. You already possess artificial intelligence. The United Earth capital hasn't even developed this technology yet. Shi Qianjun smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. Gazing at Shi Qianjun's youthful and handsome visage, Huang Ying realized she had never truly understood this man. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, she had been captivated, willing to do anything for him. He spoke of a wish, but never revealed what it entailed. After several attempts to probe yielded no results, she ceased her inquiries, simply following his directives. helping him execute his plans step by step. For her, it mattered not what he intended to do, as long as she could remain by his side. It was difficult to fathom that a girl of her intellect could be so irrational when it came to matters of the heart. Nevertheless, regardless of how future generations might interpret her actions, she knew that even if the entire world became his adversary, she would choose to stand by his side. Huang Ying's reverie was abruptly interrupted by a sudden sound. The voice of the artificial intelligence, known as Beautiful Lady, resonated once more. Research Laboratory Number 1 is now open. Alarm systems deactivated. Automatic defense systems disabled. Safe entry is permitted. Following the voice, Huang Ying noticed that a door had silently appeared on a metal wall, with Shi Qianjun standing before it, beckoning her. Approaching Shi Qianjun, the interior of Research Laboratory Number 1 unfolded before her eyes. In an instant, all her questions transformed into terror, as she looked at Shi Qianjun with eyes filled with fear, as if gazing upon a demon. So, now that you have seen my greatest secret, what are your feelings? Shi Qianjun gently caressed her cheek, his tone soft. Are you still willing to help me realize my wish? Recovering from her initial shock, Huang Ying closed her eyes. Shi Qianjun fell silent, retracting his hand that had been gently caressing her, and stood there quietly, gazing at her. After a considerable time, Huang Ying opened her eyes, her expression having completely regained its tranquility. She stepped forward and softly embraced Shi Qianjun, whispering in his ear, "It seems I can only accompany you in becoming a demon." Chapter 56. Cataclysm, Old Relic. There is still one thing I do not comprehend. If the truth is as such, then the items brought back by Feng Tianming are indeed of paramount importance. Yet, why do you still pretend to compete for that crystal pyramid? Huang Ying, nestled in Shi Qianjun's embrace, inquired softly. That is merely a fade. The true value of the crystal pyramid does not lie here. In fact, regardless of who possesses it, the ultimate outcome for Earth remains unchanged, Shi Qianjun replied with a cold demeanor. What is deemed to determine the fate of the Earth essentially signifies that only by allowing it to continue its peaceful slumber can Earth remain safe. Once awakened, irrespective of who claims it, the fate of the Earth is already sealed. The latest statistics have just been compiled, and I shall forward them to you momentarily. The voice of a short man emanated from the communicator. General Li Ruoyun will report the situation to you shortly. Xiang Tianxiao exchanged a glance with the white-haired old woman on the display screen, both looking at the newly received data before them. Text, data, images, videos, as all the information was consolidated. A terrifying conclusion was conveyed to them. After a cursory glance, they once again locked eyes, each reflecting shocked at that moment. The display screen in front of Xiang Tianxiao shifted again, as Li Ruoyun applied to join the video call between him and the white-haired woman. After issuing the permit command, Li Ruoyun's image appeared on the screen. With years of understanding of this subordinate, Xiang Tianxiao immediately noticed the anxiety concealed between the brows of the beautiful general. Despite the remote video call, Li Ruoyun still rendered a standard military salute to Xiang Tianxiao and the white-haired woman on the screen. Marshal? Commander, Li Ruoyun is here to report. Xiang Tianxiao waved his hand, urging, in these extraordinary times, let us dispense with these formalities and get straight to the point. Understood. Li Ruoyun did not hesitate, immediately omitting the opening remarks and began her report. Currently, 7 confirmed incident locations have been identified. It remains unclear if there are more. Special operations personnel are still conducting an exhaustive search. However, considering the known 7 locations are accompanied by significant cataclysmic phenomena, the likelihood of omissions is minimal. Xiang Tianxiao nodded slightly at his subordinate. Inform the Special Operations team that this matter is of great importance and must not be neglected. They are to continue searching without any let-up. Understood. Xiang Tianxiao spoke in a low voice, provide an introduction to the situation at these 7 locations. This was his primary concern at the moment. Among the 7 confirmed locations, 4 are located in the Antarctic, Arctic, Himalayas, and the Mariana Trench. Due to their remote locations and sparse populations, the resulting harm has been minimal. However, the other 3 locations are situated in city centers, 2 of which fall under the jurisdiction of the Western District, while the other belongs to the Eastern District. Each incident location has manifested a mysterious structure. These 7 structures vary in form. Some resemble massive doors hundreds of meters high. Others are circular platforms the size of skyscrapers. Some take the shape of square altars, and others are gigantic pyramids. According to comparative data, these 7 structures bear a striking resemblance to the 7 gates on planet XH-12, except that the structures on Earth have not produced any energy fluctuations. Since their appearance, they have remained in a state of silence, showing no reactions, with no abnormalities observable from the exterior. And the casualty figures? The white-haired woman inquired. Li Ruayun's expression darkened. In the vicinity of each gate, earthquakes ranging from 7.9 to 8.3 on the Richter scale have occurred. Those located in remote areas have been relatively fortunate, while the gates appearing in cities have resulted in significant casualties. Preliminary statistics indicate that in each city where a gate has appeared, the death toll exceeds 50,000, with the total number of missing and injured surpassing 300,000. The total number of casualties across the 3 cities has exceeded 1 million. The white-haired woman trembled slightly, her brow knitting into a frown. However, she merely nodded to indicate her understanding, refraining from further comment. Xiang Tianxiao pondered for a moment before asking, "Can we analyze the manner and cause of the appearance of these 7 gates?" A look of difficulty crossed Li Ruayun's face. The technical department is working tirelessly, but time is too short, and there has been no progress thus far. Moreover, she hesitated before continuing, I personally estimate that, given our current technological capabilities, it is unlikely we will achieve any ideal progress in the short term. Xiang Tianxiao nodded. Revealing no signs of surprise, he was well aware of Earth's technological level, and Li Ruayun's response fell within his expectations. Without the fateful day and the fallen spaceship, relying solely on self-exploration for development, humanity's technology would remain stagnant for another century. Yet now, despite rapid advancements, the lack of sufficient accumulation and foundation proved to be a critical weakness. This dilemma could not be resolved overnight. Order them to exert their utmost efforts. However, do not apply excessive pressure on them, Xiang Tianxiao instructed. Understood. Li Ruayun's expression conveyed her clarity. You may return to your duties, report any new findings promptly. Having grasped the main issues, Xiang Tianxiao did not wish to occupy too much of Li Ruayun's time. Searching globally, maintaining order in the disaster-stricken areas, aiding the injured, and analyzing various intelligence, Li Ruayun had a plethora of work to attend to.
Yes.
After executing another military salute, Li Ruayun concluded the call. Once her image faded, Xiang Tianxiao turned his attention to the white-haired woman. Let Li Ruayun handle these matters. You can rest assured she will manage them well. The white-haired woman nodded. General Li is a rare talent. I trust her. Then, let us temporarily suspend our discussion on this matter. Xiang Tianxiao abruptly shifted the topic. Another critical issue now requires a decision. What matter do you refer to? The white-haired woman asked. Certainly, it pertains to the situation on planet XH-12. Planet XH-12? The white-haired woman appeared somewhat perplexed. Aren't you en route there? Surely, the affairs there are for you to handle. There is one matter I wish to discuss with you and hear your opinion on, Xiang Tianxiao replied with a serious expression. What is it? The total number of participants in this sacred police assessment is 512, among which we have placed 20 personnel, all of whom are level 9 and 10 enhanced warriors. As of now, the communications department and our personnel on that planet have lost all contact, with various signs confirming that they are now deceased. According to the remote human life sign sensing device, only 4 humans remain alive there, all of whom are awakened beings, meaning none are from our inserted personnel. Xiang Tianxiao fixed his gaze on the white-haired woman's eyes on the display screen. Speaking slowly, what I wish to convey is whether we should activate the remote teleportation device to bring back these last 4 survivors. The calamities on Earth have already occurred, and continuing to enforce a blockade on that planet has become meaningless. If these few survivors can return, they may provide us with more valuable clues. The white-haired woman hesitated for a moment before finally shaking her head. No, I cannot agree. What if one of them obtains the legacy crystal? We absolutely cannot risk allowing that terrifying object to come to Earth in order to save them. And no matter how precious the lives of awakened beings are, they cannot be compared to the entirety of Earth. Xiang Tianxiao sighed, choosing not to persist in the debate. The white-haired woman's response was anticipated. He knew full well that even if this matter were brought to the Joint Council for discussion, no one would concur with his viewpoint. To them, awakened beings, no matter how powerful, ultimately remained mere tools. With a silent sigh, Xiang Tianxiao redirected his focus to the work at hand. There was so little he could do for those children on planet XH-12. All he could do was hope they would find a way to escape on their own. Chapter 57. Titan Rofan found himself in dire circumstances. The towering one-eyed Titan, standing 100 meters tall, not only imposed immense pressure but also exuded a profound sense of impending death, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Titan advanced step by step toward Rofan. With each footfall, the ground trembled violently, and its emotionless voice mechanically repeated two phrases. Invaders who covet the legacy of the gods must be eradicated. Those who violate the majesty of the gods shall forever plunge into the abyss of hell. At that moment, in a bid to evade the Titan, Rofan had pushed his speed to the utmost limit. In an effort to buy time for Yi Chin and the chubby companion, he chose not to flee in a straight line but instead continuously circled around the Titan giant, tracing vast arcs. His supersonic agility was fully unleashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages that made it appear as though countless ravens had surrounded the Titan giant. However, despite the splendor of Raven's performance, his heart sank. Although the Titan giant was enormous, his speed was not particularly sluggish, reaching at least twice the speed of sound. While this was significantly slower than Raven, the Titan's stamina was far beyond what Raven could match. In a matter of moments, Raven would exhaust himself at full speed, while the Titan giant seemed to possess boundless strength. One could estimate that he could annihilate every living creature on this planet without needing to pause for breath. Moreover, the Titan's offensive capabilities were incredibly fearsome. With a single stomp, the ground would collapse beneath him, causing rocks and debris to scatter in all directions, as his colossal hand descended from the air. A shadow would envelop Raven's head, forcing him to rely solely on his speed to evade, while the large stones on the ground were reduced to dust by the Titan's mighty blow. The Titan's strength was such that shattering boulders twice a man's height was akin to crushing tofu. Should Raven make a misstep and fall into his grasp, he would likely be reduced to a mere pulp. In the face of such overwhelming force, mere evasion became an even greater peril. The best course of action would be to muster the courage to strike down the foe. Indeed, Raven was expending every effort to launch an offensive, unleashing energy bullets and grenades as if they were free, fully aware that this was not the time to conserve ammunition. After all, no amount of wealth could surpass the value of life. Yet, despite Raven's relentless assault, the impact on the Titan was negligible. Energy bullets merely left shallow wounds of less than 10 centimeters. Such minor injuries would not be fatal to a human. And on a Titan, towering 100 meters high, it amounted to nothing more than a trivial kiss that wouldn't even require a band-aid. While energy grenades could inflict considerable damage, leaving the Titan's exterior a bloody mess, his internal muscles and bones remained unscathed, and such superficial injuries would heal automatically in a matter of minutes. Raven's heart raced with dread. Given the Titan's physical resilience, even the most powerful missiles on Earth would likely prove futile. With the weaponry at his disposal, Raven could not inflict a mortal wound on this terrifying behemoth. Faced with such a formidable adversary, how could he possibly bring him down? As he continued to maneuver and evade, Raven's mind raced. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that method? Although uncertain of the outcome, it seemed he had no better alternatives. It was better to attempt something than to await inevitable doom. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Raven's eyes. Feng Tianming opened his eyes. As his consciousness returned, he immediately recalled everything that had transpired. Surveying his surroundings, the control panel, the display screens, the metallic walls, the giant trees outside the porthole swaying violently from some tremendous impact, and the distant fog. He also noticed Yi Chin and the chubby companion glancing his way. Having sensed his awakening, they were on the surface of planet XH-12, still far from Earth. It seemed he had not been unconscious for long. After a brief contemplation, Feng Tianming deduced, "We must be aboard the ship used by the residents of the Western District." "Right? Thank you for saving me." He began by expressing his gratitude. Despite the current dire situation, he refused to abandon his composure. The chubby companion shook his head. "No need for thanks. The one you should be grateful to is Raven." Didn't he escape? Although he had an inkling of the answer, Feng Tianming still asked. "He stayed behind to buy us time," the chubby companion replied, his tone laced with despair. "Did you see him with your own eyes?" This was the question Feng Tianming was most concerned about. "No. Yi Chin interjected suddenly, her voice tinged with urgency, as if fearing that any delay would lead Fang Tianming to utter something unfortunate. Fang Tianming glanced at Yi Chin, surprised by the emotional turmoil that flared within her. Wang Chongshan and Huang Ying had provided him with a wealth of information, so he was well aware of Yi Chin's identity. It astonished him that the renowned assassin, known as Killer of the Night, would exhibit such emotional fluctuations for a man she had only just met. He understood what this meant. Compared to this girl before him, he was merely a veteran, albeit a failed one. Fang Tianming smiled gently, offering words to reassure Yi Chin, "Don't worry, he should still be alive." Upon noticing the questioning look from Yi Chin, Fang Tianming elaborated, "Because someone entrusted me with a book to give to him. As long as Raven keeps this book on him, he should remain safe." In any other circumstance, the chubby companion would have bombarded Fang Tianming with mockery for such a preposterous claim. What a joke! A book could save Raven from the Titan giant. Even if that book were a legendary tome, Raven wouldn't he have time to study it? Yet now, he found himself echoing Fang Tianming's sentiment. Let us hope so. Fang Tianming could see the chubby companion's skepticism, which was entirely normal. Had the roles been reversed, he too would find such a notion hard to believe. However, given the speaker's identity, he believed without hesitation, for that person's words had never been wrong. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that individual hadn't been entirely forthright. They had only mentioned that delivering the book to Raven would secure a glimmer of hope for Earth and humanity. But it also appeared that it had granted Fang Tianming a chance to survive. Had it not been for that book, he doubted Raven would have cared about his fate. Nevertheless, in a twist of fate, Raven had, albeit unintentionally, saved Fang Tianming's life. It turned out that the instruction to deliver the book held a deeper significance. Thus, Fang Tianming resolved to survive at all costs. At the very least, he needed to return the two vital items in his wristband to Earth, as well as the remains of his junior colleagues, to ensure they received a proper burial back home. With this clarity, Fang Tianming felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Perhaps this was what they referred to as letting go? He chuckled at himself and then asked the chubby companion, "Should we wait for him a bit longer?" The chubby companion glanced at Yi Chin, who remained silent, biting her lip as she intently observed the images displayed on the ship's large screen. It showcased the catastrophic scenes unfolding on the planet, its crust shifting violently, volcanoes erupting, hurricanes raging, tsunamis crashing. An apocalyptic tableau. The chubby companion sighed and shook his head. "No more waiting. We can't be certain he will return. If we perish here, it would undermine his sacrifice and render all he has done meaningless. Thus, it is our duty to survive." Yi Chin remained silent. Fang Tianming nodded in agreement, stating to the chubby companion, "You're right. We must endure. It is our responsibility." At that moment, no one felt inclined to speak further. The three fell into a contemplative silence. Amidst the stillness, the chubby companion finally reached out and pressed the launch button. Chapter 58. The showdown. With a sharp sound, blood gushed forth. Although no figure was visible, a line of crimson suddenly slashed across the Titan giant's neck, causing blood to spray forth. "Damn humans!" The Titan roared in fury, disregarding the fresh wound on his neck as he flailed his arms in the air, seemingly trying to swat something away. However, his efforts were futile, and he ultimately struck nothing. "Cursed it, the wound is too shallow." In the two-dimensional space, Raven wiped the blood trickling from his nostrils and mouth, speaking in frustration. Moments ago, he had utilized the ability of the Chaya Star's invisible jellyfish to slip into the two-dimensional realm it opened, stealthily approaching the Titan giant's neck and launching a surprise attack while he was off guard. Out of caution, Raven had remained hidden within the two-dimensional space, merely commanding the invisible jellyfish to open a window right next to the Titan's neck. Taking advantage of the Titan's unawareness, Raven's arm, clutching the energy dagger, suddenly emerged and delivered a deep cut across the Titan's throat. Indeed, it was a deep cut, all the way to the hilt. Unfortunately, this deep only applied in comparison to a human's body. The Titan, standing 100 meters tall, had a neck with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. This seemingly profound strike merely broke the surface of his skin, with the gushing blood originating solely from his capillaries. The Titan's roar of shock and rage, however, inflicted considerable harm on Raven. Despite quickly sealing the window connecting the two-dimensional space to the outside, he still suffered from the shockwave's impact in the air. The oscillation caused by the high-frequency sound waves proved immensely destructive. Even though Raven was only subjected to the aftershock, he felt darkness clouding his vision, as if his internal organs had been displaced, and blood streamed from his nose and mouth, indicating he had indeed sustained internal injuries. Outside, the invisible jellyfish, which maintains the stability of the two-dimensional space, endures the brunt of the terrifying shockwaves. Although this unique life form possesses defensive capabilities far superior to ordinary creatures, it remains merely a 5-star battle pet. On Earth, it undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable beings, yet when faced with the Titan, a guardian of ancient civilization, one who has lived for countless millennia, the invisible jellyfish pales in comparison. Due to the blood pact utilized on the jellyfish, a mental connection exists between it and Luofan. He can now distinctly sense that the jellyfish's life force has significantly waned, evidently suffering considerable damage from the earlier impact. It now struggles to maintain the integrity of this two-dimensional space solely to protect Luofan. Overwhelmed with concern, Luofan hastily directs the jellyfish to transport him to a location further away from the Titan, and promptly exits the two-dimensional realm, withdrawing the jellyfish into its confines. As soon as Luofan reveals himself, the Titan immediately spots him, its singular eye fixated on him, roaring with fury, "Cunning and despicable human! I shall not let you escape." With that, it strides forward in pursuit. Luofan, however, merely chuckles, waving a hand at the Titan and nonchalantly declares, "Apologies, brother, but I can no longer indulge you in this game." With that, he vanishes, leaving the Titan and its wrath behind. This time he does not rely on the invisible jellyfish. Instead, he retreats directly into the starry realm. Regarding his escape, he harbors no illusions. Although Luofan is swifter than the Titan, the latter's towering height and long strides would allow it to cover ground quickly, making a straightforward escape problematic. More critically, this planet is beset by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and raining fire, leaving Luofan with limited options for refuge. The sole hope of fleeing this doomed world lies in the spacecraft personally delivered by Shishi and the others, yet that vessel represents their chance for survival, and Luofan has no intention of leading the Titan to them. Thus, he opts to hide within the starry realm, preparing for a protracted battle against the Titan. Within the starry realm, Luofan disregards the Titan's furious search for him outside and engages in a conversation with Chi-Chi. "My apologies for borrowing your space to evade the storm," Luofan remarks with a grin, his expression revealing no trace of remorse. "It seems you are indeed prepared to sacrifice yourself for the sake of others." Chi-Chi replies helplessly, "I suppose since I've boasted before you, I must accompany you in this peril. I am truly sorry for depriving you, the noble boy of Piki, of the chance to shine." This time, although his tone remains mocking, Luofan genuinely apologizes. Recognizing the sincerity in Luofan's words, the little one casually waves his hand. "No worries, in truth, it is quite fitting to consider this ancient battlefield as a resting place for a warrior. It is a form of honor." Furthermore, he suddenly breaks into a grin, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Who knows whose resting place this will ultimately become? The Titan seethes with rage. For 30,000 years, he has stood at the pinnacle of the food chain, the true sovereign of this planet. No creature dares to challenge his authority. When in need of sustenance, he need only roar, and all beings will prostrate themselves, awaiting his selection. Yet today, this diminutive human, exuding an unfamiliar aura, dares to harm him, leaving him in a state of disarray. He is resolute in his determination to crush this human into dust, to serve as a warning to all creatures of the fate that awaits those who dare to offend him. If he cannot restore his dignity, he fears that his future sustenance will be jeopardized. An intolerable prospect, however. Just as he closes in on his prey, the cunning human suddenly vanishes. After searching fruitlessly for some time, confusion engulfs him as he hesitates, contemplating whether to continue his pursuit or momentarily relent. Two figures emerge within his line of sight. One is the human who has wronged him, while the other is an unfamiliar young boy. The child boasts blood-red hair, deep blue eyes reminiscent of the vast cosmos, and a crimson vertical mark upon his brow, exuding an air of sinister allure. Unlike ordinary large creatures, the Titan belongs to an intelligent race, chosen by ancient humanity to guard this sacred site. It is precisely this intelligence that allows him to immediately perceive the dangerous aura emanating from the small boy before him. The Titan had never contemplated that such a diminutive creature, barely the height of his own finger, could instill within him such intense pressure, even evoking a flicker of fear. The Titan's fury ignites. His singular eye burns crimson with rage. He feels ashamed of the fleeting sense of fear, an affront to a warrior's honor. He must vanquish this opponent decisively. Only then can he cleanse himself of this blemish. With a thunderous roar, he charges forward, his massive and weighty form lunging at the small child, his colossal fist crashing down. Chi-Chi laughs. Upon sensing that Yesekin and the others have departed the planet aboard their spacecraft, he realizes that he need no longer conceal himself, no longer must he fear revealing his presence. This time, he can unleash his full potential. He is determined to showcase the true prowess of the great boy of Peiki. As he gazes up at the Titan, a behemoth descending upon him, his eyes gleam with intensity. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, the ground beneath him fractures under the explosive force, and he propels himself into the air. Mid-leap, he twists his waist and strikes, his diminutive fist meeting the Titan's massive hand descending like a rock. A direct collision. The child employs no flashy techniques. He intends to confront the Titan head-on. The two fists, so disproportionately sized, collide with resounding force in the air. Boom. The surrounding air erupts, sending shockwaves that compel Luofan, who observes from a distance, to stagger back a few steps. Luofan stands in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The child's punch is, astonishingly, on par with the Titan's. Chapter 59. An unexpected conclusion on Planet XH-12. Beneath the blood-red sky, fire rains down, the earth crumbles, and a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolds on this disaster-stricken world. A child scarcely a meter tall engages in a grand battle with a Titan towering 100 meters. Two surging forces clash relentlessly, each punch igniting explosive sound waves. The colossal Titan and the diminutive child, embodiments of contrasting life forms, unleash their formidable battle intent upon one another without relent. All obstacles between them, be they flying boulders or shattered earth, are mercilessly obliterated. The overwhelming and tyrannical shockwaves ripple through the air, rendering even the fiery rain from above unable to approach this terrifying battlefield. The Titan resembles a furious and brutal war deity, exuding a potent aura of destruction. Meanwhile, the boy of Peiki stands as a regal figure, exuding unparalleled arrogance and dominance. No longer do legacies, life, or death hold any significance. In this moment, their focus is solely on one another, united by a singular conviction: to defeat the other and prove themselves the strongest entity in this realm. How terrifying! Luofan, watching from a distance, is filled with trepidation. It is no surprise that the Titan possesses such formidable strength. After all, he is the mightiest creature left to guard this site by the Mu civilization, a being that has survived for over 30,000 years. Yet, I never anticipated that Chi-Chi could stand toe-to-toe with the Titan, recalling how Chi-Chi would often bicker with him over trivial matters. Resembling a nagging old woman when it came to meals, Luofan finds the stark contrast bewildering. He suddenly remembers that Chi-Chi had mentioned he had yet to begin his training upon acquiring the blood crystal. If a boy of Peiki, untrained and unable to cultivate, can already match the Titan's strength, what would happen once he utilizes the blood crystal to clear the obstacles within his body, absorbing the abundant elemental energy from the starry realm to train? What formidable being might he become? As the battle unfolds, Luofan begins to feel apprehensive. Having observed for a considerable duration, he has discerned the dynamics of their confrontation. Although Chi-Chi and the Titan appear evenly matched, in terms of raw strength, the Titan undeniably holds the upper hand. Chi-Chi's speed may be greater, and his agility more pronounced, but as their clash continues, the balance begins to shift. The Titan's massive frame harbors a reservoir of strength and stamina, while Chi-Chi's speed has begun to wane imperceptibly. Although the decline unfolds at a glacial pace, the situation is evidently veering toward an unfavorable outcome for him. Moreover, this planet is undergoing terrifying upheavals, leaving one to ponder how it might ultimately transform. Should it indeed evolve into a cataclysmic disaster rendering the surface inhospitable to humanity, it would spell doom. Observing the small fellow fiercely engaged in battle with that colossal brute, one fears that he may not find refuge in the astral space in time. This cannot continue. A solution must be found to separate the two combatants. Yet, how does one deter these formidable entities? Lavin found himself in a quandary. Although he is a third-tier awakened being, possessing over 4 tons of strength with an explosive power nearing 10 tons, such prowess merely allows him to boast among humans. Before these two non-humans, he feels woefully inadequate. Furthermore, he lacks sufficiently potent weapons to momentarily shield the small fellow from the nearly frenzied Titan. What to do? Lavin pondered incessantly while meticulously scanning the contents of his blue dream wristband with his consciousness. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an item long forgotten. A book he had carelessly tossed aside, Dream of the Red Chamber, a gift from Feng Tianming. You must keep that book safe. It may prove invaluable in critical moments, Feng Tianming had once advised him, adding that he was entrusted with this task. Although it seemed utterly implausible upon reflection, there was an undeniable strangeness to it. Could there be a hidden secret? Contemplating this, Lavin instinctively retrieved Dream of the Red Chamber from his wristband, casually flipping through its pages, yet he found nothing particularly remarkable. He could only smile wryly at himself for believing such nonsense. It was truly a case of desperation leading to folly. Just as he was about to return the book to the wristband, he sensed something amiss, it seemed. The commotion nearby had abruptly ceased. Huh? Lavin lifted his gaze and was astonished to discover that the two erstwhile combatants had inexplicably halted their fray. No, it was not both who ceased. Rather, the Titan had refused to continue fighting. He cast a contemptuous glare at the young boy, whose fury was palpable, while his enormous singular eye fixated on Lavin. Or more precisely, on the book he held. Was he intrigued by it? Lavin mused in bewilderment. The Titan's voice boomed. Although it lacked its previous aggression and no longer emitted earth-shattering shockwaves. May I borrow that book? Was it possible he had misheard? Lavin stared in astonishment at the giant's eager expression, feeling somewhat outmatched intellectually. He distinctly detected a hint of apprehension in the Titan's tone. Was this behemoth nervous? Of course, Lavin replied, almost without hesitation. Handing over the book, the Titan gingerly pinched Dream of the Red Chamber with his massive fingers, placing it carefully in his palm, and astonishingly, he began to read. His vision must be remarkable. Such tiny print was legible to him? Lavin marveled inwardly. The font within the book was minuscule compared to the Titan's colossal stature. Soon, a new question arose, prompting Lavin to inquire, "Can you comprehend our written language?" "Indeed. I learned while accessing the central control computer to observe Earth's conditions," the Titan replied without lifting his gaze from the book. Could this Titan be a technological savant? The excitement radiating from him did not seem feigned. Yet, what was this peculiar turn of events? Moreover, how should he address this giant? Was brother appropriate? After all, he must be over 30,000 years old. How to append a title? Grandfather? Great-grandfather? Ancestor? Forget it. Since they appear to share a connection, it would be simpler to call him brother. After all within the 4 seas are brothers, which sounds rather endearing. Lavin quickly reached his decision. Brother? Since you so love reading, why not download books from the internet? There are plenty available. That is not permissible. I lack authorization, and doing so would infringe upon your copyrights. The Titan's tone was laden with regret. A comrade who respects copyright. Lavin felt a surge of admiration. Chapter 60. Subjugation. Hey, big oaf. Our fight isn't over yet. The young boy glared at the Titan, his voice laced with frustration. His pent-up fighting spirit, stoked to a fever pitch, found no outlet, leading to his immense discontent. Interrupted by the boy's outburst, the Titan lifted his head and regarded the young challenger with disdain. You are nothing but a brute. Obsessed with violence. With that, he returned his attention to the book. The boy, Chi, nearly suffered an internal injury from indignation. A prodigious genius like him being chastised as crude by a dim-witted giant? And who instigated the fight first? Chi-Chi's blue eyes blazed with fury. Come on, I want to battle you for 300 more rounds. Let us settle this once and for all. Unfortunately, the Titan, engrossed in his literary enjoyment, refused to engage with Chi any further. The pride of a genius youth forbade him from attacking an opponent who was not retaliating, leaving him to seethe in impotent rage. Lavin observed in stunned silence. The Titan seemed to derive genuine joy from the challenging text, occasionally chuckling foolishly. Could this giant truly have an appreciation for literature? After what felt like an eternity, the Titan finally closed the novel, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face, and returned it to Lavin. Thank you for lending me such a captivating book. You are a good person. Though his voice remained deep, the sincerity was unmistakable. A good person like you surely deserves to inherit knowledge. I will no longer engage in combat with you. Here, you can have your book back, and you may leave. Lavin could easily decipher the profound regret in the Titan's words. He immediately shook his head, saying, "No need to return it. Since you cherish reading so much, consider it a gift." "Really?" The Titan's expression brightened, yet it quickly dimmed. "But I once sought to slay you. How can I accept such a precious gift? What does that matter?" Lavin replied with a smile. "I too have a passion for literature, so I can somewhat empathize with your sentiments. A fine sword for a valiant warrior, a good book for a Titan. Do not be shy, accept it." Hearing this, the Titan's eyes sparkled. A fine sword for a valiant warrior. A good book for a Titan. Such a beautiful phrase. How have I never heard it before? Lavin had merely uttered it offhandedly, yet the Titan began to ponder it deeply. Lavin thought, "Not only have you never heard it, but neither have I." After a moment's reflection, he felt it prudent to clarify, "It's not surprising you haven't heard it. I actually just made it up." To his astonishment, this explanation only heightened the Titan's excitement. "You can compose poetry? And to create something so beautiful off the cuff, you must possess a gift. Could you craft another poem for me?" "What poetry could I compose? I can barely manage a nursery rhyme." Overwhelmed by the situation, Lavin wished to refuse, but seeing the Titan's eager expression, he felt reluctant to let him down. After some thought, he decided to improvise a few lines. Thus, Lavin cleared his throat dramatically and recited, "In the wilderness, a giant stands, isolated from the world. His verses captivate the city. His prose enchants the nation. Little do they know, a giant is rare to find. Master, please allow me to bow before you." As soon as Lavin finished his recitation, the Titan suddenly knelt with a resounding thud, shaking the already fractured ground beneath them. "Master, your verses are truly earth-shattering, transcending time. I have longed to be a literary figure, yet lacked a distinguished mentor. To cross paths with you today is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. I wish to follow you eternally. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me the ways of literature." Chi-Chi stood nearby, gaping in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. Was this a surrender? How could this be? I fought tooth and nail, risking everything for a draw, and now this clumsy giant kneels before a mere poet. This must be the legendary art of deception. Lavin, taken aback, stammered, "But you are a Titan, warrior. Why would you wish to become a literary figure?" Unexpectedly, the Titan, who had seemed somewhat dim-witted, adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing this question. He fixed his gaze upon Lavin, replying earnestly, "In truth, I have long grown weary of slaughter, weary of this meaningless existence. Who says Titans must be warriors? Who decrees we can only live for violence? A race with billions of lives. Why should we be confined to a single character, a singular fate?" Observing his profound sincerity, Lavin could not help but imagine that if the Titan had long hair, it would surely be billowing in the wind at this moment. "Take me with you. I wish to be your disciple." The expression of the Titan giant grew solemn. "The fact that you are willing to stay and duel with me to protect your companions, while treating me, your adversary, without any bias, illustrates that you are a warrior of considerable conscience. Although your strength may not yet be formidable, you possess remarkably powerful and loyal companions. Perhaps one day, you will forge a world devoid of conflict and bloodshed. The fact that you can inherit this legacy, and that we can meet here, may well be the design of fate. Therefore, I wish to take a gamble, to stand by your side and see if, within my lifetime, I can witness the arrival of such a world." Gazing at the Titan giant's resolute face etched with sorrow, vivid scenes from Chi-Chi's memories quietly surfaced in his mind. A profound emotion stirred deep within his heart, and a glimmer of sadness flickered in his eyes. "Mule, please accept him." "All right." Luo Fan nodded in agreement. In truth, even without Chi-Chi's prompting, Luo Fan was already prepared to acquiesce. for he too had been moved by the Titan giant's words. Luo Fan glanced at the towering figure kneeling before him and hurriedly urged him to rise. Though he refrained from offering a hand to assist, he simply could not reach. As the Titan giant stood, Luo Fan struggled to tilt his head back and exclaimed, "Since we are all allies now, let us introduce ourselves. I am Luo Fan, and this is Chi Chi. What is your name?" The Titan giant shook his bald head. "I have no name. I have lived here alone since birth, and no one has ever given me one." "I see. Then we must first bestow a name upon you. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to address you," Luo Fan pondered aloud. Chi Chi interjected, "Let us call him Baldy Chong, shall we?" "Get lost," Luo Fan retorted angrily. "You uncultured little alien brat. Don't make me lose face." Chi Chi immediately protested. "Uncultured? I possess knowledge far beyond that of the ancient heritage of Qixing." "Stop bringing up that moldy ancient heritage," Luo Fan interjected bluntly. "What of your own? Huh? Your knowledge, your creativity. Do you have any?" Chi Chi was momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed he truly did not. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively, dumbfounded. "Are you? If you have nothing, then go cool off over there while I teach you properly." Chi Chi fell silent. Commanding the room, Luo Fan felt quite satisfied. Under the watchful eyes of the two extraterrestrial beings, he cleared his throat and declared loudly, pointing at the Titan giant, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Atai." Chi Chi collapsed on the spot. "Good heavens, brother, your creativity is astounding. A Qixing person is called Chi Chi, and a Titan giant is named Atai. How did you even make it to high school? Your existence is nothing short of a disgrace to Earth's civilization. No, with such a vulgar master. Our future life will be shrouded in darkness. We must unite and resist. Yes, unite. Resist." Chi Chi struggled to his feet and, with his hair standing on end, faced the still immobile Titan giant, exclaiming, "Do you feel nothing upon hearing that name?" "Duh. I do," the Titan giant replied slowly, as if still processing. "What do you feel?" Chi Chi pressed, his face a mask of exasperation. "That name is simply perfect." As if finally coming to a realization, the Titan giant's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "What?" Chi Chi asked, bewildered. The ace not only easy to pronounce, but it also conveys a sense of warmth, indicating that the teacher has wholeheartedly accepted my existence, while the Tai signifies our noble and towering identity as Titan giants. Although a Tai may sound simple at first, it is rich with meaning. Without a knowledgeable and wise teacher, no one could possibly conceive such a fitting and flawless name. Luo Fan nodded in agreement, his expression one of deep satisfaction. Observing this perfect duo of fools, Chi Chi finally could not maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he fell once more. Luo Fan suddenly froze, falling silent for a long moment. Chi Chi blinked, pondering whether the mule had experienced a moment of clarity and was considering a name change. Tentatively, he asked, "Mule, what are you thinking?" "I suddenly thought of a very important question." "What question?" "With his size. How much must he eat? At this rate, I'm truly going to go bankrupt." Luo Fan lamented loudly. Chi Chi and Atai fell silent in unison, eyeing the vast expanse of the world. Luo Fan's wail echoed. Chapter 61. The True Inheritance. "Please, teacher, grant me the blood contract." To Luo Fan's astonishment, upon learning of Chi Chi's situation, Atai unexpectedly made this incredible request. Did he wish to voluntarily become his star pet? Luo Fan was perplexed. "I have already sensed your loyalty. Such formalities are unnecessary. It is already humbling enough for a grand ancient giant like you to deign to be my disciple." After a moment's thought, Luo Fan resolutely declined. He genuinely did not wish to resort to a blood contract again. "No, teacher, this is not solely for the sake of loyalty," Atai earnestly urged. "You must understand, in the universe, there are countless methods to control one's spirit, and many covet the powers of us Titan warriors. Since I will be following you closely from now on, your safety must be my utmost priority. To prevent myself from being manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals, establishing a blood oath in advance is the most effective precaution. But if I should happen to die unexpectedly, you would also perish." This flaw was Luo Fan's greatest concern. If he were to die, all his star pets, his brave comrades, his dear friends would perish alongside him. This was a thought Luo Fan could not bear to entertain. Atai, however, smiled wryly and said, "Teacher, even if I could survive here indefinitely without you, such a meaningless existence is indistinguishable from death. Be why following you in the future, I will no longer live solely for slaughter. I will have the opportunity to pursue things I truly enjoy. For me, this represents a new lease on life. I am already content to have such an opportunity." Ultimately, after Atai's persistent entreaties, Luo Fan acquiesced and performed the blood contract with him. From that moment on, Luo Fan's star pets grew to 3, the Qixing Youth, the Chaya Star's invisible jellyfish, and the Titan Giant Atai. Once the contract was complete, Luo Fan began to worry about how to accommodate Atai. With a towering height of 100 meters, how on earth could he take him outside? Due to their newfound mental connection, Atai sensed Luo Fan's distress and, with a shake of his body, astonishingly shrank from a 100-meter giant down to a size more akin to that of an average human, standing just over 2 meters tall, a veritable giant among men. He explained to Luo Fan that his body possessed 2 modes. The gigantic form was for combat, while the current form was an energy-saving mode. Without this ability to shrink, he could not even enter the central control room. With this, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. A significant crisis had been averted, and a powerful ally had been secured. Luo Fan felt elated, ready to envision a bright future, when he suddenly heard Atai declare, "Teacher, now that you have become my master, I must serve you. Allow me to take you to receive the true inheritance." "What? There is a true inheritance?" Luo Fan exclaimed in surprise. "So all that we fought for earlier was not the real inheritance?" "Correct. None of it was," Atai replied candidly. "Those were merely bait." "Bait? What do you mean?" Luo Fan was taken aback, sensing a hint of conspiracy in the air. "Teacher, do you notice any significant changes around you?" Luo Fan looked around in confusion, finding nothing particularly special. Everything had simply grown quiet. "Are you referring to the cessation of the anomalies in the world?" Luo Fan asked uncertainly. "Did you have a hand in this?" "Indeed." Atai nodded. "Previously, the central control system activated disaster mode to assist me in eliminating the invaders. Now that you have gained my recognition and become a qualified heir, the disaster mode has naturally been deactivated. Only by gaining your recognition can one be considered a qualified heir. So, it turns out my disciple is also the examiner." "Yes. You previously earned the recognition of the Crystal Pyramid. That was the first trial. My appearance serves as the second trial. Only those who successfully pass both trials are deemed the true heirs. What if I fail your trial?" "Last time, 3 individuals from your Earth obtained the inheritance items, but when they attempted to leave, the system enforced a qualification review process upon them, resulting in their complete destruction. Thus, if you fail to inherit the Crystal Pyramid this time, your companions will also perish. No one will escape alive." Luo Fan grimaced. They provided the inheritance items but did not allow anyone to leave alive. These prehistoric humans are clearly deceivers. "Yes, it is deception." Atai candidly admitted, all inheritance items are merely bait to attract more individuals to undergo the system's qualification review. This review is akin to an exceptionally difficult test paper, even if one scores perfectly on the earlier sections. Failing the final bonus question results in an automatic failure. On this planet, failure equates to death. "Indeed, this is truly a treacherous pit," Luo Fan exclaimed, drenched in sweat. "Fortunately, luck is on my side. Otherwise, I would surely have perished this time. However, do not let this lead you to arrogance, teacher. Although you have passed the qualification review, it merely signifies that you possess the qualifications of a successor. It does not imply that you are currently a competent one." "Why is that? Is there a distinction?" "Because your strength is woefully inadequate," the blunt Atai unabashedly criticized his mentor. "To be precise, in terms of enhancing human capabilities, you Earthlings have fallen into a grave misconception. The use of genetic drugs for forced enhancement was merely a desperate measure in ancient times, typically employed during large-scale wars to create cannon fodder. True warriors with potential for development would never resort to such a depleting method. Moreover, your application of power is exceedingly rudimentary, akin to that of preschoolers, devoid of any technique. Lacking appropriate combat skills, the enhanced power, speed, and mental acuity of yours go entirely to waste, which is a disgraceful squandering." Without the requisite martial techniques, a warrior's effectiveness in battle is severely limited, unable to manifest their true worth. Throughout the history of prehistoric civilizations, a high-ranking warrior possessing formidable martial skills could even sway the tide of battle. On the battlefield, the true value of a powerful individual can never be offset merely by numbers. For this reason, every prehistoric civilization, regardless of its technological advancements, has tirelessly endeavored to develop and refine the system of human cultivation. Atai's words left Luo Fan feeling profoundly embarrassed, yet simultaneously helpless. Atai, while I understand the rationale behind your words, where am I to acquire such formidable martial skills? Without the appropriate techniques, I am like a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Atai burst into hearty laughter. You need not seek them out, for they are readily available right here. The Mu civilization did not concentrate its important legacies in one place. Instead, they purposefully dispersed them. This altar, which receives the legacy, is the largest of its kind. While on the surface, there are 3 other significant points of inheritance located at the Death Lake, Mist Lizard Cave, and the Dark Corridor. Among the competitors accompanying you, some have already acquired the legacies from those 3 locations based on prior information. Do you know who obtained the legacy? Luo Fan inquired. It was not out of jealousy or a desire to seize it. He was simply curious to see who possessed such prowess. It was Fang Tianming and Ai Heping. Ah, so it is them. That is not surprising. Luo Fan nodded. They indeed possess such capabilities. Atai then grinned at Luo Fan. Since your arrival on this planet, I have been observing you through the central control system. That individual named Ai Heping, although still quite weak, can be considered a true warrior. Hence, I ordered the system to recover his body, which is now stored securely. Within his wristband, there exists a gun technique acquired from the Dark Corridor. He has perished. And thus these items are of no use to him. Given that you also have an affinity for firearms, this legacy would suit you perfectly. What? Luo Fan exclaimed in surprise. So, the valuable items discovered by the military uncle ultimately benefit me? Indeed. They are all yours, teacher. However, the advantage you gain is even greater than you might imagine. Is there more to be had? Luo Fan asked, filled with anticipation. Well, Atai nodded. In fact, this entire planet now belongs to you. Luo Fan was rendered speechless. It sounded extraordinarily grand, so. After all that effort by so many, the greatest benefits are bestowed upon me alone. How embarrassing. Since that is the case, then, I shan't be modest. Let us have it all presented to me at once. Chapter 62. Ancient Secrets in the Outer Space of the XH-12 Planet. A massive interstellar fleet concluded its spatial jump, emerging in the dark void. Xiang Tianxiao faced the display screen of the control panel, engaging in final communications with Li Ruoyun before landing. How is the situation on Earth? Rest assured, Marshal, the situation has been initially brought under control. Rescue efforts for the casualties and the relocation of survivors are progressing steadily, and the public sentiment is gradually improving. Are there any new gates appearing? None. It has been confirmed that there are only 7 gates in total. Furthermore, these 7 gates are stable, with no unusual activity at present, granting us ample time to prepare. Excellent. I entrust this work to you. With you overseeing matters on Earth, I feel at ease. Xiang Tianxiao paused for a moment before adding, Ruoyun, thank you for your hard work. Li Ruoyun smiled sweetly, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering another word. Xiang Tianxiao returned her smile, waved goodbye at the screen, and then severed the communication. He subsequently conveyed orders to the entire fleet to prepare for landing on the XH-12 planet. Happiness arrived unexpectedly. As Luo Fan followed Atai toward the central control room, he found it hard to believe Atai, appearing honest and straightforward, surely wouldn't deceive me, right? But, inheriting a planet, what kind of situation is this? Walking upon the ravaged surface of XH-12, Luo Fan pondered this question. Chi had returned to the starry realm. Since Atai was now one of his own, there was no danger in his movements here. Chi needed to minimize exposure time, as prolonged presence outside would increase the risk of detection, especially since no one could predict when Earth might send someone over again. That moment, Atai was leading Luo Fan to the nearest teleportation terminal. According to Atai's explanation, access to the planet's central control room was only possible through specific teleportation terminals. In fact, There had been one such terminal beneath the altar where they had previously fought. But alas, that site had been utterly destroyed due to the intense battle, and it would not be operational until fully repaired. The path they were traversing now led them toward the Chang'an Prairie. Having just endured a catastrophic ordeal, Luo Fan observed that the landscape had transformed beyond recognition. The once vibrant golden prairie had nearly vanished, with the ground riddled with cracks of various sizes. Frequently, he encountered the lifeless bodies of soldiers from the West District and wrecked individual aircraft, all of whom had perished upon their arrival in this treacherous realm. Luo Fan took special note that he did not see the bodies of Yi Qin, the fatty, or Fang Tianming along the way, which somewhat alleviated his worries. Chi had also informed him that the spaceship had successfully taken off. Yet, despite his usual unwavering trust in Chi, Luo Fan felt an unsettling sense of anxiety this time. Was it the so-called concern that leads to chaos? But whom was he worried about? Was it Fang Tianming, who had gifted him a novel that altered the story's conclusion? The fatty, who tirelessly promoted insurance? Or perhaps that cold, beautiful assassin? None of them seemed quite right. Shaking his head, Luo Fan temporarily cast aside these disordered thoughts. Refocusing on the desolate scenery before him, his mood soured considerably. For according to Atai, not only was the interior space in such a state, but the planet's surface had also become severely dilapidated. The sights and sounds he encountered along the way caused him great distress. Although he could not fully comprehend Atai's assertion that the entire planet is yours, he surmised it to mean that this planet would henceforth be his private property. Now, witnessing the planet in such a dismal state, how could Luo Fan not feel a pang of regret? He hadn't even completed the transfer of ownership, and they were already hastily commencing demolition. Why not consult the future owner's opinion? This was utterly outrageous. As Luo Fan was lost in thought, Atai suddenly came to a halt, indicating they had arrived at the so-called teleportation terminal. Luo Fan looked up and saw a landscape filled with crumbling walls. Stretching for miles, the shattered pillars and collapsed walls were remarkably tall, suggesting that this ruin had once been a magnificent palace complex long ago, now overrun with weeds and wildflowers, clearly abandoned for many years. Atai, what is this place? Is it a remnant of the Mu civilization? To Luo Fan's surprise, Atai shook his head. No, there are no structures built by the Mu civilization on this planet. They merely modified the existing architectural structures and stored their legacy materials and items here. Subsequently, they employed some form of spatial concealment technology to erase this planet from the current universe, hiding it within a kind of subspace interstice. Both the previous altar and this abandoned palace are, in fact, remnants of our Titan race. Only through these locations can one access the core part of the planet's central control system. Titan relics, the planet's core, the spatial technology to conceal a planet. Luo Fan was taken aback. The situation seemed to deviate significantly from his prior assumptions. Wasn't this supposed to be a legacy planet left by the Mu civilization? How did Titan ruins come into play? Moreover, the core of a planet is composed entirely of molten lava at exceedingly high temperatures. How could a human possibly venture inside? Is this XH-12 planet any different? Just when I thought I was nearing the answer, I found myself confronted with a multitude of questions instead. Atai discerned Rofan's curiosity and took the initiative to elucidate, in truth. The celestial body you have designated as XH-12 is none other than the Titan star from over 30,000 years ago. Although it has now transformed into a savage wasteland reborn from catastrophe, in the distant ancient era, it was the homeland of our Titan giants, where our ancestors thrived for millennia. An ancient legend speaks of a colossal secret hidden beneath the planet's surface. Our Titan clan exists solely to safeguard this secret. What is that secret? Rofan inquired. His curiosity piqued. The mere prowess of Atai was already formidable. He could scarcely imagine the strength of the entire Titan clan, and a secret worthy of such a powerful lineage inevitably stirred his intrigue. I do not know, Atai replied, shaking his head. I was born too late to uncover that secret before my kin were all slaughtered. All I know is that it is a secret our Titan lineage has vowed to protect with their lives. Yet it is precisely because of this secret that we faced the calamity of extinction. Extinction? Are you saying that your entire Titan race was annihilated? How could that be possible, given your might? Rofan exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. It was due to an enemy even more powerful than us. Had it not been for the intervention of the Mu civilization, our planet might have been entirely obliterated, Atai replied with a bittersweet smile. The sorrow in his single eye unmistakable. However, the Mu civilization's assistance came too late. All my kin perished, leaving only me, a mere child at the time. Upon hearing this, Rofan felt a pang of sorrow. Atai's backstory was far heavier than he had imagined. Why didn't the Mu civilization intervene sooner? Rofan asked. Because there was significant internal debate within the Mu civilization regarding whether to interfere in our planetary affairs. The enemy capable of annihilating the Titan clan must be unimaginably formidable. It is evidently unwise to provoke such a powerful foe in order to assist an external race, Atai explained. Rofan nodded thoughtfully. You speak the truth. Those willing to assist others despite knowing the risks are indeed noble and grand civilizations. Thus, it seems the Mu civilization deserves great respect. Despite their disagreements, they ultimately intervened, correct? Indeed, it was their timely arrival that spared my home planet from destruction and saved me, a mere child at the time. Yet, this act hastened the downfall of the Mu civilization, leading to their premature disappearance from the annals of history. Had they not intervened, they could have enjoyed thousands more years of glory. It is all due to us Titans that they suffered. Atai's voice was laden with gravity. Thus, I vowed to preserve the legacy of the Mu civilization until a worthy successor emerged. Now that you, my teacher, have appeared, I have finally fulfilled my oath. Noticing Rofan lost in thought, Atai suddenly stretched widely. Laughing heartily, let us not dwell on these heavy pasts. The most pressing matter is for you to accept the ultimate legacy as soon as possible. After saying this to Rofan, Atai looked up at the sky and declared, Feast. Take us to the central control room. No sooner had he spoken than a thick, translucent beam of light descended from above, enveloping the two of them. Feast. Rofan, having just been absorbed in Atai's words, was momentarily baffled by his statement and repeated it in confusion. Atai grinned. Feast is the name I gave to the artificial intelligence of the central control system. Originally, it was merely a string of letters and numbers. But I felt that lacked warmth. You see, I have always aspired to be a literary figure. Why such a name? Rofan recalled that the artificial intelligence here seemed to possess a melodious feminine voice, which felt somewhat mismatched with the name. Because my life at the time was exceedingly dull. Aside from sleeping, my greatest pleasure was enjoying a hearty meal, hence the poetic name for the AI. Poetic. Rofan grimaced inwardly, thinking that perhaps a numerical designation would sound more pleasing. The light shimmered, and the scenery around them suddenly changed. When the surroundings stabilized, they found themselves in another realm, the central control room of the planet. Chapter 63, Each There Tomorrow, Part 1. Yi Si-chin entered the room and immediately spotted the enigmatic figure shrouded in a black cloak. The riddle solver was currently engaged in a conversation via a wrist device, quietly listening until the other party finished speaking. Understood, the riddle solver replied before concluding the call. Turning to Yi Si-chin, the riddle solver chuckled lightly. Your partner is indeed quite formidable. The Earth United headquarters has dispatched 5 teams to track him. Yet he managed to elude them in such a short span. That group is now frantically searching, but alas, they have completely lost his trail, lacking even the slightest clue. It seems you have made quite an impressive acquaintance. He is not my friend, Yi Si-chin answered coldly. The riddle solver shook their head. Whether he is a friend or not is inconsequential. What matters is that he is not an enemy. Even I cannot discern his true nature. This rotund fellow's origins must be extraordinary. To oppose someone like him would undoubtedly be an unpleasant endeavor. Noticing Yi Si-chin's silence, which indicated her reluctance to continue the discussion, the riddle solver shifted the topic. Let us set him aside for now. So, have we obtained the item we were seeking? Yes, Yi Si-chin affirmed, producing an object from her wrist device and handing it to the riddle solver. Upon careful examination, the riddle solver smiled. Indeed, this is it. With this, our plan can proceed smoothly. Could you explain why? When I randomly chose a room to receive the legacy item as you instructed, I ended up with exactly what we needed. Yi Si-chin, who typically preferred brevity, suddenly posed the question. The riddle solver grinned mischievously and lowered their voice as if sharing a secret. Because you are you. What do you mean? Yi Siqin was dissatisfied with such an ambiguous response. I am not one to spoil surprises. You will naturally understand in due time. The riddle solver tactfully diverted the conversation. It's a pity we couldn't secure that crystal pyramid. It would have been immensely valuable. However, even though the one-armed man's adopted son obtained it, he likely won't be able to enjoy it. Who would have thought that a Titan giant was hidden on that planet? It was truly unexpected. If not for that hot-headed lad sacrificing himself to buy you time, you would have been in significant peril. Make sure to burn some paper money for him during the Qingming festival. It's the least you can do. Yi Siqin remained silent, seemingly disinterested in the topic. Yet, internally, she wrestled with conflicting emotions. The riddle solver was only aware of Rofan's last-minute intervention against the Titan giant. She had never mentioned the 3 times he had saved her. She could not articulate why she chose to conceal this, whether out of consideration for the elite assassin's reputation or a desire to preserve some personal memories. She did not know. Yet, whenever she recalled that teasing smile and the unwavering determination in his eyes as he urged them to flee from the rampaging Titan giant, she felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. It had been years since she experienced such a sensation. The warmth of connection. Rofan stood amidst a boundless void. Unlike the resplendent starry expanse surrounding the celestial realm, this place was devoid of any substance, existing in an infinite emptiness. Yet it was not dark, for at the center of this space floated an object radiating a gentle glow, illuminating what would otherwise be a realm of darkness. It was a towering throne, exuding an aura of immense majesty. Teacher, let us proceed. That throne is the core of this planet's central control system. With my authority, I can only bring you to this peripheral area. I can only receive limited information here. Should I venture further, the system would obliterate me. Only a worthy successor is permitted to sit upon that throne. Rofan hesitated only briefly before casting aside all distractions and stepping into the void beneath his feet. Approaching the towering throne with deliberate strides, he could distinctly feel a sense of familiarity, as if the throne were summoning him, and as he drew nearer, that sensation intensified. At last, Rofan stood before the throne, and without a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and gently seated himself. A dazzling beam of light descended from above, enveloping him entirely. Without any need for explanation, Rofan immediately understood that this was the light used for the transmission of memories. As the radiance enveloped him, he felt a tremendous roar echoing in his mind, a torrent of information flooding his consciousness, unraveling many of the enigmas that had long perplexed him. Rofan has come to understand the limitations of his current authority, realizing that he can only possess, but cannot control, this planet. The conditions required to fully dominate this world are exceedingly stringent. Only by reaching the Saint King level can one barely exert influence. And only by attaining the God level can one wield complete power. It seems that accomplishing this feat within a short time frame is utterly impossible. Rofan has finally grasped why he was able to undergo the genetic testing procedure of the Crystal Pyramid. Other powerful beings on Earth have elevated their levels through gene-enhancing drugs, whereas he solely relied on the nameless cultivation technique brought back by his adoptive father before his passing, achieving the Awakener level through diligent practice and the absorption of the world's vital energies. Because Rofan's original genes remained untainted by drugs during the early stages of his cultivation, he possesses sufficient potential for advancement, making him worthy of the resources of ancient civilizations for nurturing. As for the Crystal Pyramid, it serves as an auxiliary tool for cultivation, enhancing the absorption and conversion of vital energies, and works exceptionally well in conjunction with the starry space. However, regarding its other significant function, Rofan finds himself unable to utilize it for the time being, waiting for future opportunities. He has also learned where this planet has been for the past 30,000 years. It exists in a layer between this universe and another. Entirely different universe. To guide the successor, this planet has briefly reappeared in this universe. This moment, as Rofan takes his seat upon the throne, the mission of this planet has been accomplished, and it will soon depart, vanishing from this cosmic space and returning to its original interstitial realm. Rofan has also come across a legend concerning the successor. It is said that the so-called successor is not merely someone who meets certain criteria, but a unique individual possessing special genes. 30,000 years ago, a prophetic figure with extraordinary abilities foretold the demise of the Mu civilization, stating that in this very time, the successor would appear. and upon gaining the rights to the Mu civilization, would once again allow it to shine in the cosmos. However, this remains just a legend, and even the Mu civilization itself is uncertain whether the prophet's words will come to fruition. Rofan is perplexed. The preservation of this legend indicates that the Mu civilization holds it in high regard. If these claims are true, then he is not merely a fortunate individual passing a test, but rather a unique successor guided here by fate from the very beginning. Could it be that while the world relies on drugs to elevate levels, he alone has cultivated through a mysterious technique, ultimately passing the genetic test for the Mu civilization's successor? This series of events seems far too orchestrated to be mere coincidence. Rofan is enveloped in confusion. Suddenly, he recalls the enigmatic stone statue, which was not left behind by the Mu civilization, but erected by the Titans over 100,000 years ago. Is there truly a special connection between the statue and himself? As the truth gradually unfolds, even more mysteries emerge in Rofan's mind. Hunter, the East District has gone too far this time. Upon entering Hunter's rather Spartan office, Robert immediately exclaimed, "If we don't show them some consequences, those folks in the East District will likely think even less of us in the future." The elderly African-American man, his hair now completely silver, lifted his gaze from the pile of documents on his desk. His expression cold as he inquired, "Robert, what has the East District done to offend you this time?" "They've discovered the ruins of the Mu civilization that vanished 30,000 years ago and intend to claim it all for themselves without a word," Robert indignantly accused. The significance of ancient civilizations to humanity's development is monumental. Yet they selfishly conceal this information, showing no intention of sharing with us. Old Hunter snorted derisively. "Robert, don't assume I'm unaware of everything. You chose to compete with the East District for the inheritance, resulting in your nephew's demise, and now you wish to shift the blame onto others while trying to incite me to take action on your behalf. Sorry, but you've miscalculated." Robert's frustration boiled over. "Marshal Hunter, you can't ignore this matter. The bizarre incidents occurring across the Earth are clearly instigated by those in the East District, yet they expect the global populace to bear the terrifying consequences. It's utterly shameless." Hearing this, the silver-haired old marshal fell silent. After a long pause, Marshal Hunter finally nodded and remarked, "Understood. I will certainly discuss this matter seriously with Marshal Xiang, and I hope the East District's government will provide us with a satisfactory response." Robert sneered, vengefully stating, "Indeed, they must pay the price for this." Chapter 64. Each One's Tomorrow, Part 2. When Huang Ying entered Shi Qianjuan's office once more, he was seated at his desk, diligently attending to paperwork. Exuding the very essence of a true president, anyone could discern from his composed exterior that this refined man harbored such astonishing secrets within. "Fang Tianming has already retrieved what we need and is en route here," Huang Ying announced as she took a seat across from Shi Qianjun. "Regrettably, we only have 2/3 of the items. The last piece has fallen into AI Hepping's hands, and he perished on planet XH-12. Xiang Tianxiao's fleet has likely arrived near XH-12, so we may not get the chance to acquire the third item." "No matter," Shi Qianjun replied, lifting his gaze to offer Huang Ying a meaningful smile. "Considering the circumstances at that time, obtaining 2 items is already a commendable outcome. It seems your friend is quite capable." Huang Ying appeared to relish his demeanor, a hint of pride crossing her features, yet she refrained from continuing his line of thought and instead asked, "What are your plans for the 2 pieces of inheritance we've obtained? Will you commence the next phase of the plan immediately?" "Not yet. We mustn't rush into the next step." Shi Qianjun shook his head. "I still require some time to prepare a few things. Once we have the inheritance, please make a copy of the contents and deliver it to your aunt. Resource sharing was a condition we agreed upon when collaborating with the United Capital. As a businessman, betraying trust is the gravest mistake. We have numerous areas to cooperate with them, and such a blunder must never occur." After a brief pause, he added, "You must handle this matter personally. It cannot be delegated." "Rest assured, I will manage it promptly." Huang Ying nodded in agreement, but instead of leaving, she inquired further, "Old Relic, I have another question." "What is it?" "Previously, we met in secret, exercising extreme caution even in private communications to avoid exposing our relationship and jeopardizing the entire plan. Why now do you allow me to come and go so freely in your company?" Huang Ying voiced her lingering curiosity. She did not believe that Shi Qianjuan's intentions were merely to see her. In truth, during their time together, she had always taken the initiative, while Shi Qianjun had never made any requests beyond work-related matters and his own plans. Huang Ying was acutely aware that this man, aside from necessary daily routines such as eating and sleeping, rarely engaged in meaningless activities. Every action he undertook was meticulously orchestrated, serving his grand scheme. Thus, this behavior, which would expose their relationship, could not be attributed to carelessness or impulse. It was undoubtedly intentional. Indeed, Shi Qianjuan's response confirmed her suspicions. My clever little fly, you've undoubtedly surmised correctly. I want the higher-ups of the Earth United Capital to be aware of our close relationship. The integration of your three major consortiums is progressing smoothly. Shan Wang has always had a cooperative relationship with your Di Huang, so the reception should pose little obstacle. Although there have been minor issues with Hai Long, I have complete faith in your ability to resolve them. Once the integration is complete, the emerging new Di Huang will become a formidable force capable of rivaling the Tianxiang Group. The recent St. Guard assessment incident, from the inheritance of ancient civilization to the demise of Shi Si, and the emergence of the Seven Gates, these are all daggers thrust between the high-ranking figures of the East and West districts. These daggers have been plunged deep enough that no one can extract them. A rift has formed between the East and West districts of the Earth United Capital that cannot be mended. Although, due to the personal connections between Hunter and Xiang Tianxiao, the military forces on both sides will not intervene for the time being, preventing an immediate rupture. The seeds have been sown and will inevitably sprout. This is something we understand. But they are even more aware of it than we are. However, both sides currently possess equal strength, and in order to gain an advantage in future conflicts, they will undoubtedly seek to ally with powerful partners. And who is the most valuable ally they can court on Earth now? It is, of course, us, the Tianxiang Group and the rising new Di Huang. Now, revealing the exchanges between us is intended to make them understand that our relationship is quite intimate. Tianxiang and Di Huang shall become close partners, unified in their interests. Thus, a three-pronged stalemate will be formed with the eastern and western districts. Whoever can secure our support will emerge victorious in future conflicts. Therefore, whether they desire it or not, they will inevitably have to exert considerable effort to win us over. Consequently, regardless of which side prevails, the ultimate beneficiaries will undoubtedly be us. Old rascal, you truly are a villain. Your willingness to engage with me is merely to solidify the alliance between Tianxiang and Di Huang, isn't it? Huang Ying gazed at the man she could never quite decipher, her face betraying a look of enchantment. What a pity. For I find myself drawn to your cunning ways. It seems I shall, like the upper echelons of the United Capital, be at your mercy. Xiang Tianxiao stared, wide-eyed, at the image displayed on the screen. His expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. In truth, the crew of this fleet consisted of rigorously selected elites, and surprises were becoming increasingly rare for them. Yet now, all were plunged into profound astonishment. Despite having previously heard rumors of the planet's impending disappearance, most had dismissed it with a laugh, with few truly believing. But now, they had witnessed the planet vanish before their very eyes. Yes, an utterly shocking spectacle unfolded right before them. Just as the fleet prepared to descend upon planet XH-12, that once-lost planet abruptly vanished once more. As they gazed at the vast emptiness of space displayed on the screen, a deep-seated fear began to stir within Xiang Tianxiao. What kind of technology, what sort of power could enable a planet to appear and disappear at will? Such formidable strength, if wielded by Earth's enemies, who could possibly stand against it? This planet's recent appearance had brought forth untold chaos and bloodshed. So, what calamity would it unleash upon Earth upon its next return? Lo Fan sat calmly upon his throne, enveloped in a celestial light, resembling a sovereign radiating divine brilliance. At this moment, countless pieces of information streamed into his mind via the beams of inheritance, transforming into his memories. Secrets previously unknown unveiled their mysterious veils before him, and the path ahead gradually became clear. Earth, the shared home of humanity, he murmured softly, gazing into the void. I shall return soon. With that, Lo Fan quietly closed his eyes. In Tianluo Star, the virtual chamber's lid slowly opened, and Shan Meng rose, her first sight being the middle-aged man sitting nearby, gazing at her. Father. Shen Meng greeted respectfully as she stepped out of the virtual chamber. Shen Xiaozhong smiled warmly at his daughter, brimming with anticipation. Xiaomeng, How do you feel? Did you succeed? Though she already had the answer within the virtual reality, Shenming prudently closed her eyes once more to earnestly gauge her state. Shin Xiaozhong did not rush her, simply watching his daughter with eager eyes. After a brief moment, Shenming opened her eyes, offering her father a smile. Your expectations have not been in vain. I have succeeded. Upon receiving the long-awaited answer, Shin Xiaozhong could not help but let out a joyous laugh towards the heavens. After a while, he quelled his laughter and spoke with pride. From this day forward, no one shall rival our Shin family. For my daughter has become the strongest on earth. Since this is a free chapter, I shall take a moment of space. Thus concludes the first segment, 2 chapters in one go, and there will be no further updates tonight. Tomorrow, I shall commence posting the second segment, and from the next chapter, the story will transition into a new plotline. I am aware of my humble skills and the inadequacies of my writing. I do not know how many friends will continue to follow this work. But even if only one remains, I will persist in my updates, never to disappoint the support of my friends. End of volume. Originally, I intended to immerse myself in writing, focusing solely on honing my craft. However, I changed my mind, realizing that improving my writing skills is not an overnight endeavor. Therefore, I decided to preface a chapter with some explanations. Although there remain many imperfections in the story thus far, it has reached a natural pause, and I will soon embark on a new narrative arc, transitioning from the extraterrestrial to an urban setting. However, prior to delving into the main storyline, I will likely include some preparatory chapters, as outlining the background and characters will consume considerable word count. Fortunately, these are free chapters, and those who find them unappealing may skim through to grasp the essential identities involved. After these transitional chapters, I will strive to gradually infuse the narrative with exhilaration. This presents a challenge for me, as I lack sufficient experience, and everything requires slow learning and exploration. Regardless of success or failure, I will exert my utmost effort. For without sincere attempts, progress will remain elusive. I previously wrote a story, but after a few tens of thousands of words, I ceased updates, which I consider shameful. This time, even if the work falters, I am determined to complete it while striving for improvement. Thus, while I may not be able to update with the same fervor as those renowned authors, I shall maintain my own pace and pour my heart into completing this work. Additionally, some friends have inquired why. Despite the protagonist's apparent traversal in the prologue, it seems absent thereafter. Regarding this matter, I have already laid the groundwork at the chapter's end, where a voice states, "The day of memory awakening is the moment of destiny's change." Therefore, the protagonist's past memories have yet to awaken, and only at a specific moment will he recall his former life, unveiling many astonishing secrets. The reason for this setup, in part, is that I do not wish for the protagonist to begin with overwhelming advantages, experiencing an excessive and unnatural growth in power. If the protagonist understands everything and can accomplish all, the presence of star pets would lose significance. Thus, I arrange for the awakening of his memories to occur at a later point, at which time the protagonist will experience a remarkable leap in strength, and his true adversaries will also emerge at that moment, with many prior hints and setups only revealing their clarity then. As for the setting of past memories, there exists a second reason. I yearn to explore the romantic dynamics between the protagonist and the 2 leading female characters. I hope their relationship develops gradually through repeated encounters and intense clashes of conflict, rather than resembling many time travel tales where the protagonist immediately fixates on one female lead or becomes a fickle heartthrob. Some may not favor this approach, possibly reflecting differing attitudes towards women. Essentially, I am someone who treats emotions with rigor and does not appreciate harems, particularly protagonists akin to stallions in certain novels. Approaching 40, I consider myself a man who has experienced the complexities of relationships. My romantic journey has indeed been tumultuous. Yet I continue to hold women in high regard, viewing them as more than mere tools. Men may regard women as objects for physiological release, provided the other party consents, as seen in certain semi-public transactions. However, if one employs the term love towards a woman, there exists a responsibility to cherish both her and the word within one's heart. That said, after a lengthy and impassioned discourse, the author has indeed designed 2 significant female characters within this narrative. If I advocate for respect towards women, then the harem trope cannot be carelessly employed. Thus, interested readers may ponder the eventual outcomes for the male protagonist and the 2 female characters. Chapter 65. Awakening of Abilities in the Starry Realm. A crystal pyramid, approximately 2 stories high, floated serenely amidst the dazzling cosmos, its surface radiating a gentle, flickering light. Luo Fan sat cross-legged within the crystal pyramid, the rich essence of heaven and earth converging from all directions to form a swirling vortex of energy around his body, continuously flowing into him through the acupoints along his form. Luo Fan's hands rested upon his knees, each grasping a blood-red crystal, and streams of crimson energy flowed steadily into his body, merging with the essence of heaven and earth. The energy, now fused with the blood-red essence, rapidly diminished in volume, soon reducing to about half its original amount, yet it became far more refined and dense, as if its quality had significantly improved. This energy, distilled by the blood-red crystal, had transcended its original form, evolving into a more purified, advanced primal force. Luo Fan skillfully guided this refined primal force, allowing it to circulate slowly within his body along the meridians. His mental focus was intensely concentrated, exercising utmost caution, as the rotation of energy was deliberately slow. It is not the case that more energy within the human body is always better. Rather, it must be balanced. If the energy intensity surpasses the body's capacity, it could manifest as a disaster, much like an overloaded electrical device. The crystal pyramids left behind by the Mu civilization are unparalleled treasures for those who cultivate internal energy. Not only do they expedite the absorption of the vital energies of heaven and earth, but they also filter out the impurities within these energies, rendering the absorbed energy remarkably pure and significantly enhancing the cultivator's progression speed. Moreover, the blood crystal has the extraordinary ability to condense the vital energies into the primordial force, elevating the purity of energy within Luo Fan to the level of true cosmic powerhouses. The existence of the starry space, the crystal pyramid, and the blood crystal, each alone is sufficient to grant a cultivator an astonishing rate of advancement. However, for Luo Fan, who possesses all three, his cultivation speed surpasses even the speed of light. In his final moments, his adoptive father, the one-armed traveler, entrusted Luo Fan with a mysterious technique. Since then, Luo Fan has devoted himself to relentless practice. Yet, after a full 6 years, he remained stuck at the first layer of the technique, unable to break through to the second layer, and his strength had only reached the 8th level of enhancement, that time. Luo Fan thought reaching the 10th level of enhancement and mastering the second layer of the technique would be a satisfactory achievement. However, as fate would have it, everything changed with the arrival of Chi. Now, he has perfected the second layer of the mysterious technique and is currently attempting to breach the barriers to an even higher level. At this moment, his level has astonishingly reached that of a 5th tier awakened. If awakened beings are rare on Earth, those above the 3rd tier remain merely theoretical. Such individuals have never appeared in the previous history of Earth. No faction has ever succeeded in nurturing its members beyond the 3rd tier, not even the Earth United Capital on Earth. 2nd tier awakened beings are already considered peak experts. According to records from the spacecraft that crashed during the Day of Destiny, awakened beings are classified into 5 tiers. Unlike enhancers, who are divided into 10 levels, the 1st to 3rd tiers are ordinary awakened, while the 4th and 5th tiers are classified as advanced awakened. Although the distinction between these two may seem minor, the gap between the 3rd and 4th tiers is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Countless cultivators in the cosmos find themselves trapped before this divide, unable to cross it for their entire lives. Yet, for Luo Fan, who possesses 3 cultivation artifacts, these obstacles have ceased to be a concern. With the boundless vital energies of heaven and earth provided by the starry space, the filtering and purifying capabilities of the crystal pyramid, and the blood crystal's ability to transform the refined energies into the supremely pure primordial force, Luo Fan ascended from a 3rd tier, awakened to the pinnacle of the 5th tier in just 3 months. And today he begins his challenge toward even greater heights. As the primordial force circulates within him time and again, Luo Fan's body gradually emanates a faint glow, flowing continuously along his skin. His radiant form is as majestic as a deity descended upon the mortal realm. At this moment, Luo Fan's mind is free of distractions as he focuses intently on the operation of the mysterious technique. Under the continuous baptism of the primordial force, every cell in his body undergoes a fundamental transformation at the genetic level, a true elevation of life itself. When the cycle of energy is nearly complete, Luo Fan's body suddenly trembles violently, and the energy within him erupts in a fierce explosion, shattering the barrier that had confined him for so long. He has attained the level of extraordinary ability. Moments later, Luo Fan opens his eyes, his face alight with joy. In just 3 months, he has transcended 3 tiers, becoming a formidable wielder of extraordinary abilities. Through the inheritance of the Mu civilization, Luo Fan's knowledge and perspective have greatly expanded. He has come to understand many hidden truths, including the classification of power levels. Previously on Earth, people believed enhancers to be the true masters, while awakened beings stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Luo Fan once held this belief firmly. Now, he comprehends the insignificance of humanity and the short-sightedness of their views. In the eyes of prehistoric civilizations, enhancers are mere foot soldiers, akin to cannon fodder, while awakened beings are merely at the threshold of martial prowess, barely qualifying as competent warriors. The highest tier, the 5th tier awakened, may serve as elite soldiers, and occasionally, exceptional talents may lead small teams. Yet, in essence, these are all but the lowest ranks. Above the awakened, several grand tiers exist: extraordinary ability, super ability, heavenly sovereign, saint king, and the highest tier, divine, which gazes down upon all beings. Only those who reach these levels are worthy of being called true masters. After 3 months of cultivation on planet XH-12, Luo Fan has finally perfected the 2nd layer of the mysterious technique left by his adoptive father, officially stepping into the realm of the 3rd layer. This leap has also allowed him to break free from the confines of the pinnacle of the 5th tier awakened, propelling him into the realm of extraordinary ability. As the term suggests, extraordinary ability arises when both physical potential and mental fortitude reach a peak, seamlessly merging physical capabilities with spiritual prowess, transforming quantity into quality, thereby unlocking extraordinary abilities. In ancient times, such powers were referred to as superpowers or miracles. According to the records of the Mu civilization, extraordinary ability is divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Luo Fan currently belongs to the beginner tier, having just begun to awaken and utilize his extraordinary abilities. At this moment, he can distinctly feel a peculiar energy that has emerged within him following his breakthrough. However, he remains uncertain how to harness and wield this energy, and he cannot even discern the nature of the extraordinary ability he has activated. Due to various factors, genetic inheritance, the techniques practiced, innate temperament, and environmental influences, each cultivator manifests a unique ability upon reaching the extraordinary ability tier. Among these abilities, some are overwhelmingly powerful, while many others lack practical utility. A hint of anxiety stirs within Luo Fan. After arduous efforts to reach this level, what if the ability he unleashes turns out to be worthless? Such a revelation would undoubtedly be a significant blow. He hopes for favorable fortune. With this thought, Luo Fan calms his mind, concentrating his mental energy around his body, and begins to explore his newfound ability. After observing intently for a considerable time, Luo Fan's expression shifts, and he opens his eyes. To his astonishment, the extraordinary ability he has activated is, with his palms spread open, Luo Fan gazes at his hands, his face displaying an odd expression. The extraordinary ability I have awakened is microcosm? Luo Fan muses aloud, recalling that he had seen a description of this ability within the inheritance of the Mu civilization. Microcosm, as the name suggests, allows one to observe and control the minutiae of things, categorizing it as a control-type extraordinary ability. Those who possess this capability exhibit extraordinary observation skills, mastery over energy manipulation and application of force, coordination of bodily movements, and adeptness in weapon handling, all to a finely tuned degree. Although this ability does not inherently possess great lethality, when applied skillfully, it can elevate all of one's skills to a higher tier, thereby unleashing even greater prowess. This technique seems tailor-made for me, Luo Fan exclaims in delight. With the microcosm ability, my cultivation speed will undoubtedly increase manifold. Without further ado, I shall commence my training. Filled with exhilaration, Luo Fan neglects rest and immediately begins to practice the next technique. With his eyes gently closed, countless memories of the inheritance flow through his mind, and soon, the text of a powerful technique materializes in his consciousness. Top-tier technique inheritance. Magnetic realm. This magnetic realm technique is not part of the inheritance imparted to Luo Fan by the planet's core control system, but rather a gift obtained from the mysterious temple. For safety reasons, the Mu civilization had divided all significant inheritances into 5 parts, each secured at different locations. The magnetic realm, which Luo Fan has acquired. represents the highest level of technique inheritance, second only to the crystal pyramid in value among all inherited artifacts on planet XH. 12. The magnetic realm technique is divided into 7 layers. The first layer enhances the body and reflexes, increasing strength and speed. Upon mastering this layer, the body becomes incredibly resilient, impervious to iron, and its flexibility significantly improves, allowing for rapid adaptation to various common combat techniques. With magnetic power coursing within, though not yet capable of external projection, Luo Fan can already perform wall-crawling techniques like a gecko on metallic surfaces using the suction of his palms and feet. The second layer allows for the external projection of magnetic force, albeit within a limited range of 50 to 100 meters, depending on individual aptitude. Within this sphere, the emitted magnetic field can cloak one from external scanning devices and remotely control lighter metallic weapons for attacks. The body's flexibility further increases, making movements unpredictable, akin to ancient masters of lightness, capable of traversing the surface of water and scaling walls, while also adeptly executing various internal martial arts techniques. Any metallic object that comes into contact with the body can be controlled for a period even after physical separation. The third layer extends the range of magnetic projection to over 500 meters, enabling flight through the self-generated magnetic field and the use of a magnetic shield for deep-sea infiltration. With a greater mastery over magnetism, one can remotely manipulate substantial metallic objects, such as household appliances and vehicles, transforming them into instruments of assault. Within the confines of their magnetic control, any movement of objects that induces even the slightest fluctuation in the magnetic field can be sensed. Given that celestial bodies possess their own magnetic fields, and the practitioner's magnetic field resonates with that of the Earth and the atmosphere, the amount of vital energy and mental fortitude required is remarkably minimal, making this technique more practical than the pure mental sensitivity exhibited by awakened individuals. Upon reaching the fourth level, practitioners find their prowess equivalent to crossing a pivotal threshold, marking the distinction between the novice and the advanced. After mastering the fourth tier of magnetic elemental realm, the control over magnetism and metals becomes exceedingly refined, allowing one to alter the attractive forces between metal molecules to a certain extent, thereby manipulating the density of metals, as long as there is metallic matter nearby. Regardless of its material properties, one can effortlessly modify it to forge formidable weapons tailored to their own needs. Upon achieving the fifth level, practitioners can magnetize the vast majority of inanimate objects, transforming all materials into their weapons, reaching a legendary prowess where even the gentlest touch can inflict harm. The projection of magnetic force is no longer confined by distance. It entirely depends on the practitioner's mental power, which determines the range within which magnetism can operate. At this juncture, one can significantly alter metal density, and those who attain this realm no longer require any metal forging or smelting techniques. Provided their vital energy is sufficiently abundant, they could even fabricate an interstellar carrier. Utilizing magnetic force for flight becomes effortless, with speeds rivaling all advanced technological flying apparatus. The sixth level represents the pinnacle attained by countless prodigious practitioners over millennia, enabling them to shield their corporeal forms with magnetic fields while traversing the cosmos, possessing the capability to annihilate an entire space fleet single-handedly. The abilities exhibited by practitioners at this stage are regarded as divine by ancient humanity. The seventh level, as documented in the ancient texts, represents the ultimate zenith. It is said that upon mastering this tier, magnetic force undergoes a qualitative transformation, allowing practitioners to manipulate the gravitational forces of the universe, thereby achieving a terrifying dominion over planets. However, throughout history, only the creator of this technique has succeeded in reaching this level. Now, having entered the realm of extraordinary abilities, Luo Fan prepares to commence his cultivation of magnetic elemental realm. This technique necessitates a continuous absorption of metallic molecules to reconstruct one's bodily structure, endowing the flesh and blood with certain metallic properties while mitigating the drawbacks of metals, such as weight and susceptibility to strong magnetic fields. There are no specific requirements for the types of metals absorbed. However, the superior the quality of the metal, the more pronounced the effects of cultivation. Consequently, it is imperative that the metals absorbed during practice are of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, this results in a significant depletion of resources, rendering typical large factions incapable of sustaining the entire cultivation process. Yet for Luo Fan, this poses no obstacle, as his Blue Dream wristband contains an entire vein of mutated metal ore. abundant enough for him to lavishly expend. Moreover, this mutated metal possesses a remarkable ability for self-repair. Thus, once Luo Fan assimilates a sufficient quantity of mutated metallic components, his body will undergo a transformation, acquiring a degree of self-restorative capability. With a slight smile, Luo Fan reflects. How exhilarating this is! He raises his gaze to the distance, where Chi-Chi sits cross-legged in the void, clutching a blood-red crystal and meditating with closed eyes. Dense, vital energy swirls around him, his crimson hair dancing without wind, and the faint blood mark on his brow has deepened considerably. Although he remains motionless, the formidable aura emanating from the young one instills a sense of trepidation in Luo Fan. Even from afar, having attained the initial stage of extraordinary abilities, Luo Fan is likely unmatched on Earth, yet the mere energy radiating from the young one exudes an overwhelming pressure. Were they to engage in direct combat, Luo Fan is certain he would be unable to withstand Chi-Chi's assault. The disparity is astounding. Acknowledging the gap between himself and the prodigious youth, Luo Fan feels not disheartened, but rather invigorated by a desire for self-improvement. Resolving not to squander any more time, he retracts his gaze, waves his hand, and the blue dream wristband on his left wrist glimmers, producing a pile of mutated metal before him. Grasping a piece of mutated metal, Luo Fan closes his eyes and begins to channel the first level of magnetic elemental realm.